Chapter 1. The Refinement of Goo. When handling this tiger-striped green snake, be sure nail its head down. Then, make a gentle incision at the throat to completely extract its innards. Remember, the gallbladder must remain intact, and the skin should not be excessively damaged. If anyone fails to remember, the male will be sent to the mountain, and the female will become a furnace vessel. Do you understand? Understood. Now shout our motto. To cultivate immortality, one must first lose their mind. Today, a menial worker, tomorrow, a favored disciple. Without diligence in cultivation, one becomes a brother in the imperial banner. Strive, strive, strive. Excellent. Let us begin. Heavenly Demon Sect. Bai Yu stood beside the workbench, effortlessly capturing a tiger-striped green snake, skillfully pinning it to the board, eviscerating it, and placing the gallbladder in a large basin. With a gentle twist of his right hand, a flawless piece of snake skin was torn away. After 3 months of slaughtering tiger-striped green snakes, he had become quite adept. He cast a casual glance at the newly arrived servant disciples. Those who had come with him 3 months prior were similarly inexperienced. Yet now, very few remained from his batch. In the demonic sect, death was as commonplace as eating or drinking. No one paid it any mind, especially for servant disciples like them, who were regarded as mere expendables. When Bai Yu awoke, he found himself inside a burlap sack, and upon its opening, he was forcibly inducted into the Heavenly Demon Sect. As for whether his original self succumbed to fright during transport or fell ill and perished along the way, no one knew. He had inherited nothing but this handsome visage. During his 3 months here, he had gleaned quite a bit of information. The Eternal Continent was a place where one could cultivate immortality, and the Heavenly Demon Sect was among the most powerful sects downstream of the Celestial River. Before his transmigration, Bai Yu had been an ordinary person, thus he had felt a modicum of fear upon his arrival, especially when assigned to the refinement of Goo Peak. Handling these venomous creatures, he was engulfed in uncertainty about his future. However, now his mindset had long since calmed. After all, while the servant disciples at the refinement of Goo Peak had a high attrition rate, those ordinary disciples who immersed themselves in Goo refinement were primarily tech-savvy. Unlike the neighboring Harmony Peak, where one risked being drained of vitality, the refinement of Goo Peak, the Alchemy Peak, the Weapon Refinement Peak, the Blood Corpse Peak, the Harmony Peak, the Ghost Crafting Peak, along with various other peaks, constituted the vast sect of the Heavenly Demon. It resembled a miniature society, where apart from expendables, the status of servant disciples was the lowest. Yet this did not hinder Bai Yu from quietly developing his potential. For instance, after meticulously processing a tiger-striped green snake, several lines of text materialized before his eyes. Technique: Chi Induction Method Minor Achievement 800-3500. Skill: Cutting Novice. Progress: 623-1000. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goot Destined Goo Unformed. Dragon Chi Progress 23500. Yin-Yang Chi 50500. Indeed, Bai Yu, having transmigrated, possessed an advantage. Simply put, he had a cheat. As long as he diligently repeated a task, he could progress and possibly extract something from his efforts, merging the two to create new items. For example, the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo was derived from the subtle dragon chi he extracted during the cutting of the tiger-striped green snake, combined with the yin-yang energies generated when the corpulent supervisor rewarded outstanding servant disciples with an outing. Once he filled both progress bars, the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo would naturally come into being, allowing him to activate his innate roots and aspire to become an official disciple. With this thought, Bai Yu's heart brimmed with hope. After all, the allure of attaining longevity was irresistible to an ordinary person. What the demonic sect? As long as he could attain immortality, the means of cultivation mattered little. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to witness the wonders of this world. With this in mind, Bai Yu's movements became even more agile, and the progress bar began to inch upward. Cutting 1. Dragon Chi 0.01. Cutting 1. Dragon Chi 0.02. A wretched scream echoed through the cutting room as a newly arrived servant disciple was bitten on the finger by a tiger-striped green snake, his body visibly darkening, and within mere breaths, he had perished. This chilling cry sent shivers down the spines of all the newcomers. Some timid souls contemplated fleeing but lacked the courage, trembling in place. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. The rotund supervisor rushed forward with several others, cursing at the lifeless disciple. Carry his corpse out and send it to the Blood Corpse Peak tonight in exchange for some provisions. Another loss, truly unfortunate. The supervisor waved dismissively, expressing his disdain. Such occurrences happened daily in the cutting room. Although the tiger-striped green snake was a low-tier beast, its terrifying venom was beyond the tolerance of these individuals. Bai Yu remained unfazed, continuing to adeptly handle his tasks. Before long, night fell. Technique: Qi Induction Method Minor Achievement 800-3500. Skill: Cutting Novice. Progress: 699-1000. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Destined Gu Unformed. Dragon Qi Progress 26500. Yin-Yang Qi 50500. Gazing at the panel before him, Bai Yu smiled faintly and approached the supervisor to collect his earnings for the day. Bai Yu, you've processed 237 tiger-striped green snakes today. You earned 23.7 contribution points. The supervisor, satisfied with the multitude of gallbladders and skins before him, declared, "What would you like to exchange for today? Same as usual? One body refining pill and one Harmony Peak flower stone?" The supervisor was quite familiar with Bai Yu. Not only was he swift in his work, but he was also an indulgent soul, unlike others who hoarded contribution points for body refining pills or cultivation materials. Bai Yu, however, always opted for a Harmony Peak flower stone, indulging himself after completing his tasks. Thus, the supervisor held a distinct impression of him. Yes, the usual convert the remaining 3.7 into tiger-striped green snake venom for me. All right, they'll give you extra venom with you around. I'm not worried about the cutting room's output. Ha ha ha. After handing over his jade token and completing the registration, Bai Yu received his rewards. At the foot of Harmony Peak, within the disciples' cultivation pavilion, the lights shone brightly, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of the refinement of Gu Peak, where the disciples of Harmony Peak appeared particularly lively. This evening, luck was on his side as he encountered a pure and unassuming senior sister willing to lower her standards. Intertwining flowers and jade. Yin-Yang Qi too. Bai Yu realized his slight frame could hardly withstand the exertion. Not until the third watch did Bai Yu finally return to the refinement of Gu Peak, traversing the dense forest at the mountain's base to reach the quarters of the servant disciples. Beneath the moonlight, stone chambers were neatly arranged on a clearing, resembling a graveyard to the unknowing eye. Many servant disciples scurried between the stone chambers, appearing exceptionally busy. Bai Yu, however, had no intention of engaging in conversation. He produced his token and tapped it in front of his chamber, confirming his identity before the door opened. The chamber was modest in size, containing 2 beds, a table for chairs, and various personal items occupying all the space. Since his roommate passed away the previous week, Bai Yu had been residing alone for a week. Yet tonight, it seemed, a newcomer had taken up residence within. The token hanging by the bed displayed her identity. Refinement of Gu Peak, servant, Yu Linglong, ID number 10086. Yu Linglong appeared startled, her face pale, reflecting a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. The pungent medicinal odor in the room and the black substance atop the opposite bed made Bai Yu furrow his brow. Chapter 2. Centipede Gu, Black Charcoal. Upon seeing the number on Yu Linglong's token, Bai Yu understood she must be a new arrival, having inherited the token of his late roommate. Sensing someone had entered the stone chamber, Yu Linglong abruptly sat up, drawing a dagger from beneath her pillow, her expression filled with terror and defensiveness. Hadn't the person who brought her here said she would be the only occupant of this chamber? How could someone else enter using a token? Because of this, she had even discarded her disguise. At that moment, Yu Linglong's face was etched with fear. As the daughter of a merchant guild, she was acutely aware of how coveted her beauty was within the demonic sect. Bai Yu noted that this woman, Yuling Long seemed to possess a natural allure. Every gesture radiated seduction. A person like her should have been taken to Harmony Peak upon her capture. Perhaps with her looks, she could gain favor from those above and escape the clutches of servitude. Now, to see such a woman here, it was clear she harbored secrets. Disregarding Yuling Long's actions, Bai Yu merely nodded and returned to his bed. Observing the demeanor of Bai Yu, Yuling Long did not immediately lower her guard. Instead, she held a dagger in both hands, resembling a startled kitten, brimming with vigilance. The manner in which you wield that dagger is riddled with flaws. Were I in your position, I would grasp the blade in reverse and bind it to my hand with a hair tie, thus significantly mitigating the risk of it being snatched away while you remain distracted. As Bai Yu watched the girl's movements, a faint smile graced his lips, though he remained puzzled as to why such a beauty would find herself here instead of at the more suitable Hehuan Peak. In this high-pressure environment, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was not captivated by Yuling Long's appearance. However, Bai Yu was acutely aware of his own inadequacies with both of them confined in the same room. He had no desire to create additional adversaries, for the prospect of restless nights was unappealing. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Yuling Long momentarily faltered, as if struggling to believe her ears. Was this person genuinely offering her a word of caution? Could there be someone within the demon sect with such benevolence? Noting Yuling Long's persistent wariness, Bai Yu remained unperturbed. He raised his hand, gesturing for her to listen to the sounds beyond the window. Due to the crude construction of the stone chamber, the cacophony outside was rather disturbing, punctuated by raucous jeers and the clamor of contention that was exceedingly irksome. Peering through the small window at the foot of the bed, Bai Yu observed a group of individuals surrounding a strikingly beautiful girl, making a commotion. "Are you the newcomer of today? You seem promising. Why not share a room with me? This way, we can cultivate together at night and progress more swiftly." Indeed, everyone knows that Nyogu will soon ascend to the rank of ordinary disciple. If you align yourself with him, escaping the burdens of servitude will be a mere formality. As the raucous banter continued, Yuling Long listened in terror. Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Bai Yu shook his head. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Drawing the curtains, Bai Yu retrieved a pitch-black jar from beneath the bed. Upon opening the jar, two ebony twin tails gradually emerged, seemingly alert to their surroundings. As Bai Yu took out a porcelain vial containing venom, a centipede, entirely black and nearly the size of an infant's arm, slowly emerged. Ing-ing-ing. The centipede greeted him affectionately, its cherry-sized eyes greedily fixated on the porcelain vial in Bai Yu's hand, emitting peculiar sounds. In response, Bai Yu chuckled softly and opened the vial, pouring the dark green venom into the centipede's mouth, causing its cries to grow even louder. After administering 5 vials of venom, Bai Yu bit his finger, feeding the centipede with his own meager magical energy through blood, only stopping when his complexion turned somewhat pallid. Observing the faint fissures appearing behind the centipede, 2 crystalline wings slowly began to sprout from the cracks, a flicker of excitement igniting in Bai Yu's eyes. Even as a mere servant disciple, one could cultivate prior to awakening their spiritual roots. Every new disciple had the opportunity to receive the Qi induction technique, a foundational cultivation method, enabling them to navigate the early stages of body refining. Only upon reaching the peak of this stage would they require the assistance of spiritual roots to enter the Qi refining phase. After 3 months of intense training, Bai Yu had already attained the 6th level of body refinement. As a disciple of the refining insect peak, he faced a high casualty rate, yet he enjoyed an additional benefit. Servant disciples could also engage in insect cultivation. Though the materials for insect cultivation were limited to the 5 poisons or certain toxic herbs, this still afforded them more means of self-defense than disciples of other peaks. Despite this, servant disciples rarely chose to cultivate insects at this juncture. After all, the resources available to them were scant. It was already commendable to exchange for body refining pills and cultivation techniques, let alone to procure additional resources for insect creation. Moreover, with their limited strength, reckless cultivation could easily lead to backlash. It would be tragic to perish not from their labor, but at the hands of their own insects, rendering their efforts futile. Yet, Bai Yu harbored no such anxieties. The resources he painstakingly acquired each day were not only sufficient for exchanging basic cultivation pills, but also allowed him to indulge in the pleasures of Yihuan Peak. And black charcoal was the fruit of his labor over the past 3 months. Emerging victorious from countless skirmishes with the 5 poisons, black charcoal had transformed into a centipede goo, possessing the strength of the 8th level of body refinement since its inception. Recently, Bai Yu had been nourishing it with the venom of the tiger skin green snake, combined with his own magical energy, prompting black charcoal's continual evolution. This development brought Bai Yu a sense of reassurance. In the Demon Sect, possessing sufficient strength granted one greater sway, and thus Bai Yu would seize every opportunity to enhance himself. As he observed his own actions alongside the enormous centipede, Yu Linglong's initial wariness gave way to astonishment. You have actually cultivated a goo? Yu Linglong regarded Bai Yu earnestly. After having been initiated for some time, if I were incapable of producing such a thing, I would have perished long ago. Ordinary servant disciples would not expend resources to cultivate insects at this moment. Yu Linglong remarked, curiosity evident in her tone, though she quickly realized her words may have been inappropriate, considering they had only just met. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's comment, Bai Yu appraised her with a discerning gaze. It appears you are quite familiar with this place. Bai Yu recognized that most individuals, upon being forcibly brought into the demon sect, would be overwhelmed with fear, yet Yu Linglong seemed to possess an air of familiarity, as if she were akin to an old inhabitant of this realm. I am the daughter of a merchant from the Silver Moon dynasty under the demon sect, and thus I have access to more information than others. Had it not been for my family's trade caravan being annihilated, I would never have arrived here. Yu Linglong smiled gently and offered an explanation. Had it not been for her meager savings acquired during her flight, she would have been assigned to the Hehuan Peak upon entering the Tianma sect. For someone like her, lacking in any significant cultivation talent, being placed in Hehuan Peak would have meant eternal entrapment. Fortunately, fate favored her. The person who captured her was a female disciple. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded. He could not ascertain the veracity of her words, but given their shared living situation, it was essential to converse. After posing a few simple questions, Bai Yu gleaned some understanding of Yu Linglong's circumstances. To his surprise, she was a renowned auctioneer within the Silver Moon dynasty. As the black charcoal fell silent, Bai Yu replaced the lid and tucked the jar beneath his bed. He nodded at Yu Linglong and consumed a body-refining pill, entering a state of cultivation. After circulating the qi induction technique for 10 cycles, Bai Yu felt invigorated. When he glanced up, he noticed that dawn had broken. Many of the servant disciples were beginning to rise and prepare amidst the thin mist. Technique: Qi Induction, Minor Achievement, 920-3500 Skill. Cutting, Novice, Progress, 699-1000. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo, Fated Goo. Unformed, Dragon Qi Progress, 26500. Yin-Yang Energy, 52500. Gazing at the progress displayed on the panel, Bai Yu felt optimistic about his future. Once he achieved mastery of the Qi induction technique, he could invest greater resources into the Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo, preparing for a breakthrough in his Qi refinement by awakening his spiritual roots. Chapter 3. Taking private jobs in the early morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. As Bai Yu stepped out, he noticed that Yu Linglong's face appeared to have been smeared with some sort of ointment, rendering it an inky black. Her once delicate and enchanting visage had transformed into something quite unappealing. He understood where the pungent medicinal scent from the previous night had originated. However, Bai Yu had no intention of exposing her. Compared to a new roommate whose background was unknown, Yu Linglong was indeed vulnerable to him. Should she dare to reveal his secrets, Bai Yu felt confident he could make her wish she were never born. The attendants ambled about in small groups. As Bai Yu prepared to head toward the cutting room, Yu Linglong suddenly grasped the hem of his garment. "Senior brother, could you take me along? I can offer you some contribution points in return." Her voice was laced with a plea. Bai Yu understood her intentions. She was afraid for her life and sought to find a protector. In such a place, isolation was untenable for someone like her. For this was the very nature of survival within the demonic sect. Ahead of them, Li Daniyu was seen embracing the terrified girl from the previous night as they walked forward. Clearly, she had resigned herself to her fate. To reassure Bai Yu, Yu Linglong continued, "I implore you, can we talk tonight? There is more I wish to share." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well. Stay close to me." Without further ado, Bai Yu entered the cutting room, directing Yu Linglong to the table beside him. He first demonstrated the cutting technique, cautioning her about potential hazards, before he diligently began to process the tiger-striped green snake. Bai Yu executed his tasks with utmost seriousness. Even though he was thoroughly familiar with the work, he exhibited no semblance of relaxation. His swift movements brought great delight to the corpulent chief steward. Cutting 1. Dragon Chi 0. 0-1. Cutting 1. Dragon Chi 0. 0-3. Dragon Chi 0. 1. Bai Yu's nimble actions, coupled with his diligence while others rested, brought a sense of satisfaction to the chief steward, which in turn fostered a degree of leniency towards the new disciples, consequently reducing the casualty rate. 3 hours later, Bai Yu reached out to touch the cage, discovering that the green tree snake beside him had been completely severed. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently accomplished today's task. As Bai Yu experienced a moment of astonishment, a wave of fatigue washed over him. After massaging his aching temples, he turned his gaze towards his panel. Technique, Chi Induction Method, Minor Accomplishment, 9, 203, 500 Skill, Cutting, Minor Accomplishment, Progress, 1, 201. 500, Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Faded Worm, Not Yet Formed, Dragon Chi Progress, 40, 500 Yin-Yang Energy, 52, 500 Gazing at the rising figures on the panel. Bai Yu exhaled heavily. He had not anticipated that within 4 hours, he would manage to cut through 501 serpents, from which he had garnered a considerable amount of dragon chi. Sometimes, fortune is indeed an integral part of success. Master Pang, I have exceeded today's task, but I notice that the day is still young. Might I request a little extra reward, considering there are still 3 hours until dusk? Bai Yu handed over the meticulously cut tiger skin green snake to the portly supervisor. After receiving his 51 contribution points, he realized that the extra point was a token of appreciation from the other party. After expressing his gratitude respectfully, Bai Yu proposed to take on additional work. Observing Bai Yu's demeanor, the supervisor chuckled heartily, clearly pleased. Bai Yu, I understand your eagerness for advancement, wishing to rise to the status of an ordinary disciple like myself. However, as you can see, the daily quota in this cutting room is limited, and those above are aware that our capacity is finite. If we increase our output and fail to meet the expectations next month, we shall face penalties. Thus, it is best to maintain the current status quo. Pang Tong remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu grasped the underlying message. Sometimes, in a group, exceeding expectations is not necessarily advantageous, while it may yield praise. It often leads to increased demands in the future. Nonetheless, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. As your supervisor, I cannot obstruct your progress, can I? I have a private task that entails some risks. Would you be willing to accept it? Pang Tong pondered for a moment before tempting Bai Yu. At this, Bai Yu lifted his head, intrigued. Please, supervisor, elaborate. I observed that your cutting skills have been steadily improving. You are aware that even ordinary disciples have cutting tasks every month, designed to build a solid foundation. However, this tedious work is often met with reluctance from everyone. I can facilitate a connection for you. You could assist ordinary disciples in fulfilling their cutting tasks within the cutting room. Although the toxins involved are significantly more potent than the tiger skin green snake, each toxic substance yields 0.5 contribution points, and I can ensure you retain their venom. Bai Yu, I have great faith in your abilities, Pang Tong said, patting Bai Yu on the shoulder, enticing him. In truth, he had harbored such intentions for some time. By aiding ordinary disciples in accomplishing their tasks, he sought no rewards, yet the goodwill he garnered would be his to wield. Moreover, by doing so, he would be assisting Bai Yu, creating a favorable bond should Bai Yu eventually attain the rank of an ordinary disciple. As for the contribution points, the hundreds or thousands earned by menial disciples posed no burden to him. Listening to Pang Tong's words, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled. Although this rotund man was astute, the path he offered indeed presented a swift avenue for enhancing his prowess. Thank you for your guidance, supervisor. I am willing to give it a try. Bai Yu swiftly proceeded with his tasks. In that case, please assist me with this month's assignments, he requested. With that, Pang Tong summoned 2 attendant disciples to bring forth 2 enormous iron cages, each containing dozens of pitch-black venomous snakes. The black snakes, with their crimson eyes and girth comparable to a bull, exuded a more imposing aura than the tiger-striped green snake. These were the black-scaled snakes, each possessing a cultivation level of the 9th realm of body refinement, and their gallbladders were particularly coveted by the Gu insects. However, there was no need for concern. Once the medicinal powder was sprinkled upon them, they would become docile. Remember, It is crucial to secure their heads first to prevent any retaliatory strikes. This is key to preserving your safety. Additionally, the skin of the black-scaled snake is exceedingly tough. You must locate the vital point on its lower abdomen, channel your energy into the blade, and slice along this black line to minimally expend your power while skinning it. I require the gallbladder, bones, skin, and fangs. The remaining parts can be disposed of at your discretion, as even the flesh has slight benefits for the Gu insects. And you may consume it as well. Pang Tong demonstrated the process to Bai Yu, highlighting the critical points. Bai Yu listened intently, not daring to let his mind wander. It was only when Pang Tong handed him the dagger that Bai Yu snapped back to reality. Give it a try, Pang Tong encouraged. Bai Yu accepted the dagger, closed his eyes, and recalled Pang Tong's movements. Soon, he reached into the cage to grasp the now limp black-scaled snake. Chapter 4. A Fool Approaches. The moment Bai Yu seized the black-scaled snake, he was met with a heavy sensation and a chilling aura. This was something Pang Tong had neglected to mention. A common person lacking any magical power would likely fall ill if they recklessly attempted to dissect such a beast. This is the essence of the dark arts. Many situations may appear straightforward, yet there could be hidden traps that one remains oblivious to. Thus, one must proceed with caution in all endeavors. Regardless of whether Pang Tong acted with intention or not, since this black-scaled snake could enhance his abilities, the risk was worthwhile. Channeling the Qi cultivation technique, Bai Yu infused his meager magical energy into his hands, laid the black-scaled snake flat, and fixated its head with a large nail on the table. The intense pain caused the snake's body to writhe involuntarily. Once he confirmed the nail's stability, Bai Yu firmly grasped the snake's tail, stretching it out, and proceeded to open its belly at the designated vital point, as instructed by Pang Tong. Every step was taken with utmost caution, extracting the gallbladder, skinning it, and following the muscle fibers to retrieve the bones. Finally collecting the venom from the poison sac and prying out the fangs. Cutting 3 dragon chi, one observing the text that appeared on the panel. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that a single black-scaled snake would yield an increase in dragon chi. To put this into perspective, the tiger-striped green snake only provided between 0.01 and 0.05 dragon chi. At this rate, he would soon be able to extract the dragon chi from the Yin-Yang profound dragon Gu. With this thought, Bai Yu exhaled deeply, took a hearty sip of water, and picked up the dagger once more to dissect another black-scaled snake. Pang Tong observed Bai Yu's progress with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Having such a free laborer in the cutting room is simply delightful. I might even exceed my monthly quota. A diligent worker like Bai Yu is truly a rare find. Tonight, I'll invite some folks for a drink. Perhaps I can leverage this opportunity for some additional benefits. As the sun gradually descended, Bai Yu finally completed the processing of the last black-scaled snake. Cultivation technique. Qi cultivation technique. Minor achievement. 920-3500 skill. Cutting. Minor achievement. Progress. 1416-1500 Yin-Yang profound dragon Gu. Destined Gu. Unformed. Dragon Chi progress. 112-500 Yin-Yang energy. 525-500 gazing at the dragon Chi, now reaching triple digits. Bai Yu, though exceedingly fatigued, felt every ounce of effort had been worthwhile. Who would have thought that his dragon Chi progress could surpass that of the Yin-Yang energy? Supervisor, I have processed a total of 72 black-scaled snakes. Bai Yu respectfully reported to Pang Tong. Excellent. I knew you could do it. For the 72 black-scaled snakes, that's a daily contribution value of 0.5 each. Let us round it up to 40 points for you. Today, you have earned a total of 92 contribution points. Remarkable. The future looks promising. What will you exchange for? Pang Tong greeted him warmly. I would like 8 body refinement pills and 1 flower stone, please. Bai Yu contemplated for a moment, resolving to break through to the 7th level of body refinement tonight. With ample magical energy to sustain him, he would be able to sever more black-scaled snakes by tomorrow. As for the flower stone, it currently served as his primary source of Yin-Yang energy. Thus a visit to Hahuan Peak was imperative this evening. Ha ha ha, you rascal, it seems you never forget such matters, Pang Tong remarked with a raised eyebrow. Producing a piece of green flower stone. This item could be considered an exceptional privilege. It is important to note that the authentic flower stones from Hahuan Peak are categorized into 9 grades. And the flower stones Bai Yu had previously exchanged were of the lowest caliber, intended for the peak's servant disciples. In contrast, a green flower stone signifies the status of an ordinary disciple. Such a piece would require no less than 80 contribution points from a servant. Pang Tong was clearly trying to win Bai Yu over. Thank you for your kind appreciation, esteemed supervisor. From now on, I shall undoubtedly follow your lead. Bai Yu respectfully replied, there is no need for such formality. Your diligent completion of tasks is the greatest reward for me. When the day comes that you become an ordinary disciple, my elder brother shall certainly host a celebratory feast in your honor. Pang Tong patted Bai Yu on the shoulder and spoke swiftly. He had a penchant for intelligent individuals, particularly those who were both capable and clever. At the foot of Huanhua Peak, the atmosphere was charged. Bai Yu felt a hint of weakness in his legs, realizing his own cultivation was still insufficient. Had he broken through to the qi refining stage, such a predicament would surely not have arisen. Upon returning to the accommodation area, Bai Yu noticed something amiss in the surroundings. Li Daniu, accompanied by several servant disciples, was stationed in front of his stone dwelling. At that moment, Yu Linglong had no intention of entering. Instead, she was washing clothes at a distance, seemingly detached from the serious atmosphere. As Bai Yu approached the stone house, the four individuals quickly encircled him. Bai Yu, congratulations on your newfound wealth. Li Daniu remarked with a playful tone, crossing his arms. Oh, it is nothing significant. Merely a bit of extra earnings, Bai Yu responded with a smile. Bai Yu smiled and replied, the body refinement pills are exceedingly precious to every disciple, as they pertain to the progress of one's cultivation in the body refinement realm and the ability to swiftly ascend to the status of an ordinary disciple. Li Daniu, who has spent 5 years among the servant disciples, is acutely aware of this fact. Yet, his limited talent restricts him. The contribution points he accumulates in the cutting room allow him to exchange for merely 1 pill per day, which is far from sufficient for his needs. Today, however, Bai Yu's actions in the cutting room were not lost on him. He witnessed the extraordinary feat of receiving 9 body refinement pills at once. Such a remarkable individual emerging from the cutting room is unprecedented. Though unspoken, many have begun to take an interest in Bai Yu. Today, Li Daniu, emboldened by his imminent awakening of spiritual roots and the presence of his sycophants, intended to ask Bai Yu to lend him some pills. Do not be modest. Being favored by Supervisor Pang is a testament to your capabilities. If you have indeed earned more, does that not imply we are all useless? Li Daniu proclaimed loudly. The nearby disciples, although silent, were nonetheless curious about Bai Yu's next move. After all, Li Daniu is a formidable presence at the 9th level of body refinement. Should he set his sights on Bai Yu, the days ahead could become quite challenging. Even though Bai Yu has garnered Supervisor Pang's attention, this is the servant disciples' lodging area, and any unexpected occurrences would not be out of the ordinary. Brother, if you have something to say, feel free to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu raised his head to meet Li Daniu's gaze, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. How forthright. It is true, brother, that I am soon to awaken my spiritual roots and become an official disciple. I have high hopes for you. Hence I am prepared to accept a modest investment from you. Lend me 5 body refinement pills for now. This will be the arrangement moving forward. Once I succeed, I shall ensure your interests are looked after. Remember, this is a loan, and I will repay it in due time. Li Daniu grinned widely and replied, so your intention is to have me assist you in becoming an ordinary disciple first, and then you will reciprocate? You aim to uplift the less fortunate after securing your own fortune, am I right? Bai Yu listened to Li Daniu's words, smiling as he replied, Junior brother, you are indeed perceptive. Chapter 5. Killing you is like slaughtering chickens. Li Daniu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such occurrences were all too common among the disciples' menial ranks. In the initial stages, it was natural to band together for warmth, yet as time progressed, whether those who had previously supported him would elevate themselves to the status of ordinary disciples remained an entirely different matter. As long as he could procure the body-refining pills from Bai Yu, he would be able to accumulate contribution points, and upon awakening his spiritual root, directly exchange them for qi-refining pills and embark on the path of cultivation. To him, Bai Yu was merely a transient figure in his life. As for Bai Yu being favored by the supervisor, a jest. He would soon become an ordinary disciple, on par with the supervisor of the division. Moreover, he had observed Bai Yu for quite some time. This was a timid and cowardly individual. Upon hearing Li Daniu's words, a cold smile spread across Bai Yu's face. Was this fellow's mind not functioning properly? Did he truly believe that relying on his 9th level of body refinement would guarantee a successful awakening of his spiritual root, thus elevating him to the rank of an ordinary disciple? Had he forgotten that spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades? Among the menial disciples who awaken their roots, 80% possess inferior spiritual roots unworthy of cultivation. Those who awaken such inferior roots are destined to become slaves or cauldrons for ordinary disciples, receiving little better treatment than menial disciples themselves. However, since someone had come to provoke him. If he did not retaliate now, such affronts would only proliferate. In the realm of the demonic sect, the more one feared trouble, the more others would bully them, especially with fools like Li Denyo in abundance. But you could guarantee that many were secretly watching, waiting for Li Denyo to succeed so they could take a bite as well. With this thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Now that he had established a stable method to acquire dragon energy, it was imperative to assert his authority. Then allow me to congratulate you, Senior Brotherly. However, how could mere body-refining pills serve to witness the depth of our bond? Coincidentally, I recently came upon a treasure. If Senior Brotherly does not mind, why not take a look? If it suits you, I would gladly bestow this great treasure upon you. Bai Yu laughed heartily, his tone imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Li Denyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Bai, my dear brother, how can I accept this? There is no need for such reservations. Consider this as an investment in my future. Bai Yu waved his hand and strode into the stone chamber. In full view of the crowd, he directly rummaged beneath the bed. Soon, a pitch-black jar was retrieved, and under the covetous gaze of Li Denyu, Bai Yu opened the jar before everyone. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a shadow darted from the jar, lunging straight for Li Denyu's neck. Due to the abruptness of the event, all present were momentarily stunned, as a low, mournful groan resonated. A large black centipede had already sunk its fangs into Li Denyu's neck, voraciously feeding on his flesh and blood. Astonishingly, Li Denyu's body began to wither at a visibly alarming rate, and within mere breaths, he had transformed into a desiccated corpse, lifeless beyond recovery. The black centipede emitted a triumphant sound, swirling around Li Denyu's lifeless form before swiftly climbing up Bai Yu's pant leg, ultimately coiling around his right arm. The scene before them left all witnesses in a state of disbelief. Li Denyu had perished in such a manner. Was that enormous black centipede a form of sorcery? When did Bai Yu cultivate such a terrifying entity? From where did he acquire such an abundance of contribution points? Now, who else wishes for me to invest in advance? Bai Yu gazed coldly at the sycophants surrounding Li Denyu, slowly articulating his thoughts. Kindness often invites exploitation, particularly in a realm as treacherous as the Demon Sect. If these individuals harbored no trepidation, it would undoubtedly impede one's cultivation. Senior Brother Bai Yu, we were wrong. It was all Li Denyu's idea. We were coerced, exclaimed the sycophants, their voices trembling as they recoiled in fear, terrified that Bai Yu might command the ominous black centipede to claim their lives. Observing their panic, Bai Yu cast a frosty glance at the group. Within the Yin-Yang Sect, while lives may be deemed inexpensive, indiscriminately slaughtering these individuals could lead to unnecessary complications. After all, their lives belong to the sect. As a mere servant disciple, if one were to eliminate a foe, it would be regarded as a commendable feat, warranting the sect's support. However, excessive carnage would be deemed thoughtless, for all servants are considered resources of the sect. Disregarding the fleeing sycophants, Bai Yu considered Li Denyu's demise inconsequential. After all, a mere 9th-level body refinement practitioner was of little concern. Yet, Bai Yu's ferocity was not lost on many that night, leading to a newfound recognition of this disciple, who frequently indulged in pleasures at the Huan Peak with his contribution points. After Bai Yu fed the venom and flesh of the black-scaled snake to heighten, he commenced his cultivation using the body refinement pills. With the enhancement of 9 pills, he achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of body refinement in just 2 hours. Cultivation technique. Qi induction technique, minor achievement, 23703-500 skill, cutting major achievement, progress, 15603-500, Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Faded Goo, unformed. Dragon Qi progress, 112500 Yin-Yang Qi, 58500 feeling a surge of power within him. Bai Yu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. At this rate, within a month, he would attain the pinnacle of body refinement. Upon regaining his senses, Bai Yu noticed that Yu Linglong had wrapped herself entirely in a quilt, leaving a small gap to secretly observe him. Clearly, Bai Yu's actions that night had surpassed Yu Linglong's understanding. However, Bai Yu chose not to comment. Instead, taking out the geographical records and the illustrated guide to demon beasts and medicinal herbs issued by the sect, studying them meticulously. Although these texts did not enhance his power, they greatly expanded his knowledge. After all, the information contained was detailed. Understanding it thoroughly would ensure he did not miss out on valuable opportunities in the future, nor would he falter in times of danger. The two remained silent throughout the night. At dawn the next day, as Bai Yu exited the stone chamber, he noticed the gaze of those around him had changed significantly. For instance, several servant disciples heading towards the cutting room hurriedly distanced themselves, hesitant to approach. In merely one night, all the disciple guards had learned that Bai Yu had concocted a goo. Bai Yu paid this no mind. With the experience from the previous day, Bai Yu deftly handled the black-scaled snakes. After entering the 7th level of body refinement, his magical power had significantly increased, allowing for swifter movements. Coupled with his diligent attitude, his efficiency soared. After processing 137 black-scaled snakes, Bai Yu found there were no more demon beasts left to cut. Cultivation technique, Qi induction technique, minor achievement, 23703-500 skill. Cutting, major achievement, progress, 16973-500. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo, fated goo. Unformed, Dragon Qi progress, 261500. Yin-Yang Qi, 58500. The Dragon Qi of the black-scaled snake ranged between 1 and 1. 5. Observing the increase in Dragon Qi on the panel, Bai Yu felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. After gently wiping the sharp knife with a towel, he submitted the materials. With 68. 5 contribution points, what should he exchange for today? In Pang Tong's eyes, the death of Li Dania seemed as if it had never occurred. Today, he still eagerly inquired about Bai Yu. I want to exchange anything today, as I still have materials. While there is still time, I plan to visit the market at the Goo refining peak. If possible, my lord, please prepare a bit more for tomorrow. Bai Yu respectfully remarked. Ha, you rascal. Very well, I promise you, there will be no fewer than 200 starting tomorrow. But do exercise caution. Pang Tong patted Bai Yu on the shoulder, his jowls quivering with laughter. Chapter 6. Purchasing techniques. At the base of every peak in the Heavenly Demon Sect lies a marketplace, designated for the trading of the sect's disciples. In this bustling bazaar, alongside the ordinary disciples, one might encounter fortunate inner disciples returning from their excursions, who possess an abundance of valuable items. The contribution point system here is also stratified. The contribution points of the miscellaneous disciples are valued at 10 points, equating to 1 point of sect contribution, akin to the distinction between regular employment and outsourcing. Although this may seem profoundly inequitable, it essentially reflects that miscellaneous disciples are merely expendable resources for the sect, perpetually replenishable. In contrast, ordinary disciples form the bedrock of the sect, tasked with a greater array of responsibilities, thus enjoying superior treatment. Bai Yu gazed at the contribution points within the Jade token, noting that the 72 points equated to a substantial 7.2 in sect contributions, with the additional 2 points having been transferred to him by Yu Linglong. Though the woman had not uttered much, her actions were undoubtedly intentional, and having accepted these contribution points, he anticipated a detailed conversation with her later this evening. He made his way directly to the market, a place he was visiting for the first time. Although it was somewhat distant, the journey had been relatively smooth. Upon presenting his token for identity verification, he stepped inside, greeted by a cacophony of enthusiastic calls. Despite being merely the market of the Goo refining peak, it offered a veritable treasure trove of goods, including a small auction area at its far end. Vendors shouted animatedly, promoting their wares to the passers-by. Among the plethora of offerings, Goo worms and Goo refining techniques dominated, while weapons, materials, talismans, and elixirs dazzled the eyes of onlookers. Bai Yu contemplated the necessities of his current situation. With his adept skill in crafting, he found himself amply supplied with body-refining elixirs. Ordinary weapons and talismans were of little use to him, while the advanced ones were beyond his financial reach. As for readily available Goo insects, he deemed it more advantageous to acquire the methods for their cultivation, thus enhancing his proficiency in the process. His objective for the day was to seek out techniques that could either provide substantial support or bolster his defenses. Bai Yu gazed curiously at everything around him. Essentially, each stall displayed the prices of their wares, and some peculiar items even came with lengthy descriptions that hardly qualified as introductions. As for the veracity of the claims made about these items, it remained a mystery. After all, in the realm of the arcane, transactions were straightforward, goods exchanged for coin, and merchants bore no responsibility for the fervent claims they made, as long as the sale was completed. Bai Yu's gaze swiftly swept across the options before him, and soon, he had his sights set on a particular spell. The Earth Eye technique, a modest form of sorcery, allowed one to observe the flow of ley lines and sense the presence of celestial treasures. Priced at 3 contribution points to the sect, it was a rather commonplace spell. Frequently encountered among the ordinary disciples of the demonic sect, yet it remained inaccessible to the servant disciples. While the ability to observe ley lines and sense celestial treasures sounded impressive, it concealed a textual trap, namely, the extent of its actual efficacy. A mundane mountain is still a mountain, and a divine mountain is merely a mountain as well. In this realm, aside from the boundless celestial river, a significant portion of the world is encircled by towering peaks, perpetually shrouded in an enigmatic blood mist, rich with rare treasures and the remnants of ancient immortals. Whenever the opportunity arises, cultivators, demons, and even ordinary folk venture into the mountains to gather herbs and seek out treasures, should fortune favor them. A celestial mountain may reveal itself, a moment when even the most formidable beings might choose to intervene. Legend has it that the location of the Heavenly Demon Sect is a celestial mountain refined by its venerable ancestors. Thus, mountain expeditions represent a crucial means of cultivation for practitioners, as within the mountains, one might stumble upon extraordinary luck, potentially propelling them to unprecedented heights. Each day, numerous servant disciples enter the peaks controlled by the Heavenly Demon Sect in search of essential materials, much like the tiger-striped green snake that originated from their ranks. However, for these disciples, every expedition is a gamble with their lives, as the materials obtained are of little worth, and the sect offers minimal support to the servant disciples. Bai Yu placed great importance on the Earth Eye technique, as it was an essential skill he would inevitably encounter in the future. Thus, preparing in advance would bolster his confidence. Although this was merely an introductory concept, having it was certainly better than lacking it. He presented his token and directly exchanged 30 points of menial contribution value. The other party, despite being an ordinary disciple, did not exhibit any disdain towards Bai Yu, possibly due to the minimal value of the item, which hardly warranted further conversation. In any case, the transaction proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After acquiring the Earth Eye, Bai Yu continued to wander, soon utilizing his remaining contribution points to exchange for the crafting method of the stone goo and a volume of the Mountain and Sea Atlas. The stone goo is classified as an introductory level goo worm, created by infusing ordinary stones with one's own magical essence. When scattered on the ground, should someone step upon them, the goo worm would enter through the soles of their feet. Upon activation, the afflicted individual would endure excruciating torment, as it is a one-time use goo worm. However, this goo worm would have limited effect on cultivators in the chi refinement stage, as they could easily dispel it with their own magical power. Bai Yu's purpose in acquiring it was similarly straightforward, merely to hone his skills in preparation for future endeavors. As for the Shanhai Tu Lu, it was a compendium chronicling various materials and their information, which would prove immensely beneficial for his upcoming expeditions. After depleting his contribution points, Bai Yu hurried back to his stone chamber. On the way, he encountered Pang Tong, who was leisurely fishing. The latter greeted him with a cheerful smile and allowed him to pass. He casually collected a handful of rubble along the roadside, and upon returning to the stone chamber, he first fed some toxins to Heitan, then promptly activated the 2 spells he had acquired. Soon, they were recorded in the system interface. Technique: Chi Induction, Minor Success, 23703500 Skill. Cutting, Major Success, Progress, 16973500. Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo, Faded Goo. Unformed, Dragon Chi Progress, 261500 Yin-Yang Chi, 58500 Stone Goo, 010 Earthing Eye, 020 Gazing at the progress bars. A faint smile crept upon Bai Yu's lips. Ignoring Yu Linglong's remarks, he adjusted his focus and meticulously recalled the cultivation method for the Earthing Eye. Compared to the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo, these 2 spells were exceedingly mundane. After mentally reviewing them several times, Bai Yu immersed himself in cultivation, initially channeling his mana to the forefront as per the Earthing Eye's cultivation diagram. Accompanied by a wave of tingling sensations, a series of prompts echoed in the air. Earthing Eye, 120 Earthing Eye, 220 Earthing Eye, 521. After several cycles of operation, the Earthing Eye began to function autonomously, no longer requiring Bai Yu's guidance. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Yu consumed a body-forging pill, employing a dual approach to commence the refinement of the stone goo. Chapter 7, Spell Mutation. The Breaking Illusion Golden Eye. Refining the stone goo was not a difficult task, especially given that Bai Yu had already successfully refined Heitan. As proficiency in both the Earthing Eye and stone goo gradually increased, Bai Yu found himself surrounded by over 100 small black stones. These black stones were enveloped in a thin aura of mana. If one were not vigilant, they would appear indistinguishable from ordinary roadside pebbles. However, Bai Yu understood that these stones represented a superior grade of stone goo, capable of inflicting considerable suffering even on cultivators at the 9th layer of body refinement. Exhaling deeply, Bai Yu intended to stretch his limbs, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as golden light erupted from the system interface. When he regained his composure and glanced at the interface, he discovered changes in the status of the earthing eye and stone goo. Technique: Chi Induction, minor success, 23703500 skill. Cutting, major success, progress, 16973500. Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo, Faded Goo, unformed. Dragon Chi progress, 261500. Yin-Yang Chi, 58500. Diamond Goo, Stone Goo mutation 0800. Breaking Illusion Golden Eye, entry level. Earthing Eye mutation 020000. Staring at the sudden emergence of these two new spells and goo, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. Upon sensing the newfound memories in his mind, his body trembled with excitement. The diamond goo, a mutation of the stone goo, possessed greater power and the added characteristic of being a bone-embedded parasite. Even Chi refinement stage cultivators would find it exceedingly difficult to expel once afflicted. This meant that once Bai Yu successfully refined the diamond goo, he would possess a means to contend with Chi refinement stage cultivators. The method for refining the diamond goo hinged on the stone goo, requiring 9 successive refinements to achieve perfection, thereby giving birth to the diamond goo. However, what thrilled Bai Yu the most was not the diamond goo, but rather the breaking illusion golden eye, also known as the innate divine eye. The breaking illusion golden eye, when fully developed, could perceive the past and future. Nothing in the realms of heaven and earth would escape its penetrating gaze. Furthermore, it was augmented by the innate divine ability of the breaking illusion light, making it a particularly fearsome ocular technique. Simply by following the development method in his mind, Bai Yu felt a scorching sensation in his eyes. As this heat coursed through his body, beads of sweat poured down him. Within half an hour, he resembled a drenched rat, his physique exhibiting signs of dehydration. Breaking illusion golden eye, entry level, 820000. Observing the visible numbers on the panel, Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Such a technique was undoubtedly beyond his current reach. To develop the breaking illusion golden eye would require a substantial array of supportive resources. Otherwise, he risked dehydrating to death before even entering the practice. Given his current circumstances, acquiring ample resources seemed pivotal. Perhaps pursuing expeditions was indeed the most prudent course of action, and Bai Yu found himself filled with longing for such journeys. With great difficulty, he rose and took a hearty gulp from the teapot on the table. Observing the astonished expression of Yu Linglong, Bai Yu felt a twinge of conflict within him. As a mere miscellaneous disciple, his access to certain areas was limited, and the outside world was fraught with danger. After all, at the goo refining peak, one could never know what lay hidden in places that appeared deceptively safe. Some treacherous goo masters delighted in situating their creations in such locales, patiently awaiting their prey. For a miscellaneous disciple, avoiding erratic wandering was the only way to steer clear of danger. This was the nature of the demonic sect, a place where one's status could render any discourse futile. Thus, cultivating within the stone chamber was his sole option. However, this course of action would inevitably attract Yu Linglong's attention. Both goo refining and the development of the breaking illusion golden eye were exceedingly unusual for a miscellaneous disciple. This implied a risk of her leaking sensitive information. Reflecting on this, Bai Yu felt torn. While the dead were the most reliable keepers of secrets, even if he were to eliminate Yu Linglong, someone else would inevitably occupy this stone chamber. If deaths were to occur with alarming frequency, it would only draw further scrutiny. Consequently, Bai Yu found himself in a quandary regarding how to handle Yu Linglong. He had initially believed that his status as a miscellaneous disciple would afford him a period of stability to develop in the cutting room. Yet it now appeared that this identity had become a limitation rather than a support. Noticing Bai Yu's demeanor, Yu Linglong seemed to grasp something, her expression shifting from fear to a hint of unwillingness. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally spoke. "Brother Bai, yes? Were you just contemplating killing me because I discovered your secret? Indeed, there are some matters that must remain concealed from others." Bai Yu gazed at the pale countenance of the young girl and chose not to conceal anything. He was confident that even if Yu Linglong were to discover the truth, she would remain ensnared within his grasp. "You have refrained from taking action, contemplating that if I were to perish, others would inevitably inhabit this place. Perpetuating the cycle of this dilemma, is it not?" Yu Linglong's voice trembled as she ventured this inquiry. "You are indeed astute. Yet such intelligence proves to be of little consequence." Bai Yu gazed at Yu Linglong and spoke slowly. "In the realm of the demonic sect, One's cultivation level is the ultimate determinant of everything. Intelligence and wit are mere embellishments. Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled slightly, although both remained silent. She was engulfed in profound fear. I lack the aptitude for cultivation, yet I wish to survive. Senior brother Bai Yu, from your actions, I can discern that you will undoubtedly become an official disciple, and thus, I wish to follow you. Rest assured, I will not expose your secrets, nor will I pry into your affairs. This, indeed, is my sincerity. As she spoke, Yu Linglong searched her person and soon produced a pill. This is the bewitching heart pill, which I exchanged for my contribution points over the past 2 days. You simply need to drop your blood on it, and I will consume it. From then on, I shall be your cauldron. I remain intact, and I vow not to betray you. All my future contribution points will be yours. I implore you to take me under your wing. Even if I become a cauldron, I wish to be solely yours. Her voice trembled with anxiety, a decision born from witnessing Bai Yu slay Li Daniel. She had intended to speak with Bai Yu, but found no opportunity. Yu Linglong understood that with her meager cultivation talent, she would likely remain a mere servant disciple for her entire life, enduring a fate of constant humiliation and the threat of death. Thus, it seemed better to expend all her efforts to improve her circumstances. Observing Yu Linglong's demeanor, Bai Yu comprehended her intentions and felt a twinge of empathy. This was the essence of cultivation. Without sufficient power, one could not even master their own fate. Had Yu Linglong erred in her choices? Should a woman of her grace not embody an unyielding spirit befitting her beauty? No. For the instinct to survive is inherent to every individual, indeed every living being. Regardless of the challenges faced, the will to live brings hope. However, at this juncture, he indeed required a woman like Yu Linglong, especially since he had yet to fully refine the dual energies of the Yin-Yang Gu. The limitations of the Hehuan Peak were excessive, relying solely on that would consume too much time. Contemplating this, Bai Yu accepted the pill from Yu Linglong's hand. The bewitching heart pill, while among the least expensive in the demonic sect, was nonetheless its hallmark, renowned for its effects. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pill. The moment their essences intertwined, the black coating of the pill dissolved, revealing a pristine white core beneath. Yu Linglong, witnessing this, exhaled heavily, taking the pill without hesitation, her face reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. Senior brother Bai Yu, you need not worry. I am certainly no inferior to those at Hehuan Peak. Chapter 8. The Bloodline of the Celestial Fox. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The cutting room had become a stepping stone for Bai Yu's advancement, and the individuals within had changed significantly. Some perished during the cutting process, while others participated in the qualification tests for ordinary disciples and never returned. Perhaps they had ascended to the rank of ordinary disciples, or perhaps their talents proved insufficient, leading the sect to abandon them as mere burdens. During this time, some were dispatched for mountain missions, perhaps due to the influence of Pang Tong. Bai Yu had consistently remained absent from the lists, which was typically a boon, yet for him, it had become a limitation. After all, while the cutting room offered ample contribution points, he had already cultivated to the 9th level of body refinement, rendering many of those points less necessary. Meanwhile, the resources available to servant disciples were minimal, leaving many opportunities beyond his reach. Cultivation techniques, Qi induction technique, major completion, 4500 skill, cutting, major completion, progress, 2860-3500 Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu, faded Gu, incomplete, dragon Qi progress, 423-500 Yin-Yang energy, 300-2500 diamond stone Gu. Variant Stone Gu 800 Breaking Illusions Golden Eye, entry level. Variant of the Earthly, I 11-22-20,000. As night fell, Bai Yu exhaled a breath of heated air, surveying his surroundings and noticing his vision becoming increasingly acute. Glancing towards the bed where Yu Linglong lay, he narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. At that moment, Yu Linglong's complexion was flushed and she was gently napping, exuding an aura of tranquility. Bai Yu's divine gaze effortlessly penetrated the taut, billowing quilt. As long as he wished, Yu Linglong could not conceal anything from him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yu felt an immediate sense of relief, affirming that his daily investment of contribution points in exchange for Ice Lotus was indeed a judicious path. With the infusion of cold energy, his training in the Breaking Illusion Golden Eye would yield even greater results. However, the Ice Lotus was a consumable resource, and its icy essence was not particularly abundant. Thus, his daily contribution points could only sustain 1 hour of practice, which left Bai Yu somewhat disheartened. Senior brother Bai, Have you completed your training? With the melting of the ice lotus, the chill within the stone chamber gradually dissipated. Perceptive of the change in temperature, Yu Linglong slowly opened her eyes and inquired gently. Thanks to Bai Yu's generosity, she was not lacking in body refinement pills, yet due to her innate talent, even with the aid of these elixirs, she had only managed to advance to the 4th level of body refinement during this period. Her progress was largely attributed to their dual cultivation, a fact that astonished Bai Yu, considering he could sense the process unfolding. Yu Linglong had never engaged in any dual cultivation techniques. Her abilities seemed to stem from an innate talent inherited through her bloodline. During this time, Yu Linglong underwent subtle, almost imperceptible changes, the most notable being an enchanting aura that subtly captivated those around her. Rising gracefully, she donned only a silvery white silk garment that accentuated her allure, and she moved toward Bai Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck. Senior brother Bai, it is only half a month until your assessment. At her words, Bai Yu nodded. Pang Tong was aware of his breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement, and according to sect regulations, he was to be tested in half a month, a timeline that approached swiftly. In that case, you must devote yourself to your training. Striving to ensure a stable passage through this period, Bai Yu encouraged. Hearing his words, Yu Linglong felt a surge of anxiety. While she did not fully comprehend Bai Yu's progress, she had discerned that their dual cultivation could hasten his development. She had invested everything in Bai Yu, and as the appointed time drew near, her desire for him to be recognized as an ordinary disciple intensified. If Bai Yu were to fail the assessment, her life would be irrevocably shattered. After all, she had become a furnace for him, and should he falter, even the supervisor of the cutting room could not alter his standing in the slightest. Thus, Yu Linglong exerted every effort to fortify Bai Yu's foundation, hoping to enhance the prospects of success for his assessment, even if her beliefs were somewhat presumptuous. Yet regardless of the circumstances, she felt an urgent need to keep this man close at hand. In response to her sentiments, Bai Yu gazed at the panel before him. After half a month of diligent effort, he had accumulated a substantial amount of yin and yang energies, bringing him closer to the manifestation of the yin-yang Xianlong Gu. Simultaneously, he perceived the truth in Yu Linglong's assertion that she was not inferior to others. Each time, he was able to draw over 10 points of yin and yang energy from her. As the winds howled outside, and the echoes of despondency faded, a spark of excitement flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. Yin and Yang Energy 29-tailed Celestial Fox Bloodline 1, storing. Indeed, Yu Linglong harbored secrets. She was far from an ordinary individual, or rather, her bloodline possessed something formidable. Reflecting on Yu Linglong's transformation in recent times and combining it with his newfound insights, Bai Yu's conviction grew stronger. Linglong, has your family ever been associated with great cultivators? Bai Yu inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong was perplexed by Bai Yu's question. Nevertheless, she responded truthfully. The Yu family has historically relied on the Silver Moon dynasty, engaging in commerce to sustain themselves. Even the first-generation ancestor was but an ordinary individual. However, the members of the Yu family possess a remarkable sensitivity to numbers, which has enabled them to thrive in the realm of business. Has anyone from the Yu family, across so many generations, ever taken a spouse from a different race or even from the realm of the supernatural? Bai Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. As soon as these words escaped his lips, a flicker of astonishment shone in Yu Linglong's eyes. She slowly leaned forward, locking gazes with Bai Yu. How do you know this, Bai Lang? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes. Indeed, there had been a member of the Yu family who married a demon, a second-generation ancestor who had once brought back a concubine, a fox spirit. This second-generation ancestor was precisely from Yu Linglong's lineage. This secret was known to very few within the Yu family, yet Bai Yu had so boldly articulated it. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's explanation, Bai Yu experienced a moment of clarity. It all began to make sense. It appeared that the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox within Yu Linglong derived from that very source. Though he was unaware of the events that transpired, Bai Yu sensed that Yu Linglong's bloodline might be on the verge of awakening. With this realization, Bai Yu resolved to completely seize control of Yu Linglong. For I have discerned that you possess an innate charm that is truly enchanting. Bai Yu chuckled and remarked, how annoying. Bai Lang, let us proceed. I am eager to witness your progress. Yu Linglong, with a delicate smile, urged him on. Chapter 9. The first journey to the mountains 3 days later. As the enormous black airship came to a halt before the boundless mountain range, a multitude of junior disciples slowly descended from the vessel, their faces marked by trepidation about the future. Those who had just entered the demonic sect and were assigned to the mountain division trembled with fear, their legs quaking, requiring assistance to move forward. Bai Yu gazed curiously at the scene before him, where mountains were shrouded in crimson mist, rendering their forms indistinct. In addition to the menial disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, several flying vessels were anchored nearby. However, the number of individuals from various sects appeared significantly reduced. Their faces bore expressions of eager anticipation for the mountain expedition, while some elders, adorned in diverse attire, patiently imparted crucial information regarding the necessary precautions for entering the mountains. This opportunity to venture into the mountains was one that Bai Yu had solicited from Pang Tong, even offering 3 days of free labor in return. Initially, Pang Tong had hesitated, for the treatment of the demonic sect's menial disciples was markedly different, as they were often seen as expendable resources, emphasizing quantity over quality. Yet, Bai Yu was an exception. His presence would greatly ease the burden of tasks in the cutting chamber, making it inconceivable for Pang Tong to deny him the chance to join the expedition. Bai Yu, citing his impending awakening of spiritual roots as a reason to broaden his horizons, ultimately persuaded Pang Tong, who, despite having the authority to refuse, acquiesced, stipulating that upon return, Bai Yu would be required to complete the cutting tasks assigned to the ordinary disciples of the Mountain Expedition Law Enforcement Team, without compensation. Unperturbed by this arrangement, Bai Yu found himself in this location just 10 days shy of his awakening. The Grey Woe Mountain, a realm jointly governed by the 3 mountains and 4 sects, had already been scoured countless times. Nevertheless, its abundant foundational materials rendered it a prime venue for menial disciples to hone their skills while gathering resources. During the fleeting moments when the blood mist dissipated, some desperate commoners would also venture into the mountain in search of materials. Although the 3 mountains and 4 sects tacitly permitted such activities, those who entered the mountain faced the peril of being ambushed by others, amidst the lurking dangers of vile beasts and miasma, with regulations forbidding ordinary disciples at the Qi refinement stage from entering. Grey Woe Mountain had earned the moniker of a slaughterhouse for menial disciples. I hadn't anticipated that the person Pang Tong spoke of would be you. Pray tell why? On the verge of awakening, would you come here? A young man clad in black armor scrutinized Bai Yu, a grin spreading across his face that was unsettling in its intensity. Upon witnessing Zhao Lan's demeanor, many menial disciples around them were taken aback. When had this notorious killer ever smiled? Among the throng of menial disciples, several had visited this place multiple times, and to them, this captain of the law enforcement team was akin to a capricious demon. If any menial disciple displeased him, it was commonplace for him to dispose of them with casual indifference. Yet today, they beheld Xiaolan smiling. This revelation prompted the crowd to speculate about the identity of the individual he was conversing with. Was he perhaps a descendant of an elder, here for training? What are you staring at? Use this time wisely to remember what you must do upon entering the mountain. I hope that at least half of you return, and that the number of tiger-striped green snakes you capture meets expectations. Otherwise, you'll all face punishment. And don't even think about getting rid of the poison coursing through your veins. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Zhao Lan turned and his icy voice reverberated through the air, eliciting disdainful thoughts from disciples of other sects who were unaware of the unfolding events. Such is the way of the mountain expedition. Fear not. Since you are one of Pang Tong's, I shall not impose restrictions upon your entry. Bai Yu respectfully replied. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. The path of cultivation was inherently brutal, especially within the demonic sect, and thus Bai Yu regarded these menial disciples merely as transient figures, refraining from offering any words of comfort. This storage pouch is exclusive to the mountain expedition. It must be surrendered upon your return. However, since you are here for training, you may keep it. This short blade is for self-defense, and I advise you to trust no one once you enter, not even them, Zhao Lan sagely cautioned, imparting valuable information to Bai Yu. He explained that this training would last only 3 days, and after that, the mist would surge forth once more, sealing any who failed to exit within that time frame. The storage pouch contained essential supplies and a map. Though modest in size, it could hold at least 100 tiger-striped green snakes. Upon receiving the items, Bai Yu awaited patiently until the sun reached its zenith, at which point the blood mist began to dissipate at a visible pace, revealing the dark trunks of trees interspersed with an eerie green hue. Quit dawdling and get in. Zhao Lan's voice rang out, prompting hundreds of menial disciples to spring into action, racing towards the mountains. Observing the throngs, Bai Yu exhaled deeply and strode forward, merging with the flow of people entering the mountain. As he crossed the threshold into Grey Woe Mountain, Bai Yu was immediately struck by a chilling aura. The pervasive miasma and the scent of decaying foliage were discomforting. With the influx of the crowd, They seemed to coalesce around a shared purpose, forming pairs and soon vanishing into the depths of the shadowy forest. Bai Yu remained unperturbed, continuing forward until he found a sizable rock to sit upon. Using the map to ascertain his location before channeling his power to activate the Eye of the Earth. His intention in entering was not to capture tiger-striped green snakes, as they held no value for him. Instead, he sought to employ the Eye of the Earth in conjunction with the Breaking Illusion's Golden Eye to test his luck within Grey Woe Mountain. Though it had been thoroughly combed, one could never be certain. If he could uncover something of use, then his journey would not be in vain. With the enhancement of the Eye of the Earth, the scenery around Bai Yu began to shift. The dense forest exuded an array of colorful auras, appearing chaotic and disordered, as though they emerged from the very ground. Undeterred, Bai Yu remained optimistic, recognizing that the Eye of the Earth was merely a rudimentary spell. The ability to perceive these energies was already commendable. Forming hand seals, a glimmer of gold surged in his eyes, allowing him to discern the various energies' origins amidst the swirling colors. These energies were fundamentally the same, merely intertwined with others, rendering them difficult to distinguish. Witnessing this, Bai Yu was filled with exhilaration, eager to conduct an experiment. Soon, he pinpointed a stream of gray energy, clearly emanating from nearby in substantial quantities, indicating that whatever it represented was close at hand. Bai Yu leaped down from the large stone and continued to walk in the direction of the gray currents. As the flow thickened, he swiftly discovered its source. Beneath a gnarled tree, the age of which was indiscernible, lay a multitude of decaying leaves, from which a profusion of gray mist surged forth. Bai Yu cautiously approached, ensuring his bearings before releasing the black charcoal for vigilance. He then drew forth a short dagger, sifting through the withered leaves. Soon, 5 azure mushrooms materialized before his eyes. These mushrooms, with their deep indigo hue, were roughly the size of potatoes, resembling shrunken infantile heads adorned with black speckles, presenting an exceptionally bizarre sight. Is this the renowned human-faced mushroom, only usable by those of the Qi refining stage? Bai Yu mused in astonishment at the peculiar appearance of the fungi. Chapter 10. The Quest for Golden Opportunities. The human-faced mushroom, a rare entity thriving in places of concentrated Yin energy, possesses exceedingly stringent growth conditions. Typically, beneath a human-faced mushroom lie dozens of vengeful corpses. These souls, unable to voice their grievances before death, remain entombed in the depths of Yin energy. Yet, due to various constraints, these individuals cannot directly transform into zombies, leading to their resentment becoming trapped in limbo, eventually manifesting as these extraordinary mushrooms over the passage of time. For the Blood Corpse Peak, this mushroom is undeniably a coveted treasure. The human-faced mushroom can marginally enhance the physical strength of zombies and serves as a crucial ingredient in concocting the 10,000 souls goo and the wandering zombie goo. Bai Yu had not anticipated that merely experimenting with the effect of the Breaking Delusion Golden Eye would lead him to stumble upon such a remarkable find. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The withered tree stood unremarkably, encircled by stones that formed a basin-like area. Additionally, some of the nearby trees had succumbed to decay, effectively concealing the 12 face mushrooms. The very environment conducive to the growth of the face mushrooms had been altered. And given that most individuals entering Grey Woe Mountain were mere laborers, the majority lacked even the most rudimentary skill of Qi observation. This oversight had allowed this treasure to remain unnoticed beneath the fallen leaves. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu summoned black charcoal to stand guard and swiftly produced a dagger to excavate the face mushrooms. As these mushrooms were inherently malevolent, he tore a strip from his clothing during the process, utilizing his magical energy to enshroud his hand and protect himself from the sinister energies. His movements were swift. Within 5 minutes, 12 fist-sized face mushrooms lay quietly upon the cloth. After wrapping them up, Bai Yu promptly stowed them away in his storage pouch. With a deep exhale, he tidied the area. Judging by their appearance, the face mushrooms were at least a decade old. Even within the sect, they would be considered a prized possession. The exhilaration of this auspicious beginning deepened Bai Yu's understanding of why traversing the mountain posed such peril, yet many cultivators pursued it with fervor. The intoxicating thrill of sudden wealth was undeniably addictive. Consider the fact that, as a mere labor disciple, he would never have the opportunity to encounter something like the face mushrooms, even if he were to ascend to the rank of an ordinary disciple through diligent effort. Acquiring face mushrooms of such age would require considerable sacrifice. However, on the mountain, with a stroke of fortune, anything was possible. Moreover, Bai Yu's excitement was not limited to this. Under the enhancement of the Breaking Delusion Golden Eye, he could currently perceive the flow of Qi, which was distinctively categorized by various hues. The 9 levels of Qi, gray, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Each represented the quality of the items they emanated. The face mushrooms emitted merely a gray aura. Yet moments ago, he believed he had glimpsed a glimmer of gold. With this thought, Bai Yu's breath grew heavy. Within Grey Woe Mountain, there was undoubtedly a significant treasure, and he had just caught a glimpse of its potential. Quickly recalibrating his mindset, Bai Yu activated the Breaking Delusion Golden Eye once more. Before him, the vista transformed, although much of it remained shrouded in a gray haze. That fleeting glimmer of gold stood out remarkably. He raised his right hand gently, and black charcoal morphed into a stream of light, coiling around his arm. With only 3 days to explore Grey Woe Mountain, he needed to seize the moment to uncover this treasure. Assessing the general direction of the golden glow, Bai Yu propelled himself forward with great haste. The sound of a faint whimper echoed as black charcoal dispatched a tiger-skin green snake hidden within the underbrush. Relishing the satisfaction of a successful hunt, this creature was a specialty of Grey Woe Mountain, frequently encountered and a target for labor disciples. Generally, the ensuing 3 days represented a battle of wits between the laborers and these snakes. However, for Bai Yu, these tiger-skin green snakes had merely become sustenance for black charcoal. In just half a day, he could distinctly feel that the hard shell of black charcoal had undergone some transformation, developing dark green spots. This peculiar change rendered the already unappealing black charcoal even less attractive. Yet, despite its newfound ugliness, its strength had significantly increased. Thus, there are times when appearance truly holds little importance. With a bun in his mouth, Bai Yu examined the map in his hands. Thanks to the unhindered path, he seemed to be moving swiftly. He was now positioned in the central region of Grey Woe Mountain. Bai Yu meticulously plotted his retreat route, aware that he had only 3 days to locate the treasured item and subsequently depart within the limited time frame. He made a simple mark on the map. Gazing at the surrounding golden mist that had coalesced into delicate strands, the deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the golden aura became. However, the terrain did not impart the sensation of harboring a great treasure, which inevitably left Bai Yu feeling somewhat despondent. The golden mist flowed northward, indicating he needed to press onward. After hastily swallowing a couple of steamed buns, Bai Yu resolved to set forth once more. Yet, a cacophony of noise captured his attention, growing closer with each passing moment. Realizing this, Bai Yu scanned his surroundings, producing 10 diamond talismans to scatter along the path. He then ascended a nearby large tree, concealing himself within the canopy to observe the unfolding scene. Soon, accompanied by rustling sounds, 3 men and 1 woman emerged, clad in azure gray robes and wielding long swords. One of them held an iron chain, the other end tethered to several individuals whose tattered garments revealed them to be local peasants. Recognizing the insignia on their attire, Bai Yu swiftly identified their affiliation. Disciples of the Iron Sword Sect? The Iron Sword Sect, a subordinate of the 10,000 Sword Sect among the 3 mountains and 4 clans, was not particularly large in scale. However, under the protection of the 10,000 Sword Sect, it controlled a minor dynasty, basking in glory. Yet, these 4 individuals should not have been present here, for their cultivation had reached the Qi refinement stage. Such cultivation should not have been permitted to trespass into the Grey Sorrow Mountain. Brother Zhang, it feels splendid in the mountains. The recent encounters with those demon spawn have proven far more nourishing than the common folk. My bloodthirsty sword has feasted to its fill. A woman named Enlingxiu, gripping her sword, expressed her delight, gazing at a tall man beside her. Indeed, although those in the body refinement realm are but menial workers within the great sects, they possess a modicum of magical power, making their blood exceedingly beneficial for tempering our bloodthirsty sword, significantly enhancing its prowess. Alas, these concealment pills are exorbitantly priced. With our finances, we can only afford 2 or 3 visits a month. Zhang Yunlong chuckled, noting their Qi refinement stage prowess rendered them apex predators in the Grey Sorrow Mountain. We're all lay within their hunting grounds. Junior sister, though this is your first venture here, I sense your fortune far surpasses ours. While we can only temper our spells, you've already encountered these half-demons and gleaned invaluable insights about this mountain, a portly man remarked, excitement evident in his tone. Humph, I had already noted their presence. These mere mortals, upon entering the Grey Sorrow Mountain, disregarding the medicinal herbs, recklessly delved deeper. Such peculiar behavior could hardly elude my keen sight. And Lingxiu smiled smugly, observing the 4 men behind her. The quartet appeared to be ordinary folk, yet astonishingly, they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, as if they were quadruplets. Their faces were etched with terror, perceiving the trio, a woman and 2 men, as embodiments of evil. They had witnessed, firsthand, The so-called Brother Zhang slay 8 individuals with a single sword stroke, only to have a gaping maw split open along his back, devouring the corpses before their very eyes. The horrifying sound of chewing instilled an unprecedented fear within them. How did Junior Sister discern their lineage of the tiger-skin green serpent? Zhang Yunlong inquired, amusement lacing his voice. The serpents deliberately evaded them. Such a blatant sign could only be overlooked by the likes of you, and Ling Xiu retorted, smugly. Moreover, I have perused numerous texts in the sect, including the history of the Grey Sorrow Mountain. When this mountain first arose, the most formidable entity within was a tiger-skin green serpent on the verge of transformation into a dragon. At that time, it had once taken human form to wreak havoc. Had it not been for an enigmatic powerhouse that vanquished it, this mountain would never have descended into a mere training ground. It is only natural that remnants of its bloodline would linger. The 4 men were evidently aware of this, having entered in search of opportunities. Wouldn't you agree with my assessment? And Ling Xiu teased, tugging at an iron chain held by Zhang Yunlong, yanking Emoda forward, causing him to stumble and fall, his muddy boot landing squarely on his face. At this, Emoda shut his eyes in despair. The 4 brothers were hunters from the outskirts of Grey Sorrow Mountain, plagued by oppressive taxes that rendered them destitute. They faced imprisonment for their inability to pay. Fortunately, in an ancient box left by their ancestors, Emoda discovered a significant connection between their forebear and the slain Serpent King of Grey Sorrow Mountain, a mere mortal who was, astonishingly, the Serpent King's spouse. At that time, the Serpent King had been preparing to transcend its dragon calamity. Lacking confidence, it left behind a green box marking its lair. Had it succeeded in its transformation, it would have taken Emoda's ancestor to immortality. If it failed, everything within the lair would serve as a conduit for its descendants' rise. Though Emoda was uncertain why his ancestor had not sought out the Serpent King, its lair was their only glimmer of hope. For Emoda, if the 4 brothers could become cultivators, their fates would be irrevocably altered. Alas, before they could embark on their journey, they had fallen prey to Ling Xiu's ambush. With their bloodline, entering the Iron Sword sect would pose no challenge. Had circumstances been different, he would have surely guided them. Regrettably, they had encountered misfortune. Their many secrets would indeed invoke unease in the Celestial Maiden. And Ling Xiu playfully twisted her foot atop Emoda's face, teasing him. Enough of this, Junior Sister. Let us depart. The Serpent King's lair lies nearby. Once we secure the opportunity, I still have much to consume, so do not ruin it, Zhang Yunlong advised, shaking his head in affectionate admonition. All that was uttered reached Bai Yu's ears, crystal clear. The Serpent King on the brink of transformation? The Serpent King's lair? Was the golden aura indicative of this? Bai Yu was taken aback, astonished to discover that such a thing could exist within the depths of Grey Sorrow Mountain. The 4 individuals before him were evidently also drawn by this opportunity. Their demeanor suggested they were well aware of the location of the nest. And if they were to seize it first, it would spell disaster for him. A cold glint flickered in Bai Yu's eyes at this thought. He knew that facing 4 cultivators in the Qi refinement stage was beyond his capabilities, yet surrendering without a fight would be an immense loss. The Serpent King, on the brink of transformation into a dragon, even in death, left behind relics that could incite a frenzy of bloodshed. With such an opportunity now within reach, how could he possibly relinquish it? Observing in Ling Xiu and her companions, he realized that a direct confrontation would be futile. Even if he allied with Heighten, they would not stand a chance against them. However, this situation was not devoid of possibilities. Bai Yu gazed coldly at everything around him. The diamond goo was effective even against cultivators in the Qi refining stage, yet its potency was overt. If the opponents were to discover it, the goo would be rendered ineffective. However, amidst the desolation of Grey Morning Mountain, and Ling Xiu and her companions were clearly in a state of overconfidence, believing themselves impervious to harm. Such a flaw granted Bai Yu an opportunity. As the 4 drew closer, Bai Yu endeavored to steady his breath, attempting to conceal his presence as much as possible. When Ling Xiu and her companions stepped into the realm of the diamond goo, Bai Yu deftly gestured with his fingers, subtly maneuvering the goo to gradually position itself beneath their feet. Within a few short minutes, Bai Yu's heart raced. Should the diamond goo be discovered, his fate would be sealed. He did not believe that, in his current state, he could escape from the wrath of the 4. The diamond goo moved slowly, while the 4 remained blissfully unaware of the shifting stones beneath them, continuing their banter. Meanwhile, Emoda, who had just risen from the ground, felt a sense of despair as he was involuntarily propelled forward. Perhaps dazed from being trampled, he thought he had seen several black stones suddenly shift. This sight caused him to pause, shaking his head vigorously. and when he opened his eyes again, he found that the stones had indeed moved, now resting beneath Enlingxio's heel. What on earth? How could ordinary stones possibly move? Emoda's sudden halt caught Zhang Yunlong's attention. Frowning, he let out a cold snort and yanked, causing Emoda and his companions to tumble to the ground as he dragged them forward. If you don't move, I'll consume you. The force of his actions sent grass and stones flying, and Emoda remained lost in his earlier stupor. He had clearly seen several stones transform into wisps of black smoke as Zhang Yunlong and his companions stepped upon them, seeping into their bodies. How far were they from the Serpent King's lair? Emoda's group had disrupted his good mood, and now he was exceedingly displeased. Soon. According to the map, it was not far to the north. Watching Zhang Yunlong's demeanor, a horrifying scene replayed in Emoda's mind, leaving him paralyzed with fear, his thoughts a blank slate. Once the group had moved further north, Bai Yu finally exhaled heavily, wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his brow due to tension. In the next moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Bai Yu's face. Chapter 12, Serpent Corpse Hunt. Had it not been for Zhang Yunlong's sudden pull, it would have been quite a challenge for Bai Yu to implant the diamond goo within the four. Observing their retreating figures, he gradually descended from the tree, maintaining a considerable distance while stealthily trailing behind the eight. Along the way, the number of striped green snakes in the grass began to increase. Instinctively avoiding encounters with Enlingxio and her companions, Bai Yu silently followed, draining all the water from the kettle and deftly collecting the venom of the tiger-striped green snake. The 8 individuals meandered through the area, where the population of tiger-striped green snakes had reached a terrifying level. Nearly every step they took startled numerous snakes into frantic motion. Eventually, Emoda halted, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong surveyed their surroundings, noting a towering stone wall ahead, draped in vines and moss, encircled by trees and underbrush, creating an eerie atmosphere. Come over here. Open your eyes and see. Is there any semblance of a lair here? The stout man, noticing Emoda's hesitation, surged forward, seizing his hair and glaring at him with menace, bellowing in fury. Clearly, he believed Emoda was toying with him. It is right here. However, entering the lair requires a different approach. Emoda exclaimed, fear gripping him as he looked at the stout man. Then why don't you speak up? I can tell you, but if I help you access the lair, you must release us. Though trembling with terror, Emoda, as the leader, still stood firm for the sake of his brothers' lives, proposing his terms. At this, Enlingxio and Zhang Yunlong exchanged disdainful glances. Look at this despicable mortal, daring to negotiate with us, Zhang Yunlong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Alas, we have been too accommodating. The reputation of our esteemed sect can be burdensome at times. He sighed and shook his head, advancing slowly. Noticing MOC's horrified expression, he offered a gentle smile. In the next moment, before the eyes of all, he gradually removed his upper garment, revealing pale skin that began to crack open, and 2 blood-red tendrils emerged, wrapping around MOC and lifting him aloft. Before MOC could utter a word, Zhang Yunlong bent slightly, opening his massive maw, and directly consumed the tendrils as they descended upon MOC. Crunch, crunch. MOC's head was being chewed as his body was drawn into the maw, like a piece of meat in a grinder, blood splattering as he was devoured whole. Old 4. Emoda cried out in despair, witnessing the horrific scene that had repeated itself. This was the very moment when MOC had been consumed. Ha! Brother Zhang's golden light body refinement technique has become even more exquisite. The stout man praised without reserve, envy gleaming in his eyes. Brother Zhang is favored by our master for expanding the golden light body refinement technique into a new form. Such talent. Despite consuming many potent elixirs myself, why can't I achieve the same? Gurgle. MOC's body was entirely consumed, and Zhang Yunlong's form gradually restored, remnants of blood flowing down his back. Indeed, it is fitting for one with the bloodline of a serpent king. This is truly nourishing. Zhang Yunlong exclaimed, exhilarated. Seeing this, Enlingxio produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his back, her eyes filled with admiration. Have you decided whether to speak now? If you delay any longer, your remaining 2 brothers will meet a far worse fate. I will consume them piece by piece, even if only their heads remain. I can assure you they will still be alive, Zhang Yunlong threatened. Observing Emoda on the brink of madness, Enlingxio stepped forward, grasping his chin and gently inserting the blood-stained handkerchief into his mouth. Now speak. If there are sufficient fortunes within, this fairy may be inclined to spare your 3 brothers. Do not perceive us as villains. Did you not hear that the Iron Sword Sect is a prestigious faction that protects you? Enlingxiu urged. Listening to their words, Emoda knelt in anguish, realizing he had no choice. Upon witnessing the terror in his brother's eyes, Emoda sighed heavily and, with trembling legs, approached the stone wall, recalling the map in his mind. Soon, he located a protruding piece of azure stone. Biting his finger, he drew an unusual symbol upon the stone. The instant the blood was absorbed, the ground began to tremble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a low humming sound, the stone wall transformed, the moss vanishing, revealing a vast black hole that swiftly morphed into an ancient cavern. A fierce wind gusted forth, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The surrounding tiger-striped green snakes emitted haunting hisses, as if in mourning. A massive serpentine skeleton lay coiled within the cave, its enormous head visible from the entrance. The translucent serpent's head bore two black dragon horns radiating a terrifying aura, while the bronze broken sword at its crown released golden light, suppressing the lingering resentment. Gazing at the serpent's remains, Zhang Yunlong and the others were awestruck. It was indeed real. The Serpent King had nearly succeeded. Only an unexpected calamity had thwarted its ascension. Ancestor. Emoda knelt before the corpse, his voice quaking. The serpent's remains bore dragon horns, indicating the potential presence of dragon pearls within. And Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha! Regardless of whether they exist, this fortune belongs to the four of us. These dual dragon horns and the serpent's remains are sufficient for us to ascend to the nascent soul stage, Zhang Yunlong declared, exhilarated. The four of them, brimming with enthusiasm, advanced to prepare for the dissection of the Serpent King's remains. But in the next instant, an unforeseen event occurred. As the stout man reached the cave's entrance, his steps faltered, and he felt an immense force violently tearing at his insides, the excruciating pain causing his eyes to bulge as he collapsed to the ground. Aya! Heart-wrenching screams erupted, and as Enlingxiu and the others began to respond, they too fell victim to the same fate. What is happening? The ancestors are manifesting. Emoda and his brothers stared in horror at Zhang Yunlong and the others, who writhed in agony on the ground. Before they could comprehend the situation, a wooden kettle hurtled toward them, bursting midair. Bang! The azure venom exploded under the influence of magic, raining down upon the trio, causing red blotches to appear on their skin upon contact. Whimper, whimper. The cries of pain intensified, and suddenly, a series of whimpers resonated as a massive black centipede coiled around the stout man's neck, its sharp fangs piercing his throat. Chapter 13. Fortune awaits. Blood gushed from the stout man's throat, his skin turning a ghastly gray at an alarming rate. His once plump body rapidly shriveled, transforming into a mere skeleton within mere breaths. Swish. Another dark flash darted before them, and another disciple met the same grim fate as the stout man. As the darkness crept up in Lingxiu's face, Zhang Yunlong finally reacted, shouting into the nearby underbrush. Who is it? Show yourself. Originally, Zhang Yunlong believed that this excruciating torment was the result of some mechanism within the lair. After all, they had never considered that Emoda, that wretched creature, could betray them. However, upon witnessing the black charcoal, he finally comprehended that this was no mere lair artifact. The ominous black centipede was undoubtedly a curse. This indicated that someone had been trailing them all along, covertly striking when the lair was opened. Zhang Yunlong's desperate cries received no response. At that moment, the black charcoal had slowly begun to crawl into Enlingxiu's mouth. She gazed imploringly at her senior brother, hoping he would rescue her. Yet, Zhang Yunlong appeared to be teetering on the brink of madness. He drew his long sword and, enduring the agony, rose to his feet. He needed to uncover the mastermind behind this. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Bai Yu, concealed within the grass, observed the unfolding scene with indifference, striving to regulate his breathing and conceal himself to the utmost extent. After the black charcoal drained Enlingxiu into a desiccated husk, Bai Yu unleashed all his magical power, activating the diamond curse within Zhang Yunlong. The intensified pain rendered Zhang Yunlong's body weak, causing him to collapse once more as the black charcoal slowly advanced toward him. In the next moment, two fleshy tendrils shot forth from Zhang Yunlong's body, resembling two fierce darts hurtling toward the black charcoal. Begone! Get away from me! Zhang Yunlong's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his longsword chaotically. His heart weighed heavily upon him. The anguish in his gut caused uncontrollable saliva to spill forth, and his vision began to blur. Zhang Yunlong could not fathom who was scheming against them. Why, apart from them, were there formidable beings entering Grey Sorrow Mountain? Did this person not fear the relentless pursuit of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks? Witnessing Zhang Yunlong's frenzied actions, Bai Yu did not relent, exerting all his strength to propel the diamond curse. While the black charcoal Bai Yu understood that this was a sign of impending mutation, a transformation beyond his control. All he could do now was to deepen his hold over the black carbon, ensuring it would not turn against him. He resolved to drain these three individuals as well. Their bloodlines should prove beneficial to him. Bai Yu waved at Heighten, then swiftly made a cut on his own brow to let a drop of blood fall onto Heighten's forehead, instructing him to clean up the area. After a brief rummage, they incinerated the corpse. Bai Yu then directed Heighten to patrol the vicinity before approaching the snake carcass with utmost caution. As he stood close, a series of notifications appeared before him, startling Bai Yu. Dragon Chi 20, Dragon Chi 100, Dragon Chi 50, Evil Dragon's Malice 100. To his astonishment, merely approaching the serpentine remains caused the Dragon Chi to surge. Additionally, he discovered a new material associated with the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gil. Technique: Chi Induction Formula, Great Achievement. 4500 Skill: Cutting, Great Achievement. Progress: 2860 3500 Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo, Life Goo. Not formed. Dragon Chi Progress: 1423 5000 Yin-Yang Chi. 300 and 2500 Evil Dragon's Malice. 1500 Diamond Stone Goo. Stone Goo Mutation 800 Breaking Illusions Golden Eye, Entry Level. Earth Eye Mutation 20,000 in a fleeting moment. Bai Yu felt dizzy. When he opened the panel again, he was shocked to find his Dragon Chi had surged by an impressive 1,000 points, and more importantly, the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo was merely a trace away from materializing. What lay before him was not merely a snake carcass. This was evidently a true dragon. As he reached out to touch the skeletal remains, the icy sensation sent tremors of excitement through his body. The sheer Dragon Chi that emanated from its remains surpassed nearly a year of his arduous cultivation. Had he encountered this entity earlier, he wouldn't have had to toil so laboriously. Determined to take this dragon carcass with him, Bai Yu envisioned the immense support it would provide in the future. Thanks to Zhang Yunlong, Bai Yu's reserves were considerable, and to his delight, the necklace around Lingxiu's neck turned out to be a storage artifact, boasting a space 100 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. What an extraordinary woman she must be. After sorting the contents of the 4 storage bags, categorizing medicines, talismans, and spirit stones, Bai Yu meticulously stowed the bags into his ring. He then disposed of all personal items belonging to the 4 before seizing the ring and channeling his spiritual energy toward the snake carcass. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the dragon transformed into a streak of light and entered the ring. It was at that moment Bai Yu finally beheld the entirety of the snake carcass. Its length exceeded 200 meters, its immense form nearly filling the enchanting necklace. In addition to the dragon horn radiating a sinister black light, a giant golden pearl hung at the spine of the snake, surrounded by a swirling aura of dragon chi. This must be what they referred to as the dragon pearl, Bai Yu exclaimed with excitement, reflecting on the exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth. Lamenting the hardships he had endured in the past. Indeed, the pursuit of progress is fundamental for cultivators. Just as Bai Yu was lost in his thoughts, he noticed that the once discarded bronze broken sword was now firmly embedded in the ground, rather than being stored in his ring. Approaching it, he lifted the sword, only to feel an unexpected heaviness in his arm. This seemingly rusted artifact weighed over 100 pounds. Observing the intricate patterns upon it, Bai Yu could not discern its true nature, yet it was undoubtedly a rare treasure, for the serpent's corpse had perished at the hands of its master. Regardless of the quality of this artifact, it shall accompany me henceforth, Bai Yu murmured to himself, then promptly removed his outer garment, tearing off a piece of fabric from his back to wrap around the sword, which he then secured behind him. Chapter 14. The complexities of human affairs. After meticulously tidying up the traces around him, Bai Yu cautiously stepped into the cave, exploring its depths. Unfortunately, after spending an entire night, he found nothing within. However, he reflected that even the moon wanes at its full, and to have encountered such a fortuitous opportunity was already a blessing from the heavens. Lingering in doubt would only signify his ignorance. Exiting the cave, Bai Yu observed the dawn breaking in the sky, while glancing at the densely populated green-striped serpents surrounding him. After consuming a small meal, he proceeded to fill a bag with the serpents. Although Zhao Lan had not imposed any expectations upon him, it would indeed be unusual for him to leave empty-handed. Moreover, if one does not seize the opportunity to explore while inside, what purpose does the visit serve? Zhao Lan, Being an ordinary disciple and the leader of the mountain team was someone with whom maintaining a good relationship could only benefit him. With time still at his disposal, Bai Yu continued to trace the aura. On his way back, he fortuitously discovered several valuable items. During this venture, he also detected a faint red aura, but it appeared exceedingly sparse. Calculating the time, he realized that pursuing it would hinder his timely exit from the mountain. After some contemplation, Bai Yu reluctantly decided to forego that opportunity. On the third day, Bai Yu returned to the massive stone where he had entered and meticulously assessed his gains. Aside from the 49 spirit stones obtained from the Qi refining cultivators, he had gathered various medicinal herbs and talismans, which could later be sold for profit. The withered spirit vine and 80-year-old blood ginseng could serve as materials for future alchemical endeavors, and as for the human-faced mushroom, Bai Yu's expression was somewhat conflicted. Ultimately, he retrieved 3 coins, wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them into his bosom. With these in hand, Zhao Lan and Pang Tong would surely be more inclined to look after him. Bai Yu silently contemplated. Next, he must strive to cultivate the dual energies of Yin and Yang. Once the enigmatic Yin-Yang Shenlong Gu is birthed, his ascension to that of an ordinary disciple would be assured. By the afternoon of the third day, a commotion arose in the vicinity as a handful of miscellaneous disciples emerged, their garments tattered and their bodies exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. None could fathom the tribulations they had endured over the past 3 days, from their numbed visages and the glimmers of survival in their eyes. Bai Yu could only discern their relief at still being alive. As the throng departed the desolate gray morning mountain, Zhao Lan had already been waiting at the designated assembly point for quite some time. Upon witnessing the crowd's emergence, he impatiently rubbed his nose. Form up where you entered. Do not presume that you can relax now. I shall inspect the results. Zhao Lan's words resonated like a command, prompting the miscellaneous disciples to align themselves accordingly. When the eerie red mist once again enveloped gray morning mountain, Zhao Lan produced a pitch-black iron canister, instructing the disciples to pour the collected tiger-striped green snakes within. What? Merely 20? You are utterly useless. Keep 1 for yourself and be gone. You barely managed 50. Are you courting death? At least you fared better with 120. Ensure you find a decent place to stay tonight. Zhao Lan's invectives echoed intermittently as the scrutinized disciples marched orderly onto the flying vessel, resembling marionettes. Even amidst such a scenario, Bai Yu could clearly observe the grim reality. In the span of merely 3 days, the contingent had diminished by a staggering 1/6. A casualty rate so harrowing it instilled despair. 2 hours elapsed, and the final miscellaneous disciple boarded the vessel. Zhao Lan surveyed the tiger-striped green snakes within the canister, his dissatisfaction palpable. Evidently, the quantity fell short of his expectations. Alas, these days grow increasingly arduous. Junior brother Bai, should fortune smile upon you, and you become an ordinary disciple, do not bring the mountain team along. It is far too challenging, Zhao Lan lamented, shaking his head in self-mockery. Is senior brother dissatisfied with the quantity? Observing Zhao Lan's expression, Bai Yu commenced his ruse. How could that be? With such a meager haul. I happen to have captured some additional tiger-striped green snakes. If senior brother does not mind, I could contribute them as well. Bai Yu smiled gently and took out the storage bag previously gifted by Zhao Lan. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lan raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Bai Yu from head to toe before responding with a smile. You are quite perceptive. As she took the storage bag, she cast a casual glance inside, only to be met with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The modest bag was astonishingly filled to the brim, and judging by the quantity, it contained no less than 2,000 items. Haha, having spent an extended period in the cutting room, I have gained a certain understanding of the weaknesses and habits of such creatures. Bai Yu displayed an endearing demeanor, smiling as he spoke. Zhao Lan, being an astute individual, observed Bai Yu's tattered attire, the smile gracing his face, and the hesitance in his movements. It was clear to him that Bai Yu intended to cultivate a favorable relationship. Zhao Lan was not averse to such endeavors. He appreciated intelligent individuals, particularly those who exhibited diligence. After all, within the demon sect, one must possess a modicum of cunning to navigate the complexities of existence. This time, I shall accept your kindness, and once you pass the test, I will bestow upon you a valuable gift, Zhao Lan remarked, patting Bai Yu on the shoulder with a knowing glance. How courteous of you. Were it not for my senior brother's presence, I would not have gleaned so much this time, Bai Yu replied, casting a glance around before lowering his voice to continue. Senior brother, in addition to this tiger-striped green snake, I have also acquired some remarkable items from the Gray Morning Mountain. I believe they resonate with your essence. If you do not mind, I kindly ask you to accept them." As he spoke, Bai Yu flicked at his chest and, upon unveiling a cloth, 3 plump human-faced mushrooms came into Zhao Lan's view. The moment Zhao Lan laid eyes on them, his brows arched in recognition. As the captain of the mountain expedition team, he could immediately discern their value. Bai Yu harbored no intention of concealment, openly presenting his findings and thoughts before Zhao Lan. Among the 3 mushrooms, it was evident that one was intended as a tribute for Zhao Lan, while another was presumably for Pang Tong. Bai Yu's clear objective was to allocate the 3rd mushroom to himself. Should Zhao Lan choose to keep it, he would harbor no objections. Similarly, if he were to take one, the news would surely reach Pang Tong's ears. Bai Yu's sincerity was unmistakable, and Zhao Lan's fondness for him grew significantly. Such an individual, even if he awakened inferior spiritual roots and remained a mere servant disciple, would still thrive. Ha ha ha, Bai Shidi, your candor truly embarrasses me. Zhao Lan laughed heartily, extending his hand to take one of the human-faced mushrooms. Though the item was splendid, Bai Yu was, in name, still under Pang Tong's tutelage, and Zhao Lan would not overstep his bounds. Rest assured, the ordinary disciple's test is not as daunting as you might envision. As long as you do not awaken the most inferior spiritual root, both I and Brother Pang can offer assistance when necessary. Oftentimes, as long as the outcome is not the worst, it can be altered, Zhao Lan advised in a hushed tone. Chapter 15. The Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Gu. Upon returning to the stone chamber, only 4 days remained until the test of spiritual roots. Throughout their journey, Bai Yu and Zhao Lan engaged in delightful conversation, and as they parted ways, Zhao Lan even suggested visiting Bai Yu on the day of the test. Bai Yu felt that he had achieved the desired outcome. In a similar vein, Pang Tong enthusiastically accepted a human-faced mushroom, though the rotund fellow was less direct than Zhao Lan. Nevertheless, he subtly began to congratulate Bai Yu on his advancement. Observing the dual energies of Yin and Yang on the panel, Bai Yu did not hesitate, promptly requesting a 4-day leave from Pang Tong. After receiving the contribution points sent by Zhao Lan, he set forth towards the foot of the Hehuan Peak. During the day, he diligently worked on his progress, and in the evening, he continued to strive alongside Yuling. This routine had, at times, taken a toll on Bai Yu's well-being. Yet, the fruits of his labor were becoming increasingly evident. The dual forces of Yin and Yang, 500500. On the 3rd night, Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of warmth blossoming within him, a terrifying power erupting like a volcano. Gently setting Yuling aside, Bai Yu crossed his legs and declared, "I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Yuling, who had been in a drowsy stupor, instantly awoke, her face alight with joy. Although to her, this statement implied that Bai Yu had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, it was nonetheless a melodious revelation, especially as tomorrow marked the day of assessment. The prospect of Bai Yu advancing further was exhilarating. With this thought, Yuling quickly rose and distanced herself, wary of disturbing Bai Yu. As the forces of Yin and Yang reached completeness, Bai Yu could easily sense a formidable entity gestating within him, enveloping his spine in an extraordinary manner. A deep dragon's roar reverberated from within, as black and white streams of energy surged forth from his kidneys, intertwining with the energy along his spine. As these 2 forces gradually fused, a black and white dragon spirit began to take shape. At that moment, Bai Yu's spine resembled a celestial pillar, with the dual dragons spiraling around it, their pure power nourishing his corporeal form. A closer inspection would reveal that the 2 dragons bore strikingly distinct appearances. The shimmering scales of the white dragon armor radiate a sacred aura, exuding an air of unmatched majesty, while the black dragon, fierce and menacing, gazes with a terrifying brutality, its massive wings brimming with malevolence. The 2 opposing natures, typically at odds, now bizarrely intertwined, complementing each other in a harmonious yet unsettling manner. The Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gu effect. It perpetually nourishes the corporeal form with the power of Yin and Yang, facilitating meticulous restoration of the body. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon is renowned as the Gu of immortality, as long as one's breath is not entirely extinguished in a fleeting moment. The Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gu can assist in recovery when a Gu master is on the brink of death due to severe injuries. There exists a slim chance of triggering the Gu's most terrifying ability, enabling a breakthrough in strength and talent. The power of the Profound Dragon enhances one's offensive prowess with either Yin or Yang energies. simultaneously imbuing a trace of draconic majesty and the characteristics of the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon. Technique: Qi Induction Formula, Great Achievement. 4500 Skill: Cutting, Great Achievement. Progress: 2860 3500. Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gu, Destined Gu. Growth Phase: Dragon Qi Progress: 1423 50,000 Yin-Yang Qi. 500 5000 Evil Dragon Resentment: 15,000 Diamond Gu. Stone Gu Mutation 800 Breaking Illusions Golden Eye. Entry Level: Earth Eye Mutation 1122 20,000 Feeling the overwhelming power within. Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes. Upon glancing at the data on the panel, he exhaled heavily. Since his arrival in this world, he had diligently worked towards manifesting the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gu, and today, he had finally succeeded. Although the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Gu is merely an auxiliary type, its ability to alter one's constitution and talent upon completion was something Bai Yu had longed for. With such an enhancement, he would have a greater assurance in his cultivation. Once he had firmly established his cultivation base, Bai Yu felt a sense of relief. He was now at the 9th level of body refinement. As long as he awakened his spiritual root tomorrow, he would naturally enter the Qi refinement stage. He had now obtained the ticket to officially step into the realm of immortality with the pursuit of eternal life as his fundamental goal. He glanced around. Noticing Yu Linglong watching him anxiously, her eyes filled with excitement. Just moments ago, she had witnessed an unbelievable spectacle. When Bai Yu began his cultivation, a scorching aura emanated from within him, raising the temperature of the stone chamber to an unbearable heat. But soon after, a chilling, bone-piercing energy surged forth, plummeting the temperature to the extreme. The interplay of scorching heat and biting cold left Yu Linglong astounded, her expression vibrant with excitement. Such phenomena could only suggest the nascent emergence of a spiritual root. As the aura surrounding Bai Yu diminished, Yu Linglong suddenly felt a tingling in her eyes. In a haze, she seemed to see Bai Yu's once ordinary spiritual root being devoured, replaced by a lotus flower intertwining in black and white. The lotus continued to grow, ultimately splitting apart to release 2 additional lotus flowers, one black and one white, swirling around it. When Yu Linglong regained her composure, she found the phenomenon had vanished, as if it were merely an illusion. "Senior brother Bai, how do you feel?" Yu Linglong inched closer, filled with anticipation. "I believe I am but a step away from breaking through to Qi refinement," Bai Yu replied, smiling at her anxious demeanor, offering her reassurance. "It must be the awakening of your spiritual root that has led to such a state, senior brother. You are about to become an official disciple." At his words, excitement filled Yu Linglong's eyes. Her gamble had paid off, and with one more breakthrough in Qi refinement, Bai Yu would qualify as an ordinary disciple. Her efforts during this time had finally borne fruit. "I have accumulated quite a few contribution points these days, since there's still some time before the breakthrough. Perhaps you could check with Supervisor Pang to see if there's anything else that needs to be supplemented. We can seek him out now." Yu Linglong pondered aloud. "There's no need to be so anxious. I have it all under control. You should save your contribution points for now. After my assessment, you will still need to cultivate. Even as a follower, one must possess a certain level of cultivation," Bai Yu reassured her. Bai Yu smiled gently. Sensing that Yu Linglong was excessively anxious, he understood that she wished to swiftly escape the identity of a menial worker, even if it meant merely becoming a subordinate of equal standing. However, compared to the hopelessness of a failed test and the perpetual drudgery of a menial role, the position of a subordinate at least afforded a semblance of stability and freedom. Yet in this moment, her overwhelming nervousness rendered her utterly disjointed. Time flew by, and before long, dawn broke. As the first light of dawn gradually emerged, Bai Yu's test commenced. In Chapter 16, the test of Yin and Yang spiritual roots. After a brief cleansing, Bai Yu led Yu Linglong to the awakening square of the sect. The Tianma sect conducts a spiritual root assessment using the magic stone once a week, thus summoning the designated disciples from various peaks to arrive simultaneously. As Bai Yu arrived, the square was already thronged with a considerable number of individuals, with the elders from various peaks seated beside the magic stones. Among them, the most captivating was the elder from the Hahuan sect. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of spring, and the translucent white veil she wore drew the attention of the majority present. The assembly was predominantly comprised of servant disciples, who were ill-equipped to withstand the elder's alluring presence. Many found themselves overwhelmed by her enchanting aura, fainting on the ground from sheer excitement, while those lacking resolve were swiftly eliminated. At times, fortune plays a pivotal role in one's prowess, perhaps from the moment one stepped into the square. The trial for initiation had already commenced. A fleeting thought could very well determine the course of one's entire life. Bai Yu maintained a calm demeanor, not casting a glance towards the elder, fully aware that in such a high-pressure environment, even the slightest lapse in concentration could prove detrimental. Soon, he noticed Pang Tong and Zhao Lan had arrived at the square, their presence seemingly unnoticed until Pang Tong mischievously raised an eyebrow at Bai Yu. They approached a frail old man, respectfully bowing and whispering a few words, prompting the elder to slowly open his eyes. Time was of the essence. The old man had no leisure to squander on idle chatter. Who will step forward to undergo the assessment and awaken their spiritual roots? He inquired, without hesitation. Bai Yu advanced, asserting, I shall go. After extensive preparation, he had envisioned this moment countless times, rendering the order of participants inconsequential. Furthermore, he observed that Yu Linglong was trembling with anxiety. Had she remained an ordinary person, Bai Yu would not have been so considerate of her feelings. However, having drawn upon the bloodline power of the nine-tailed fox from Yu Linglong, it was prudent to provide her with reassurance at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing his declaration, the elder nodded. Now, channel all your magical energy into the magic stone. If your talent is sufficient, the stone shall aid you in stepping into the realm of qi cultivation. Bai Yu nodded, observing the black stone before him, resembling a miniature mountain. After a brief adjustment of his breath, he extended his hand and pressed it upon the magical stone. As his mana flowed into it, he felt a warm current gestating within his dantian. The black and white dragons entwined around his spine seemed to awaken, their eyes opening as an abundance of dragon energy radiated outward. A low humming resonated, and to his astonishment, black and white light began to emanate from the stone. The light coalesced, ultimately manifesting as an ethereal image upon its surface. In this vision, a 12-petal lotus, intertwined in shades of black and white, gradually unfurled, surrounded by two pure black and pure white lotus flowers that danced around it, creating an extraordinarily resplendent spectacle. An exotic spiritual root? Alas, it is neither of extreme yin nor extreme yang. Otherwise, the refining Gu Peak would surely witness the emergence of a prodigy. Within the eternal continent, the spiritual roots of practitioners are primarily categorized into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The remainder are deemed exotic spiritual roots. These exotic roots vary in strength, with attributes such as wind and thunder being symbols of genius. However, most tend to exhibit relatively weaker properties, making cultivation significantly more arduous. The elder gazed in astonishment at the image revealed upon the magical stone, initially surprised, but his expression turned to disappointment as he observed the intertwined lotus at the center. Yin and Yang clashed. Although the manifestation of this spiritual root was of above-average quality, its cultivation would prove exceedingly challenging. Bai Yu, with the Yin-Yang spiritual root, has successfully advanced to the first level of qi refining. He may now become a formal disciple of the refining Gu Peak. The elder waved his hand, casually announcing, "Ha! What a splendid start for our refining Gu Peak. By junior brother, it is no wonder the senior brothers have been eagerly awaiting your arrival since dawn." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu distinctly sensed a marked shift in the attitudes of Pang Tong and Zhao Lan, as the invisible hierarchy between them evaporated in that moment. Below, Yu Linglong leaped up in excitement. "By junior brother, you have done remarkably well. Do you recall my earlier words? If you pass the test, I shall present you with a grand gift." Zhao Lan also patted Bai Yu's shoulder. Though sincere, a trace of coldness lingered in his smile. "Thank you, esteemed senior brothers, for your kindness," Bai Yu replied, feeling a sense of trepidation. Bai Yu respectfully addressed, "Brother Pang, I must confess, I have a matter to request." After a moment's deliberation, he continued, "It is quite simple. I know that as long as that Yu Linglong consumes the heart-mesmerizing pill in accordance with the rules and accepts your slave mark, she will belong to you henceforth, merely a servant, a trivial matter." Pang Tong chuckled as he gestured towards Yu Linglong, scrutinizing her dark visage with an air of amusement. How could such a crude disguise possibly deceive him? The reason he had refrained from exposing it earlier was that Bai Yu had been able to create value for him. Now, with a jest, he pointed this out, as Bai Yu had come to be regarded as a fellow disciple, marking a moment of candor between them. The prospect of enslavement could indeed foster a closer bond, and for Pang Tong, it was not a loss. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise lit up Bai Yu's eyes, but in the next moment, he comprehended Pang Tong's implication. No wonder this rotund fellow had managed to secure a position of authority. He was truly astute. "Thank you, brother," Bai Yu expressed, Ah, no need for such formality. When in our company, you need not be so reserved. Where are we? The Heavenly Demon Sect. Embracing freedom is our ultimate pursuit. Have your little attendant tidy up, and I shall take you for a stroll, Pang Tong replied swiftly. Bai Yu gently nodded before approaching the tearful and excited Yu Linglong, offering a kind reminder. All right. You have heard the news. Go back and prepare. I will be waiting for you at the poison refining peak. Yu Linglong nodded vigorously, her efforts finally yielding fruit. Bai Yu had not abandoned her, and she now had the chance to return home. Observing Yu Linglong's enthusiastic figure, Bai Yu shook his head helplessly. Although they were in the demonic sect, it was better for those around her to care for her, allowing her to live a somewhat better life. Zhang Er, possessing a mixed spiritual root, had yet to break through to the qi refining stage, failed. Su Sheng, with a low-grade golden spiritual root, had also not broken through, failed. Li Ergu, with a low-grade water spiritual root, faced the same fate. The testing was ruthless, akin to a moment of heaven or a moment of hell. Today, as participants exceeded 200, yet when Bai Yu departed, the number of those who passed was shockingly fewer than 5. This glaring elimination rate illustrated the grim reality. No wonder the Heavenly Demon Sect was so indifferent towards the servant disciples, for the majority lacked any aptitude for cultivation. These failures would remain servants for life, until their demise. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yu gained a deeper understanding of the cruelty of this world, realizing why Yu Linglong was willing to forsake everything. Chapter 17, Zhao Lan's gift at the foot of the poison refining peak. One could only consider it the periphery, where servant disciples and various workshops resided. Only those who passed the test could step onto the true poison refining peak. However, even among the formal disciples, there existed a hierarchy. The distinctions between ordinary, intersect, and true disciples were as vast as a galaxy, insurmountable. Just as disciples could only operate halfway up the peak, there was a main hall where core figures occasionally came to impart teachings to the disciples below. At the summit, only intersect and formal disciples were permitted to tread. Though Pang Tong and Zhao Lan were ordinary disciples, they held positions of authority, thus elevating their status slightly. Many ordinary disciples had once worked under them, some grateful, others resentful, yet none dared to provoke them here. After all, their strength at the 9th level of qi refining was their greatest assurance. Old Zhao, come out and give my brother a formal disciple's token. Zhao Lan shouted without hesitation as they reached a side hall halfway up the mountain. Soon, a drowsy old man emerged slowly from behind a stone pillar, and upon seeing Zhao Lan and Pang Tong, he erupted in anger. Are you seeking death? New disciples naturally have someone to lead them to collect their items. What brings you here? The items have already been distributed. The old man pointed at Zhao Lan and bellowed, what place is this? The treasure chamber. Although the tokens originate from here, who dares to come directly and demand them? Bai Yu observed the elderly man's demeanor, noting the intricate patterns on his black attire, which indicated his role as the steward of this place. The familiarity among the trio was evident. How naive. Everyone knows that the items released are merely new, lacking in quality. I shall not indulge in idle chatter with you. Produce something of genuine worth, or else I shall expose your underhanded dealings by tomorrow, Zhao Lan remarked coldly in a hushed tone. Kickbacks? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in shock. In the entirety of the refining Gu Peak's 81 chambers, am I the sole recipient of such underhanded gains? You, Zhao Lan, partake not, and you, Pang Tong, abstain as well? Let us not pretend here. I have connections above. I am not without my own influence. Listening to Zhao Mingzhu's inquiries, Pang Tong and his companion exchanged smirks, dismissing the allegations. You dare. Zhao Mingzhu's eyes flared with indignation, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He shot an exasperated glance at Bai Yu before striding towards the back of the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a set of 3 dark uniforms and a shimmering, translucent token. Bai Yu nodded, accepting the garments and the token. Simultaneously, the information on his servant token was eradicated and imprinted anew onto the fresh token. Bai Yu, an official disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. There was more to be had. I am well aware. Zhao Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at Pang Tong, then produced a black ring and a bronze coffin. This token serves as proof of your identity and connects to the soul jade of our sect, allowing one to ascertain your well-being during your external training. Your usual contribution points are also stored within the token, and it is exclusively for your use. Should misfortune befall you, the contribution points within shall become void. This is a spatial ring, one of the benefits afforded to ordinary disciples, though modest in size, 20 cubic units should suffice to carry a considerable amount. Pang Tong. You speak nonsense. Ordinary disciples only possess advanced storage bags. Where is the ring? This is a gift from me. Recognizing this young man's remarkable appearance. Listening to Pang Tong's explanation, Zhao Mingzhu's eyes widened in indignation, proclaiming loudly. Yet, he was met with the disdainful glances of both individuals. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhao, for your generous gift. I am aware of these items, however, regarding this coffin. Bai Yu would not be as unreasonable as the two of them. According to Zhao Mingzhu, items such as spatial rings are merely discretionary gifts, entirely dependent on his mood. But what is this bronze coffin? A magical artifact? Heh. Junior Brother Bai, the previous matters are mere trifles. This item is the grand gift I bestow upon you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan smirked ominously. Observe, she continued. The official disciples of the Gu refining peak exceed 30,000. While there are numerous houses in the vicinity, do you not find it peculiar that we have encountered so few individuals along our journey? Zhao Lan's reminder furrowed Bai Yu's brow. Indeed, it seemed that throughout their travels, they had seen scant official disciples. Although there are residences within the mountains, they lack the requisite privacy for our endeavors. The Gu refining peak is dedicated to the art of Gu refining. Gu, being the essence of heaven and earth, requires us to amalgamate various materials to restore its original form. Beyond the recorded Gu, a Gu master's duty is to innovate. Just like your centipede Gu, it is the culmination of our predecessors' efforts. Yet we must also create our own Gu. The formidable Gu documented in texts must be refined, but concurrently, as we cultivate our skills, we must forge our own path and invent Gu that belongs solely to us. Thus, a secluded environment is essential. This bronze coffin, in truth, is a miniature paradise. Only by residing within can one attain sufficient security and vitality to pursue one's own path, Zhao Lan elaborated. Although such miniature paradises are not exceedingly rare, they are esteemed treasures within the sect, accessible only after a significant duration of entry. Clearly, while Zhao Lan may exude a certain coldness, her character embodies a refreshing candor uncommon among others. Listen to you. Such items will undoubtedly come within your reach. Junior brother, but truly, tread lightly. One might be startled by the depth of it all. A cultivator with their own paradise is a true cultivator. Otherwise, one would be left to sleep under the stars, vulnerable to prying eyes. How unsatisfactory that would be. Additionally, in our cultivation, consider yourself a cavalryman. Understand that nurturing a cavalryman within an army is no simple task. A seasoned cavalryman requires an entourage of steeds and soldiers to sustain him. Similarly, in our cultivation, you will need a greater number of attendants, furnace vessels, and slaves dedicated solely to your service. As your following grows, you cannot expect to house them all in the mountains. Even if the Gu refining peak is expansive, it cannot accommodate all. By possessing a paradise, you can carry them with you, and they will perpetually attend to your needs. Do you grasp this concept? In contrast to Zhao Lan, Pang Tong appeared more boorish, yet his words were straightforward and clear in meaning. In summary, this paradise serves as a personal dwelling, a place to gather attendants, furnace vessels, and slaves, as well as a sanctuary for Gu refining. Upon hearing their words, Bai Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your kindness. Young man, do you not offer thanks to this old man? Bai Yu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Shixiang for his care. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Yu slowly approached the mountain gate, where he found Yu Linglong anxiously scanning the surroundings while clutching a bundle. The golden sunlight enveloped her, bestowing upon her an ethereal glow. Perhaps it was time to awaken the celestial fox bloodline within her, Bai Yu contemplated, glancing at the verdant bronze coffin in his hands. Chapter 18. The Return to the Origin Control Gu Technique. The Mutation of the Diamond Gu. The bronze coffin, merely the size of a palm, was intricately inscribed with numerous runes and featured several empty grooves. According to Pang Tong, these grooves were intended for the insertion of Gu or formations to safeguard the exterior. As he infused his spiritual energy into the bronze coffin, a swirling azure light soon erupted, and upon stepping into the radiance, Bai Yu was momentarily engulfed in darkness before a 3-story loft materialized before him. The loft occupied 1/10 of the cave's expanse, with a pond gracing its forefront, upon which a pavilion stood, surrounded by trees and blooming flora. The quaint pathways of the front yard gave the impression of a paradise untouched by the outside world. It was astonishing that a formal disciple of the Tianma sect could enjoy such privileges. Yu Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment, compared to the quarters of the servant disciples. This was akin to heaven and earth. No wonder those who entered the Tianma sect were willing to risk everything for the status of a formal disciple. Here, only formal disciples were regarded as individuals. Seeing Yu Linglong's excitement, Bai Yu felt equally pleased with the loft's design. Although it appeared somewhat modest, the cave possessed the potential for growth, serving as a small world of his own. With increased strength, Bai Yu could gradually expand it. Once you step inside, there will be no need for pretense, he remarked, leading Yu Linglong forward. Aside from the essentials, the loft seemed to have been thoroughly tidied. From what Xiaolon indicated, this small cave once had an owner, but they had long since fallen. Bai Yu harbored no concerns about this. He could simply add his own belongings over time. Yu Linglong gazed curiously at everything within the cave. Bai Yu strolled around briefly before gracefully taking a seat beside the table, extracting 3 jade slips from his ring. Upon receiving the cave realm, Bai Yu promptly acquired the foundational cultivation method for official disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In accordance with the customary protocol, Pang Tong guided him to the technique pavilion, where he obtained the refining methods for 2 types of goo. Additionally, every official disciple was entitled to 2 spirit stones and 10 qi refining eggs. Although these were merely qi-level goo, it signified that the Heavenly Demon Sect had begun to invest resources in his cultivation. The Gui Yuan controlling goo technique served as the foundational method for the goo refining peak of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the art of goo refinement, it was not only essential to successfully create the goo, but also crucial to maintain control over it, as a backlash could cost one's life. The more formidable the controlling technique, the greater the mastery over the goo. When combined with the suppression of the life goo, this synergy marked the path of a goo masteress advancement. Although the Gui Yuan controlling goo technique was merely a foundational method, it sufficed for Bai Yu at this stage. Pressing the 3 jade slips against his forehead, a wealth of information surged into his mind. Soon, several new entries appeared on the interface before him. Technique: Gui Yuan controlling goo technique. Novice, 0-1000. Skill: cutting. Mastered. Progress: 2860 3500. Yin-Yang profound dragon goo. Life goo. Growing. Dragon chi progress: 1423 500000. Yin-Yang energy: 500 5000. Evil dragon resentment: 15,000. Dragon bloodstone goo. Diamond goo mutation 0-1200. Blood mosquito goo 0-900. Calamity pestilence goo 0-1300. Breaking illusion golden eye. Novice. Earth eye mutation 1222 0000. Gazing at the information on the panel, Bai Yu exhaled deeply, relieved that both the techniques and goo could be further cultivated. What thrilled him even more was the unexpected mutation of the diamond goo. The dragon bloodstone goo, derived from the diamond goo, contained a trace of dragon energy. Not only did it possess greater power, but it also reduced the magical energy consumption for the goo master by 1/3. Even more astonishing was that the dragon bloodstone goo deviated from the basic parameters of the stone goo, allowing it to be used directly in attacks, eliminating the need to confine it within a designated area for others to trigger. The blood mosquito goo, a chi-level goo insect, was crafted from 999 black mosquitoes. It relied on its mother insect to summon vast swarms of blood mosquitoes, draining life and vitality wherever they went. The calamity pestilence goo, a one-time use goo, was concocted from poisonous flowers, corpse oil, and plague energy. Upon release, it could create a small area of pestilence, ensnaring those affected as if they were afflicted by a deadly plague. Reading the descriptions of the 3 types of goo, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these 3 goo, alongside his black charcoal, he possessed a considerable array of trump cards. Moreover, these goo refining materials were readily available within the sect, significantly reducing the time Bai Yu needed to gather resources. Next, he intended to process the rewards obtained from the mountain expedition before proceeding to refine the 3 types of goo. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yu Linglong, hailing from an auctioneer background, proved to be exceptionally capable. Not only did she manage the cave realm with remarkable efficiency, but she also assessed the values of various items, facilitating Bai Yu's successful trades with ease. Once the other party willingly accepted Bai Yu's slave imprint, the typically cautious Bai Yu finally felt at ease. He took out the serpent corpse from the necklace and placed it into the pond within the cave realm. The moment the dragon corpse emerged, the entire cave realm was enveloped in dragon energy, the rich spiritual and dragon energies intertwining, causing Bai Yu's Yin-Yang profound dragon goo to stir with excitement. As Yu Linglong gazed at the half-exposed dragon corpse in the pond, she was utterly astonished. No wonder Bai Yu had progressed so rapidly. he possessed such a remarkable treasure. With the infusion of dragon energy, cultivating within the cave realm would yield substantial benefits. By placing the spirit stones into the cave realm's spirit gathering array, he could draw upon the external spiritual energy. You must also dedicate yourself to cultivation. Though you no longer hold the status of a disciple of the Gu refining peak, I shall seek out techniques for you, she encouraged. Bai Yu produced 2 spirit stones and gently reminded her. At this moment, he harbored no concerns regarding Yu Linglong's potential betrayal, the slave mark. Regardless of whether one belonged to the righteous or the sinister path, was a practice embraced by all practitioners. Once implanted, it was irrevocable. There had been instances where scions of powerful factions controlled subordinates several realms above them through the slave mark, though they had the assistance of their elders. It was undeniable that those marked had become their possessions, and Yu Linglong was no exception. Can I truly awaken my spiritual roots for cultivation? She pondered, plagued by doubt. Throughout her life, she had lacked the aptitude for such endeavors. In fact, she feared that her spiritual roots might not even allow her to surpass the Qi refinement stage. Presently, bolstered by a plethora of body-tempering pills, she had barely managed to reach the 6th level of body refinement. Such progress would surely invite ridicule if spoken of. How can one know without attempting? After all, you have nothing to lose, and I am certainly capable of supporting you. Bai Yu smiled, fully aware that the slow progress of Yu Linglong's cultivation was entirely due to the substantial energy of the body-refining elixirs being devoured by her gradually awakening celestial fox bloodline. This was a process of gestation, hence, Bai Yu was determined to invest resources to facilitate her growth. Convinced that Yu Linglong would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset in the future. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Yu Linglong's expression faltered, her eyes brimming with emotion. Young master, now that you have finally concluded your training, should we not take a moment to rest? She suggested softly, before Bai Yu could respond. A tremor coursed through the token at his waist, and a flash of light revealed several characters before his eyes. Hurry to the cutting room. Pang Tong. Chapter 19. The death of Zhao Lan. The cutting room was bustling as usual, yet today the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. Pang Tong, who was supposed to be on patrol, seemed absent. After a brief inquiry, Bai Yu located him in a room behind the cutting room. The customary smile that adorned Pang Tong's face had vanished, and the room was sparsely furnished, containing only a jar of wine and 2 cups on the table. Brother Pang, what is the meaning of this? Bai Yu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that something must have transpired. Otherwise, the typically optimistic Pang Tong would not exhibit such demeanor. Have you arrived? Please, take a seat. Pang Tong replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He poured wine into 3 cups, lifted one, and gently clinked it against Bai Yu's cup before touching the empty cup beside him. Zhao Lan has died. I called you here to share a drink and bid him farewell, Pang Tong stated flatly, draining his cup. Bai Yu was taken aback, struggling to fathom the truth of this statement. The Zhao Lan, who often bore a somewhat sinister smile and had a rather straightforward disposition, was gone. Was there not someone looking out for him? Why had there been no word of this tragedy? Surprised? Such occurrences have become commonplace in the Yin-Yang Sect. There is no need for alarm. You will grow accustomed to it in time, Pang Tong remarked with a faint smile, observing Bai Yu's reaction. Brother, wasn't Zhao a supervisor of the expedition team? Surely the sect will intervene in such a matter? Bai Yu wore a bitter smile, pondering that, given Zhao Lan's status, such an outcome was unexpected. The Yin-Yang Sect, no matter how ruthless it may be, should not remain indifferent to the death of a steward. If Zhao Lan had perished while leading a team, the sect would have sought retribution against the perpetrator, regardless of their identity. Yet, he met his demise in the outside world. According to the sect's regulations, when venturing out for training or treasure hunting, one must bear the consequences of life and death alone. The Yin-Yang Sect is not a caretaker, but merely a platform providing resources, and one must cherish their own life. Pang Tong spoke slowly. The path of cultivation is such that relying on oneself and the foundation one has built is paramount. The sect cannot be expected to guard you at all times. How did senior brother Zhao die? Bai Yu inquired softly. He returned home to visit family and was ambushed. Pang Tong replied. Although he claimed not to care, Zhao Lan ultimately returned secretly. Had he informed us in advance, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Pang Tong sighed. He, along with Zhao Lan and Zhao Mingzhu, entered the Yin-Yang Sect around the same time, starting as menial workers before awakening their spiritual roots to become ordinary disciples. Zhao Mingzhu was one of those fortunate souls who, despite age, managed to seize an opportunity to reverse his fate. While Pang Tong was an orphan who had roamed the streets since childhood, Both were unburdened by ties. Only Zhao Lan, a member of the royal family of Wushu country, was a cast-off child striving to cultivate in hopes of one day returning to his homeland to vindicate his lineage. Such matters are inherently mundane. As cultivators, one should have long since forgotten them, yet Zhao Lan acted impulsively. The Wushu country's backing came from the Iron Sword Sect, a small faction housing formidable experts. Furthermore, these so-called righteous paths were in constant conflict with the Tianma sect. Given Zhao Lan's actions, could he have avoided trouble? Pang Tong lamented. In the realm of demonic sects, finding like-minded friends is a rarity, especially at the Gu Master Peak, where most Gu Masters are reclusive. It is difficult to encounter them unless there is an event. Thus, Zhao Lan's death profoundly impacted Pang Tong. Iron Sword Sect? Upon hearing this name, Bai Yu recalled the 4 individuals he had encountered in the Grey Sorrow Mountains, realizing that Zhao Lan's death was intertwined with them. Senior brother, you didn't summon me merely for storytelling over drinks, did you? Observing Pang Tong's demeanor and his mention of the trio's past, Bai Yu discerned that Pang Tong's intentions were far from casual. You are too astute. I sometimes dislike conversing with those who are more intelligent than I, as it diminishes my sense of relevance. Pang Tong jested with a smile. I intend to visit Wushu country. Given Zhao Lan's prowess, even if I were to go there, he would not have fallen unless the Iron Sword Sect chose not to deploy Golden Core cultivators. Yet, he was surrounded and slain. I suspect he was betrayed. Therefore, I wish to investigate. What if I uncover the truth? Then it would be simple. If Wushu country has offended our existing imperial power, it need not exist. If I cannot destroy the Iron Sword Sect, I can certainly obliterate a nation that barely qualifies as a small country. Using the royal family of Wushu country as a sacrifice would serve as a tribute to Zhao Lan's spirit in the afterlife. Leaning back, Pang Tong spoke nonchalantly. Within the jurisdiction of the 3 mountains and 4 sects, numerous sects akin to the Iron Sword Sect exist, yet there are even more small nations, each backed by a cultivation sect. Some dynasties even have dedicated cultivators to safeguard them. Had it not been for Zhao Lan, Pang Tong would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a small nation as Wushu country. Now that Zhao Lan had died within the confines of their territory, as a good friend, he felt compelled to seek vengeance. Are you interested in accompanying me? Remaining confined within the sect for cultivation is not a healthy habit, Pang Tong proposed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded without hesitation. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to explore beyond its confines, and this would be an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Moreover, Zhao Lan had treated him well, and a single favor of gifting him a cave abode could not be repaid merely with a human-faced mushroom. Now that Zhao Lan was gone and Pang Tong harbored such intentions, he felt it was essential to embark on this journey. Ha ha ha, I knew you would agree. Rest assured. Junior brother, I will make adequate preparations for our trip. Nothing will go awry, Pang Tong proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yet Bai Yu keenly sensed the fleeting glint of malice in his eyes. Damn that fat fool, is he drunk? Does he not realize how busy I am? Summoning me for drinks in broad daylight. A voice filled with impatience echoed as Zhao Mingzhu approached, rolling his eyes at the scene before him. I thought you wouldn't show. Pang Tong quipped. Pa, do you think I want to be here? I was enjoying a perfectly good day until you two decided to create trouble. It's all so bothersome. Zhao Mingzhu plopped down beside Bai Yu, eyeing the cups on the table with a grimace. Who has the audacity to provoke the Tianma sect? As a core member, I have a duty to deal with them. Chapter 20. Wushu country itself is an obscure small nation, comprising merely 2 cities. Positioned at the intersection of 2 major powers, it serves as a buffer zone, which implies that it is a land exploited by its larger neighbors. However, in the past decade, Wushu country has established connections with the Iron Sword Sect, with the involvement of cultivators. Both the Silver Moon Dynasty and the Savage Wilderness Dynasty have made concessions under the influence of their respective powers. Consequently, the once impoverished Wushu country has begun to experience gradual development. Bai Yu and his companions departed from the Silver Moon Dynasty, and by the time they arrived here, 7 days had elapsed. Unlike the Silver Moon Dynasty, the kingdom of Wushu was replete with its own unique elements, evident in the attire of its citizens. Upon arrival, Bai Yu had donned a crimson robe adorned with various silver ornaments. The trio's presence attracted considerable attention, as those who could afford silver jewelry in the kingdom of Wushu were either affluent or noble, in stark contrast to the multitude of impoverished individuals clad in coarse garments. They appeared somewhat out of place. I told you not to be too conspicuous, Pang. Look at the gazes around us. How are we to move? Zhao Mingzhu said through clenched teeth, discomfort etched on his face. Zhao Mingzhu was more cautious than anyone else, and the scrutiny they faced unsettled him. His intention was to disguise himself as a commoner for a clandestine infiltration. You understand nothing. Such attire can avert numerous troubles. If you truly masquerade as a pauper, you may find yourself trampled upon, and it would be far easier to expose yourself, Pang Tong retorted disdainfully. Is this truly the hometown of senior brother Xiaolan? Bai Yu mused as he observed the throngs of people in the streets. This was his first encounter with the life of ordinary folk in this world. It was an overwhelmingly oppressive sensation. Each face bore a subtle numbness, and the surrounding environment stifled any semblance of hope. It was difficult to fathom that this was the capital of a nation. Are you surprised? I recall you were also bound to the sect, were you not? Pang Tong remarked with keen interest, noting Bai Yu's expression. This was the very reason he had resolutely entered the Celestial Demon Sect years ago, willing to risk death during the ascent rather than endure a wretched existence in such a world. In the Eternal Continent, the rights of common people were akin to those of monstrous beasts. One might live today only to perish tomorrow, often at the hands of unforeseen calamities. He could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he returned to such an environment, as if he were traversing through the mists of time. Bai Yu casually remarked, eliciting hearty laughter from Zhao Mingzhu. Indeed, my youth has been entirely spent in the Silver Moon Dynasty. Entering the Heavenly Demon Sect marks the true beginning of my new life. He continued, by the way, have you yet captured your own furnace? This presents a perfect opportunity to seize that one directly. It could be considered a hunting expedition. Zhao Mingzhu sighed. We initially intended to take you on a hunt for those righteous disciples, but who could have anticipated such an event? Soon after, the waiter approached with dishes, and observing Bai Yu's countenance, which bore the marks of survival, he ventured, my friend, business seems to flourish, yet your spirits appear rather subdued. Has something transpired in this city? Bai Yu had long observed the countenances of many within Zhaowang City, which bore expressions of trepidation. Their movements hurried, as if some ominous presence lingered in the air. Glancing at the scattered silver on the table, the waiter was initially taken aback. But after surveying his surroundings, he lowered his voice and spoke. Are you gentlemen not from Zhaowang City? No, we hail from a neighboring town, here on business. Yet something feels amiss today. Upon uttering these words, perhaps unable to resist the allure of the silver, he discreetly tucked it into his bosom before continuing in hushed tones. Your timing is unfortunate. Zhaowang City has recently been beset by significant events. The prince of the late emperor's lineage has returned, having mastered dark sorcery, seeking to avenge his father. This is common knowledge amongst the populace. Alas, that individual is exceedingly arrogant. The current king, his own uncle, is not to be trifled with. And the formidable members of the Iron Sword sect are stationed within the city. I have heard whispers that the sorcerer's sister, the Grand Princess, has turned against him, collaborating with the king and the masters of the Iron Sword sect to slay him. His lifeless body now hangs at the main gate of the palace. As he spoke, a look of dread washed over the waiter's face. That night, I heard the palace guards suffered heavy casualties. I went to witness it myself. The sorcerer was incredibly powerful. The Iron Sword sect barely managed to subdue him, despite having a master on duty here. In light of such events, how could the city possibly remain in high spirits? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu furrowed his brow. If the waiter's account held true, then Zhao Lan must have faced betrayal. Considering Zhao Lan's long-honed combat prowess and his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, were he to fight with his life on the line, how could the palace guards and ordinary disciples of the Iron Sword sect hope to withstand him? It was no wonder that business had been so difficult of late. Bai Yu shook his head and sighed. There's no need to be disheartened. Zhao City will soon flourish again. Lorden, who guards this place, has declared his intention to wed the Grand Princess, with the wedding set for tomorrow. This is a monumental event for the entire Wushu Kingdom. Once Lorden unites with the royal family, the protection we receive will undoubtedly increase. Such fortuitous news is akin to divine favor. If you stay here for a few days, things will improve, the waiter remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. The Grand Princess, the sister of that formidable demon? Indeed. I heard from my uncle, who is in service, that Lorden's daughter tragically perished during her trials. Thus he seeks to remarry to secure his lineage. Such matters are shrouded in secrecy, especially since the deceased was an immortal cultivator. This is no triviality. Were it not for the agreeable presence of esteemed guests, I would not divulge this information, the waiter flattered, revealing his own propensity for gossip. After all, who else would pay him for such tidbits? Li Godin, are you out of your mind? What are you prattling on about when our guests have just arrived? A sharp voice cut through the air, startling him into silence. He quickly excused himself and hurried away. Manager, they're here, Bai Yu announced, unperturbed by the waiter's abrupt departure, as he leisurely poured himself a glass of wine. Brother Pang, it appears this is the situation. What should we do next? What do you think? Since we are here, let us enhance the festivities of this wedding. It is already a day of great joy, and adding more red decorations would certainly be fitting. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, gently spilling wine onto the ground, and spoke coldly. At the Iron Sword Sect, there exists but one hall of power. Zhao Lan has managed to endure in the shadows for so long, a fact that Pang Tong was evidently aware of long before. Therefore, the subsequent course of action was self-evident. Rather than allowing Pang Tong to voice it himself, Bai Yu chose to suggest it directly, thus facilitating a smoother integration into the group. Indeed, Bai Shidi has increasingly embodied the essence of our Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhao Mingzhu remarked with a sly smile, offering praise. Chapter 21, The Wedding? In the depths of the palace, within the confines of the Garden of the Caged Sparrow, a thick haze of warmth enveloped the air. The brightly lit interior of the chamber contrasted with the ethereal ambience created by a nearby hot spring. The expansive space was adorned with a multitude of opulent decorations that captivated the observer. Most striking of all was the enormous bed made of golden silk Namu wood. At this moment, a beautiful woman languidly let her hair fall free, draped in vibrant red silk, her expression a blend of allure and slight impatience. Beside her, a robust middle-aged man traced his fingers along the red silk, seemingly attuned to the woman's mood, his smile growing more pronounced. Are you soon to be married? Is that why your heart is fluttering? Zhao Yunlan's tone was light and teasing, laced with a hint of probing. It is merely a matter of marrying someone. Why so anxious? Zhao Yun chuckled softly, playfully tapping Zhao Yunlan on the nose, the tear mole at the corner of her eye enhancing her charm. Moreover, what I do is for your grand elixir, is it not? Only by growing stronger can you secure a future for the kingdom of Wushu. Let us not forget. The empress and her kin sacrificed for your sake. With a raised brow, Zhao Yun retrieved a wooden box from beneath her pillow. Upon opening it, a bright red pill appeared before them. Ha ha ha. Their sacrifices have been worthwhile. Once you acquire the formula for the elixir from the Iron Sword Sect, we shall supplant their position and emerge as one of the sections. At that time, whether it be the Silver Moon Dynasty or the barbarous spirits from beyond, they shall kneel before us. Zhao Yulan laughed maniacally, swallowing the pill, only for his countenance to contort grotesquely. This is true power. Even without cultivation techniques, we can crush all with mere martial prowess. His expression grew increasingly sinister. Henceforth, we shall not meet for a long while. With the death of my brother, I shall come to offer you comfort. As his words fell, Zhao Yulan's head twisted a full 90 degrees, tucking behind his back. An eye, the size of a fist, opened upon the back of his skull, and his body began to curl inward. His skin splitting as he rapidly transformed into a massive fleshy orb. Gurgling sounds echoed, the surface of the orb adorned with veins resembling a spider's web, pulsating rhythmically. The atmosphere grew ever more bizarre. Ha ha ha, your majesty is still so eager. Do you not like it? A sound akin to nails scraping against glass filled the air as Zhao Yulan appeared somewhat anxious. I never claimed to dislike it, came the reply. At the palace's noon gate, since Zhao Lan's demise, an abundance of yellow chrysanthemums had been laid out, their fragrance seemingly masking the faint odor of decay. A squad of soldiers patrolled the area, while at the central entrance, a black-robed corpse dangled ominously, its entrails hollowed out, black hair obscuring its visage. Swarms of flies buzzing around it. Though the common folk were reluctant to witness such a scene, passers-by whispered amongst themselves, some daring enough to glance upward. Their expressions varied. Brother Zhao, we meet again. Bai Yu and the two others stood at a distance, observing the scene at the Meridian Gate, their hearts brimming with emotion. Pang Tong was indeed correct. Zhao Lan was imparting his final lesson at the cost of his own life. In this world, one should not naively assume that blood ties alone guarantee absolute trust. If one does not exercise a modicum of caution in all matters, it is highly probable that a woeful fate awaits. Bai Yu finally comprehended why Pang Tong felt compelled to seize the slave seal at the earliest opportunity. This object serves as a safeguard for the outcomes he has orchestrated, acting as the utmost insurance possible. Brother Pang, perhaps it is time to purchase a coffin, for tomorrow inevitably brings the need to collect the remains. Bai Yu spoke slowly. Of course we must purchase it. Since Zhao Lan is determined to return here, we shall lay him to rest in this very place. Boom. A resounding cannon shot echoed through the early morning, seemingly dispelling the gloom that hung over Zhaowang City. A grand red carpet unfurled from the street directly to the gates of the palace. As the palace gates swung wide open, guards adorned in festive attire stood in neat formation on either side, while above, a dozen individuals glided on flying swords, circling the sky. Upon the crimson carpet, a robust man clad in celebratory garments, flanked by a throng of admirers, rode a white horse with his head held high, making his way towards the palace. The curious townsfolk watched the spectacle unfold. Who in Zhaowang City was unaware that in Lushan was the esteemed leader of the Iron Sword sect? A figure of immense prowess, even among the elite 5 of the sect? The tranquility of Zhaowang City was undoubtedly tied to Lushan's influence. In the future, the Wushu Kingdom and the Iron Sword sect would be united as one family. The thought of the enchanting princess, the formidable guardian, and their grand wedding filled the air with anticipation, particularly when it was announced that in Lushan and Zhaoyun would ascend the city walls to exchange vows before all. Even the most destitute beggar in Zhaowang City stood tall, swelling with pride to celebrate their union. For this moment signified that they would all be witnesses. With a smile, Lushan strolled through the streets. As the auspicious hour approached, he entered the palace gates on his white steed, gazing at Zhaoyun, resplendent in her phoenix crown and flowing garments, though her vibrant red veil obscured her beautiful face. Who did not know that Zhaoyun was the most exquisite beauty of the Wushu Kingdom? Lushan had long coveted her, and had it not been for the potent elixir from the Iron Sword sect that eased Zhao Yunlan's stance, he might never have had such an opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of sorrow suddenly flashed in Lushan's eyes. Xiao'er, forgive your father. Once I am wed and have brought forth heirs for the Yin family, I shall devote everything to avenging you. The death of Xiao Ling in Grey Sorrow Mountain had long been a thorn in his heart, a mystery that no one could unravel. Thus, even as the leader of the sect, he felt powerless to exact vengeance, yet this matter would forever remain etched in his memory. Dismounting slowly, Lushan bowed respectfully to Zhao Yunlan. Ha ha, Masterin, you are too courteous. Today, I entrust Yuner to you. This fulfills my brother's last wish. Zhao Yunlan replied graciously. Just as Lushan was about to speak further, the once clear sky suddenly darkened ominously. Before anyone could react, a piercing buzzing filled the air throughout Zhaowang City. Chapter 22. The entire city must accompany the burial buzzing. The shrill cries of mosquitoes surged like wailing specters, erupting suddenly within Zhaowang City. In the next moment, a torrent of darkness swept down from the heavens. The unexpected turn of events captured everyone's attention, and as the black tide descended upon the crowd, it became apparent that these were no ordinary insects, but rather swarms of blood mosquitoes. A chilling scream pierced the air as a citizen was drained of life, instantly transforming into a desiccated corpse. Such horrors unfolded in every corner of the city. Enemy attack. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted as the cultivators on flying swords swiftly produced talismans, hurling them with force to unleash fiery orange flames that repelled the onslaught of blood mosquitoes. Meanwhile, the palace guards, after a brief moment of chaos, under Lushan's command, readied their fire arrows and aimed skyward. Boom! Another sound of air being split echoed as a fierce black shadow shot towards them. And Lushan surged forth, striking the shadow down with tremendous force, revealing a large black coffin. Hee, junior brother Bai, your blood mosquito poison is impressively refined. It is far more formidable than the ordinary ones, and I even sense a trace of draconic might emanating from them. How did you achieve this? The figures of Bai Yu and his companions gradually emerged within the royal palace. Pang Tong gazed in astonishment at the mother mosquito nestled in Bai Yu's palm. He paid little heed to Bai Yu's intention to massacre the city. However, the peculiar nature of the blood mosquito left him utterly astounded. He had previously concocted such a thing, yet the blood mosquitoes he released were merely the size of a football, remarkably impressive, indeed. Yet, Bai Yu's display was akin to a celestial phenomenon, eclipsing the very sky. Such a spectacle would surely leave even the elders of their sect utterly flabbergasted. Brother, your inquiry is rather perplexing. Have you forgotten that Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, a manifestation of the forces of nature? Therefore, is it not entirely reasonable for it to undergo mutations? Bai Yu did not directly respond to Pang Tong's inquiry. Instead, he deftly shifted the topic. Oh dear. Look at me, in my excitement. I have inadvertently committed a faux pas. It is my fault, brother. Pang Tong's expression faltered, and he immediately grasped the implication of Bai Yu's words. The art of refining Gu is fundamental to a Gu master. One's techniques belong solely to oneself. And to pry into another S methods is to breach etiquette, unless Bai Yu chooses to share willingly. Wait, you two, have you actually started chatting? What are we here for? To annihilate them. Zhao Mingzhu's incredulous voice interjected, casting a disapproving glance at the two. Are we here to engage in idle chatter today? As his words fell, Anil Shan's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the trio before him, a palpable gravity enveloping the moment. Heavenly Demon Sect, ha. So you have indeed arrived. The slaughter within the city continued unabated, a relentless tide of bloodthirsty mosquitoes reaping lives. Upon hearing Anil Shan's words, Pang Tong stepped forward slowly, a glint of coldness gracing his features. Indeed, were you still contemplating marriage? I have come to end you. Anil Shan's countenance grew even more frigid at this declaration. He had not anticipated that the Heavenly Demon Sect would dare to send individuals here to stir trouble over a mere ordinary disciple. Judging by your demeanor. You intend to avenge that little demon, do you? Do you possess the strength to do so, the three of you? With a heavy exhalation, Anil Shan twisted his wrist, revealing a blood-red long sword in his grasp. How amusing that the Iron Sword Sect, such a decrepit faction, dares to posture so. A mere hall master speaks with such audacity. Old Zhao, let us subdue him together. Brother Bai, you can handle the remaining scoundrels, correct? Pang Tong sneered, summoning a golden python, as thick as an arm, which coiled around him, its hissing sound chilling the air. Brother Bai, such opportunities for city slaughter are rare. Let us not waste the souls of these individuals. This is soulwood, capable of absorbing and storing souls, which will prove useful when we refine the 10,000 souls goo in the future. I shall give it to you now, but remember, you owe me 300 contribution points. Bai Yu observed as Zhao Mingzhu produced a black wooden tablet and hurled it towards him. In the next instant, a dark shadow surged forth behind him. Shaking his head, Bai Yu realized that these two individuals spoke lightly of their intentions. Yet they were evidently prepared to exact revenge for Zhao Lan. Thus, he resolved to handle the remaining matters himself. Zhao Mingzhu was correct. A massacre of this nature was not an occurrence that could be trifled with. With a resounding crash, without a moment's hesitation, Pang Tong and his companion charged towards Anil Mountain, a gust of fierce wind surging forth as the three clashed instantaneously. The residual force even sent Zhao Yun staggering backward. These blood mosquitoes were being manipulated by that wretched brat. He must be eliminated first. A thunderous roar echoed as 12 cultivators, each mounted on flying swords, surged towards Bai Yu. Sensing their cultivation levels, he noted that each had reached the second level of chi refinement, with 2 having attained the 4th level. As the 12 flying swords rushed towards him, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and activated his breaking illusion's golden eyes to scrutinize their offensive formation. In the fleeting moment before they closed in, a dragon bloodstone goo appeared in his hand and was flung with great force. Bang! 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 The dragon bloodstone goo collided with the flying swords, instantly shattering into crimson fragments that scattered in the wind, staining the 12 individuals. To their astonishment, what Bai Yu had thrown proved to be so fragile. As they were doused in it, they retreated defensively, their bodies unresponsive, yet their anger was palpable. How dare he mock us? A chorus of curses erupted as the 12 charged towards him once more, yet Bai Yu's cold smile grew more pronounced. Activate, he commanded in a chilling tone, and in an instant, the once menacing 12 paused, only to plummet from their flying swords the next moment. A sharp dagger appeared in Bai Yu's grasp, and with a bend of his knee, he propelled himself like a cannonball, employing his perfected body-slicing technique. In mere breaths, he deftly slashed the throats of the 12. Plop! Blood dripped from the dagger. The dragon bloodstone goo possesses the remarkable ability to sever a cultivator's mana. What a delightful surprise it has bestowed upon me. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in Bai Yu's eyes, and his movements brought an abrupt silence to the arena. Zhao Yun tugged at the crimson curtain adorning her head, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Had 12 chi refinement level cultivators truly perished in such a manner? The loyal subordinates of Anil Shan, all fallen? Was this truly the extent of his sect's prowess? How could this be possible? With a heavy exhalation, Bai Yu turned to face the royal guard before him, as well as Zhao Yun and Zhao Yunlan, who were concealed behind. That bride must be senior brother Zhao's sister, the very one who had betrayed him back then. Contemplating this, 3 tokens of calamity, resembling black jade, materialized in his hand. Bai Yu gently tossed the plague goo forward. Bang! A deep sound resonated, and under the terrified gaze of the royal guards, wisps of purple smoke slowly ascended, sweeping towards them. Chapter 23, Battle with Zhao Yunlan. As they beheld the ominous purple mist, most of the guards were still in shock from the earlier scene, unaware as the smoke insidiously entered their nostrils. A low groan emerged from the throats of the royal guards, their lips instantly darkening, bodies weakening, and white foam spilling from their mouths. The plague goo was lethal even to chi-refining practitioners, and these palace guards were mere mortals, despite having trained in so-called martial arts. They could hardly withstand such overwhelming force for more than 10 breaths. Countless guards perished under the corrosive effects of the plague goo, while Zhao Yunlan's expression grew exceedingly grim behind the thick fog, especially as he witnessed his once proud legion being slaughtered like mere chickens. Beside him, Zhao Yun's figure, clad in celebratory attire, suddenly trembled, her eyes filled with resentment. Why, after all her efforts, did she find herself powerless before these cultivators? When Zhao Yunlan had usurped the throne, her father had met a similar fate, and now it was her turn. Your Majesty, it seems you must take action today. Otherwise, the entire Zhaowang city will be doomed. Zhao Yun turned to Zhao Yunlan with a grave expression. Zhao Yunlan surveyed the chaos before him, his heart surging with a fierce wrath as he gazed upon her delicate visage. I am the ruler of a nation. Should I reveal my true power? Your Majesty, today, aside from us and the Iron Sword sect, no one else will survive. We must contemplate how to break through this predicament. As for the aftermath, I shall conceal everything for you, Zhao Yun replied, stepping back, fully aware that Anil Mountain had already been entangled by Pang Tong and his companion, gradually falling into a disadvantage under the weight of numerous goo. Given the suddenness of the situation, even calling for aid would be futile, leaving them to devise their own escape. Indeed, I am the sovereign of Wushu Nation. In this realm, who would dare oppose me? Zhao Yunlan scoffed coldly, then retrieved a golden spear from his spatial ring, his eyes igniting with a fierce glow. In the next moment, he shot towards Bai Yu like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Yunlan's speed was astounding. Even Zhao Yun beside him could only sense a powerful gust of wind. Bang! Piercing through the purple mist. Zhao Yunlan thrust the spear towards Bai Yu, accompanied by a muffled sound. Bai Yu's figure vanished from its original position, while a massive pit was left where he had stood. As Zhao Yunlan's imposing aura surged, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, with the enhancement of the breaking illusion golden eyes. Bai Yu could clearly see that Zhao Yunlan's entire body had become distorted, his soul entwined with a mass of black energy, presenting an exceedingly sinister appearance. This scene reminded him of his encounter with Zhang Yunlong on Grey Sorrow Mountain. Once again, it was such a phenomenon. His own strength was not formidable. Yet under the influence of such strange forces, Zhao Yunlan now seemed capable of rivaling chi-refining experts. You little demon, daring to cause trouble in Wushu Nation. Today I shall eradicate you. Zhao Yunlan's face twisted with rage, a torrent of malevolent energy erupting from within, while the spear in his hand emitted a resonant hum. Ha! A creature steeped in malevolence dares to call me a demon? As Bai Yu's voice fell, Heitan slowly materialized. Without uttering a single word, Bai Yu focused his thoughts. And Heitan surged forth, the sharp sound of breaking air sending shivers down one's spine. Another goo. Zhao Yunlan's eyes widened, and with a fierce roar, he wielded his spear with fervor, colliding heavily with Heitan. The clang of metal echoed, reminiscent of a fierce clash of iron. Observing the confrontation, Bai Yu unleashed the dragon bloodstone goo from his hand like a concealed weapon, sending it flying forth. Boom! Dark energy coalesced as Zhao Yunlan stomped heavily, transforming the black mist into a shield that effectively blocked the oncoming dragon bloodstone goo. In an instant of contact, the goo disintegrated into powder, entwined within the dark energy, slowly merging together. Seal the throat. A deep voice resonated as Zhao Yunlan thrust forward, unleashing a streak of black spear light that shot towards Bai Yu. The spear light cleaved through the air, transforming into a myriad of spear shadows as it approached Bai Yu. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yu furrowed his brow as the surrounding blood mosquitoes swiftly converged. In an instant, countless shadows surged forth like a deluge, rushing towards the flickering gunlight. The overwhelming darkness collided with the gleaming gunfire, causing numerous blood mosquitoes to fall, accompanied by a cacophony of popping sounds. Had the gunfire struck Bai Yu, he would have surely met with grave injury or even death. The number of talismans at his disposal was still insufficient, and he lacked effective means of self-defense. Consequently, he needed to seek out martial techniques or movement skills for his protection. This marked Bai Yu's inaugural engagement in direct combat, and the weaknesses he exhibited were glaringly apparent. However, identifying such shortcomings early on would ultimately benefit his cultivation. Judging solely by the gunfire from earlier, Zhao Yunlan's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. Although the source of his formidable powers remained a mystery, Bai Yu was determined to devise a strategy to confront him. Buzzing. The maternal blood mosquito talisman reappeared in his grasp, radiating a brilliant red light as a multitude of blood mosquitoes emerged once more, transforming into 3 torrents that surged towards Zhao Yunlan in an attempt to subdue him. Boom! The dark energy enveloping Zhao Yunlan ascended skyward, intertwining with the blood mosquitoes as a significant number of them perished, falling to the ground. With such trivialities, they dared to approach him. Zhao Yunlan's expression twisted into a snarl, his skin beginning to rupture as the crimson flesh seemed poised to break free from its constraints. His eyes, filled with malevolence, fixed intently on Bai Yu, were it not for the seemingly endless swarm of blood mosquitoes obstructing his advance. This individual would have long since met his demise. If he could not vanquish this monster today, then all the time spent on the path would have been in vain. Bai Yu let out a cold smile, and with a swift alteration of his hand seal, glimmers of golden light inexplicably emerged amidst the swirling black mist enveloping Zhao Yunlan. At this moment, the shattered dragon bloodstone goo finally fulfilled its purpose. As the dark energy surged into Zhao Yunlan's body, an intense agony caused his eyes to bulge. In that fleeting instant, Heighten, who had been concealed within the swarm of blood mosquitoes, slowly materialized and lunged at Zhao Yunlan's neck. Bang! Zhao Yunlan, whose neck was gripped by the fangs, let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a resounding explosion, his skin shattered completely, and his form contorted rapidly, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh riddled with bulging veins. The spot where Heighten had bitten now resembled a vein as thick as a baby's arm, and numerous tendrils erupted from the fleshy mass, forcefully sending Heighten flying. Yet, the toxins that had already infiltrated his body, along with the dragon bloodstone goo, continued to inflict unbearable torment upon him. Bai Yu gazed in shock at the grotesque mass before him. Was this truly the essence of Zhao Yunlan? Could this creature possibly be human? A wave of intense fury surged within Bai Yu, clearly provoked by the enraged black charcoal. Rising to its feet and shaking its head, the creature lunged at Zhao Yunlan with the ferocity of a blade. With a swift motion, black charcoal's feet pierced the surface of the grotesque mass like steel nails. It lifted its head and sank its teeth into the thick, dark tendril, voraciously drinking the viscous liquid contained within. The sheer agony caused the mass to shudder, its flailing appendages striking black charcoal with a series of resounding thuds. Yet, black charcoal clung on tenaciously, unyielding as a parasite. Witnessing this, Bai Yu paused momentarily before summoning a crimson longsword into his grasp. Without a hint of hesitation, he dashed towards the grotesque mass. Employing his mastery of slicing techniques and the insight granted by his golden gaze to detect its vulnerabilities, he struck at the thrashing tendrils. With a decisive slice, the tendrils were severed, releasing a jet of greenish slime. Bai Yu staggered back a few steps but pressed on, continuing his assault. One by one, the tendrils fell, and as he beheld the mass's anguished mouth, he flicked his wrist, sending the longsword straight into its gaping maw. A horrific wail erupted, and the grotesque mass gradually fell still, twitching in despair as it was consumed by black charcoal. Simultaneously, the battle raging above captured Bai Yu's attention. He beheld the enormous golden serpent summoned by Pang Tong, which had expanded several-fold, ensnaring Annelshan tightly. Behind Zhao Mingzhu, a dark figure twisted Annelshan's sword-bearing arm with brutal force, snapping it with a sickening crack. Is being at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement truly impressive? Zhao Mingzhu sneered, devour his entrails. The shadow surged forth, its claws ripping open Annelshan's abdomen, pulling out a gruesome array of intestines and organs. Curse you, Zhao old man. The creatures you nurture are utterly repulsive. Pang Tong's face contorted in disgust at the sight. My golden serpent is supposed to be pristine. You understand nothing of the power of the blood fiend goo. A worthless fool like you could never comprehend it. A sinister laughter echoed from the shadow as it feasted on the entrails, the sound of its gnawing filling the air. At that moment, under the onslaught of the blood mosquito goo, the royal palace had descended into a scene of utter devastation, with the entirety of Zhao Wang's city enveloped in a chilling silence, resembling a hellish nightmare. Zhao Yun, horrified by the unfolding chaos, could no longer afford to hesitate as she witnessed Annelshan being brutally disemboweled. She turned to flee but was abruptly yanked back by her hair, crashing heavily to the ground. As she landed, a heavy weight pressed down on her chest, and a dagger was poised threateningly against her throat. The weight of the white feathered knee pressed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Gazing into the cold, piercing eyes of her adversary, Zhao Yun was consumed by terror. Please, don't kill me. I am Zhao Lan's sister, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Indeed, you are his biological sister, But what connection does his demise have with you? Bai Yu sighed heavily and spoke coldly. This is not my fault. He joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. While we are in the territory of the Iron Sword Sect, and even the 10,000 Sword Sect, his arrival is a provocation to the authority of the sect. I had advised him to leave, but he refused, insisting on confronting the imperial family. Moreover, it was not I who acted. He is my brother, and his death pains me deeply. Zhao Yun's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. In truth, from the moment she first laid eyes on Zhao Lan, she harbored boundless resentment towards him. Why did he leave all those years ago without taking her with him? It was he who abandoned her to endure humiliation, and now, through his cunning, Zhao Yunlan had transformed into a monster, pulling her into the affairs of the Iron Sword Sect. Soon, Zhao Yun would reclaim everything. She would become the new empress of the Wushu Kingdom, and, through her connections with the Iron Sword Sect, leverage her charm to ally with the 10,000 Sword Sect. At that time, she too could pursue the path of immortality, and the Wushu Kingdom would thrive under her reign. But what was Zhao Lan to her? After all these years, had he ever cared for her? Now, having returned with formidable skills, he sought to usurp everything she was on the verge of obtaining. What had her years of servitude and self-abasement amounted to? Thus, Zhao Lan must die. After a display of deep sibling affection, Zhao Yun revealed Zhao Lan's identity in the Heavenly Demon Sect to Anil Mountain, especially given that Anil's daughter had perished in a recent calamity. Consequently, Anil Mountain naturally exerted all efforts to deal with Zhao Lan. Zhao Yun vividly recalled Zhao Lan's gaze earlier that day, filled with anger, confusion, and even a hint of despair. But what of it? She had been even more desperate back then. Of course, she would not voice such sentiments now. Presently, Zhao Yun's sole hope was to survive. Who in Zhao Wang City is unaware of your deeds? I never imagined there could be such foolish people in this world. Is the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect truly so feeble that it is compared to a sect like the Iron Sword Sect? Anil Mountain's head rolled away. And Peng Tong, a contemptible individual, arrived on the scene. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, he wore a look of disdain. By shitty, impressive. You managed to eliminate this five-fold malefactor. I was just worrying moments ago. Observing the diminishing mass before them, Peng Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Dealing with such a creature was quite troublesome, yet Bai Yu's centipede goo had consumed it whole. With this in mind, Peng Tong and his companion gazed at Bai Yu with envy. This fellow was truly fortunate. Five-fold malefactor? What is that? Bai Yu inquired, puzzled. We can discuss that later. Anil Mountain carries a life token. The news of his death will certainly reach the Iron Sword Sect. We must depart immediately, otherwise we will encounter trouble, Peng Tong urged swiftly. Having accomplished this, Zhao Lan's vendetta had been avenged. Remaining to confront the Iron Sword Sect was unwise, given their strength and the limitations on their own resources. What shall we do with this woman? By shitty. I had intended to assist you in finding a furnace for alchemy, yet things have turned out this way. This woman appears quite appealing. Why not take her as a slave? Although she is but a mortal, she is at least presentable. Zhao Mingzhu raised an eyebrow and suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun quickly replied, I am willing. I am willing to be your servant. Everything I have belongs to you. Moreover, are you not Zhao Lan's friends? His bloodline remains only in me. Please do not kill me. I beg you. I am willing to do anything. Observing Zhao Yun's pitiful demeanor, any normal man would feel stirred. Even though she shared blood ties with Zhao Lan, in the Heavenly Demon Sect, such matters were not significant. After all, Zhao Lan was already dead. Nevertheless, Zhao Yun's actions led Bai Yu to perceive that her threat overshadowed her beauty by far. Listen to her words. If she is sincere, it reveals a lack of loyalty. She could betray everything here and ultimately betray me as well. If her affections are feigned, then keeping her is akin to nurturing a tiger by one side, unwise. Indeed, her worth lay in her body, yet she was mistaken. This beautiful form was also prime material for crafting goo. Zhao's brother has shown me kindness. All I can do is ensure your death is swift. With that, Bai Yu sheathed his blade and pressed his thumb heavily against Zhao Yun's temple. A dull thud resonated, and Zhao Yun breathed her last, witnessing Bai Yu's actions. Peng Tong and Zhao Mingzhu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 25, The Fivefold Malefactor, The Utmost Evil World. According to Peng Tong, among the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhao Mingzhu would rank in the top 10 when it came to retreating abilities. This individual had crafted his first goo for the sole purpose of escape upon becoming an official disciple. In fact, when Zhao Mingzhu produced a hoard of Gale goo, Bai Yu felt a flicker at the corner of his eye. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The elder had lived for many years and had only recently embarked on the path of immortality. Valuing one's life was quite natural. Returning to the Silver Moon Dynasty meant safety for the three. The Iron Sword sect would at least refrain from openly attacking, as it would be a provocation to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Regardless, the three mountains and four sects were the sovereigns of the Tongtian River. On the journey back to the sect, Bai Yu voiced his lingering curiosity. Zhao Yunlan had seemed exceedingly peculiar, and this was the second time he had encountered such a situation. Upon hearing Bai Yu's question, Pang Tong and Zhao Mingzhu exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions tinged with amusement. The truth about the fivefold malefactor could potentially upend one's perceptions of most sections. After pondering for a moment, Pang Tong began. It is well known that most menial disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect are either purchased or captured. It is also widely understood that if these menial disciples cannot awaken their spiritual roots, most will live their entire lives bearing this identity. Because of such rules, other sects derogatorily refer to us as the Demon Sect. But have you ever inquired how those so-called righteous sects recruit their disciples? Pang Tong elucidated that the majority of sects located downstream of the Tongtian River share a similar approach to recruiting disciples. Each day, they seek out individuals with suitable innate qualities within their jurisdiction, guiding them into the celestial gates. Alternatively, individuals may ascend the mountain to undergo evaluations of their innate potential, with those who pass being welcomed. Like the Tianma sect, most of these recruits are mere labor disciples, who, through diligent cultivation, eventually progress to the stage of qi refinement, thereby becoming formal disciples. These sects impose no compulsory requirements. Cultivation is solely reliant on personal endeavor. Consequently, in the eyes of the populace, they are regarded as standard orthodox sections. They vigilantly protect the masses while also granting ordinary individuals the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm. However, even the most esteemed sects, regardless of their profound heritage, find that labor disciples are akin to parasites until they contribute in some manner. Moreover, to transcend qi refinement, one must possess spiritual roots. Those devoid of such roots are deemed worthless. Thus, to address this predicament, labor disciples who have broken through with spiritual roots often resort to consuming potent elixirs. The origins of these elixirs are shrouded in mystery, and to this day, every sect possesses its unique recipe. These substances can induce a certain degree of mutation, ultimately allowing individuals to break through their limitations and attain formidable power. Yet, the process is fraught with peril. Should one fail to withstand the corrosive effects of the elixir, they risk becoming a mindless, grotesque abomination. Those who manage to retain their sanity and successfully break through are also recognized as formal disciples, albeit their cultivation methods diverge significantly from the norm. The resulting aberrations are referred to as the five turbid entities, who, grounded in the essence of five turbid evils, forsake their humanity in pursuit of transcendence. This encapsulates the philosophy behind the elixirs. However, the likelihood of successful mutation is exceedingly slim among 100 individuals. The chance of one succeeding is considered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Thus, this explains why sects continuously recruit disciples while their overall numbers do not markedly increase. The Tianma sect holds the belief that the human body is inherently a perfect primordial Dao body, and thus the consumption of potent elixirs for cultivation is strictly forbidden. Upon hearing Pang Tong's words, Bai Yu was taken aback. These grotesque monsters were indeed considered part of the realm of cultivators. Astonishingly, many of them hailed from the so-called orthodox sections. Previously, he had sensed an intense malevolence emanating from Zhao Yunlan, and he mused that even the most heinous of criminals likely pale in comparison to the malice exuded by these five turbid entities. Yet, these individuals were perceived as guardians of the common folk. It was shocking to realize that those who professed to protect the masses were entangled in such sordid affairs. Bai Yu shook his head, expressing his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingzhu chuckled. To protect the living, junior brother Bai, do not jest. In the lower realms, the number of dynasties exceeds 800, and this figure continues to rise, all under the aegis of various sections. However, apart from the dynasties governed by the Heavenly Demon Sect, all others share two characteristics. Firstly, the sects they rely upon periodically distribute fertility pills, which the dynasties then provide to the populace, ensuring a steady increase in population. Secondly, nearly all dynasties experience conflicts at regular intervals, some even unfounded. While disciples of the sects claim to gather the remains of the fallen under the pretext of delivering them to the afterlife, members of the Heavenly Demon Sect have visited these battlefields, where countless lives have perished, yet curiously, not a single soul remains. not even the remnants of spirits. Zhao Mingzhu extended a finger and remarked slowly, "There is nothing new under the sun, junior brother. Certain matters have become tacit agreements, hence the reticence of many. Despite the stern regulations of the Heavenly Demon Sect, if you are fortunate enough to survive, those menial disciples may well be taken as attendants by the formal disciples, altering their fates, just like that little beauty you are concealing. Thus, whether the demonic sect is truly demonic is of little consequence. Our aim is to attain enlightenment and ascend, and the opinions of others are irrelevant to us." Zhao Mingzhu grinned as he spoke. At these words, Bai Yu silently nodded, realizing that the world was far more brutal than he had imagined. Numerous signs indicated just how decayed their order had become, epitomizing a quintessential age of turbulence and malevolence. The coexistence of humans and demons left no room for fairness. In order to survive, cultivation was the very foundation of everything. At that moment, the desire to grow stronger surged within Bai Yu, urging him to strive even harder to avoid being consumed by this wicked world. Upon returning to the insect refining peak, the three parted ways. Bai Yu had lingered within the cave for 3 days, contemplating the path that lay ahead. Everything acquired by the Wushu kingdom had been taken away by Zhao Mingzhu, who meticulously organized it and exchanged it for contribution points, which were then evenly divided among the three. It was not until Yu Linglong entered the room holding a storage bag that Bai Yu snapped back to reality. "Young master, senior brother Zhao asked me to give this to you." Upon hearing her words, Bai Yu nodded and opened the storage bag, discovering it contained 532 spirit stones, while his token had also accrued an additional 1,400 contribution points. Remembering Zhao Buju's words about the rarity of city slaughter, Bai Yu finally grasped the true meaning behind them at that moment. Goodness, the money flows in so swiftly. You should keep the spirit stone safe. It can also be used for cultivation. Next, I need to visit the Blood Corpse Peak and the Body Refinement Peak. I have realized that there are still many deficiencies within me. Bai Yu retrieved 50 spirit stones and promptly tossed the storage bag to Yu Linglong. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Soon thereafter, her eyes brimmed with emotion. The young master had previously remarked upon her potential for cultivation, albeit one that had yet to be fully realized. Did this spirit stone signify his trust in her? In that instant, admiration filled Yu Linglong's gaze, and she silently vowed to never disappoint Bai Yu's expectations. Chapter 26. The Blood River Body Refinement Technique in stark contrast to the bustling and lively Hehuan Peak. Where throngs of people traversed daily, the Blood Corpse Peak was a desolate place, even less frequented than the Gu Refining Peak. The eerie and terrifying ambience surrounding it was akin to that of the Ghost-Controlling Peak, both known as the twin elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Typically few, even among the formal disciples, were inclined to engage with those who perpetually dealt with corpses. Thus, as Bai Yu walked, his attire from the Gu Refining Peak appeared strikingly conspicuous, garnering many glances of intrigue. Observing the few pale-faced disciples clad in vibrant red uniforms, Bai Yu, despite donning a congenial smile, appeared somewhat peculiar amidst the faint mist that enveloped him. In truth, he too possessed the ability to control corpses using the wandering zombie Gu. However, that was not a legitimate method, and the products of such would likely harbor defects. Therefore, while he still had some contribution points, it would be prudent to exchange them for a legitimate method of corpse refinement at Blood Corpse Peak. With the assistance of the system, he could induce variations in the spells, rendering this approach far superior to merely concocting the wandering zombie Gu. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect did not impose restrictions on disciples practicing a singular technique, due to the nature of his cultivation, it was imperative for him to venture here. Moreover, he intended to visit Body Refinement Peak to exchange for some self-defense techniques or agility skills as part of his overall strategy. Upon arriving at the Technique Pavilion, the surrounding aura was laden with malevolence. Given the time of day, scarcely any disciples were present, save for a white-bearded elder slumped over a table, fast asleep. "Elder, may I inquire how one might enter to exchange for techniques and spells?" Bai Yu stepped forward and gently greeted the elder, who, with bleary eyes, lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Bai Yu's attire, a look of confusion crossed his face. "A disciple of the Poison Refining Peak, is it? How peculiar. My young friend, why are you not diligently honing your skills in poison crafting, but instead preparing to refine corpses?" The elder teased. "The path of enlightenment is often interconnected. Sometimes, one must explore a variety of avenues." Bai Yu replied politely, "Hee. The cultivation methods and techniques at the Qi refinement level require a total of 200 contribution points. Once submitted here, you may enter and select your preferred options." The old man yawned and then gestured towards a nearby golden token, indicating that Bai Yu should swipe it first before proceeding to make his selections and ultimately return for registration. Bai Yu stepped forward and, after a moment's contemplation, directly spent 400 contribution points. He soon noticed two disciples from the Blood Corpse peak approaching, following closely behind them as they entered, accompanied by a shimmering aura. Bai Yu found himself in a grand hall, filled with an overwhelming array of shelves laden with numerous jade slips, their sheer quantity almost dizzying. Producing his disciple token, he swiped it against the shelves, prompting a multitude of names and descriptions to materialize. Observing the information on his token, Bai Yu took his time, leisurely perusing the contents. As he turned a corner, he encountered a vast luminous passageway, evidently leading to the second floor. However, given his current capabilities, ascending was entirely beyond his reach. Raising his gaze, he noticed a young girl clad in red, meticulously selecting spells. Upon hearing movement, she merely tilted her head slightly, casting Bai Yu a fleeting glance before returning her attention elsewhere. In response, Bai Yu curled his lip, lacking any inclination to initiate conversation, and continued to examine the eclectic array of techniques and spells before him. The contents of these techniques were largely similar, sufficient only for cultivation up to the golden core level. Yet, the methods for refining corpses intrigued him, revealing a plethora of techniques for transforming a body into a zombie or puppet. They all appeared promising. Perhaps he should casually acquire one, Bai Yu silently remarked, casually picking up a piece of jade tablet. Unlike the other jade tablets, this one was unexpectedly blood red. Bai Yu cast a glance at the introduction within, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The Blood River Body Refinement Technique? Upon scrutinizing the description of the technique, he discovered that the Blood River Body Refinement Technique harnesses one's own vital blood energy to condense the spirit of blood demons within the body, thereby enhancing physical strength. Theoretically, each demon spirit possesses the power of a tiger, and a mere trace of blood energy equates to one demon spirit. The human body can potentially harbor an astounding 360 million units of blood vitality. How could such a terrifying technique of body refinement exist in this place? Bai Yu's breath quickened. He had originally intended to journey to the body refinement peak in search of methods to enhance his physique. However, he never anticipated encountering such terrifying entities here. Grasping the Blood River Body Refinement Technique, Bai Yu endeavored to steady his emotions. Ultimately, he selected the Yin-Yang Dao Corpse Refinement Technique not far away and hurriedly exited the method pavilion. At the entrance, the elderly man remained languid, seemingly finding the chill of this place rather tiresome. As Bai Yu prepared to register the techniques and spells on the table, the elder squinted his eyes, clearly hesitant to speak. He circled around his garments, but ultimately remained silent. Observing the unnatural gaze of the elder, Bai Yu felt a flicker of confusion yet dismissed it, returning directly to the cave abode with his belongings. Inside the room, Yu Linglong was meditating in a cross-legged posture. Not wishing to disturb her, Bai Yu retreated to the pavilion, inhaled deeply, and infused his spiritual power into the jade slip. In the next moment, the Blood River Body Refinement Technique and the Yin-Yang Dao Corpse Refinement Technique manifested vividly in his mind. Technique: Return to Origin Controlling Gu. Minor Achievement: 2130650. Skill: Cutting. Major Achievement: Progress: 28603,500. Yin-Yang Xian Dragon Gu. Destiny Gu. Growth Stage: Dragon Chi. Progress: 888750000. Yin-Yang Chi. 1670500. Evil Dragon Resentment: 368815000. Evil Earthstone Gu. Dragon Bloodstone Gu. Mutation 02700. Mosquito Gu. Blood Mosquito Gu. Mutation 24500. Blood River Body Refinement Technique. Entry Level 01500. Yin-Yang Dao Corpse Refinement Technique. Entry Level 0500. Breaking Illusions Golden Eye. Entry Level Earth Eye. Mutation 144520000. Upon examining the data displayed, Bai Yu was taken aback. The entry-level requirement for the Blood River Body Refinement Technique was astonishingly comparable to that of the Breaking Illusions Golden Eye. No wonder the technique was so formidable in its description, yet languished in the technique pavilion gathering dust. Such an extensive progress bar rendered success in cultivation nearly impossible. Moreover, the practice of the Blood River Body Refinement Technique appeared extraordinarily brutal. It not only demanded a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, but also treated the body as a glutton, absorbing all surrounding energies during cultivation and inciting a boiling of blood, turning the self into a furnace ignited by one's own life force. The creator of this body refinement technique seemed to be a lunatic. After much hesitation, gazing at the data on the panel, Bai Yu gritted his teeth, determination filling his eyes. If there was a progress bar, it signified that this body refinement technique could indeed be perfected. After learning from Pang Tong about the peculiarities of this world, Bai Yu developed an insatiable obsession with enhancing his strength. With such a terrifying body refinement technique at his disposal, he was compelled to cultivate it. With that thought, Bai Yu sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the technique according to the pathways in his mind. Chapter 27. Wandering Zombie Ghoul, Refining Yin-Yang Corpses. In the dead of night, Bai Yu found himself lifted onto the bed by Yu Linglong. His entire body felt as if its bones had been dismantled and not reassembled, with relentless cramps and excruciating pain coursing through him. Even more despairing was the continuous influx of dragon qi penetrating his body from the cave. Even Yu Linglong, standing nearby, could distinctly hear the sound of blood flowing within Bai Yu. Blood River Body Refinement Technique. Entry level, 215,000 progress 0. 1 progress 0. 2 progress. As he observed the painfully slow progress akin to a tortoise's pace while enduring the utmost agony, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. This was truly a pitiful endeavor. "Young master, are you all right?" Yu Linglong exclaimed, her voice laced with concern, perplexed by the situation. During her meditation, she had suddenly sensed the spiritual energy in the cave being rapidly depleted. When she stepped out in confusion, she found Bai Yu seated in the pavilion, the massive dragon corpse in the pond radiating a golden hue that continuously surged into his body. "Fear not, for I shall rise anew. With the Yin-Yang Xian Dragon Goo within me, I shall not shy away from your brilliance." Bai Yu gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Eventually, he simply closed his eyes, allowing the Blood River Body Refinement Technique to operate passively. "Ah! Oh, you bastard!" The screams within the cave occasionally intermingled with some elegant phrases. Luckily, the cave was sufficiently concealed, preventing the sounds from escaping. Only the beautiful figure guarding him wore a sorrowful expression, her heart racing in her throat. For 3 continuous days, this agonizing state persisted, until the first blood demon spirit took form, at which point the pain in Bai Yu's body finally dissipated. When he reopened his eyes, his complexion was pale and his consciousness somewhat hazy. He had finally opened all the meridians in his body, and the subsequent cultivation would no longer involve such extreme suffering. This was merely a fragment of blood demon power, indicating he had only refined a wisp of blood energy. According to the technique's principles, he would need to condense 360 million strands of power to reach completion. This signified that, although it was a Qi-level technique, its potential was boundless. Contemplating this, Bai Yu felt that the torment endured over these 3 days was worthwhile, as long as he laid a solid foundation. He was certain he could complete the cultivation. After consuming a light meal, seizing the brief recovery period, Bai Yu pinned numerous materials, instructing Yu Linglong to utilize his token for purchasing supplies. The Xian Yin dried corpse technique employs pure Yin energy to empower corpses, inducing significant mutations during the refining process, ultimately birthing a trace of Yang energy in the extreme Yin, thus achieving the Yin-Yang corpse. The Yin-Yang corpse marks the beginning of corpse refinement. Once it becomes a corpse servant, it can seek materials and continuously enhance the Yin-Yang corpse, eventually evolving into a dried corpse capable of wreaking havoc. Observing the formidable introduction of the technique, Bai Yu exhaled heavily. This corpse refining technique would grant him a powerful bodyguard, providing a layer of security for his forthcoming cultivation. However, Bai Yu did not intend to directly refine a Yin-Yang corpse. Rather, he wished to amalgamate it with the powers of Gu to create something entirely new. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yu waved his hand, and Zhao Yun's corpse flew from the storage ring, hovering silently in midair. At this moment, a talisman was affixed to Zhao Yun's corpse, emanating a piercing chill, resembling a sleeping beauty. His gaze gradually moved to Zhao Yun's calm, yet pale visage, finally resting upon the bright red wedding attire. After a long pause, Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although you were an ordinary person, encountering such circumstances must have filled you with resentment after death, right? I hope you can fulfill the potential I have prepared for you and realize your worth. Though Zhao Yun was an ordinary individual, her ambition and stunning beauty made her the perfect material for corpse refinement. Coupled with his experimentation, Bai Yu was confident he could elevate her into a superior Yin-Yang corpse. "Brother Zhao, I must apologize in advance." A soft whisper escaped his lips as Bai Yu slowly closed his eyes, repeatedly reviewing the intricacies of the Xian Yin dried corpse technique. Until dusk, a ripple of energy stirred within the cave, and Yu Linglong finally returned. "Young master, here is what you requested." An excited voice rang out. Bai Yu's trust in allowing his disciple to procure supplies with his token signified complete faith in her. Despite venturing into the terrifying realms of corpse refining peak and ghost crafting peak, he encountered no obstructions along the way. Even upon returning, when he met Pang Tong, the latter greeted him warmly, an unimaginable occurrence in the past. After placing the storage bag into Bai Yu's hands, Yilin smiled and stepped behind him, delicately massaging his shoulders with her slender fingers, akin to a devoted maid. You've worked hard. Observing the mere 3 contribution points remaining on his token, Bai Yu couldn't help but lament his financial constraints. Although 1 for 100 contribution points seemed substantial, they were rather easily spent. Clearing his mind of distractions, Bai Yu stood and moved to a corner of the cave, opening the storage bag. A plethora of items surged forth, including the black soil excavated from the extreme inland of the corpse refining peak, which he spread around. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area. After digging a perfectly square pit, a bronze coffin was placed securely within. Bai Yu flicked his fingers, and Zhao Yun's corpse settled gently into the coffin. The moment the talisman was removed, the frost surrounding her began to melt. He utilized red strings made from the hair of a hanging ghost, ghostly longevity peaches, coffin mushrooms, ghostly golden vines, 81 copper coins, and 9 barrels of pure Yin blood from young maidens, alongside the soul gathered from Zhaowang City. Bai Yu meticulously examined the materials before him and ultimately selected a jade slip, pressing it to his forehead, whereupon a torrent of information flooded into his mind. The Yujiang Gu, entry level, 0500, a disposable Gu, has the capability to transform an individual into a zombie. Utilizing their own Yin energy as the foundational essence of the undead, with effects that can accumulate layer upon layer. Reflecting on the description of the Yujiang Gu, Bai Yu promptly gathered a substantial collection of Gu refining materials, preparing to concoct this Gu. Linglong fashioned a mask using red string and copper coins, then carefully placed it upon Zhao Yun's face. She proceeded to place the Gui Shou Tao and other materials within the coffin, filling it entirely with the blood of a maiden, and finally sealed the coffin lid. Once these tasks were accomplished, each night, Bai Yu would open the cave entrance, using a mirror to refract the moonlight onto the bronze coffin, a process that may need to continue for 49 days. During this time, he would require diligent vigilance. Bai Yu spoke slowly. The process of refining a corpse is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. It requires a considerable amount of time to produce a large quantity of wandering zombie Gu. Thus, during these 49 days, Bai Yu planned to remain in the cave world, in seclusion, until the birth of the Yin-Yang corpse. Rest assured, young master, Linglong will undoubtedly fulfill your request. Chapter 28. Successful Refinement, Transformation. Wandering Zombie Gu 10, 15, 18. Over the course of 10 days, Bai Yu continuously refined the wandering zombie Gu. Before him lay a large basin filled with abundant ethereal blue mycelium, which represents the initial form of the wandering zombie Gu. Although the level of the wandering zombie Gu is not high, its effects are remarkably unique. If absorbed by the Gu master, it can transform their physical body into that of a zombie, allowing them to sustain themselves by consuming a bit of blood. This substance also serves as a final refuge for Gu masters whose lifespans are nearing their end. After all, clinging to life by forsaking one's cultivation is certainly preferable to facing a direct demise with nothing left. Another effect is its use in corpse refinement, as the nature of the wandering zombie Gu lays the foundation for the evolution of the zombie, coupled with the pre-prepared materials for corpse refinement. It theoretically enhances the potential of the zombie significantly. The wandering zombie Gu within the basin continued to coalesce, while a gurgling sound emanated from the bronze coffin. An exceptionally dense aura of corpse energy enveloped the coffin. Should one inadvertently inhale this energy, it could profoundly affect their mental state. It would not be surprising for an ordinary person to transform into a walking corpse under such circumstances. As Bai Yu diligently filled the wandering zombie Gu to completion, although no immediate mutation occurred, he was quite satisfied that, within 10 days, he had mastered this Gu to the point of effortless refinement. Observing the bronze coffin, which had begun to crack, Bai Yu exhaled heavily, and with a flick of his right hand, the coffin lid was forcefully cast aside. At this moment, the crimson blood and materials surrounding Zhao Yun had vanished, replaced by a dense black mist that encircled her. Zhao Yun's formerly snow-white skin had turned even paler, resembling jade, while her bright red wedding attire had taken on a dim hue. Combined with the exquisite copper mask, she exuded an overwhelming aura. Gazing at Zhao Yun, who had now become a corpse, Bai Yu gradually fell into contemplation. The preliminary preparations could be deemed entirely complete. Next, He would employ the Xian Yin Hanba corpse refinement technique in conjunction with the wandering zombie goo, ultimately shaping a soulless entity that would heed only his commands using the soul acquired from Zhaowang City. But is this truly the limit of corpse refinement? Perhaps. According to the records, this is already quite perfect. However, as a goo master, should one not possess a spirit of innovation? Could there be something more to add to this foundation? With this thought, a glimmer of madness flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. He slowly rose and directly swooped towards the dragon bones in the pond, observing the two dragon horns atop the dragon's head, which resembled obsidian. He hesitated not a moment and unhesitatingly broke one off. Crack! The dragon horn fractured, its two basin-sized segments, each exceeding 12 meters in length, floated in midair. And pure dragon energy surged forth from the break. The blood river body forging technique activated passively, fervently refining the power of the space around him. May this enable you to advance further. Bai Yu whispered softly, directly taking the dragon horn and inserting it beside the bronze coffin, adjusting his state to its optimal level. He greeted Yu Linglong after confirming that it was indeed nighttime outside. As the moonlight cascaded upon Zhao Yun, Bai Yu formed seals with his hands. And with the surge of his magical power, a multitude of runes began to descend upon Zhao Yun, humming, accompanied by the swirling runes. A vivid crimson flame unexpectedly erupted around Zhao Yun, swiftly igniting the bronze coffin and enveloping the surrounding dragon horn. This fiery crimson seemed devoid of heat, yet it rendered Zhao Yun's body a deep red, drawing in the dragon energy that emanated from the horn. As the flames intensified, Zhao Yun's garments were reduced to ashes, leaving only a copper coin mask adorning her. Suddenly, black scales emerged, cascading across her skin and emanating a chilling, ethereal glow. These black scales represented a fusion of corpse energy and dragon essence, perhaps due to the influence of the corpse energy. The malevolent dragon intent hidden within the dragon horn was fully awakened, merging continuously with Zhao Yun until a new form materialized. Observing Zhao Yun's ongoing evolution, Bai Yu dared not relax, exerting control over the process with the power of the Xian Yin Hanba's corpse refining technique. Merely the integration of the dragon horn consumed 5 days. When the last vestige of black dragon energy entered her body, Bai Yu maintained a steady state, methodically refining his craft. As the 27th day waned into twilight, he felt a sudden tremor throughout his body. With bloodshot eyes, he opened them wide, his face alight with exhilaration. A low, buzzing sound reverberated through the air as a dense, ominous energy emanated from Zhao Yun, spreading and corrupting the space within the cave, causing the temperature to plummet. A pair of black horns sprouted from her head, and as her golden eyes opened, the light within the cave dimmed significantly. Observing the transformation taking place in Zhao Yun, Bai Yu's expression shifted. If this continued, the cave would likely be destroyed by her power. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Yu did not hesitate. He formed an intricate hand gesture, his throat vibrating with an eerie incantation, merging the control into his consciousness. He swiftly expelled Zhao Yun from the cave. Chapter 29. The bright moon over the sea. The refining goo peak remained enveloped in profound silence. At night, the stillness was almost palpable, save for a few who sought to refine goo using the cover of darkness or the moonlight. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance manifested halfway up the peak. In the next moment, a shadow burst forth from the fluctuation, unleashing a chilling force that coated the surrounding stones with an unusual frost. Surrounded by a menacing aura, Zhao Yun instinctively soared into the air, standing beneath the full moon. At that moment, the previously tranquil moonlight seemed to respond to her presence. As the buzzing intensified, the moonlight transformed into a tangible form, cascading down upon Zhao Yun, unleashing torrents of wild energy that surged forth like a flood, only to be absorbed by her. Sensing an aura rivaling that of a golden core practitioner, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He suppressed his exhilaration, silently awaiting the culmination of her transformation. Boom! The circle of moonlight expanded around Zhao Yun, unleashing waves of frost that spread a biting chill, as if the environment had plunged into winter. With Bai Yu's series of enhancements, Zhao Yun's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. As she absorbed the moonlight, the blue lotus mark on her forehead grew increasingly animated, shimmering with a silver glow that exuded an oppressive aura. Seeing Zhao Yun in her current state, Bai Yu finally felt at ease. Compared to the anticipated 49 days, they had saved a full week, yet Zhao Yun's transformation exceeded Bai Yu's expectations. Not only had her strength and body reached the level of a golden core, but he had also laid a perfect foundation for her. Although Zhao Yun's essence remained that of a Yin-Yang corpse, she now possessed the qualifications to evolve into a drought demon. Zhao Yun's absorption of moonlight naturally caused a considerable stir, particularly at Refining Gu Peak, where the moonlight surrounding her resembled a vast ocean. The spectacle of the moon rising over the sea gradually engulfed the entire mountain. Damn it. Those rascals at Blood Corpse Peak. They can refine corpses, but what business do they have at my Refining Gu Peak? Is it to boast? How infuriating. Numerous Gu masters emerged from their caves, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at the extraordinary sight above, their hearts brimming with confusion. Was the ominous energy that spread this way a result of Blood Corpse Peak's interference? A voice, both exasperated and tinged with envy, broke through the air as several figures hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, their expressions froze, even with their divine transformation cultivation. They were taken aback by the sight of this perfect Yin-Yang corpse. When did Blood Corpse Peak produce such a genius? Do those wildlings truly have the capability to refine such a being? Feeling the intense pressure from the surroundings, Bai Yu's expression changed. It seemed that Zhao Yun's emergence had captured the attention of formidable figures. He gazed at the 8 figures hovering in the air, noting their attire, and his breath grew heavy. The foremost figure, an elder clad in a white robe, was none other than Mo Wu Dao, the vice master of Refining Gu Peak. Beside him stood 4 men and 2 women, all elders of the Refining Gu Peak. These individuals, rarely seen by ordinary disciples like Bai Yu, had now appeared in force. Moreover, Bai Yu felt helpless as numerous powerful presences at the peak of Refining Gu converged toward this location, indicating that even the direct disciples and true disciples had taken notice. Cough, cough, cough. This is Bai Yu, disciple of Refining Gu Peak. Paying respects to Master Mo and esteemed elders. Observing the curious expressions of the 8, Bai Yu took a moment to compose himself before bowing respectfully. The sudden voice caught Mo Wu Dao's attention, and as he turned to Bai Yu, sensing the connection between him and Zhao Yun, his previously irritated demeanor softened. In an instant, Mo Wu Dao vanished from his position, reappearing directly before Bai Yu. He scrutinized Bai Yu from head to toe, before breaking into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Bai Yu, a disciple of Refining Gu Peak? You refine this Yin-Yang corpse? Mo Wu Dao inquired rapidly. Indeed, it is my humble achievement. I apologize for the disturbance at such a late hour, Bai Yu responded. You possess such remarkable abilities? Mo Wu Dao exclaimed, astonished. It must be sheer luck. Bai Yu humbly remarked, since matters have transpired in this manner, there is no longer any need for concealment. Ha ha ha. With such talent, why delve into corpse crafting? Good child, as disciples of the Gu Refinement Peak, our primary focus should be on the art of Gu. Mo Wu Dao smiled broadly, his expression resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. Though his tone unexpectedly shifted to one of earnest admonition, ultimately concluding with a light-hearted reprimand. Brother, it seems you have been foolishly oblivious. You see only the Yin-Yang corpse, yet fail to notice the Gu within her. Before Bai Yu could retort, a languid voice resonated as 7 elders gracefully descended. Among them, a beautiful matron cast a sidelong glance at Mo Wu Dao and slowly articulated, if I am not mistaken, this Yin-Yang corpse is based on the wandering zombie Gu. Is it not? What a remarkable idea. The wandering zombie Gu is rather obscure. Ordinarily, Gu masters employ it solely for their own benefit. Yet you have ingeniously combined it with corpse crafting to create such a peculiar entity. Qin Qingyao expressed her astonishment. Although Bai Yu is merely an ordinary disciple, he has managed to forge something like this. While it is termed a Yin-Yang corpse, it can also be regarded as Gu. Upon hearing this, Mo Wu Dao's eyes narrowed as he finally noticed the mark upon Zhao Yun's head. Ha! I knew it. Those from Blood Corpse Peak possess no such ability. It must have originated from our Gu masters. This aligns with expectations, for who does not recognize the abundance of talent within our Gu Refinement Peak? Bai Yu is it? I shall remember you, my dear ancestor. TSK, how is it that you have only reached the first level of Qi refinement? You ought to exert greater effort in your training and not neglect your cultivation in pursuit of Gu research. Bai Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Mo Wu Dao's unconventional thinking, feeling an odd suspicion that this old fellow might possess multiple personalities. Revered Peak Master, the lad has only recently been initiated as a formal disciple a few months ago. However, you are indeed correct. I shall diligently pursue my cultivation from this point onward. As his words settled, Mo Wu Dao was about to offer further praise when, all of a sudden, a gigantic black claw coalesced in the air, lunging menacingly towards Zhao Yun with an overwhelming force equivalent to that of a 5th-tier golden core cultivator. Zhao Yun, her expression impassive, gazed at the approaching claw. At the very moment its power drew near, A flicker of golden light sparkled in her eyes as she clenched her fist tightly and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The collision of her fist with the black claw unleashed a terrifying aura of malevolence. Ultimately, centered around Zhao Yun's fist. The black claw was instantaneously frozen and shattered with a resounding crash. What a remarkable young talent. Truly fine material for corpse refinement. A voice filled with excitement rang out as the elder who had been guarding the Blood Corpse Peak Scripture Pavilion suddenly appeared in midair, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes aflame with fervor as he regarded Bai Yu. Chapter 30. Why are you so selfish? Though Tu Kuei's earlier probing had been casual, the might Zhao Yun had just displayed left Bai Yu astounded. That strike could have easily annihilated an ordinary golden core cultivator. Even a fifth-tier cultivator would likely suffer severe injury upon contact. Yet, Zhao Yun had effortlessly neutralized it. With such power, it was no wonder he had chosen to integrate the precious dragon horn into her being. Moreover, Zhao Yun had only just begun her journey as a Yin-Yang corpse and was still hampered by his own cultivation level, meaning her internal power had not yet been fully realized. Once he advanced, and her strength awakened, she might very well transform into a true drought demon. With this thought, Bai Yu's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was his trump card. With such a lethal weapon at her side, he could pursue his endeavors with greater abandon. Tu Kuei? You seem rather idle, wandering around my Gu refinement peak at this late hour. Imo Wu Dao remarked disdainfully upon observing Tu Kuei's demeanor. To him, this old man was nothing but trouble, especially in such circumstances, where it was clear he had his sights set on the disciples of the Gu refinement peak. Haha. Old Imo, spare me the pleasantries. The phenomenon of the moon rising above the sea has not escaped my notice. Had it been a cultivator, I would not be the only one here. Tu Kuei chuckled, stepping forward to survey the gathering before fixing his gaze on Bai Yu. Young lad, we've met before. Your technique originates from the Yin-Yang Drought Demon Corpse refinement art, does it not? Quite impressive. Although it is merely a Qi refinement level technique, your application of it does not betray its potential. However, he continued, when you chose your techniques, I neglected to inform you that while corpse refinement is indeed paramount, as a cultivator, one must also integrate the secret techniques of the Blood Corpse Peak. A cultivator must possess a certain combat strength and cannot rely solely on the blood corpses. I happen to have a technique that complements the Yin-Yang corpse. Come, follow me, and I shall instruct you thoroughly. Tu Kuei said, stepping closer and affectionately patting Bai Yu's shoulder, akin to a familial elder. As Tu Kuei reached for Bai Yu's hand, intending to lead him away, Bai Yu found himself both amused and perplexed by the old man's enthusiasm. Tu Kuei, do you think I am dead? I am a grown man. Have some decorum. Can't you see this is a disciple of my Gu refinement peak? You're not even attempting to conceal your intentions to snatch him away. Imo Wu Dao, initially taken aback by Tu Kuei's actions, swiftly positioned himself in front of him, his expression one of incredulity. Tu Kuei, I know you are not devoid of common sense. The foundation of the Yin-Yang corpse is evident. This lad is a natural at corpse refinement. With proper cultivation, his future potential is limitless. Such talent, aside from the Blood Corpse Peak, who else could nurture? Moreover, what is this about your Gu refinement peak's disciples? We are all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What belongs to you or me? Why must you be so selfish? Tu Kuei's words caused Imo Wu Dao to pause, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Shut your mouth. Open your eyes and look closely. That thing is neither a Gu nor a corpse. It is born from the secret techniques of my Blood Corpse Peak. Surely, you can see the grandeur of this massive zombie Gu, can you not? It is merely an embellishment. And were you just insulting me? You shameless wretch. Coming here to abduct people, how dare you criticize me? The tension escalated between Imo Wu Dao and Tu Kuei, their glare suggesting an imminent confrontation. Put away that Yin-Yang corpse. There are too many people here. These two old fools should be ashamed of themselves. Qin Yao remarked, shaking her head in exasperation as she nudged Bai Yu. In response, Bai Yu nodded and promptly stored Zhao Yun within his cave abode. Don't embarrass yourselves. Let him make his own choice. Qin Yao's voice turned icy as she commanded the two men. At her words, both Imo Wu Dao and Tu Kuei flinched, as if instinctively aware of her authority, and simultaneously huffed in resignation. Bai Yu, you have seen it for yourself. Elder Tu from the Blood Corpse Peak has taken an interest in your aptitude and wishes to cultivate you there. Your crafted zombie Gu has also surprised us. The Gu Refinement Peak shares a similar sentiment. Our Heavenly Demon Sect fully respects the choices of our disciples, providing the utmost freedom. Now, the opportunity lies before you. How do you wish to decide? Qin Yao inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Yu. Hearing her words, Bai Yu contemplated the assembly around him. He yearned to exclaim that he desired it all, yet such impracticality remained merely a fleeting thought. After careful consideration, he felt that remaining at the Gu Refinement Peak was the most suitable choice, as he was already familiar with this place. Moreover, Gu, being the essence of heaven and earth, held boundless possibilities. If given the chance, he preferred to focus primarily on Gu, while balancing his corpse refinement endeavors. After all, both were methods of the demonic path. Elder 2, I am truly grateful for your kindness, but I have been a disciple of the Gu Refinement Peak since my initiation. So after much thought, I believe I shall remain here. Bai Yu respectfully spoke. Upon hearing this, Mo Wu Dao nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the correct choice. The art of corpse refining? What prospects does it hold? In the past, Qin Qingyao was a genius in body refining. Yet she ultimately chose the path of Gu, insect, cultivation. Who in the entire Tianma sect is unaware that those who practice Gu cultivation have the brightest futures? As these words left his lips, Tu Kuei was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Bai Yu's decision. However, in order to prevent Bai Yu's potential from being squandered, he felt compelled to offer some counsel. Bai Yu, the Tianma sect is a unified entity, although it is divided into various peaks, no matter where you are. You are a disciple of the Tianma sect, so there is no need for undue pressure. The path of corpse refining can also lead to great accomplishments. You must consider these matters carefully. Enough, Qin Qingyao interjected, glancing at Tu Kuei. Are you not showing favoritism, senior sister? Upon hearing this, Tu Kuei felt somewhat helpless, genuinely lamenting the loss of talent. Ignoring Tu Kuei's remarks, Qin Qingyao turned to Bai Yu and continued, the ability to refine such a Yin-Yang corpse proves your innate talent. Moreover, your application of the Yu Zhonggu has deepened the connection between the Gu refining peak and the blood corpse peak. This is a commendable achievement and deserves recognition. Junior brother, according to the rules of the Gu refining peak, you shall receive 5,000 contribution points. You possess Yin-Yang spiritual roots, which are inherently contradictory. Yet there remains the potential for advancement. Here is the Yin-Yang Tranquil Lotus, capable of purifying the dual energies of Yin and Yang. It should aid your cultivation. Strive diligently to break through to the golden core stage and advance to the inner sect, thereby becoming a true disciple. Should you have any new insights regarding the Yu Zhonggu that you find uncertain, feel free to seek my guidance, as I have conducted research on such Gu. As she spoke, Qin Qingyao revealed a black and white crystal lotus and a jade token in her hand. Chapter 31, Blood Skull Gu. Activating the celestial fox bloodline, the emergence of the Yin-Yang corpse caused a tremendous stir within the Tianma sect. After receiving the reward from Qin Qingyao, Bai Yu inexplicably endured a scolding from several elders. The reason was simple. Mo Wu Dao found him overly polite, far from the demeanor expected of a Tianma sect disciple, and sternly admonished him to avoid emulating the hypocritical ways of the righteous sections. The Tianma sect does not endorse such conduct. A carefree existence is paramount. Henceforth, you may pursue corpse refining and even seek guidance from Tu Kuei. If he is pleased, accept any gifts he offers, and if not, find ways to ask him. However, learn to be indifferent, enjoy what he provides, but do not be overly kind to him. Even within the Tianma sect, one must discern social hierarchies. Upon hearing Mo Wu Dao's reasoning, Bai Yu felt a profound sense of belonging. The Tianma sect was truly a place of camaraderie, utterly unlike a demonic sect. Shortly after this incident, Bai Yu sensed the onset of trouble. An abundance of eyes were now fixated upon him. The entire Tianma sect was aware that the Gu refining peak had produced a genius capable of crafting a perfect Yin-Yang corpse. Although his status remained formal, this was a matter of sect regulations. It was certain that Bai Yu had caught the attention of the elders, and entering the inner sect was a foregone conclusion. From that day forth, his disciple token had not ceased to buzz with notifications. Many sought to invite him to their abode, particularly from the Blood Corpse Peak and the Hehuan Peak. The former wished to discuss insights on corpse refining, while the latter aimed to foster relationships and ascertain whether Bai Yu could assist them in crafting such a creation. After all, the Hehuan Peak possessed unique methods, allowing them to acquire resources easily, though their martial prowess was comparatively lacking. Many disciples from the Hehuan Peak preferred to purchase blood corpses or mature Gu, seeking protection from spirits or weapons. Now, Bai Yu had become their focal point, as evidenced by the incessant information flooding from his token. Within the cave abode, a pitch-black medicinal cauldron was placed upon the newly constructed stone platform, filled to the brim with golden medicinal liquid. Yu Linglong, clad in a resplendent red embroidered fabric, soaked in the medicinal essence, her body trembling slightly. "Young master, does the blood skull goo truly have efficacy?" "I find it rather peculiar," she inquired, her countenance pale, although the liquid shimmered with a golden hue. She was acutely aware that Bai Yu had issued a bounty in the Silver Moon dynasty to collect the blood of countless foxes, ultimately sacrificing over 10,000 lives to concoct this potion, an endeavor solely aimed at activating her bloodline. The fox spirit's blood, combined with the materials for crafting the blood skull goo, had cost Bai Yu 3,000 contribution points, an amount substantial enough to procure another cave abode. Though the method sounded cruel, Yu Linglong harbored no fear of suffering. Her only concern was failing to meet Bai Yu's expectations. If the blood skull goo proved ineffective, would she not be a sinner? Gazing at the medicinal cauldron before him, Bai Yu shook his head and ignited the spirit wood beneath it. "Fear not. I have referenced ample materials provided by senior brother Pang Tong and can ascertain that you indeed possess a unique bloodline. The purpose of the blood skull goo is to harness the power of this bloodline to enhance your innate gifts. Even if this attempt fails, it will still yield benefits for you. Do not fret about waste. Once you master the crafting techniques of the blood skull goo, you can apply the same method to enhance your black charcoal companion in the future. All these sacrifices will be worthwhile." As green flames flickered to life, Yu Linglong shuddered in fear. The scene was too bizarre, and an onlooker might mistake Bai Yu for stewing meat. As the spirit wood burned, a rising warmth began to permeate the medicinal cauldron. Observing this, Bai Yu glanced at the interface. "Blood skull goo, 02000. He reminded Yu Linglong to maintain her focus as numerous materials flew from her storage pouch, enveloped in magical energy, and descended into the medicinal liquid, gradually dissolving under its influence. The primary materials for crafting the blood skull goo required the slaughter of close kin to absorb their bloodlines. It was specifically effective for goo masters. Yet, Yu Linglong, possessing the celestial fox bloodline, would find that even the essence of ordinary foxes, while lacking in potency, still bore some connection. As long as the essence within could awaken her original bloodline, the blood skull goo would serve as her greatest tonic. While the method for crafting the blood skull goo was simple, the true challenge lay in successfully creating the goo itself. Bai Yu undertook extensive preparations, even seeking out various medicinal herbs with similar properties before commencing the alchemical process. After mentally reviewing the method for concocting the blood skull goo and ensuring that no detail was overlooked, Bai Yu finally set to work. He gauged the temperature of the medicinal cauldron, and when it approached a state of equilibrium, he formed hand seals, channeling his mana into the concoction as incantations. In an instant, the surrounding flames began to gently contract. While observing the condition of Yu Linglong, he skillfully guided the fusion of the materials. Soon, a pungent, metallic scent pervaded the air, and the color of the elixir gradually shifted from golden to crimson, bubbling ominously. Scarlet, heated currents of energy ascended, converging above Yu Linglong's head, where a spectral visage of a skull began to materialize, voraciously absorbing the surrounding forces like a mythical beast. Upon witnessing the grotesque blood-red head, Bai Yu's hand seals became increasingly rapid as he began to draw the spiritual energy from the cave into the skull. Blood skull goo 5, blood skull goo 10, blood skull goo 12. As he observed the progress of the blood skull goo steadily rising amid the increasingly acrid scent of blood, Bai Yu continued the alchemical process at a measured pace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As time advanced, 3 days later, the once ethereal blood skull goo had solidified into a corporeal form. A blood-colored fox had emanating a potent energy, its resonant buzzing echoing throughout the cave. The time was drawing near. With a graceful wave of his right hand, Bai Yu dispelled the blazing spirit wood and promptly rose to his feet. Whether or not you can merge this blood skull goo now rests solely upon your own capabilities. Bai Yu was acutely aware that this approach seemed somewhat fanciful. After all, the noble lineage of the celestial fox could hardly be compared to the paltry blood skull goo. Nonetheless, every endeavor carries a glimmer of possibility. The blood skull goo could merely be regarded as a catalyst. Whether it could invoke the latent grand elixir remained uncertain, even for Bai Yu himself. As Bai Yu began to retract his own magical essence, the blood skull goo erupted with tremendous force in that fleeting moment. Amidst its incessant humming, Bai Yu distinctly observed the massive blood-red fox skull emitting a multitude of imperceptible sanguine threads, gradually coursing into Yu Linglong's being. Upon the moment these threads made contact with her skin, they began to merge seamlessly, with the power of the blood skull goo infusing itself into Yu Linglong's very blood. In that instant, a delicate rosy luminescence enveloped the enchanting figure before him. Observing Yu Linglong's transformation, Bai Yu exhaled a brief sigh of relief. The successful fusion indicated that the blood skull goo indeed had a significant effect on her, marking a substantial advancement. Although the process of amalgamation was extraordinarily gradual, this posed no concern. Both he and Yu Linglong possessed the patience to wait. What Bai Yu needed to do now was to remain in tranquil expectation. Chapter 32, Bloodline Awakening, a major breakthrough as time flowed by. On the 7th day, the blood skull goo atop Yu Linglong's head had now diminished to the size of a finger, its pure essence continuously swirling within her. She appeared to be in a remarkable state, with her very breath becoming ethereal. Bai Yu, ever vigilant, monitored her condition, even feeling a tinge of worry for her present state. The elixir within the cauldron had transformed into a crystalline clarity, signifying the complete absorption of its potency. Simultaneously, a terrifying spiritual force emanated from Yu Linglong, as if some innate essence was on the cusp of awakening. Through the eye of disruption, Bai Yu discerned the withering of her inferior mixed-element spiritual root in the dantian, while a vibrant turquoise luminescence gradually claimed its place, metamorphosing slowly. As the blood skull goo fully melded with Yu Linglong's being, that turquoise radiance underwent a sudden change, giving birth to a cerulean fox with 9 resplendent tails, perpetually forming and evolving. It had arrived. A flicker of fervor ignited in Bai Yu's eyes. The moment her spiritual root solidified, Yu Linglong's cultivation ascended directly into the qi refinement stage, as the power resonating from her dantian continuously transformed her physique. The blood skull goo reached its full potential at this very instant, allowing Bai Yu to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement through her comprehension. A verdant glow erupted from Yu Linglong, and as the brilliance intensified, it gradually coalesced into a jade cocoon surrounding her. After approximately 2 hours, a pair of enchanting eyes unfurled in the void behind the cocoon, with a resounding roar that echoed with the might of heaven and earth. Countless streams of light burst forth, instantly enveloping the entire cave dwelling in an astonishing sense of suffocating pressure. Bai Yu gazed intensely at the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the heavens and the earth. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Yun, who stood in the pavilion, transformed into a streak of black light, a terrifying aura surging forth to envelop the surroundings, thereby preventing any destruction caused by the radiant flow. The 9-tailed celestial fox, a legendary being said to rival the true dragon, possessed a bloodline power so formidable that once it embarked on the path of cultivation, its progress would likely overshadow that of most prodigies. As Bai Yu beheld the jade cocoon sealed by the sinister energy, he was filled with exhilaration. When he initially chose to keep Yu Linglong by his side, he had not anticipated that she would prove to be of such significant assistance. Merely fulfilling the role of steward within the cave realm was all he had hoped for. To his astonishment, she had bestowed upon him such a delightful surprise. Fortunately, no one within the cave had witnessed this scene. Otherwise, Yu Linglong would undoubtedly attract endless troubles in the future. A companion endowed with the bloodline of a celestial fox would surely incite envy even among the most ancient of beings. Bai Yu would never relinquish control to another. Buzz. Crack. The jade cocoon trembled incessantly, and soon a crisp sound of rupture resonated, as azure light receded, revealing a slender figure suspended in midair. At this moment, Yu Linglong had undergone a true metamorphosis. Her innate charm was unparalleled, and she had transformed into an even more exquisite being. A mere glance at her could ensnare one's very soul. Bai Yu gazed intently at Yu Linglong's figure, feeling a slight acceleration in his heartbeat. In the eternal continent, a legend has long been whispered: if one is recognized as the master by the 9-tailed celestial fox, they will forever believe themselves to be the true master of the fox. Although this notion is somewhat unsettling upon deeper contemplation, it sufficiently demonstrates the terrifying allure of the 9-tailed celestial fox. As her cerulean eyes slowly opened, Yu Linglong floated gracefully in the air. After a brief moment of bewilderment, her captivating visage was overtaken by astonishment. Upon receiving the memories embedded in her bloodline, she was acutely aware of her transformation, especially when the techniques of the celestial fox lineage, the Celestial Fox Sutra, were inscribed in her mind. The exhilaration coursed through her, causing her body to tremble with anticipation. Once an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation talent, she now stood on the precipice of the cultivation path, equipped with the very foundation to achieve greatness. Gradually regaining her composure, her enchanting gaze fell upon Bai Yu below. A gentle smile graced her lips as she descended gracefully and enveloped him in an embrace. "My dear sir, thank you," Yu Linglong expressed with heartfelt emotion. A gentle breeze caressed her silky hair, and Bai Yu tenderly brushed aside the strands that fell across her forehead, bestowing upon her a warm smile. "Is it safe to say that we have succeeded?" he pondered. It had been half a month since the concoction of the blood skull poison began, and it appeared that they had indeed attained the most favorable outcome. Yes, we have succeeded. I have received the gifts of my ancestors and awakened the techniques of my lineage, Yu Linglong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with delight. That is splendid news. This means we need not search for a suitable technique for you any longer. To be candid, I am entirely unfamiliar with the cultivation methods of the demon race. Bai Yu teased with a smile. Upon hearing this remark, their gazes met, and the atmosphere around them became charged with ambiguity. Young master, it seems you haven't secured your dagger properly, she remarked. Is that so? As half a month passed, Bai Yu's cultivation level surged to the 7th stage of qi refinement. With the enhancement of the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu, such continuous breakthroughs would not jeopardize the stability of his foundation. The Yin-Yang Tranquility Lotus and the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox significantly elevated a cultivator's prowess, particularly since he had awakened the Yin-Yang spiritual root. Both of these elements were remarkably harmonious with Bai Yu. However, one must remember that haste makes waste. Possessing great cultivation without adequate practical experience still presents a shortcoming. Bai Yu silently contemplated his next course of action. He intended to venture into the mountains, seeking to test his current prowess while simultaneously hoping to uncover some fortuitous opportunities. You shall accompany me. We cannot remain ensconced in this cave forever, he said, though he noted that he must suppress the allure that lingered about him when they ventured out. As he observed Yu Linglong gracefully approaching, Bai Yu gently rubbed his nose and continued, thanks to your assistance, I am now able to comprehend the fluctuations of this power. Yu Linglong tenderly massaged Bai Yu's shoulders, her voice imbued with a charming lilt. During this period, she felt that cultivation had become unexpectedly accessible. Reaching the 6th level of qi refinement, never before did I imagine I could attain such a stage. Disregarding Yu Linglong's playful gestures, Bai Yu retrieved his disciple token and summoned a map meticulously crafted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. In no time, he had selected a suitable destination. The White Bone Mountain Range, under the dominion of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the 10,000 Sword Sect, serves as a locale for the formal disciples of both sects to gather materials and hone their skills. Although it may seem somewhat obscure compared to the Blood Beast Mountain, the White Bone Mountain is abundant in sinister treasures, including numerous ingredients for refining poisons. Thus, Bai Yu, after careful consideration, opted for the White Bone Mountain Range. Having not ventured out for a month, he remained unaware of whether the turmoil caused by Zhao Yun had subsided. With this thought, Bai Yu shook his head in resignation. There was little he could do, for the senior sisters of the Hehuan sect were overly enthusiastic, nearly eager to devour him. Chapter 33, Surrounded. The following day, before setting off, Bai Yu specifically inquired about Pang Tong and Zhao Mingzhu. To his surprise, these two seemed rather indifferent to the prospect of climbing the mountain. In their eyes, indulging in their own little domains and relishing their cultivation was a far more appealing endeavor. Junior brother Bai, is it truly impossible for you to acquiesce to this small request from your sister? The materials are all provided, in 2 portions at that. They merely desire 1 blood corpse. Indeed, it would be splendid for you to visit Hehuan Peak. We could have a delightful conversation and strengthen our bonds. Who knows? You might even achieve a breakthrough soon. We are all members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. There is no need for such formality. Your refusal causes my heart great pain. Bai Yu was taken aback by the unexpected farewell from these charming ladies, even pushing Yu Linglong to the sidelines. Suddenly, he found himself amidst a flurry of affection. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, the sisters from Hehuan Peak were exceedingly bold and exuberant in their approach. Yet, their intentions were refreshingly sincere and unabashed. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, many practiced corpse refinement, but so far, none had received such attention except for Bai Yu. These enchanting fairies were envious of the Yin-Yang corpse, and the sect's stance on such matters was one of complete indifference. After all, regardless of allegiances, they all contributed to the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should Bai Yu falter in resolve and be drained of his spirit, it would only reflect his unstable will, rendering him unworthy of the path ahead. Sisters, please listen to me. I am currently burdened with a task and cannot partake in this matter. I ask for your understanding. We shall discuss it further at a later date. Bai Yu struggled incessantly, a scene that left many disciples poised to embark on their journey aboard the flying vessel, envious beyond measure. How ironic it was that these women, typically so snobbish and superficial, who would hardly spare a glance at anyone without an advantageous proposition, were now utterly captivated by a single man. That man, the one who had mastered the art of crafting Yin-Yang corpses, was none other than the infuriatingly handsome Bai Yu, who seemed to have simply stumbled upon a stroke of luck. What task does junior brother have? One of the sisters inquired eagerly. Do share with us. If it involves materials, I shall promptly inquire to see if I can assist you in gathering them. Indeed. It's merely a task. And with so many of us, surely we can collect a few materials. Come along with us, junior brother. Come along, please. They implored, their voices tinged with playful desperation. Bai Yu continued to struggle. What is the matter with these women? I am not Tang Sung. Everyone, please step aside and release that person. The flying boat is about to depart, and we cannot afford to delay important matters. Just as Bai Yu was about to force his way out, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. A black-scaled fire steed approached slowly, coming to a halt before the crowd. The graceful figure atop it cast a glance at the fluttering maidens before the flying boat and spoke coldly. The young girl donned a suit of golden armor. Wielding a black long spear, her high ponytail casually tied behind her. A hint of amusement flickered in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing her words, many gazes turned towards the source of the voice, frowning as they anticipated the identity of the one who might disrupt their plans. However, upon seeing the girl's charming visage, many immediately fell silent and even voluntarily cleared a path. The reason was simple. This woman was not someone to be trifled with. Not only was she an inner sect disciple, but she also held the esteemed position of captain of the 6th squad of the Heavenly Demon Sect's enforcement team. Famously known as the female Azura within the sect, the enforcement team of the Heavenly Demon Sect governs the laws of the sect, possessing the authority to discipline any disciple who errs. Elixirs, as the captain of the 6th squad, was renowned for her impartiality within the sect, and with her golden core level cultivation, few dared to provoke her. It was rumored that when Elixirs first assumed her role as captain, she handled a dispute between an inner sect disciple and an official disciple. Typically, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, strength prevails, and even the enforcement team favors the powerful. Yet, Elixirs was an exception. She not only conducted a thorough investigation, but also apprehended the errant inner sect disciple in front of many, administering punishment without hesitation. Thus, she remained a unique figure within the Heavenly Demon Sect, eliciting a mix of admiration and resentment from most. With the obstruction of the disciples from the Harmony sect removed, Bai Yu adjusted his attire and stepped out of the crowd. Facing the coldly composed Elixirs, he smiled and greeted her. Greetings, senior sister. Elixirs nodded in acknowledgement and then led her team onto the flying boat. Bai Yu, we are heading to Bone Mountain urgently, so do not cause any further trouble here. Another cold voice rang out. Bai Yu understood that Elixirs was coming to his aid. Without hesitation, he nodded at the fluttering maidens and pulled Yu Linglong onto the flying boat. Observing Bai Yu's actions, the enforcement team members, also mounted on black-scaled fire steeds, wore expressions of amusement. It had been quite some time since anything this entertaining had occurred within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Once aboard the flying boat and after Bai Yu swiped his contribution points to enter a room, Yu Linglong used a handkerchief to wipe the lipstick marks off his face. Feeling quite helpless about the situation, young master, what are they doing? Bai Yu shook his head in resignation, unable to believe that even after a month, these women could still pinpoint his whereabouts. If it weren't for Elixirs coming to his rescue today, he might have truly been taken to the Harmony Peak by those women. What do you think? When we return, should we accept this business? By then, we shall certainly not lack contribution points. Bai Yu jestingly remarked that crafting blood corpses is indeed a lucrative method for earning contribution points. However, he still yearned for more experience, as mere seclusion would never yield new insights. Are you not afraid that those women will devour you? Yu Linglong teased. If you truly pursue that path, our orders in the cave realm may not reach you for another century. In response, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the process of creating blood corpses is overly intricate and time-consuming. Upon my return, I shall ponder whether I can devise some suitable goo for cultivation, which could then be employed to harvest their contribution points. Bai Yu gazed out of the window, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind, filled with a sense of perplexity. That sisterly, her objective was also the White Bone Mountain. As the captain of the enforcement team, she was a true cultivator of the golden core level. What could possibly motivate her to lead her team there? The path of cultivation is classified into 3 major realms: lower, middle, and upper. The lower realm encompasses body refinement, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. The middle realm consists of void refinement, unity, and great ascension. The upper realm is the ultimate pursuit of all cultivators, the tribulation crossing realm. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, aside from the sect leader who resides in the void refinement realm, Most peak masters and elders are at the spirit transformation level. Only those disciples who attain the golden core are eligible to enter the inner sect. Disciples like Sister Li can already be considered the foundation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Under ordinary circumstances, individuals of such caliber would never venture to Whitebone Mountain, for it is a place where only Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, the formal disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, undergo their trials. Chapter 34. The Three-Eyed Wine Insect. As the flying boat set sail in the largest private room, Sister Li propped her hands on the table, which displayed a map of the Whitebone Mountain range. In a mere fortnight, 135 formal disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had perished there. According to the reports from that side, their deaths bore a striking resemblance. The manner of their injuries indicated that their assailant struck with remarkable ferocity, as if emerging from a battlefield. Sister Li spoke with chilling resolve. The reason our enforcement team is heading to the Whitebone Mountain range is precisely due to this matter. Casualties during such expeditions are not uncommon, especially in an area jointly governed by the 10,000 Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect. It would be strange if no one died. However, the number of deaths this month is alarmingly high, and all of them are our Heavenly Demon Sect members. Consequently, Sister Li had grounds to suspect that the 10,000 Sword Sect was behind this. Her mission was to disguise herself and infiltrate the Whitebone Mountain range to uncover the truth and ultimately report back to the sect. If it were indeed the 10,000 Sword Sect that breached the agreement, retribution would surely follow. Sister, judging from the manner of the disciples' deaths, the assailants likely wielded swords and maces. The swords are understandable, but weapons like iron maces are rather rare. It's improbable that inner disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect would use such arms, right? If, as you suggest, they came from a battlefield. Could they be individuals from the dynasties? The others speculated. If such figures truly emerged from the mortal dynasties, there would be no way that no news would have leaked. I still lean towards the suspicion that the 10,000 Sword Sect is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sister Li's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Regardless of who it is, once we enter the Whitebone Mountain, the truth will be revealed. The Whitebone Mountain, positioned at the northernmost edge of the Heavenly Demon Sect, borders the territory of the 10,000 Sword Sect. It is but a modest locale. At that time, the two sects united to eradicate the crimson miasma that pervaded these mountains, thus allowing free access. As a result of this collaboration, the mountains are jointly governed by both sections. With the removal of the crimson miasma, this region has welcomed many mortals and minor factions, which have flourished under the protection of the two sects, now having grown to a considerable scale. Traveling to the Whitebone Mountain by flying vessel requires at least 12 days. However, with the presence of Yuling Long, Bai Yu has been living quite comfortably. During this period, he has not been idle. He contacted Zhao Mingzhu via a token, and upon the latter's suggestion, Bai Yu exchanged all his contribution points for the methods to concoct two types of goo. The three-eyed wine insect, born from alcoholic beverages and sustained by them, possesses the ability to refine magical energy and even has a slim chance of nurturing spiritual roots, thus enhancing one's innate attributes. The nine-sack flower goo resembles a crimson flower of dominance, nurtured by wine to produce nine-sack flower nectar, which can heal injuries and be ingested for cultivation. One bowl of this nectar equates to the energy of a spirit stone. Both types of goo serve as auxiliary aids for cultivation, and Bai Yu chose them precisely because, despite their arduous crafting process, their potential to amplify a cultivator's prowess is extraordinarily formidable. The three-eyed wine insect could even be wholesaled, allowing him to amass contribution points from the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in exchange for superior items. Furthermore, the materials he possesses are sufficient to craft both types of goo. Observing the progress bar on the panel, Bai Yu instructed Yuling Long to procure all the alcoholic beverages available on the flying vessel. Consequently, within 7 or 8 days, many passengers voiced their discontent towards Bai Yu. Particularly when the rich aroma of wine wafted from his chamber, it provoked their ire to an extreme degree. My goodness, have you never seen wine before? Three-eyed wine insect, 29-sack flower goo 16, three-eyed wine insect 167, 30009-sack flower goo 172, 3000 my lord. This truly enhances the speed of cultivation, Yuling Long exclaimed, gazing at the three-eyed wine insect in her hand, which resembled crystal, her eyes wide with astonishment. From the moment she acquired the wine insect, she sensed a threefold increase in the flow of her magical energy. Upon tasting a sip of the flower nectar, the surge of energy from her dantian exhilarated her immensely. Indeed, These items are crucial for our future exchanges of contribution points and cultivation resources. Bai Yu held a large gourd, skillfully manipulating his magical powers to contain the three-eyed wine insect within the wine jar. During this period, although he had not fully cultivated both types of goo, the gains he had amassed were substantial: 12 wine insects and a blossoming 9-sack flower goo, proving that Bai Yu had not squandered a single drop of liquor in the room. Once we disembark from the flying vessel, we shall first make our way to the market to procure additional wine to sustain the three-eyed wine insects. While their value may not rival that of the Yin-Yang corpse, they undoubtedly possess an allure that can drive people to madness. Bai Yu chuckled as he spoke. For ordinary qi refinement stage cultivators, and even those at the foundation establishment stage, the endeavor of concocting the three-eyed wine worm is exceedingly arduous. After all, failure is a commonplace occurrence for goo masters during the process of crafting goo. Thus, even if they succeed in creating the three-eyed wine worm, it is predominantly for personal use. This very reason explains why auxiliary goo, such as the three-eyed wine worm and the 9-bag flower goo, have not proliferated on a large scale. However, Bai Yu is different. The more he immerses himself in the process, the more adept he becomes at the crafting techniques. Should he fully complete the progress bar, he would attain a success rate of 100%. Consequently, the mass production of the three-eyed wine worm becomes a feasible prospect in his hands. Listening to Bai Yu, Yu Linglong's eyes brimmed with admiration. Although Bai Yu spoke with ease, she understood the immense difficulty that such feats posed for goo masters. In her eyes, Bai Yu was a genius, surpassing all others in brilliance. With the imminent arrival of the moment, it would be prudent to take a moment to rest. After processing all the three-eyed wine worms, Bai Yu sighed, acknowledging that as he was about to enter the White Bone Mountain Range, maintaining optimal condition was imperative. Within the White Bone Mountain Range, a pungent scent of blood permeated a cave. An elderly man voraciously gnawed at raw flesh, his bare torso marred by scars. "General, have a sip of water." A soldier clad in black armor respectfully offered a jug. Observing the soldier, Zhao Tianlong chuckled, accepting the jug and taking a hearty swig. "Pray tell, which is more arduous, guarding the borders or hunting these vile creatures?" Upon hearing this, the young soldier glanced at the fallen comrades sprawled across the cave floor, his lips moving slightly. "As long as we follow the general, we find no toil too great." "Ha, you rascal, that is music to my ears. However, once this rain subsides, you must depart. Though you have consumed potent medicine, there remains a chance for your return. Go home and live well." Zhao Tianlong clapped the soldier's shoulder, his tone hearty. "General, we shall not leave. I can lead you in exacting vengeance, but given the time elapsed, I surmise the Heavenly Demon Sect has already reacted. The forthcoming events will not permit your involvement. Remember, this is an order. You are still young and should not meet your demise here. After this period of bloodshed, you ought to become the guardians of the Witch Shu Kingdom, even if this dynasty is but a shadow of its former self. I believe you can restore it to its former glory." Chapter 35. Entering the White Bone Mountain Range, the incident aboard the flying vessel garnered little attention. Gazing upon the vast city before them, it exuded a malevolent aura in stark contrast to the kingdom controlled by the Heavenly Demon Sect. The city thrived on the resources extracted from the White Bone Mountain Range, sustained by the influx of cultivators that enlivened its populace. Among the throngs entering the White Bone Market, most relied on the subordinate forces of the Wanjian Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, their bodies emanating a faint aura of spiritual power. Naturally, there were also untrained commoners, selling food or bracing themselves under immense pressure to venture into the mountains for a desperate struggle. Compared to the previous Grey Sorrow Mountain, the freedom here was significantly greater, yet the oppressive atmosphere felt even more dire. Li Shishir did not greet Bai Yu upon disembarking from the flying vessel. She led the enforcement team toward the White Bone Mountain Range. The oppressive presence of the black-scaled fire steed compelled many to willingly yield the path, and its departure incited considerable commotion. "Young master, shall we proceed directly into the mountains, or rest a while in the White Bone Market?" Yu Linglong inquired, puzzled. "First, let us procure wine and supplies. Then we shall venture forth," came the reply. Bai Yu pondered for a moment before offering a suggestion. Having spent over 10 days aboard the flying vessel, the necessary rest had long been taken. Bai Yu was reluctant to squander time in the market. Consequently, after procuring a substantial quantity of fine wine and essential supplies, the two set off directly for the Bone Mountain Range. The White Bone Mountain Range, one of the divine mountains to emerge in recent decades, may not boast the bustling activity of other ranges. Yet it possesses an enigmatic allure that has rendered it a sanctuary for phantoms, zombies, and an abundance of dark materials. Despite the relentless hunts conducted by the Celestial Demon Sect and the 10,000 Swords Sect, the mountains remain fraught with innumerable unknown perils for those at the chi refining stage. Nevertheless, the treasures concealed within, along with the fortunate individuals who occasionally stumble upon fortuitous opportunities, have ignited a fervent anticipation among many regarding the Whitebone Mountain Range. Everyone aspires to become the next fortunate soul, particularly those from the Celestial Demon Sect, who specialize in corpse refinement and spirit crafting. However, over the past century, it appears that no one has achieved soaring success within the confines of the Whitebone Mountain Range. Yet, this does not imply that those who venture into the mountains return empty-handed. As Bai Yu and Yu Linglong ventured into the mountains, they could distinctly sense numerous gazes lurking upon them. Chaos and slaughter eternally define the ambience of such places, although these individuals refrained from immediate action. Should they uncover the true nature of Bai Yu, for some, the allure of plundering would far surpass the rewards of seeking out treasures themselves. In the treacherous terrain of the Whitebone Mountains, where dragons and snakes intermingle, disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect meet with hostility, necessitating vigilance and caution. The unwelcome scrutiny deeply unsettles Bai Yu, who harbors an aversion to being exposed under such scrutiny. Rather than remain in a constant state of defense, he decides to assert his dominance, instilling a sense of dread in those around him. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu gently gestures, and the figure of Heighten gradually materializes. This 3-meter-long centipede, as thick as an adult man's thigh, emanates an undeniable aura of intimidation. After devouring 2 individuals tainted by the 5 pollutants, Heighten undergoes a transformation, growing in size and manifesting a grotesque human face upon its glossy black form. In addition to its already fearsome toxins, the malevolent energy it exudes is enough to instill trepidation in onlookers. Its peak cultivation level further intimidates the unfriendly gazes nearby. Significantly, Heighten's name has been recorded on the interface, complete with its own progress bar, technique, return to origin control technique, minor achievement, for 6776-500, skill, cutting major achievement, progress, 28603-500. Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo, Faded Goo, growth period, Dragon Chi progress, 113-655-0000, Yin-Yang Energy, 356650000, Evil Dragon Resentment, 8872150000, Evil Earthstone Goo, Dragon Bloodstone Goo Mutation 200-2700, In Mosquito Goo, Blood Mosquito Goo Mutation, for 69, for 500. Blood River Body Refining Technique, Entry Level, 5631500, Breaking Delusion Golden Eye, Entry Level, Earth Eye Mutation 236620000, Three-Eyed Wine Insect 1670300, 9-Pouch Flower Goo 1720300, Human-Faced Black Centipede Goo 126000. Upon observing the information displayed, Bai Yu realizes that certain goo or techniques lacking potential will vanish after their progress is fully exhausted, while those capable of autonomous evolution can continue to be developed. This revelation imbues previously ordinary goo with the potential for evolution, laying the foundation for Bai Yu's growth. After all, the journey from initial contact with a goo to successful refinement requires significant time and effort, while the progress panel allows for the further development of already successful transformations, thus saving considerable effort. As Heighten appears, most of the prying eyes dissipate. Disregarding them, Bai Yu activates the Breaking Delusion Golden Eye, and the surrounding energies become instantly palpable. After swiftly assessing the direction of the most concentrated crimson energy flow, Bai Yu and Yu Linglong venture deeper into the Whitebone Mountains. As they delve further, the crimson energy flow becomes increasingly pronounced. At this moment, Bai Yu and Yu Linglong find themselves atop a dirt slope, surveying their surroundings. They observe that the nearby barren ground seems to be shrouded in a white mist, which carries a pungent scent of decay. Bai Yu knelt down, delicately sifting through the damp, dark soil beneath him. The loamy earth was interspersed with viscous moisture, exuding a subtle corrosiveness, alongside a hint of peril that lingered in the air. Such pristine and sinister soil, combined with the formidable aura of the descending tiger ahead, suggested that this was a natural necropolis, harboring something extraordinary beneath its surface. Bai Yu rose, surveying the surrounding environment with a measured tone. This naturally formed necropolis was a favored haunt for zombies and malevolent spirits, as its pure, unadulterated Yin energy served as their finest sustenance. The eerily silent surroundings further attested to the ownership of this burial ground, as even the wandering specters and zombies of the Bone Mountain Range, fully aware of this locale, dared not approach. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu departed from the necropolis with Yuling Long, seeking refuge behind a nearby grand tree capable of concealing their presence. He then instructed Heighten to commence excavation of the burial site. With a resonant cry, Heighten obeyed the command, its massive form springing into action. Beneath its formidable tusks and long legs, the once solid earth was effortlessly disrupted, sending plumes of black soil swirling into the air. As Heighten delved deeper, the Yin energy of the necropolis intensified, and a thick mist began to envelop the vicinity. Suddenly, an ancient coffin was unearthed by Heighten, and in the instant it came into contact with the coffin, a dark, shadowy arm emerged from its depths, grasping Heighten, while a deep, guttural roar echoed forth. Taken by surprise, Heighten swiftly turned, without a moment's hesitation, and brought its massive body down in a crushing blow. The coffin shattered, revealing an iron corpse, its physique reminiscent of a black monkey, which became ensnared by Heighten, with a ferocious display of its gaping maw and menacing fangs. Heighten lunged towards the iron corpse's head to feast. The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal sent a shiver through one's teeth. An iron corpse at the 8th level of chi refinement? Even amidst the Bone Mountain Range, this creature would be considered formidable. However, before Heighten, its proud defenses and the terrifying toxicity of its corpse seemed to lose their significance. Bai Yu smiled faintly, regarding the iron corpse's strength as utterly insignificant to Heitan. Chapter 36. The Soul Puppet Crack. Crack. Soon, the sound of shattering skulls echoed as the bound iron corpse struggled incessantly under Heitan's relentless advance. Its head was crushed to pieces. Wail. As the body began to convulse, Heitan astonishingly swallowed it whole, emitting a satisfied sound. It is over. Observing Heitan's actions, Bai Yu slowly approached, taking in the chaotic scene around him with an expression tinged with helplessness. He noted that while Heitan was not picky and would consume anything, the manner in which it ate was rather grotesque. The splattered viscous fluids that adorned its body created a rather unsettling sight, a disconcerting blend of dark green and black. Gesturing for Heitan to remain vigilant in the vicinity, Bai Yu commenced the task of tidying up the battlefield. The once decayed coffin had sustained significant damage during the battle between the sorcerer and the corpse, yet the contents within remained remarkably intact. On the large coffin lid, there grew a crystal-clear spirit mushroom, resembling the size of a basin, radiating a ghostly blue light. Indeed, is this a coffin fungus? However, this specimen appears to be over 500 years old. If it continues to grow, it may very well attain sentience. Bai Yu smiled as he spoke. The coffin mushroom, born from the lingering resentment of buried corpses in the nurturing soil, mutated under the influence of moonlight, becoming a treasured cultivation resource favored by zombies. Observing the abundance of decayed wood in the nurturing ground, it was evident that numerous bodies lay beneath, their essence giving rise to the coffin mushrooms, which were ultimately consumed by the largest among them. Thus, the coffin mushroom began to devour the zombies underground, gradually growing until it reached its current colossal form. Had Bai Yu not discovered this place, the iron corpse would undoubtedly have become a meal for the coffin mushroom, and in due time, it might have evolved into a sentient being. Contemplating this, Bai Yu felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the coffin mushroom had not developed its own spirit. In its current state, it could be regarded as the finest supplement for Zhao Yun. He decisively plucked the coffin mushroom, a chill emanating from his palm. Noticing this, Bai Yu smirked and tossed it into the realm of his cave. As the coffin mushroom fell into the cave, the previously tranquil Zhao Yun abruptly lifted her head. Her innate instincts as a Yin-Yang corpse compelled her to transform into a streak of light, catching the coffin mushroom and gently cradling it in her arms, gradually absorbing its power. A promising start. Excellent. Let us continue our exploration. Bai Yu chuckled softly and then resumed his assessment of the air currents before him, diligently tracing the direction in which they diffused, advancing with measured grace. As he delved deeper, the surrounding mist thickened, and the fluctuations of the air currents began to grow chaotic. While such changes complicated the situation, they posed little challenge to Bai Yu, who possessed the keen insight of the breakthrough golden eye, just as he prepared to pursue the green air current further. Faint glimmers of gray light suddenly emerged from the dense white fog. Caution was warranted. Something was approaching. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, observing as the grayish light continuously approached. Once it coalesced into form, it astonishingly transformed into over 20 malevolent souls. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the garments of these souls were eerily familiar, with two of them even resembling disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In life, they were undoubtedly disciples who had ventured into the Bone Mountain Range for trials. Were these the mountain travelers who perished in the Bone Mountain Range? Why had their spirits not dissipated? Instead, they had harnessed the surrounding mist to become malevolent souls. Yu Linglong gazed at them in astonishment. In such a sinister environment, the soul of a recently deceased individual should have been a target for various evil entities vying for possession. Logically, they should have possessed no power to resist after death. Yet, these beings not only transformed into malevolent souls but appeared to have completely lost their rationality. In other words, they had now become puppets of malice. Furthermore, after their transformation, it seemed that their strength had been retained. My curiosity deepened. What could possibly have caused them to become like this? Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the dazzling green light behind the malevolent spirit, his heart brimming with anticipation. Young master, allow me to have a go. Yu Linglong nodded in agreement, her eagerness palpable as she prepared to confront the approaching spirit. After all her training, she had yet to engage in combat. As her words fell, Yu Linglong leaped forward, her form resembling a streak of lightning, her azure energy transforming into a powerful ribbon that surged toward the spirit puppet. Boom, boom, boom. The clash erupted, a potent mixture of demonic and ghostly energy exploding forth. Yu Linglong's assault was laced with terrifying destructive force, yet the dozen or so spirits showed no hesitation, not even attempting to evade. Thus, their confrontation grew increasingly ferocious. Observing Yu Linglong, Bai Yu felt a sense of astonishment. After awakening her celestial fox bloodline, he could hardly discern whether she was now more demon or human. What was certain, however, was that in a contest of equal realms, her prowess utterly overwhelmed that of an ordinary practitioner. The battle raged for over 10 minutes. And in an instant, a phantom foxtail emerged from behind Yu Linglong. Her azure eyes emitted an eerie blue light. The radiant beam shot forth, causing the malevolent spirits to momentarily falter, and then they began to visibly dissolve. This is quite a challenge, Yu Linglong remarked, her lips curling in a wry smile. The 24 spirit puppets, each possessing strength exceeding the 4th level of Qi refinement, with 3 reaching the 6th level, were dispatched in just over 20 minutes, showcasing the magnitude of her current power. Young master, it appears there is something within these spirits. Yu Linglong squinted, her interest piqued as she approached. With a subtle gesture, she drew forth a multitude of black particles into her hand. The particles were entirely black, resembling sesame seeds. Yet they emanated a chilling aura that caused her hand to tingle, compelling her to envelop them with her energy for safety. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, racking his memory for obscure texts he had read. Soon, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, these are the seeds of the human-faced being fruit, a premium material for foundational cultivation, known for its ability to purify the impurities of the soul and enhance spiritual strength. Moreover, if added during the refinement of foundational pills, it can elevate the quality of the elixir by half a grade. Additionally, this substance serves as an excellent material for crafting goo, its soul-purifying properties making it universally applicable to improve the quality of any goo. Bai Yu's heart raced at the thought. These spirits carried the seeds of the human-faced being fruit, implying they had fallen under the control of the fruit tree. This indicated the presence of a complete human-faced being fruit tree nearby. Chapter 37. The human-faced being fruit tree, an eccentric individual? The allure of an entire human-faced being fruit tree invigorated Bai Yu. As he continued onward, he encountered numerous spirit puppets. To expedite matters, Bai Yu commanded the black charcoal and Yin mosquito goo to engage under the shadowy canopy. The spirits that obstructed their path often failed to utilize their abilities, falling victim to the Yin mosquito goo, which drained their ghostly energy, rendering them void. Unlike the blood mosquito goo, the Yin mosquito goo not only inherited all attributes of its predecessor, but also boasted enhanced physicality and the capability to absorb malevolent and ghostly energy. For these mindless spirits, the Yin mosquito goo was their natural nemesis. After half an hour of travel, Bai Yu and his companion emerged from the dense white fog. The surrounding environment was eerily silent, and before them stood a colossal tree resembling black obsidian. The trunk bore grotesque human faces, and its withered branches were laden with vibrant red fruits resembling glass, shaped like infants, pulsating with a flow of black particles. More disturbingly, around the human-faced being fruit were heaps of corpses, human and beast alike, serving as offerings to nourish the tree. Their crystalline bones had turned to dust, disintegrating at the slightest touch. Indeed, it is the human-faced being fruit tree. The seeds served not only as a means of propagation, but also as enticing bait to lure beings to nourish itself. Gazing at the towering 3-meter human-faced being fruit tree, Bai Yu's excitement intensified. It was evident that had he not pursued the green vapor, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint the location of such a treasure amidst the fog. No wonder this marvel could remain undisturbed despite the relentless search of countless individuals. Just as Bai Yu prepared to uproot the human-faced being fruit tree, a disturbance rippled through the surrounding mist, and slowly, a figure emerged. "Youngster, relinquish my opportunity." A middle-aged Taoist, sword slung across his back and appearing quite disheveled, stepped forth from the fog, holding a compass. Upon beholding the ancient tree, his eyes gleamed with excitement. However, upon noticing the vigilant stance of Bai Yu and his companion, his expression hardened, and he spoke with gravity. Upon hearing the man's words, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. The man's demeanor suggested he had attained foundational cultivation, yet more alarmingly, through the enhancement of his piercing gaze, Bai Yu discerned a thick aura of death surrounding him. Generally, a person enveloped in such death energy would have long since perished, yet this individual remained alive and well. "What are you staring at? Do you not understand that strength is paramount on this journey?" With a fierce glare, Zhang Baidao confronted Bai Yu, his arrogance palpable. "Today, I am in a good mood. So be gone. Otherwise, I shall strike you down with a single blow." Zhang Baidao's eyes widened, filled with contempt as he approached the human-faced being fruit tree, greed flashing within him. Just as he reached out, akin to a lovesick fool yearning to caress the tree, an icy aura surged forth. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, a shadowy figure erupted forth, fist raised and aimed directly at Zhang Baidao's face. Zhao Yun moved with incredible speed, unleashing her full strength. By the time Zhang Baidao registered the attack, that frigid fist had already struck him squarely in the face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. A Yin-Yang corpse of golden core level? Zhang Baidao trembled, scrambling to his feet, astonished as he beheld Zhao Yun, who regarded him with predatory eyes. Not dead. Observing Zhang Baidao's condition, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. The manifestation of his cultivation level suggested he was merely at the foundational stage. Zhao Yun's punch had been executed with full force, and considering it was a surprise attack, even a golden core expert would not have emerged unscathed. Yet, this old Taoist merely coughed up blood, appearing hardly injured at all. Bai Yu's apprehensions surged to its peak. How can a mere chi refinement level wretch possess such capabilities? Could it be that you are a descendant of that old fiend from the Heavenly Demon Sect? Zhang Baidao exclaimed, astonished by Bai Yu's demeanor. But the next moment, he was met only with Zhao Yun's fist and a swarm of goo insects. Alas, a miscalculation. Gazing at the overwhelming swarm of shadow mosquitoes interspersed with vile earth and stone curses, Black Charcoal's eyes widened in shock as he let out a bellow and swiftly produced a compass, accompanied by a surge of radiant light emanating from the device. He vanished from sight in an instant. What? The power of the curse, and that compass, it appears to be a curse itself. Observing this, Bai Yu was somewhat taken aback. After Zhao Yun missed her target, a voice filled with exasperation suddenly erupted from the direction of the human-faced green baby fruit. "Wait for me, little creature. That day, I shall personally seek you out in the Heavenly Demon Sect to demand retribution." As the words echoed, Bai Yu quickly turned his head, only to find that the number of human-faced green baby fruits on the tree had been halved in the blink of an eye. Damn it, that old fellow. Watching the elder's actions, Bai Yu's lips twitched. There was something peculiar about that old man. Maximizing the effect of the broken illusion golden eye, Bai Yu cautiously surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no trace of Zhang Baidao nearby, he finally exhaled in relief. Although half of the human-faced green baby fruits were lost, the tree remained intact. While it was somewhat frustrating, upon reflection, he realized he truly could do nothing against that old rascal, for he was exceedingly resilient. With a heavy sigh, Bai Yu instructed Black Charcoal and the shadow mosquitoes to act simultaneously, swiftly excavating the human-faced green baby fruit tree. Once the tree was safely ensconced in the cave and settled beside the pond, he let out a breath of relief. From here onward, he must exercise greater caution and not underestimate anyone. With the lesson from Zhang Baidao fresh in his mind, Bai Yu felt that their upcoming journey would necessitate increased vigilance. Master, the precious tree has just entered the cave, and its roots have yet to be buried. Allow me to return to the cave and attend to it," said Yu Linglong, somewhat shaken, having not anticipated the existence of a peculiar individual like Zhang Baidao. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded in agreement and allowed Yu Linglong to retreat into the cave to tend to the human-faced green baby fruit tree. Once she had buried it, the two continued their journey forward. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the white mist, elixirs, accompanied by the remaining members of the law enforcement team, raced towards the direction of the mist. Aside from elixirs, the others bore injuries, their expressions filled with utmost gravity. "Senior sister, that wretched creature is in pursuit," exclaimed a pale-faced disciple, retracting the jade eye floating above his head with a swift motion, urgency lacing his tone. "Run. Shake it off. Every escapee counts. We must relay the message and report to the sect." elixirs replied, her face darkened, teeth clenched in seriousness. Just as Jiran plunged into the white mist, a dense cloud of blood mist surged from behind them, leaving devastation in its wake. Chapter 38. Trouble approaches while Yu Linglong attended to the human-faced green baby fruit tree. Bai Yu scoured the surroundings. Logically, in this bizarre locale capable of nurturing treasures like the human-faced green baby fruit tree, there should be more than just this singular exceptional item in the vicinity. Bai Yu conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings, even instructing Heighten to weave through the corpses until he confirmed that there was nothing amiss. With a sigh of regret, he lamented, "Young master, the fruit trees have been firmly established, but it seems there have been changes within the cave. The consumption of spiritual energy has increased. Originally, a single spirit stone could sustain us for a day, but now it lasts only 3 hours." Yuling slowly emerged from the cave, her expression one of astonishment. "It is quite normal. Look at the environment around here. Nearly all the energy in this area has been absorbed by the fruit trees. This illustrates the staggering resources required for cultivation. However, there is no need for concern. It's merely spirit stones. Once we return to the Tianma sect, we will procure more with the aid of the wine worm." Bai Yu had already anticipated the issue of spiritual energy consumption within the cave and was unfazed by it. After clearing the area, Bai Yu intended to continue exploring the White Bone Mountain range. Despite having yet to detect any aura above green, there were several distinctly red auras nearby that he did not wish to overlook. Suddenly, as Bai Yu prepared to depart, a violent wave of energy erupted from the thick mist, shaking the ground beneath them. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the white fog in the distance. He quickly found a large rock to take cover behind, his expression grave. The magnitude of such a disturbance indicated that the opponent's cultivation level had reached at least the golden course stage. Such a practitioner would not be easily dealt with. In a flash, 2 figures shot forth. A man wielding a compass forcefully pushed elixirs out of the mist, only to be seized by a massive bloodied hand that crushed him. The sound of bones snapping echoed within the grasp of the blood hand. "Sister, hurry, inform the sect, and avenge us." With that, the man transformed into a mist of blood, while elixirs fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before spitting out blood. Her complexion pale. Her face was etched with a fierce determination and resentment. She was now the sole survivor of the entire Enforcement Team 6. It was her own negligence that had led to this situation, failing to notice the creature's transformation in time. "Can you still escape? Since you chose to attack, prepare for death." A chilling voice rang out as a burly man wielding an iron mace staggered from the mist, his bloodshot eyes filled with malice. Unlike ordinary humans, the man's physique had grotesquely expanded. His skin appeared as if it were spiderwebs, dark veins bursting forth from within, and a massive evil eye sprouted from his chest, making him resemble a monstrous giant. "Flee? Were it not for the need to convey a message, I would not have left. Zhao Tianlong, you shall pay for the lives of my junior disciples." elixirs assessed her surroundings, realizing that no matter how fast she ran, it would be futile, as there was no escape. With her long spear in hand, she slowly rose, her gaze icy as she confronted her foe. "Ha ha ha. Pay with your life? You cultivators are human, yet my soldiers are not? Were the slain in Zhao King's city not human? To speak such words while being part of a demonic sect is truly shameless." Zhao Tianlong's voice was hoarse, brimming with resentment. As the Grand Tutor of the Wushuguo, he had long guarded the border due to his geographical position. Since the establishment of the Wushuguo, he had protected this land, but in a single night, the royal family was slaughtered, and Zhao City was turned into a hellish nightmare. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Tianlong felt as though his world had crumbled. Through investigations by the Iron Sword sect, he learned that the devastation was wrought by the lofty Tianma sect. Compared to the cultivators, his once proud army seemed negligible. akin to ants. Fortunately, the Wushuguo maintained a good relationship with the Iron Sword sect, and after discussions, they provided him with potent elixirs to enhance his strength. Seeking revenge against the Tianma sect, he concealed himself in the White Bone Mountain range with his personal guards, intending to retaliate against the disciples of the Tianma sect. A few days prior, he had sensed an ominous premonition, prompting him to send his guards down the mountain early and face the forthcoming challenges alone. However, he encountered Li-Shir, who, upon discovering they had consumed the elixirs, attempted to take them back for investigation. This led to a direct conflict, resulting in the death of his most valued guards at the hands of the enforcement team. Perhaps heaven showed mercy, as Zhao Tianlong activated the power of the elixir within him at the last moment, turning the tables on Li-Shir and the others, leading to the current situation. Listening to Zhao Tianlong's words, Li-Shir narrowed her eyes and consumed a green pill. In the next moment, golden spiritual energy surged forth from her, an overwhelming aura rising. I do not know what transpired with you, but I am certain you have been manipulated. The energy radiating from Li-Shir continued to escalate until it reached the 6th level of the golden core. Feeling the energy within her and recalling the time limit of the elixir, Li-Shir hesitated not a moment longer. Gripping her spear, she charged at Zhao Tianlong. The golden energy swirling around the spear cleaved through the air, the fierce tiger apparition coalescing at the spear's tip resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. Hiki. Zhao Tianlong's face twitched involuntarily as he hefted his mace, a swirling black aura coalescing around him as he met her charge head-on. Boom. The battle erupted, and Bai Yu, hidden in the shadows, watched gravely. He had heard Zhao Tianlong's words clearly. To his astonishment, the happenings in the White Bone Mountain range were linked to the Wushuguo, even an extension of previous events. Observing Zhao Tianlong's monstrous form, Bai Yu began to form a rough judgment of the matter. If the Wushuguo had cultivation methods akin to yours, the Tianma sect would have long been breached. Zhao Tianlong swung his mace, unleashing a terrifying black energy that bore down on Li-Shir with overwhelming force. As the two clashed, Li-Shir soon found herself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the protective golden light surrounding her, she would have been utterly torn apart by Zhao Tianlong's deadly combat skills honed on the battlefield. Die! Zhao Tianlong roared, his mace swinging with ferocity, each strike forcing Li-Shir to retreat. Gritting her teeth, she endured the relentless assault while gathering her strength under such immense pressure. As the golden light around her intensified, she suddenly stomped heavily on the ground. Launching herself into the air, grasping her spear tightly, she thrust it toward Zhao Tianlong. With a piercing strike, Li-Shir emanated an overwhelming aura, and as her spear lunged forward, a brilliant golden light exploded downwards, tearing through all in its path, aimed directly at Zhao Tianlong's chest. A radiant beam of light pierced through Zhao Tianlong's chest, erupting in a dazzling explosion of luminous fragments. Boom! Zhao Tianlong's body jolted, and in an instant, the dark mace slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards Li-Shir, enveloped in a dense aura of darkness. The malevolent energy contained within was steeped in resentment, and coupled with the forceful strike, the golden light surrounding Li-Shir shattered, sending her flying from the impact. A resounding crash echoed as the two forces collided violently. The reverberating explosion releasing waves of energy, causing both figures to crash heavily to the ground. Li-Shir trembled, the oppressive weight of the encounter rendering her unable to rise. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlong swayed unsteadily, his visage contorting further. At that moment, his chest had transformed into a gaping wound. The peculiar orb of his eye obliterated by the previous strike, dark blood oozing from his body. Li-Shir's gunfire had been overwhelmingly powerful, even his enhanced physique, augmented by potent elixirs, had sustained grave injuries from that blow. With a gurgling sound, Zhao Tianlong spat out another mouthful of dark blood, and the next moment, a grotesque noise emanated from his chest, where the ghastly wound began sprouting tendril-like appendages resembling fine threads. These tendrils extended outward, ultimately morphing into blood-red fibers that filled the gaping injury and writhed incessantly. As the tendrils emerged, a significant portion of Zhao Tianlong's consciousness was devoured. A feral growl erupted from him, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, while jagged bone spines erupted from his spine. After a brief moment of instability, he began to advance slowly towards Li-Shir. Observing Zhao Tianlong's condition, Bai Yu's expression turned grave, caught in a dilemma about whether to intervene. Although he was not well acquainted with Li-Shir, she had previously assisted him in a predicament, and she was, after all, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Young Master, should we not offer assistance? At that moment, Yu Linglong's voice broke through Bai Yu's contemplation. Noticing her demeanor, she elaborated, "When I accompanied you to procure materials, I indulged in some personal interest and utilized 3 contribution points to obtain information regarding certain inner disciples within the sect. I believed you might find it useful in the future. Among this information is an introduction to elixirs. Although she did not ascend from the ranks of servant disciples, and though she is currently merely an inner disciple, her grandfather is the esteemed master of the pill refining peak and a formidable alchemist in his own right." Yu Linglong cautioned, "The regulations of the Heavenly Demon Sect are intricate. Even the sect leader's own son must rise through the ranks as a formal disciple to ensure the utmost fairness. While their resources far exceed those of regular disciples, at least they genuinely start on equal footing." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression shifted in surprise. For some reason, the term grassroots experience suddenly came to mind. Casting aside his unrealistic thoughts, he focused on the struggling elixirs. Bai Yu made a swift decision. This woman was indeed a person of significant connections. Rescuing her would yield an immense favor, a transaction that could only be deemed beneficial. To hell with it. The members of the Heavenly Demon Sect deserve death. Zhao Tianlong's expression contorted further, his fists clenched tightly as he trembled, eyes fixated on the terrified elixirs, a palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him. Just as he prepared to tear elixirs apart, a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, approached with uncanny swiftness, grasping his hand with an iron grip. A fierce and chilling aura erupted forth. Bang! The blackened entity transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Zhao Tianlong's chest, swiftly ensnaring him. Its sharp fangs sunk into Zhao Tianlong's neck, releasing toxins with reckless abandon. The dark energy swirling around Zhao Tianlong engaged in a fierce struggle against the onslaught of the blackened entity. But as the sinister force attempted to seize control for a counterattack, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Upon catching sight of Zhao Yun, Zhao Tianlong's murderous gaze abruptly narrowed. Instinctively uttering, "Eldest Princess, Yuner, how come?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yun's left hand transformed into a claw, plunging directly into Zhao Tianlong's chest. A cold, deathly aura surged within him, rendering Zhao Tianlong utterly defenseless. A copious amount of frost encased him as the dense dark energy sought to further mutate Zhao Tianlong's form. Yet the blackened entity began to absorb everything from him. No resistance? Yu Linglong seized the still trembling elixirs and pulled her away, while Bai Yu, armed with a shadow mosquito talisman in one hand and a dagger in the other, warily regarded Zhao Tianlong. Bang! Zhao Tianlong knelt before Zhao Yun, her hand still embedded in his chest. As the dark energy was incessantly devoured, his consciousness grew increasingly lucid. Observing his own condition and the presence of Zhao Yun before him, a wry smile crept upon his face. "You are the one responsible for the destruction of the Wushu kingdom?" Zhao Tianlong raised his gaze to Bai Yu, his eyes alight with fury. He attempted to rise, but due to his earlier lapse, he found even this simple motion beyond his reach. "Indeed, but everything that transpired on that side was a consequence of your own actions. It was not the Heavenly Demon Sect that provoked you. Rather, you were the ones who initiated the confrontation with the Heavenly Demon Sect." Bai Yu activated his piercing golden eyes, confirming that Zhao Tianlong lacked the capacity for resistance before speaking. Even so, how innocent are the people of Zhao Wang City? Did you not feel a shred of compassion when you took action? Listening to Bai Yu's words, Zhao Tianlong remained composed and inquired, "Did you not consider the consequences when you acted against Zhao Lan? Or do you find solace in the belief that either the Iron Sword Sect or the 10,000 Sword Sect will shield you? Some matters inevitably demand a price." Bai Yu, with a tone of indifference, declared, "I am a general, unfamiliar with your convoluted schemes. All I know is that everything I once safeguarded has been lost. Since the founding of the Wushu Kingdom, I have witnessed the rise of a dynasty, dedicating my entire life to its service. You have obliterated it, and I shall extract a piece of flesh from you at any cost. Perhaps the founding emperor of Wushu was indeed a true dragon, capable of leading your dynasty to prosperity, but you have forgotten that the true dragon has perished. What you now pledge allegiance to is but a false dragon, who, taking advantage of the true dragon's legacy, acts without restraint. The current state of affairs is not without its origins. Even without the Celestial Demon Sect, Wushu would have inevitably faltered. Reflecting on all that I have witnessed in Wushu," Bai Yu scoffed, "such are the words that beguile the masses." Zhao Tianlong lifted his head with a cold smile, stating, "Since communication has proven futile, let us cease our exchanges. This is, after all, a fundamental principle of human interaction. Neither of us is at fault. Just as there is no absolute distinction between righteousness and wickedness, It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. As beauty fades and generals grow old, the world becomes a place where both are equally burdened. General Zhao, allow me to accompany you on your journey today. Bai Yu clasped his hands in reverence and spoke with respect. Chapter 40. The Mother and Son Ghostly Malevolence. The chilling voice of Bai Yu reverberated throughout the surroundings. He held great respect for Zhao Tianlong's willingness to embrace death, yet as an adversary, he would never permit him to escape. This world operates under the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. As his words fell, Bai Yu slowly approached Li Shishir, offering a gentle smile. Li Shishir, still in shock, looked at Bai Yu, clearly taken aback. When he grasped his spear, Bai Yu executed a flourish, and the spear transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Zhao Tianlong's throat. Bang! The spear shot forth, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being split. Just as it was poised to penetrate Zhao Tianlong's throat, a massive flesh lump erupted from his mouth. The lump continued to swell, and upon contact with the spear, a thick black mist enveloped the area, remarkably countering the spear's momentum. If you refuse to accept my kindness, do not blame me for what follows. Observing this, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, his entire being resembling a cannonball. In an instant, he activated the blood river forging technique, and with an overwhelming surge of power, the flesh lump was crushed to smithereens. With a sickening squelch, the spear pierced Zhao Tianlong's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, and as despair washed over him, his hands slowly slackened. His life essence drained by the encroaching darkness. The dark entity erupted in gleeful laughter. Within mere moments, Zhao Tianlong was reduced to a lifeless husk. The dense malevolence spread across the dark entity, which then curled into a ball, succumbing to slumber. Human-faced centipede Gu 35006-000, mutating, appeared as a notification on the panel, causing Bai Yu to pause momentarily. The progress bar had not been fully filled, and yet the dark entity had undergone another mutation. Could it be that these monstrous concoctions were, in fact, the most nourishing sustenance for the dark entity? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. If this were true, then this world was indeed a hunting ground for the dark entity. Individuals like Zhao Tianlong were not singular in the so-called righteous sections. It is noteworthy that the requirements for legitimate cultivation are exceedingly high. The use of potent elixirs for cultivation is the prevailing norm in this realm. Snapping back to reality from his reverie, Bai Yu stored the dark entity within his cave abode and subsequently withdrew the spear, extending it towards Li Shishir. Sister, it is resolved. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Li Shishir appeared visibly shaken. That monster, which had relentlessly pursued their enforcement team, had been vanquished just like that. Gazing at Bai Yu, who was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, she found it hard to grasp the reality of the situation. Thank you. Li Shishir finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. No need for gratitude. As disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, we should support each other while out in the world. Bai Yu let out a faint smile and casually remarked, were it not for you, we would not have been able to depart today. Li Shishir gazed upon the lifeless body of Zhao Tianlong, her thoughts drifting to the law enforcement team members who had executed this mission. Her complexion immediately soured. 23 practitioners of the foundational realm, each qualified to advance to the inner sect, had perished in the Whitebone Mountains. As the captain, she bore an undeniable responsibility. Simultaneously, her hatred for the unseen perpetrators behind Zhao Tianlong reached an unbearable peak. The Iron Sword sect must pay, whether for their manipulation of Zhao Tianlong, a mere mortal, to disrupt the rules, or for the sake of those 23 team members, Li Shishir would not let them escape unscathed. Sister, can we still leave? This is not a place for conversation. Observing Li Shishir's condition, Bai Yu felt a sense of difficulty. If she was unable to depart, his own journey would likely conclude prematurely. After all, he could not allow her to linger in the cave realm, where too many secrets lay hidden, and exposing them was out of the question. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishir nodded and swallowed another elixir. It's merely fatigue. There is nothing to worry about. Then let us proceed together. Since we have come all this way, I intend to explore a little more before we return to the sect. With a smile, Bai Yu remarked. Emerging from the white mist, he, accompanied by the 2 women, continued to pursue the 2 crimson auras he had previously perceived. With Li Shishir by his side, Bai Yu dismissed any thoughts of personal training. Zhao Yun forged ahead, and under the overwhelming force of their golden core level power, their path was largely unobstructed. As days slipped by, 3 had passed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Yu successfully acquired the items represented by the red auras, not neglecting even some of the gray auras. He obtained a foundational stage mother and child ghostly spirit, a corpse stand from a millennia-old corpse, along with 12 ghostly leaf decay flowers, and over 100 fragments of souls still possessing consciousness. Junior brother Bai is indeed blessed with fortune, Li Shirsha remarked, her gaze toward him tinged with a hint of peculiarity. The treasures Bai Yu had amassed over these 3 days were nothing short of astonishing, particularly the ghostly leaf decay flowers of golden core quality. The mere existence of the mother and child ghostly spirit, if known to the inner disciples of the ghost suppression peak, would likely compel them to exhaust their resources to acquire it. After all, the conditions for the formation of a mother and child ghostly spirit are exceedingly stringent, requiring a woman of unwavering will who meets a tragic end, nurtured by a perilous feng shui arrangement. Thus, the rarity of the mother and child ghostly spirit is comparable to that of a yin-yang corpse. Moreover, the one Bai Yu acquired carries twins. If nurtured with the right ghostly arts, the future prospects are boundless. It is merely luck, perhaps due to the fortunate companionship of his senior sister during this time. Bai Yu smiled as he spoke. The secret of the broken illusion golden eye would not be revealed until the pivotal moment. Thus he chose to deftly shift the topic. Once we return to the sect, if you do not mind, junior brother, I can visit the Ghost Craft Peak to assist you in exchanging for a volume of ghostly techniques. If the mother and child ghost fiends are nurtured properly, they will undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset for you in the future. Li Shirsha contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. She held a favorable impression of Bai Yu, particularly after their time together, during which she noticed that he was markedly different from the people around her. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yu shook his head. I do not intend to cultivate them using ghostly techniques. As you know, senior sister, I am a disciple of the Gu Refinement Peak, and my focus must remain on Gu techniques. The Millennium Corpse Pill was directly awarded to Zhao Yun. As for the spectral leaf rotting flower, he planned to keep it for future use as sustenance after refining the mother and child corpse fiends into Gu. Li Shirsha's eyes widened in astonishment at Bai Yu's declaration. Refining the mother and child ghost fiends into Gu? Isn't such extravagance typical of your Gu masters? Such formidable entities casually treated as mere materials? She coughed lightly. Junior brother, it would be prudent to refrain from sharing your thoughts with outsiders, especially those from Ghostcraft Peak. What do you mean, senior sister? Nothing much. Just that some individuals are rather narrow-minded and quick-tempered. Chapter 41. The generosity of wealthy Lady Li Shirsha days passed. The Yin-Yang sect remained tranquil, even imbued with a warm atmosphere that sometimes left Bai Yu in a daze. Were it not for the daily deaths of formal disciples and numerous servant disciples, he might have believed that the Yin-Yang sect was indeed a prestigious sect in this world. The news of the complete annihilation of the law enforcement team, led by Li Shirsha, did not create any ripples within the vast Yin-Yang sect. Even Pang Tong exhibited no unusual emotions upon hearing the news. It was merely unfortunate that Zhao Tianlong, the impoverished wretch, had possessed nothing of value. This illustrated the extent of the internal strife within the Yin-Yang sect. Bai Yu felt little about this. Upon returning to the Yin-Yang sect, he settled into his cave abode, continuing to nurture the 3-eyed wine insect and the 9-sack flower Gu. Within the sect, fine wine was not a scarce commodity, thus Bai Yu's progress rose sharply. Technique. Returning essence control Gu technique. Minor accomplishment. 567265500 skill. Cutting major accomplishment. Progress. 286035500. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Gu. Destined Gu. Growth stage. Dragon Chi progress. 12365500000 Yin-Yang energy. For 5665000 evil dragon grievance. 987215000 evil earthstone Gu. Dragon bloodstone Gu mutation 2002700 e mosquito Gu blood mosquito Gu mutation 469 for 500 blood river body forging technique. Entry level 5631500 broken illusion golden eye entry level earthly eye mutation 236620000 3-eyed wine insect 30003000 9-sack flower Gu. 30003000 human-faced black scorpion Gu. 35006000 in mutation. Upon filling the 2 Gu, Bai Yu also broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and it would not be long before he could establish his foundation. Reflecting on his recent gains, Bai Yu felt as though he were dreaming. Indeed, entering the Qi refinement stage was the threshold for embarking on the path of cultivation. The next step would be to sell these wine insects, exchange them for contribution points, and acquire new Gu refining formulas. Once he established his foundation, He could choose new techniques, all of which required substantial contribution points. Bai Yu gazed with a sense of wonder at the 320 worms nestled within the gourd, perceiving them as the capital for his future prosperity. As for the more than 139 sackflower goo, Bai Yu had no intention of selling them for the time being. Yu Linglong had cultivated a medicinal field around the human face by ing fruit trees, making it an opportune moment to plant these 9 sackflower goo. By utilizing their nectar to partially substitute for the consumption of spiritual energy, they would nourish the fruit trees while simultaneously enriching the spiritual energy within the cave realm. I am not familiar with other peaks. Perhaps we should directly visit the Hehuan Peak? However, the thought of the female disciples there filled Bai Yu with trepidation. They were known to be quite formidable and could be quite dangerous. If he ventured there, it was uncertain whether he would be able to return down the mountain unharmed. Young master, Miss Li requests to meet with you. Just as Bai Yu's thoughts began to drift, Yu Linglong returned to the cave with the purchased materials. Offering a timely reminder, Bai Yu was taken aback by her words. Li Shishir sought him out? Could it be that she intended to take action against the Iron Sword sect? On the flying boat, Li Shishir had confided in Bai Yu her intention to annihilate the Iron Sword sect, promising to invite him along to witness the event and allowing him to reap some benefits. 7 days had passed without any news, leading Bai Yu to forget about the matter. Now that Li Shishir had suddenly sought him out, it might indeed be related to this very issue. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu rose to meet her. Young master, will you return to sleep tonight? As he was about to depart, Yu Linglong tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu regarded Yu Linglong, contemplating whether he had not acquired sufficient yin-yang energy from her recently. How could you utter such words? Observing Bai Yu's expression, Yu Linglong flashed a cunning smile. I understand now. I shall go and cultivate, striving to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement tonight. The infrastructure of the Gu Master Peak was quite commendable, exemplified by the natural bamboo grove before him, which housed numerous pavilions designed for disciples to relax. However, most Gu Masters tended to remain within the cave, engrossed in their own creations, rendering this beautiful scenery somewhat desolate. Li Shishir stood within a pavilion, her golden armor replaced by a flowing purple gown, exuding an air of aloofness. Sister, is your injury healing well? Bai Yu approached and greeted her. Li Shishir turned, a subtle smile gracing her delicate features. You have arrived. Inviting Bai Yu to sit, she wasted no time and delved straight into the subject. I have reported the events at the White Bone Peak to the sect. The actions of the Iron Sword sect are a provocation to our Heavenly Demon Sect. Consequently, the Alchemy Peak is currently gathering intelligence, preparing to strike while the young master of the Iron Sword sect visits home, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. The audacity of the Iron Sword sect stems not only from their annual tribute to the 10,000 Sword sect, but more critically from this young master. He is one of the inner disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect, and there are rumors that should he break through again, he will ascend to become a true disciple of the Sword Refining Peak. Thus, the sect plans to utilize the entire Iron Sword sect to safeguard the dignity of our Heavenly Demon Sect. Li Shishir spoke with remarkable calmness. With the intervention of the sect's elders, the downfall of the Iron Sword sect appeared inevitable. In 7 days, I will take you along to witness such a battle, which will greatly benefit our cultivation, she added with a smile. Thank you, sister, for your guidance. Bai Yu responded, aware that this was Li Shishir's way of expanding his horizons, as such an endeavor was beyond the capacity of a mere Qi refinement disciple. By the way, I have yet to repay you for saving me at the White Bone Mountain. As a disciple of the Alchemy Peak, I am not well versed in the ways of Gu. But after much contemplation, I believe this item should be suitable for you. Li Shishir regarded Bai Yu and then produced a black scroll and a palm-sized golden gourd from her ring. Bai Yu, puzzled, took the scroll and opened it, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. This is the method for refining the Heavenly Demon Sect Gu? Is this not one of the signature Gu of the Gu Master Peak's leader? Bai Yu expressed his astonishment. The Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring Gu is an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000 Soul Gu, though both are crafted from souls. Once the Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring Gu emerges, most soul-type Gu must yield in submission, highlighting its overwhelming dominance. The method to forge the Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring Gu is valued at 200,000 contribution points within the Heavenly Demon Sect, an astronomically unreachable figure. Yet, here it is, laid out before him by Li Shishir. Chapter 42, The Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring Gu, the Pig and the Black Ape. Reflecting on this, Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh. Even among inner disciples, most merely share the same status, but the resources they possess behind the scenes truly reflect their foundational strength. Miss Li, this is rather too precious, he remarked. Bai Yu smiled and remarked, the Heavenly Demon Soul-Devouring Goo, valued at 200,000 contribution points, inherently demonstrates its worth. One could even assert that it is among the foundational treasures of the Goo Refinement Peak, although I harbor a strong desire for it. Accepting it would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications, especially considering my current status as merely a formal disciple. Upon hearing this, elixirs solemnly shook her head. Junior brother, do you truly believe that my life is not worth the Heavenly Demon Soul-Devouring Goo? Rest assured, this item is of legitimate origin, devoid of any troubles. And even Qing Yi, the peak master of the Goo Refinement Peak, is aware of it, she elucidated. Originally, I intended to provide you with some cultivation elixirs. But then I realized that possessing a formidable Goo might be far more significant for you as a disciple of the Goo Refinement Peak. The mother and son ghostly fiend you have acquired can be perfectly utilized as a vessel for the Heavenly Demon Soul-Devouring Goo. This item is exceptionally suited for you. Therefore, I implore you to accept it, otherwise my conscience will be troubled. elixirs turned her head, playfully brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, and spoke softly. Though her words were delivered with a casual air, she was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in obtaining such a treasure. Bai Yu contemplated for a moment before accepting the method for concocting the soul-devouring Goo, silently committing this act of kindness to memory. In that case, I express my gratitude for your generous gift, senior sister. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to ask. I will certainly do my utmost. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, elixirs was momentarily taken aback, then a slight smile graced her lips. I have heard that you seem somewhat unconventional compared to others in the Heavenly Demon Sect. I didn't notice it while we were in the Bone Mountains, but today, I understand why they say that, she teased. You are too upright. Unlike those of the demonic sect, at least here, no one is as courteous as you. At this remark, Bai Yu shook his head, pondering if this was indeed the impression he left on others. That's not entirely bad. After all, one cannot fault excessive courtesy. If I can maintain this persona, it may yield numerous benefits. To concoct the soul-devouring Goo, the primary ingredient, beyond the basic materials, is the soul. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect is unafraid of any undertaking, even mass slaughter to refine Goo is commonplace, the mortal realm's dynasties and sects are often protected by formidable powers. Engaging in large-scale slaughter for the sake of refining Goo could easily lead to retaliation. Therefore, I have prepared something special for you, elixirs said, glancing at Bai Yu as she casually picked up a golden gourd and placed it before him. Observing this, Bai Yu took the gourd and infused it with his magical energy. Soon, he discovered it contained a vast hidden realm. Unlike the usual abodes he resided in, this one was filled solely with primordial mountains, inhabited by several pairs of black-furred ape-like creatures. Their expressions were vacant, and aside from feeding, they engaged in incessant reproduction. The adult apes had already given birth to numerous offspring, which grew at a visibly rapid pace. Senior sister, what is this? Bai Yu inquired, gazing up in bewilderment at the strange scene within the gourd. These are Zhu Luo black apes, a remarkably peculiar species. Their existence revolves entirely around consumption and reproduction, living only half a month from birth to death. Strangely, their souls are quite similar to those of humans. Our sect's elders have conducted experiments showing that the souls of 10 Zhu Luo black apes are equivalent in quality to that of an ordinary human. Thus, they serve as a primary source of souls. Although their growth conditions are stringent, their reproductive capacity is astonishing. I utilized my contribution points to exchange for 100 pairs of these creatures. If you care for them properly, their numbers will only increase. While it may require considerable resources, you will not lack for nourishment when you cultivate the soul-devouring Goo. At that moment, Bai Yu understood why. Among the gifted disciples at the Goo Refining Peak, nearly everyone sought to concoct the 10,000 souls Goo, while those at the Ghost Refining Peak struggled to procure adequate souls to sustain their ghostly creations. Logically, given the Heavenly Demon Sect's considerable scale, even if they were to slaughter an entire lower realm, it would be improbable to gather such a multitude of souls. It turned out that the Heavenly Demon Sect had long since achieved soul autonomy. Although the quality of the Zhu Luo black ape souls is inferior to that of humans, their overwhelming numbers could compensate. Even through sheer quantity, one could amass the desired results. Senior sister, how should these creatures be raised? Are there any effective methods? With the soul-devouring Goo now in his possession, Bai Yu felt no need to feign reluctance regarding the gourd's hidden realm. The 100 pairs of Zhu Luo black apes appeared numerous, yet for Bai Yu, they were but a drop in the ocean. Expanding the Zhu Luo black ape population and ensuring their thriving growth became his primary objective. These creatures lacked intelligence, making their cultivation deceptively simple, yet also exceedingly straightforward. For instance, the Hidden Realm typically consumed 1 spirit stone per day, but due to the presence of 100 pairs of Zhu Luo black apes, the consumption of spiritual energy would accelerate, with a single spirit stone lasting perhaps only half a day. The greater the population of Zhu Luo black apes, the faster the spiritual energy would deplete, and the denser the spiritual energy within the realm, the quicker their reproduction would occur. You will need to prepare items that can enhance the density of spiritual energy in the Hidden Realm, such as spirit stones, medicinal herbs, and magical artifacts. Of course, I have already cultivated the fruits these creatures consume, which, like the apes themselves, grow rapidly, albeit dependent on the density of spiritual energy. Given your current strength, I suggest not exceeding 200 pairs, otherwise, the pressure will be considerable. Some matters are best approached gradually. As Li Shishir's words grew increasingly disconcerting, Bai Yu's smile gradually faded. He realized that while this opportunity seemed promising, it was, in fact, an insatiable abyss, a veritable beast of burden for wealth. At 2 spirit stones per day, sustaining 200 creatures translates to the equivalent of 20 human souls. Following this reasoning, to maintain 10,000 Zhu Luo black apes would require 5,000 spirit stones daily. Reflecting on this, Bai Yu sensed a stark disparity among individuals. Someone like Li Shishir, a woman of considerable means, likely could not fathom the significance of such quantities of spirit stones for someone of his standing. However, now that he possessed this opportunity, neglecting it would be a grave error. Thus, Bai Yu felt an urgent desire to acquire spirit stones. Observing the puzzled expression on Li Shishir's face, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. Senior sister, you are still a member of the law enforcement team, correct? If you have time today, would you accompany me to Hehuan Peak for a stroll? Li Shishir. Chapter 43. The fragmented mind of Sister Qin. Amidst the mist-laden peaks, a faint fragrance lingered in the air, enveloping the senses. If one were to identify the most vibrant peak within the Heavenly Demon Sect, aside from the body refinement peak characterized by its self-mutilating eccentrics, it would undoubtedly be Hehuan Peak. Clad in diaphanous garments, the enchanting figures seldom chose to remain within the confines of the hidden realms. The layers of opulent pavilions were rife with temptation, and even the Hehuan Pavilion was constructed with a grandeur surpassing that of all other edifices across the peaks. Although Bai Yu was previously a frequent visitor to the Hehuan Fang, he had never truly set foot on the Hehuan Peak. According to Li Shishir, the practitioners of Hehuan Peak are fundamentally driven by the primal desires of humanity. They treat their bodies as vessels to navigate the celestial river, seeking to supplement yang and nourish yin, pursuing a transcendental path for their souls. Naturally, due to initial weaknesses, many stray into depraved paths. A situation that the Tianma sect does not intervene in, provided one does not harm their fellow sect members, such as causing another to be drained of life. As for actions taken outside, that is one's own affair. The followers are considered personal property, and the Tianma sect has never imposed strict moral standards. Thus, while Hehuan Peak is a place of great allure, it simultaneously serves as a den of decadence. Li Shishir was uncertain why Bai Yu sought to engage in transactions with these women, yet since the other party had initiated conversation, she found no reason to decline. Moreover, this lineage had familiar faces. Rather than allowing Bai Yu to flounder aimlessly, it would be more prudent to introduce him to friends. Along the way, many observed their pairing with curiosity. After all, Bai Yu was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator, while their destination was clearly accessible only to inner sect disciples. Could it be that he was a gift specially brought by Li Shishir? He appeared rather delicate, but alas, they could not indulge. They proceeded directly to the gate leading to the mountaintop. Li Shishir presented her token, and as they stepped through the luminous archway, a breathtaking scene resembling a paradise unfolded before Bai Yu's eyes. Before him lay opulent structures built against the mountainside, dazzling glass and a colossal natural hot spring waterfall creating a dreamlike ambience. The vast flower fields further captivated the senses. The denizens of Hehuan Peak reveled in such ostentatious displays. Once one advanced to the inner sect or expended 1,000 contribution points to purchase a temporary entry pass, one could enjoy privileges across the various peaks, at which point there would be no need for my guidance, Li Shishir explained. However, it was rare for anyone to waste such resources on a mere token, as one's cultivation level dictated that even if they managed to enter, it would yield no tangible benefits. Come, let me introduce you to someone, she said, leading Bai Yu along with frequent pauses until they arrived at a pavilion. Without a word, Li Shishir pushed open the door and strode inside. Crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a vast hot spring. beside which lay a sofa resembling a soft bed. A woman draped in golden gauze reclined there, seemingly in a gentle slumber. Sensing their presence, she slowly opened her eyes, her enchanting peach blossom gaze glinting with golden light. Ah, to my surprise, a distinguished guest has arrived today. Li Mei Mei, it has been quite a while. Qin Yushi's voice was sweet and melodious, and she made no attempt to rise, instead turning slightly, her delicate hand propping up her head, showcasing her alluring curves. Observing Qin Yushi's demeanor, Li Shishir furrowed her brow, clearly uncomfortable with her boldness. Can't you rise to speak? Is it too exhausting? After all, it is not every day one gets to rest, only to have visitors drop by, she remarked, implying that perhaps her timing was unfortunate. No, your arrival is perfectly timed. My dear sister has grown considerate, now she knows to bring gifts when visiting. Qin Yushi replied with a playful smile, then gracefully stood and sauntered over to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, senior sister, hush. Before Bai Yu could speak, Qin Yushi reached out, tracing her hand across his face, then lifting his chin to scrutinize him up and down. His appearance is indeed quite remarkable. I find it appealing. Those well-defined pectoral muscles, have you trained physically? The rich interplay of yin and yang within you is further accentuated by a dense aura of dragon energy. It is utterly exhilarating. Qin Yushi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her voice brimming with excitement. Qin, you, she. Li Shishir gritted her teeth, exhaling sharply, her tone icy. At her words, Qin Yushi's expression faltered momentarily, and in the next instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically. The alluring charm she exuded gradually dissipated, replaced by an air of unattainable nobility. Sure. It has been quite a while, Qin Yushi remarked with a smile, her gestures imbued with grace. Are you back to normal? Li Shishir retorted, observing the shift in Qin Yushi's demeanor with annoyance. Ah, you know how mischievous my sister can be, Qin Yushi replied with a chuckle. Listening to their exchange, Bai Yu realized that this woman undoubtedly possessed two distinct personalities. You, if you had no particular reason, would likely not visit me. So, speak up. What does your sister require assistance with? Qin Yushi inquired, reclining in her chair, her long legs crossed elegantly. Li Shishir shot a knowing glance at Bai Yu. Understanding the cue, Bai Yu stepped forward, performed a respectful bow, and began to speak. Senior sister Qin, I am a disciple of the refining Gu Peak. Today, I specifically requested Li Shishir to introduce me, as my intention is to engage in some business with the senior sisters of Yihuan Peak. This is the three-eyed wine insect. You may not have heard of it before, but it possesses remarkable efficacy in purifying magical energy and facilitating breakthroughs beyond half a realm. As he spoke, Bai Yu produced a white jade gourd and poured out a three-eyed wine insect. Gu. Observing Bai Yu's actions, Qin Yushi first glanced at Li Shishir, then gestured for Bai Yu to approach. Upon receiving the three-eyed wine insect, she immediately sensed her magical energy being refined by the creature. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Qin Yushi's eyes. As a genuine pinnacle golden core expert, she perceived that this Gu seemed to possess, at best, the prowess of the qi refining stage. The fact that it could be effective for her was astonishing. Though the effect may not have been overwhelmingly potent, this simple refinement could easily surpass a month of her own cultivation. Had her cultivation been a touch lower, the results would likely have been even more pronounced. A half-step enhancement? Is it effective for golden core cultivators as well? Qin Yushi mused, toying with the three-eyed wine insect, her brow furrowed in contemplation. According to the records of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it is useful for those below the Yuan-Ing stage. Yet the three-eyed wine insect's effects can only be utilized once in a lifetime by a cultivator. Bai Yu spoke slowly. As his words fell, Qin Yushi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Now at the peak of the golden core stage, she was but a step away from the nascent soul realm. If this item truly possessed the ability to elevate her by half a tier, then a breakthrough was within her grasp. The thought ignited excitement in her beautiful eyes, and it became clear why Li Shishir had brought Bai Yu to seek her out. This was a treasure she desired. How do you intend to sell it? 100 spirit stones, or an equivalent value in contribution points. You know, sister, my earnings are modest. She continued, if you find it useful, perhaps you could help me spread the word. I currently have 329 of these in hand, and if that proves insufficient, I can work extra to refine more. Upon hearing Qin Yushi's words, Bai Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Within the Yin-Yang sect, 5 contribution points could be exchanged for a single spirit stone, making the price of 100 spirit stones manageable for inner sect disciples, should they muster the resolve. Moreover, they were in the Hehuan sect, where the women were undoubtedly affluent. Listening to Bai Yu, Qin Yushi incredulously raised her head. What had he just said? Was he claiming that this item was available by the hundreds? Chapter 44. The Eight Desolations Convergence Divine Technique. Qin Yushi was utterly astonished by Bai Yu's words. She had assumed that such an item was one of a kind, especially considering that the practitioners of the Gu refining peak faced a failure rate higher than the meals they consumed daily. The fact that he had managed to produce a Gu that could enhance magical power without hindering foundational breakthroughs was already remarkable. Yet, Bai Yu proclaimed that he possessed over 300 of them. This fellow was indeed here to conduct business. Meanwhile, elixirs stood beside them, equally bewildered. Before arriving, Bai Yu had not mentioned that he wielded such a formidable item. Bai Yu merely stated that he would take him to the Hehuan Peak, preferably introducing him to acquaintances, as he intended to sell something to her. Upon reflecting on this, elixirs inexplicably felt a twinge of regret. When it came to contribution points and spirit stones, who in the entire Yin-Yang Sect could rival the pill refining peak? Medicinal pills, being consumables, have always been a vital currency throughout the eternal continent. The worth of a pill master is equivalent to that of 10 disciples of the same cultivation level. Who among them could claim to have ever lacked funds? Now, however, this three-eyed wine bug had become a bargain for Hehuan Peak. Sister, do you think this price is acceptable for Hehuan Peak? Bai Yu inquired, noticing that Qin Yushi had remained silent. His desire for spirit stones was palpable, a dream he yearned for. Only with spirit stones and contribution points could he elevate himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushi snapped back to reality and glanced at Bai Yu. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking before she replied, "Of course, we at Hehuan Peak will take this three-eyed wine bug. However, the quantity is too great for me to consume alone. I will notify the elder to arrange for a collective acquisition." Rising from her seat, Qin Yushi added enthusiastically, "By the way, Lishimi, I just remembered that the bone-penetrating grass you sought has been found by Wanner. She asked me to inform you a few days ago. But unfortunately, you were unavailable. This is the last ingredient you need for the Shuehuang Dan you are preparing, right?" Qin Yushi produced a violet bell, seemingly struck by a thought, and addressed elixirs. Upon hearing this, elixirs paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Had they finally acquired it? Without hesitation, she instructed, "Bai Yu, wait here for the elder. I will come to fetch you shortly. Do not wander off." With that, elixirs waved goodbye to Qin Yushi and headed for the door. Seeing this, Qin Yushi smiled slightly, her expression tinged with amusement. As Bai Yu observed elixirs' actions, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped him. Was it not too naive of sisterly? Did she truly believe every word spoken by that woman? As elixirs departed, Qin Yushi shook the bell, the echo resonating within it, making her already alluring face even more enchanting. "Brother Bai, come sit with your sister," she beckoned. Stepping forward to grasp Bai Yu's hand, inviting him to sit on the sofa, her movements growing increasingly suggestive. "Sister, do you know when the elder will arrive?" Bai Yu inquired, inhaling deeply as he observed her actions, yet feeling like a mere puppet, allowing Qin Yushi to manipulate him. "What elder? My dear brother, it's merely 3,000 spirit stones. How could your sister possibly be unable to afford that? Such trivial matters, why would the elder intervene? Are you under a misapprehension regarding the resources of the Yin-Yang Sect?" Qin Yushi responded with a teasing tone. He realized he had been deceived. elixirs had fallen for a ruse. Understanding this, Bai Yu knew he had been correct in his assumptions. The woman had merely intended to send elixirs away. Then, "Sister, what do you think of this three-eyed wine bug?" Bai Yu picked up the white jade gourd and placed it in Qin Yushi's hand, hesitating to speak. "To be frank, the price you set is far too low, and with only over 300, is that enough to distribute among the disciples of Hehuan Peak? Here, even the inner disciples alone exceed 3,000. Do you think it is easy for senior sister to allocate?" Qin Yushi extended her hand, gently poking Bai Yu's chest, and said slowly, "Let us sell it for 200 spirit stones. You take 150, and I take 50. From now on, you will supply only to me, and I will sell the three-eyed wine insect of Hehuan Peak. What do you think? Surely, you must allow your sister to earn a little." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. Selling a chi refining level Gu for 100 spirit stones or 500 contribution points is already exorbitant. He never anticipated that Qin Yushi would proactively raise the price. Although she would take 50 spirit stones as an agent, it meant he would also benefit. From her words, it was evident that the three-eyed wine insect held immense allure for cultivators. Once it became available, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. Even if Bai Yu were reluctant to engage in such a partnership, it was impractical, as he was merely a formal disciple without a background like elixirs. If inner disciples approached him for Gu, could he refuse? If he agreed to one and denied another, it would indirectly offend someone. However, entrusting it to Qin Yushi would be different. As an agent, she could resolve many troubles, given her status and cultivation level. With her around, he could concentrate on refining goo and wait for the spirit stones to flow in. More importantly, Qin Yushi spoke with great finesse. If her plans were only for Hehuan Peak, it implied that he could employ the same strategy with other peaks, ultimately forming his own network of connections. Senior sister, you have truly given me a great surprise, Bai Yu exclaimed with a smile upon hearing her words. Such mutually beneficial arrangements were ones he had no reason to refuse. Isn't that right? Senior sister never deceives, especially those who are handsome. Qin Yushi smiled slightly and leaned in closer. Since senior sister is so kind to you, shouldn't you reciprocate? Her voice became even more alluring, leaving one somewhat entranced. What does senior sister mean? Junior brother Bai, feigning ignorance is not advisable. The yin and yang energy around you is so profound, coupled with that exhilarating dragon aura. I am but a step away from progressing to the nascent soul stage. Can't you assist your sister? She continued. Moreover, a talent like you should not be confined to the goo refining peak. The path of yin and yang is the one you ought to pursue. Come, senior sister will impart a technique to you. You must comprehend it thoroughly thereafter. With that, Qin Yushi gently pointed her finger, and a golden scroll soared forth, accompanied by a surge of magical energy, causing numerous golden characters to burst forth. The 8 Desolate Convergence Spirit Technique. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the inscription. Is this a cultivation method? Indeed. This is the technique that senior sister has diligently cultivated, primarily focusing on the spirit and soul, and it is uniquely obtained from the divine mountain. Qin Yushi replied nonchalantly. Bai Yu gazed at the introduction of the 8 Desolations Convergence Technique, which was evidently a dual cultivation method. It was inherently formidable, harmonizing yin and yang, and enabling both parties to enhance their cultivation simultaneously without any adverse effects. However, upon further inspection, it appeared that the description was incomplete, containing only information pertinent to the nascent soul level. Nevertheless, Bai Yu comprehended the immense value of such a technique. He found himself perplexed by Qin Yushi's actions. As she seemed to be continually making sacrifices, what could be the motive behind this? Yet, in the next moment, a realization struck him. Bai Yu suddenly felt as though he was immobilized. Your heart has stirred, hasn't it? Come, let your senior sister guide you well, and in turn, utilize the dragon energy within you to assist me in transcending to the nascent soul realm. With that, Qin Yushi effortlessly lifted Bai Yu and, upon entering the grand hall, a magnificent phoenix carriage soon materialized before them. Bai Yu. The 8 Desolations Convergence Divine Art 2. 8 Desolations Convergence Divine Art 2. 8 Desolations Convergence Divine Art 4. 8 Desolations Convergence Divine Art 6. Chapter 45. The Calamity of the Water Element. Calamity of the Water Element 100000. In the dead of night, Hehuan Peak became lively once more. Within the loft where Qin Yushi resided, a kaleidoscope of radiant light burst forth, forming a colossal vortex. This vortex, with an utterly terrifying gravitational pull, devoured the rampant energies of heaven and earth. This dazzling phenomenon caused an immense stir, prompting even the elders stationed at Hehuan Peak to hasten to the loft. Upon witnessing the turbulent spectacle, their faces were filled with astonishment, but the next moment, excited voices erupted. Divine Dao Nascent Soul, fellow protectors, anyone who approaches the loft shall be killed. Elixirs and Bai Yu strolled along the mountain path, with the beauty occasionally glancing back at the commotion in the distance, her expression an amalgamation of oddity and intrigue. Do you think Qin Shiyu has truly made a breakthrough? Indeed, you too have felt the residual waves of her energy, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, just one step away from foundation establishment? Yes. Senior sister Qin's talent is indeed enviable. Bai Yu gently rubbed his nose and spoke slowly, although his steps were somewhat unsteady at that moment. Lacking the vibrant energy that others exhibited after overcoming challenges, he felt a touch of weakness. Yet, life is not merely an examination. It is the journey that one should savor, without placing excessive importance on the outcome. Bai Yu was aware that as long as he did not incur any losses, the current weakness was merely a transient state. He could recuperate later, and thus it held little significance. Bai Yu, do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Elixirs halted her steps, closed her eyes, and exhaled heavily. After all, she hailed from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Did he truly believe she was oblivious to everything? In response, Bai Yu gazed at her with a look of grievance, his tone imbued with a hint of helplessness. Senior sister, it was you who was deceived by Sister Qin. You know very well that I am merely a young man at the Qi refinement stage. And under Sister Qin's formidable presence, I had no means to resist. Li Shishir retorted, "Oh, so you believe you are suffering a loss, do you? Do you not understand that Qin Shiyu?" Her words trailed off abruptly. Although Bai Yu's reasoning was compelling, Li Shishir remained perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Qin Shiyu was well aware of this. This woman had been a prodigy since childhood, and upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, she had awakened the terrifying body of a calamity. Even though she practiced the techniques of Huan Peak, she could directly absorb yang energy through her arts, leaving no room for others to gain any advantage. Moreover, due to the incomplete development of her calamity body, she had long been stagnating at the golden core stage, expending considerable resources each year in search of the true dragon energy as a catalyst. Yet today, she had inexplicably achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the nascent soul stage, which indicated that her calamity body had been fully restored, a feat beyond the capability of a mere three-eyed liquor worm. Thus, Bai Yu harbored a secret, and it was a substantial one. Reflecting on their first encounter and the peculiarities of Bai Yu's demeanor since, Li Shishir found herself uninterested in the secrets of others. However, Bai Yu's attempts to deceive her as if she were a child left her questioning her own perception. "Senior sister, you know I did not mean it that way." Bai Yu expressed his apologies, hoping that Qin Yushi would not become a nuisance to him. "As you have observed, she can exhibit rather unusual behavior at times." Li Shishir, however, remained unperturbed, exhaling softly before continuing. "What are your plans moving forward? Once you enter the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to cultivate an empty aperture. My background lies in alchemy. Thus the essence I nurture within the empty aperture is my innate spiritual elixir. In contrast, Qin Yushi's empty aperture harbors her innate soul. The foundational essence cultivated within these apertures is pivotal to one's cultivation journey. With each major breakthrough in realms, a new empty aperture is unlocked. Have you decided what to nurture within your empty aperture?" Li Shishir spoke with deliberation. According to the traditions of the Gu cultivation peak, Bai Yu ought to focus on condensing his innate Gu, yet if he harbors alternative aspirations, she would be willing to assist him. "As a Gu master, what I must nurture is naturally my innate Gu. The heavenly demon soul-eating Gu, gifted by my senior sister, is indeed suitable as my innate Gu for the foundation establishment stage, is it not?" Bai Yu smiled as he spoke, revealing that his initial foray into the world of Gu was indeed captivating. He had no intentions of diverting his focus to other pursuits, if time permitted. He would merely engage in minor side ventures while primarily dedicating himself to Gu. However, it was crucial to recognize that selecting the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu as his life-bound Gu would demand considerably more resources than others would need to invest. Moreover, this was merely one of his life-bound Gu. Upon reaching new heights, he would also need to refine additional life-bound Gu. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. As Li Shishir sincerely cautioned, the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu was notoriously difficult to cultivate, especially since it belonged to the category of growth-type Gu, which would require an immense quantity of souls in the future, a veritable bottomless pit. Li Shishir had intended for Bai Yu to utilize the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu as a combat Gu, much like Qing Yi. Yet, to her astonishment, Bai Yu was now contemplating the notion of adopting it as his life-bound Gu. Given the ferocity of this Gu, it was highly probable that it could backfire on its host, as life-bound Gu are intrinsically linked to their practitioners. In other words, the Gu master and their life-bound Gu are one and the same. The journey of cultivation is rarely devoid of obstacles. Let us give it a try. If all else fails, I can sell the three-eyed wine bug to all the disciples of the sect. I refuse to believe I cannot sustain it, Bai Yu mused. Brushing aside Li Shishir's concerns, he possessed the Yin-Yang profound dragon Gu as a solid foundation, and thus he was untroubled by the potential backlash of the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu. Furthermore, he had recently acquired knowledge that might enable the transformation of the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu. The calamity-inducing primordial Yin he obtained from Qin Yushi was an enigmatic substance. Though Bai Yu was unaware of its true nature, the interface indicated that it could instill a sense of trepidation even in the Yin-Yang profound dragon Gu. Additionally, his relentless efforts had yielded 2,345 points of nine-tailed fox bloodline from Yuling Long, which was an equally formidable material. Bai Yu envisioned the incorporation of the calamity's primordial Yin and the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox into the crafting of the heavenly demon soul-devouring insect. With their infusion, He believed that the quality of the insect would undoubtedly be elevated. Senior sister, I have sold all the three-eyed wine worms in my possession. Qin senior sister has provided me with 30,000 spirit stones and 64,500 contribution points. However, I still lack some materials necessary for the creation of the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Insect. Given your extensive connections, could you assist me in exchanging for them? Upon hearing this, Li Shishir understood that Bai Yu had likely made his decision long ago. He refrained from further comments and merely nodded. I will hasten to gather everything for you. If fortune smiles upon us, you might manage to enhance the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Insect significantly before we embark on our quest for vengeance at the Iron Sword Sect. Li Shishir remarked with a smile. She recognized that this statement was merely jest, for it was virtually impossible to concoct such an insect within 7 days. However, Bai Yu's eyes brightened at her words. Indeed, seeking retribution implies the presence of numerous souls, particularly those of cultivators. Chapter 46. Crafting the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Insect. Bai Yu has been enduring considerable hardship in recent days. Ever since Qin Yushi manifested her divine Dao Yuaning, he has felt as though he is being watched, particularly when he ventures outside, where countless predatory gazes seem intent on consuming him. Compounded by the commotion caused by the three-eyed liquor worm, Pang Tong and Zhao Mingzhu have vociferously condemned him for his perceived treachery, accusing him of forsaking friendship for the allure of wealth, insisting that such resources ought to have been allocated to them. In desperation, Bai Yu resorted to concocting the three-eyed liquor worm several times to appease the two. However, even outside the cave, many inner disciples linger, eager either to purchase liquor worms or to propose collaborations. This uproar, alongside the promotional effect of Qin Yushi's breakthrough, has rendered Bai Yu a coveted figure, with many vying for a taste of his newfound fortune. The disciples of the Gu refining peak seem to have recognized a lucrative opportunity. Thus, the liquor produced by the Tianma sect has unexpectedly become a best-selling commodity. Unfortunately, they lack Bai Yu's capacity for mass production, resulting in arduous and sporadic sales. Even so, the market for three-eyed liquor worms presents an enormous gap. Consequently, Bai Yu has grown weary of navigating such social intricacies, delegating the procurement of materials and the demands within the cave to Yu Linglong, while assigning Zhao Yun to serve as her protector. Although Yu Linglong's role is ostensibly that of a retainer, her demonstrated talent now enables her to independently create three-eyed liquor worms and nine-breath flower goo. Witnessing Yu Linglong laboring under immense pressure sometimes stirs Bai Yu's compassion. He has come to understand why Pang Tong remarked that a cultivator's training necessitates the support of many in logistical roles. One must not only focus on their own cultivation but also learn to cultivate the land, maximizing the potential of their private space within the cave. Lately, Bai Yu has contemplated acquiring more retainers, slaves, or even furnace cauldrons, envisioning an expansion of the cave's capabilities while also having others to assist in labor and cultivation. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that while the Tianma sect is not short on personnel, it lacks individuals like Yu Linglong, who are both obedient and talented. Among the miscellaneous disciples, it is rare to find another such as her. Those with ambition are striving for formal disciple status, while the less capable are often deemed unworthy. He could seek to purchase or capture individuals from the mundane world, but given his current circumstances, he fears he might be captured himself. Therefore, he resolves to endure a bit longer with Yu Linglong's assistance until the matter with the Iron Sword sect is resolved. By nurturing the pig-tailed black apes with spirit stones and nine-breath flower goo, their reproductive drive has surged, expanding to 800 pairs in just 2 days. Once the pig-tailed black apes mature, he can harvest their souls after they pass. However, the faster they grow, the greater the pressure he faces, as consumption increases day by day. Contemplating these matters induces a headache, prompting Bai Yu to cast aside all concerns and focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Shishir has been swift in her actions. The materials for refining the soul-devouring goo have cost him a staggering 30,000 contribution points. When Yu Linglong returns with the final material, Bai Yu prepares to refine the soul-devouring goo and seizes this opportunity to break through. You need not concern yourself with everything, he advises Yu Linglong. If the three-eyed liquor worm is too time-consuming, it can wait. I do not wish for you to toil until the late hours. Yet, Yu Linglong insists, no, I can manage. Crafting the three-eyed liquor worm also serves as a chance for my growth, and this venture will yield profits for the cave. Ultimately, all gains will benefit you, my lord. Only when you grow stronger can our positions become more secure. I too can elevate my cultivation. Despite being touched by Bai Yu's words, Yu Linglong is resolute in not wanting to lag behind, recognizing that her current status is entirely due to Bai Yu. Who would have imagined that as a mere retainer, she would be treated with such respect, even surpassing that afforded to many formal disciples during outings for procurement or exchanges? Yu Linglong relishes this feeling and thus wishes for Bai Yu's continued advancement. Observing Yu Linglong's fervent determination, Bai Yu feels a sense of helplessness. She is far too driven. Very well, pursue your ambitions, but do so within reason. Once the Iron Sword sect matter is resolved, I shall take you home for a visit. By then, you will also have attained the status of a cultivator, and I believe your standing within your family will consequently improve. Indeed, she replies, still engrossed in her tasks. Bai Yu adjusts his focus and proceeds to the newly established secret chamber. He retrieves all materials required for refining the soul-devouring goo, setting them aside before activating the ground and commencing the inscription of the formation as described in the scroll. This process occupies the better part of half an hour. Once the formation is inscribed, Bai Yu consumes a chi-gathering pill and subsequently produces a wooden tablet, releasing the mother and child ghostly fiends. With a roar, accompanied by a surge of crimson light, dense ghostly energy permeates the secret chamber as a beautiful woman clad in white emerges from the formation center. Her eyes are ablaze with red, and two infants with ferocious expressions orbit her. The moment she appears, the temperature within the chamber plummets to an extreme. Transforming into the mother and child ghostly fiends should have been your fortune, yet the environment of the Bone Mountain has eroded your consciousness with its overwhelming malice and resentment, rendering you a mere beast driven by slaughter. Is this the consequence of insufficient destiny resulting in backlash? I have seized your power and granted you a form of liberation, far preferable to enduring this agony indefinitely. I hope a fragment of your true spirit remains in the outside world, so that upon liberation, you may re-enter the cycle of reincarnation with your two children. Bai Yu spoke slowly, bowing respectfully. However, the woman remained unyielding. Showing no sign of alteration in response to Bai Yu's words, she continued to violently strike against the array, desperately attempting to break free from the iron chains that ensnared her limbs, seeking to tear apart everything before her. Observing this, Bai Yu shook his head, raised his hand, and with a gentle motion, directed his mystical energy towards her. In an instant, violet flames erupted within the array, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries of anguish and the distant wails of an infant. Bai Yu steadied his mind, shielding himself from the echoes that reverberated around him. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blood-red flower materialized in his grasp. The crimson moon blood flower, a toxic herb of golden core grade, typically thrived in the ancient, shadowy recesses of the world, born from the essence of long-forgotten corpses in the boundless malice of battlefields. This flower was also a crucial ingredient for concocting the celestial demon soul-devouring goo. The quantity of crimson moon moonlight directly influenced the quality of the celestial demon's manifestation. Without hesitation, 600 crimson moon blood flowers were cast into the formation, accompanied by the crackling sounds of purple flames. A rich, dark red bloodline coalesced within the array, flowing directly into the woman's brow. Pained groans erupted as she struggled against the encroaching bloodlines, which began to manifest spiderweb-like fissures across her skin. Yet, her once ferocious gaze gradually softened into tranquility. Nearby, two infants curled defensively in her embrace, her maternal instincts compelling her to shield them with her hands. Observing this, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed, and a multitude of materials began to coalesce in the air, cascading into the formation as they melted, infused with purifying power. The woman's gaze grew vacant, and in a fleeting moment of clarity, Bai Yu perceived a vision of a woman clad in white, holding the hands of two exquisitely delicate children amidst a halo of sacred light. They bowed thrice in reverence before fading away into the gentle glow. Farewell. Bai Yu smiled briefly, then steadied his mind, continuing to refine the materials along with the bodies of the maternal and infant specters. As time passed gradually, the materials fused seamlessly, causing the corporeal form of the specters to shrink until it transformed into a jade stone the size of a thumb. This jade resembled an exquisite beauty curled protectively around two infants, appearing lifelike, while emanating a continuous aura of purple magical energy. This energy coalesced, ultimately manifesting into the silhouette of a graceful woman, clad in obsidian armor and wielding two scythes, the handles of which bore an uncanny resemblance to infant skulls. She appeared as if replicated from the very essence of life. The scythe in her right hand radiated purple magical energy, while the one in her left exuded a chilling aura, the two contrasting forces harmonizing within the pendant at her chest that emitted a ghostly energy. Remarkably, the magical energy. The malevolent aura and the ghostly essence achieved an unusual equilibrium, intertwining seamlessly. Techniques. Return to origin control technique, mastered. 8 Desolations convergence technique, minor mastery. Cutting, mastered, progress. 28, 603. 500, Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Goo, destined goo, growth phase, dragon chi progress. 1, 236, 550, 000, Yin-Yang energy, 45, 665, 000. Evil dragon resentment, 987, 215. 000, Malevolent Earthstone Goo, Dragon Bloodstone Goo Mutation 2, 002, 700, Yin Mosquito Goo, Blood Mosquito Goo Mutation 4, 694. 500, Blood River Body Refinement Technique, Entry Level 56, 315, 000, Breaking Illusion Golden Eye, Entry Level, Earth Eye Mutation 236, 620. 000, Human-Faced Black Centipede Goo, 42, 716, 000, Undergoing Mutation. Celestial Demon Soul, Devouring Goo. 29, 500, Observing the progress bars on the panel. Bai Yu understood that while the formation of the Celestial Demon Soul Devouring Goo was achievable, the subsequent nurturing held paramount importance. Now that the Celestial Demon had taken shape, it was time to enhance its quality. Contemplating this, Bai Yu summoned the water elemental Yin and the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, along with 3 human-faced azure infant fruits, and cast them forth. With a resonant hum, the human-faced azure infant fruits melted, merging terrifying energies of black, azure, and white into the jade stone. Accompanied by a chorus of humming sounds, the jade began to tremble, and the previously tranquil celestial demon slowly opened its eyes, its dark silken hair gradually transforming into a shimmering silver. Those purple eyes resembled a mesmerizing abyss that captivated all, beckoning one to succumb. It was time. Bai Yu once again consumed 2 spirit-gathering pills, continuously replenishing his magical power as the eyes of the celestial demon grew increasingly animated. The white feathered handprint continually morphed, beginning to absorb the chaotic power within the secret chamber. At the moment the celestial demon's soul devouring goo took shape, it harnessed the feedback of power to establish its foundation while simultaneously opening a void, allowing the celestial demon's soul devouring goo to descend into the emptiness, resulting in a transformation of the life goo. This process, however, was fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to Bai Yu becoming ensnared, reduced to a slave under the dominion of the celestial demon soul devouring goo. With a heavy exhale, Bai Yu extended his hand, gently beckoning towards the ethereal figure of the celestial demon. Come. As the words left his lips, the ethereal figure subtly lifted its head, and in the next instant, the jade stone began to glide towards Bai Yu. Buzzing. The jade stone approached Bai Yu's forehead, the sharp buzzing resonating painfully in his ears. As tendrils of purple essence surged forth from the jade, upon contact with Bai Yu's brow, an icy sensation erupted from the depths of his soul, enveloping his entire being. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Yu beheld the ethereal figure of the celestial demon slowly advancing towards him, adorned with a beguiling smile. Foundation Establishment. Boom. Chapter 47. Divided into 9. Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. As the declaration echoed forth, as Bai Yu's body swayed, in the next instant, the celestial demon suddenly appeared before him. Gazing upon that flawless and enchanting visage, Bai Yu felt his heart inexplicably race, as if an alluring sense of corruption emanating from the depths of his soul fervently captivated his spirit. Perceiving this, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, forcibly activating his piercing golden gaze at that very moment. A radiant golden light flickered within his eyes, and he experienced a sharp pain as he looked again. The once ethereal beauty of the celestial demon transformed into a mere skeleton. Shedding the flesh merely reveals 206 bones. To behold a beauty as a skeleton renders me devoid of desire. To regard a skeleton as beauty renders me unafraid. This mere celestial demon dares to sway my resolve. A refreshing sensation surged within Bai Yu's mind. His body trembled violently, and blood streamed from his eyes. As his internal energy waned, his complexion turned pale. Yet, the haze of confusion was shattered. This was the moment of foundation laying. Even a celestial demon must become an integral part of his strength. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, his handprints shifting continuously. In an instant, the ethereal figure of the celestial demon shattered, transforming into a rich stream of purple energy that surged into his being. Meanwhile, the jade stone forged from the soul-devouring insect of the celestial demon slowly approached. A chilling and agonizing sensation erupted from the depths of his soul, and as the final wisp of purple energy merged with his body, a frenzied light flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. The blood river body refining art was activated. Within the secret chamber, a torrent of violent energy howled toward him. Before it could draw near, it was refined by the malevolent aura emanating from Bai Yu, ultimately coalescing into an ancient bronze cauldron. As the bronze cauldron emerged, Bai Yu instantly felt a weighty sense of oppression. The force capable of crushing his very soul left him momentarily disoriented. For cultivators, the crafting of the empty cavity is an observation of all things in the world, evolving its embryonic form into the most suitable vessel for oneself. However, the stronger the evolution, the more intense the impact on the cultivator's soul. If one cannot withstand that force, the consequences can range from a regression in cultivation to the complete severing of meridians, rendering one an invalid. From the moment Bai Yu prepared to embark on the path of foundation establishment, he had resolved what his object of evolution would be. In his past life, do you suppress the 9 provinces with the 9 tripod cauldrons, thus becoming the embodiment of destiny and representing his supreme imperial authority? Bai Yu, however, intended to become the master of his own fate. Therefore, while evolving the empty cavity, he aimed to continually surpass his limits. Otherwise, he would need to achieve perfection. The 9 tripod cauldrons were the evolution target he had deliberated upon for an extended period. As he gazed at the bronze cauldron gradually revealing the mountains and birds, Bai Yu became increasingly frantic. Once his magical energy was nearly depleted, he spat out a mouthful of blood and began to extract the remnants of the blood river body refining art that lingered within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deafening hum erupted, and in that split second, the blood he expelled transformed into brilliant red specks of light, forming a protective barrier around him. The previously absorbed purple energy erupted forth, and as it converged upon the bronze cauldron, the entire secret chamber began to tremble. The body of Bai Yu began to wither, transforming into a mere skeleton wrapped in skin. It was at that precise moment that the soul-devouring goo of the celestial demon steadily descended upon the bronze cauldron. Malevolent energy, sinister aura, and ghostly essence attempted to permeate the bronze cauldron, yet they were subdued by the ancient aura emanating from it. The white feather emitted a series of fierce roars, creating a tension between the two entities. As its body began to fragment slowly, a sudden dragon's roar resonated deep within its soul. The previously dormant Yin-Yang Shenlong Gu stirred into action, unleashing a force potent enough to suppress all, soaring skyward and flooding into the bronze cauldron like a tidal wave. Astonishingly, 2 dragons, one black and one white, materialized within the secret chamber. The Shenlongs roared and then descended with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a surge of pure yet extreme power erupted from Bai Yu's dantian. This power resembled a flood breaching its dam, continuously nourishing Bai Yu, whose body, on the verge of shattering, began to visibly rejuvenate. The swelling magical energy left him somewhat disoriented. The black and white energies on the bronze cauldron intensified, and at the moment of their complete explosion, Bai Yu's cultivation, spiritual strength, potential, and power surged dramatically. It felt as if the very heavens and earth were at his command. In this instant, he was the sovereign of the realm. With a heavy exhale, the black and white energies appeared to split the bronze cauldron into 9. At the forefront, 2 bronze cauldrons stood, with a humanoid jade figure poised elegantly at their center. On the other side, the black and white Qianlong circled incessantly. It has been accomplished. I have succeeded. Observing the fragmented bronze, Bai Yu's face was alight with madness, his exuberant laughter echoing throughout the chamber. Originally, according to his plans, achieving a single empty cauldron during the foundation establishment stage would have been perfect. With each advancement in his cultivation, he would condense another. However, the simultaneous appearance of 9 cauldrons now indicated that he possessed 9 empty vessels even within the foundation establishment realm, allowing him to harbor 9 lifebound goo. Reaching the crossing tribulation stage, with 8 more realms to traverse, meant he could eventually possess 72 empty vessels. Should he attain immortality, that would culminate in 81, an ultimate achievement. Techniques: return to origin, control goo art, great accomplishment, technique. 8 desolations, convergence, spirit art, minor accomplishment, skill, cutting, great accomplishment, progress. 3,500 3,500, Yin-Yang Shenlong Gu, lifebound Gu, dragon chi progress. 236, for 850000 Yin-Yang energy. 35665000 evil dragon grievance. 266971 5000 evil Earthstone Gu, dragon bloodstone Gu mutation. 200 2700 Yin Mosquito Goo, Blood Mosquito Goo Mutation 469, for 500 Blood River Body Forging Technique. Entry 3670150000. Breaking Illusions Golden Eye, Entry. Earth Eye Mutation 6366200000. Human-Faced Black Centipede Goo. For 27160000. In Mutation, Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo. 209,500 to rise anew. The Yin-Yang Xianlong Goo truly lives up to its reputation. Observing the data on the panel, the Yin-Yang Xianlong Goo, Blood River Body Forging Technique. In Breaking Illusions Golden Eye all exhibited tremendous progress. Reflecting on the agony endured during his breakthroughs, was it all worth it? Next, he must refine 7 more lifebound goo during this foundation establishment phase to solidify his foundation completely. Contemplating this, Bai Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. The resources required to nurture the Yin-Yang Xianlong Goo and the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo were already burdensome. If he were to acquire 7 more of similar quality, it would be excessively brutal. They were all insatiable consumers. After much internal conflict, Bai Yu decided to cast these thoughts aside. As a genius, the last thing he should do is deplete his own resources. Moreover, as an unparalleled prodigy capable of possessing 9 empty vessels at the foundation establishment stage, he would inevitably face trials beyond those of ordinary individuals. Was it merely a matter of resources? He would earn them. If he could not, he could always seize them. Ha ha ha. I can indeed maintain clarity of heart at all times. From the moment I obliterated the Iron Sword sect, I embarked upon the path of goo refining that I have long desired. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he rose gracefully, exuding an air of pride. Chapter 48, Departure. Feeling the surging power within him, Bai Yu, having reached the foundation establishment stage, was now capable of employing the unique killing techniques exclusive to goo masters, amplified by the influence of the empty aperture. In this world, myriad magical arts abound, and a practitioner who specializes in a single path can combine their innate characteristics to forge personalized techniques. The killing techniques of the goo path stem from the inherent power of the life goo itself, guided by its master, and harmonized with the combinations of goo possessed by the practitioner. The existence of the empty aperture serves as a medium for the amalgamation of originally incompatible goo, ultimately transforming them into lethal techniques. Presently, Bai Yu could only form killing techniques utilizing the blood mosquito goo and the evil earthstone goo. In contrast, Haiten and Zhao Yun could merely harness the enhancements provided by their life goo, which was woefully insufficient for Bai Yu, especially since he felt a profound sense of insecurity upon his arrival in this world. Ultimately, it all boils down to resources. Only with resources can one progress at a swifter pace. With a sigh of contemplation, Bai Yu withdrew his thoughts and slowly exited the secret chamber. The atmosphere within the cave abode remained harmonious, and Bai Yu could easily sense the continuous transformation of the environment wrought by the dragon's corpse and the dragon pearl. Regrettably, the cave abode still seemed somewhat limited. Perhaps he should seek materials to expand it further and construct additional edifices. Thoughtful planning was also required for the allocation of cultivation resources. Young master, have you made a breakthrough? Upon seeing Bai Yu emerge from the secret chamber, Yu Linglong approached slowly, her expression brimming with excitement. It had only been a short while since Bai Yu advanced to foundation establishment. Surely, this would elevate her own status. Fortune smiled upon me this time. The process was relatively smooth. Is senior sisterly prepared? Bai Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, indeed, it is currently evening outside. By dawn, it will be the appointed time for the young master and Miss Li. Yu Linglong replied swiftly, time is rather scarce. Although I will merely be an observer at the Iron Sword sect, I might still reap numerous benefits. For the next few days, you need not concern yourself with concocting the 3-eyed wine worm. This is the 5 poisons goo. Strive to refine a protective talisman in the coming days. It is essential to venture out more often. As cultivators, we cannot remain confined within the cave abode. Bai Yu swiftly traversed the path. Yu Linglong possessed exceptional talent. Relegating her solely to logistical duties would be a lamentable waste. With the bloodline of the celestial fox coursing through her veins, her ascension to strength was destined. As she was his attendant, Bai Yu naturally invested considerable effort into her training. Observing the jade slip in Bai Yu's hand, Yu Linglong nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with aspiration. After a brief tidying up, as dawn broke, Bai Yu stepped out of the cave abode. He sensed the multitude of gazes surrounding him but paid them no heed, proceeding directly to the designated meeting place with elixirs. Soon, he arrived at the grand entrance of the Tianma sect, where an expansive plaza lay before him, flanked by a colossal flying vessel. When Bai Yu arrived, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered in the square, all disciples preparing to embark on their training journey via the flying vessel. Soon, Bai Yu spotted elixirs, surrounded by several disciples, all seemingly ready to set off together. "You're here?" Upon noticing Bai Yu, elixirs offered a gentle smile and a brief greeting. "Yes. Let's wait a bit longer. The elder has already boarded the flying vessel, and there are still a few individuals who have yet to arrive. We shall depart once everyone is present," elixirs elucidated. Bai Yu's appearance naturally attracted numerous glances. For this expedition to the Iron Sword sect comprised a total of 12 individuals, including one elder at the transformation stage, 2 true disciples at the nascent soul level, and the remainder being cultivators at the golden core stage. In the midst of the group, Bai Yu appeared rather unconventional. "Senior sister, is this all the people we have for our journey to the Iron Sword sect? I had anticipated a more grand assembly." Observing the modest contingent before him, Bai Yu felt a stark contrast to his expectations. It was difficult to fathom that this few could be tasked with annihilating a sect. The Iron Sword sect was not particularly formidable. Their only reliance lay with the 10,000 Sword sect, were it not for their apprehension towards the latter. Even Elder Tai would not have deemed it necessary to attend today. A gentle voice broke the silence as a young man clad in fine garments approached, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. He first nodded at elixirs before turning to Bai Yu. "Young brother, I have heard of your exploits in Baigu Mountain from Shir. Thanks to you, you have become quite a notable figure within the Heavenly Demon Sect during this time." Li Xinhuan remarked with a smile. Observing the man's demeanor and the aura that enveloped him, Bai Yu realized he was unfamiliar with this individual. Yet the latter's familiarity instilled a sense of warmth within him. "This is my elder brother, Li Xinhuan, a true disciple of the Refining Peak," elixirs clarified. "Greetings, Senior Brotherly," Bai Yu responded politely. "Ha. No need for such formality. From now on, call me Brotherly." Li Xinhuan chuckled, increasingly fond of Bai Yu. "Younger junior brother, it has been quite a while." Before Bai Yu could respond, a delicate hand suddenly encircled his waist. This unexpected gesture caused Bai Yu to stiffen, especially upon feeling the softness at his back and hearing the alluring voice that accompanied it. "Senior Sister Qin." Bai Yu did not turn around but graciously uttered a few words. How astonishing it is that this enchanting figure, without even realizing her approach, had managed to close the distance. The power of Qin Yushi after her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was indeed formidable. "Ah, splendid. Have you advanced to the foundation establishment stage? Such progress is truly enviable. And this robust physique, how nostalgic it is. Little junior brother, how about you reside on Hehuan Peak from now on?" Qin Yushi's nose twitched, her tone increasingly alluring, compelling Bai Yu to glance at elixirs in search of assistance. This woman's thought process seemed rather unconventional, and her actions were utterly unreserved. Bai Yu found it difficult to gauge her intentions. "Qin Yushi, enough already. One ought to consider the setting. So many eyes are upon us." elixirs furrowed her brow, exasperated. "Indeed, elder sister, with so many onlookers, let us first attend to more pressing matters." Bai Yu interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushi offered a delicate smile, immediately wrapping her arms around Bai Yu's, nonchalantly declaring, Look, after all, my senior sister will protect you. They can serve as witnesses, right, everyone?" As she gazed at the crowd, her words flowed slowly. The moment she spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, hesitant to voice any dissent. It was evident that Qin Yushi held considerable renown within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Most individuals were indeed reluctant to provoke her. "Come, junior brother. Let your sister take you aboard the flying vessel." With that, Qin Yushi paid no heed to Bai Yu's thoughts and pulled him onto the flying craft. "Little sister, what is happening here? I have never seen Qin Yaojin display such warmth towards anyone," Li Xinhuan remarked, observing their receding figures, clearly taken aback. "Humph. Perhaps Bai Yu possesses something she desires," elixirs responded, her displeasure evident as she coldly snorted and followed suit. Chapter 49. The Absolute Sword Dynasty. The Absolute Sword Dynasty. Absolute Sword City. The Nangong Manor. In the main hall, Nangong Xuanzu surveyed the gathering with an increasingly sullen expression. "Is it because I am a branch offspring that I must cater to your aspirations of social climbing? Or is it that the Nangong family is dissatisfied with its current standing and seeks to usurp the throne, hence their obsequiousness towards the Iron Sword sect?" Ever since she learned of her family's intention to offer her to that young sect master, her disappointment in them had reached a breaking point. In her heart, she felt that her sole reason for remaining was merely her surname, Nangong. When she had pleaded for help to save her parents, they could have intervened. Yet everyone chose to remain indifferent. Now, having grown up, she was to be offered as a gift. The union between the Absolute Sword Dynasty and the young master of the Iron Sword Sect was to include the daughter of the Prime Minister as a dowry. Yet the Yin-Yang family was unwilling to part with their legitimate daughter, so the burden fell upon her shoulders. How utterly ludicrous. Enough. Our actions are not for you to question. As a member of the family, you ought to possess your own awareness. Moreover, this is an immense opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. That young master of the Iron Sword Sect is destined to become the sect leader. Even if you become a concubine or maid, it is still a chance for you to soar. Yin-Yang Lai, seated at the head, spoke curtly. As the second most prominent figure in the Absolute Sword Dynasty. Aside from the royal family, he certainly had his own considerations. By sending forth a relatively insignificant branch daughter, he could express his stance while potentially reaping substantial benefits. Furthermore, the royal family was prepared to offer the ancestral absolute sword in this marriage, a decision that astonished all present. It is crucial to note that this dynasty is named the Absolute Sword Dynasty. The foundation of its establishment by Emperor Taizong was this very divine sword. Legend has it that after obtaining the Absolute Sword, the emperor received the sword spirit's legacy, breaking through all obstacles to establish vast territories. After Taizong's ascension, the sword spirit vanished, transforming the once divine artifact into an ordinary ceremonial sword, yet it remains a symbol of the Absolute Sword Dynasty. Thus, the royal family's commitment to this union showcases their considerable investment. Consequently, the Yin-Yang family must seize this opportunity. Indeed, you must be present in 3 days. This matter is non-negotiable. The crowd echoed in agreement. Hearing this, Yin-Yang Xuansu regarded their faces, finally resting her gaze on the quiet and downcast Yin-Yang Yasu. A flicker of despair crossing her features. Bring her under watch and confine her. The Yin-Yang Hall is no place for disturbances. Yin-Yang Lai gestured dismissively, his voice booming. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Yin-Yang Xuansu surveyed her surroundings, her expression turning somewhat deranged. They call it a marriage alliance, but in their hearts, it is merely business. A tale so far-fetched, and a branch daughter of the Yin-Yang family. How delightful. She murmured softly, gradually approaching the bedside. Discarding the pillow, she opened the compartment at the head of the bed and retrieved a jade box. Upon opening it, she revealed a crimson pill, peculiarly shaped, no larger than a thumb. Its color reminiscent of blood, adorned with countless tiny eyes that wriggled incessantly. Gazing at the pill, a glint of madness sparkled in Yin-Yang Xuansu's eyes. Mother and father, after your passing, my life has been unbearably hard. Yet heaven has shown mercy, granting me the method to concoct this elixir. Over the years, I have used my status to eliminate many, turning them into ingredients for this great medicine. Perhaps, after my death, I may not even enter hell, nor will I meet you again. If you have spirits above, I hope you will bless me with the power to escape this place. Should I fail to flee, I wish for you to come for me as you did in my childhood, waiting at the door to take me away. With that, without hesitation, Yin-Yang Xuansu swallowed the pill. On the flying vessel, Bai Yu sat on the deck, admiring the surrounding scenery. At some point, Elixirs had approached from behind, casually observing him. What are you thinking about? She asked. I'm pondering when I might finally return to my room for a moment's respite. Is senior sister still waiting for me? Bai Yu replied, a bemused expression on his face. Honestly, Qin Yushi seems entirely unconcerned about anything else. She is currently guarding my room. Your words imply you have suffered greatly, Elixirs remarked, shaking her head in exasperation before taking a seat beside him. This isn't merely a matter of suffering, senior sister. A great battle looms, and we must maintain our finest condition. Not at all. You need not take action this time. Just leave everything to us. Since we have ventured out, it is best to be an observer. Moreover, this is a trial. We must treat it earnestly. Furthermore, the fall of the Iron Sword Sect will also herald the downfall of the Absolute Sword Dynasty. Where there is war, there will be death. I have just refined the Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring goo. This is an excellent opportunity for cultivation. Listening to Bai Yu's words, Elixirs nodded. In a moment, I will bring her over to stay with me. Rest assured. With that, she regarded Bai Yu, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Now that Bai Yu had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it also signified that he had successfully refined the Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring goo. Such an achievement, in the eyes of others, was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering Bai Yu had merely requested a single material from her. The fact that he accomplished this in such a short period rendered his talent outrageously formidable. She could guarantee that upon their return from the Absolute Sword Dynasty, Bai Yu would undoubtedly attract the attention of the upper echelons. This time, as they took action against the Iron Sword Sect, Elder Tai had declared that everyone could act without reservations, meaning the entirety of Absolute Sword City would become his hunting ground. Give it your all. Li Shishir spoke slowly, her words almost incredulous coming from her lips. However, Bai Yu found little surprise in it. In this world, cultivators stood atop the food chain. And due to their prolonged lifespans, a mere 100 years was but a fleeting moment for them, while ordinary humans lived for no more than a century. Consider a common child you see now. By the time you meet him again after a period of seclusion, he may have transformed into a frail old man. Such experiences render one indifferent to the emotions of ordinary people, a reason why higher-tier cultivators do not regard mortals as equals. To them, the death of a commoner is inconsequential. Reflecting upon this, Bai Yu's mindset began to shift. Ultimately, self-improvement was the essence of survival. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, one could not endure without it. Was there truly a distinction between the demonic sect and the righteous path? The dichotomy of good and evil merely represented a conflict over the distribution of interests. Brotherly, it seems our sister is blooming like an iron tree. Don't be absurd. How could my sister possibly be an iron tree? If you slander her, I shall crush you. Chapter 50. The Absolute Sword. The atmosphere in Juejin City grew increasingly lively as the Iron Sword Sect and the Absolute Sword Dynasty mingled, each face radiant with joy. In the Grand Palace Hall, an elderly man clad in a dragon robe sat side by side with a dark-skinned, middle-aged man on the dragon throne. Before them, to the left, were the elders and true disciples of the Iron Sword Sect, while to the right sat the civil and military officials of the dynasty. At the center of the hall, a man dressed in splendid attire held the hand of a woman, signing the marriage contract before the witnesses present. Meanwhile, Nangong Shinsu, adorned in a black gown, observed everything with an air of indifference. Ha ha, Luo'er, you must treat the princess well in the future. As you both reside in the 10,000 Swords Sect, do remember to visit often. And Feng exclaimed joyfully as he watched the ceremony unfold. Beside him, Zhou Luoxiong's face bloomed into a smile, for his daughter was the one marrying the future leader of the Iron Sword Sect, effectively uniting the Iron Sword Sect and the Absolute Sword Dynasty. With this marriage, the Absolute Sword Dynasty was certain to soar to new heights. Yuner has been spoiled by my affection since childhood. If she ever behaves willfully, just inform me, the emperor remarked. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I have always admired the princess. Although my time at the 10,000 Sword Sect has limited our interactions, she has always held a special place in my heart. And Luo Ming replied, glancing toward Nangong Shinsu. Despite the princess's beauty, she paled in comparison to Nangong Shinsu, even clad in the finest garments. Standing together, Nangong Shinsu effortlessly overshadowed her. Hearing in Luo's words, Zhou Yin smiled gently, her gaze filled with stars as she looked upon his sun-kissed face. Meanwhile, Nangong Shinsu observed with disdain, perceiving the engagement banquet as merely a gathering of wolves in sheep's clothing exchanging their desires. Bring forth the Absolute Sword, Zhou Luoxiong announced as the time approached. Soon, two generals appeared, cradling a long jade box in their hands as they walked forward. Upon opening the box, a long, pitch-black sword revealed itself, resembling a piece of black jade, with its hilt adorned with the head of a mythical beast, akin to a delicate work of art. The deep blood grooves along the blade imparted an air of dominance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Absolute Sword. It was wielded by my ancestor to establish this great dynasty. Now that the Absolute Sword Dynasty and the Iron Sword Sect have become one, sharing glory and disgrace, this sword symbolizes my blessing to the newlyweds. Zhou Luoxiong declared. Long live the Absolute Sword Dynasty. Long live the Iron Sword Sect. The hall erupted with cheers as Luo Ming gazed at the Absolute Sword, excitement flickering in his eyes. At long last, his greatest ambition had materialized, the ancestral artifact of the Absolute Sword Dynasty, the most formidable treasure extracted from the Black Demon Mountain, whether for the engagement or the alliance. And Feng's true aim was the Absolute Sword. No one knew the exhilarating secret he had uncovered while investigating the background of the Absolute Sword Dynasty. The founding ancestor of the Zhou family was an ordinary man who, at that time, witnessed the emergence of a divine mountain at the junction of the midstream and downstream. The mountain radiated a force that reached the Xian level. His master had the fortune to enter the Black Demon Mountains and witness the fierce competition among formidable beings. Yet, no one anticipated that the most terrifying treasure born from the Black Demon Mountain would be claimed by an ordinary person gathering medicinal herbs. This commoner ultimately overthrew the previous dynasty with the aid of the Absolute Sword, establishing the Absolute Sword Dynasty. His master, the second leader of the Iron Sword sect, had devoted considerable effort to migrate here to investigate the origins of the Absolute Sword, although he himself did not comprehend its true utility. His master had once confided that the Absolute Sword harbored secrets to immortality, were it not for the restrictions set by the ancestor of the Absolute Sword Dynasty. Allowing only the direct bloodline of the Zhou family to enter, he would have eradicated the Absolute Sword Dynasty long ago. These fools guarded a supreme treasure, yet squandered it in such a manner, truly a waste. Mortals are but mortals, possessing a treasure mountain, yet remaining oblivious to its worth. Boom. Just as in Luoming prepared to accept the Absolute Sword, the entire hall trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone in attendance froze. The civil and military officials bewildered by the sudden commotion. Enemy attack. Given that the Iron Sword sect's headquarters resided in Juezhen City, the elders reacted swiftly to the sudden disturbance. Someone is assaulting our protective formation. Who dares to attack the Iron Sword sect? Amidst the shock, a soldier rushed in from outside the hall. Your Majesty, Iron Sect leader, a flying vessel has suddenly appeared in the sky. All members of the Iron Sword sect, gather. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to provoke us. And Feng's expression darkened as he stood, his voice cold. As he spoke, he strode toward the palace square, an aura of killing intent enveloping him. The elders and disciples of the Iron Sword sect swiftly assembled, while the stationed soldiers in the palace sprang into action, their expressions filled with horror as they gazed upon the sudden appearance of the azure flying vessel. All around Juezhen City, brilliant beams of light shot into the sky, forming a colossal protective barrier. Countless bewildered citizens gazed in terror at the unfolding chaos, uncertain of the events transpiring before them. The Iron Sword sect has openly breached their agreement, creating monsters to attack my Heavenly Demon Sect disciples, challenging the authority of the Demon Sect. By the command of our sect leader, we shall eradicate their entire clan. Juezhen City shall accompany the Iron Sword sect to its doom. Li Shishir had donned her golden armor and gazed coldly upon the scenery of Juezhen City. Elder brother, break the formation. Upon her utterance, Li Xuanhuan shook his head, for he could not refuse his sister's request. With a gentle flick of his hand, a purple orb materialized, which he tossed into the air. Boom. In an instant, the sky transformed as ominous clouds gathered, and the sound of rolling thunder filled the air. Under the watchful eyes of many, dozens of mighty bolts of lightning descended, crashing directly against the protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the shield shattered, and the thunderstorm swept through Juezhen City, leaving destruction in its wake. Buildings crumbled. Anguished cries echoed, and within the blink of an eye, everything turned to dust. Kill. Li Shishir surged forward, a realm of wonders appearing behind her as dozens of followers emerged, following the fair maiden's lead toward the Imperial Palace. Chapter 51. The Gu Dao Killing Move. The soul-devouring blood tied to colossal entities like the Tianma sect and the Wanjian sect, the Taijian sect was but a trifling existence. Even within foam, the sect leader, having reached the second stage of transformation, he was merely a slightly larger ant in the face of the Tianma. Little brother, I shall deal with the elders of the Taijian sect next, so do as you please. Sister Li had mentioned that Juezhen City was to be a burial ground, thus there were no reservations to be held. Qin Yushi smiled, and as Li Shishir neared the ground, she gracefully descended from her flying vessel, revealing numerous phantoms in midair. Amidst the cacophony of terrified wails, two elders of the Taijian sect prepared to battle, yet the phantoms conjured by Qin Yushi had already reached their sides. As the specters approached, Qin Yushi's true form replaced them in an instant, her hand striking gently at the necks of the two elders. The next moment, their bodies stiffened, their pupils turning pink as their mana uncontrollably leaked away. Cries of agony filled the air as Li Xuanhuan led a dozen disciples, unleashing their followers upon the scene. The terror of their assault ignited a fiery inferno, obliterating half of the once grand palace. Countless soldiers and disciples of the Taijian sect perished within the flames, their hearts filled with resentment as they met their demise. Scoundrel! And Feng's face contorted in rage as he soared into the air, preparing to crush all those who dared to disturb the peace. Just as he made his move, a massive rift tore open in the sky, and a withered black claw descended. Upon witnessing the sinister claw, and Feng's expression shifted dramatically, despair evident in his eyes. The law enforcement elder of the Tianma sect, Tai Wuqing, Wanjian sect had abandoned us, initially thinking it was the disciples of the Tianma sect seeking revenge. He was taken aback to see even their law enforcement elder had arrived. Such figures openly entering the territory of the Yin-Yang Sect could not be unnoticed, and the absence of any response from the Yin-Yang Sect signified that they had indeed forsaken the Taijin Sect. Luoa, run. Escape at all costs. And Feng trembled, charging toward the looming black claw. Though the Tianma sect usually turns a blind eye to your petty schemes, such blatant audacity is a slap in my face. Youngster, today I shall grant you a swift death. Your soul shall repent in my Wanhan banner. A voice filled with disdain echoed as the colossal claw descended. Boom. Simultaneously, Bai Yu observed the actions of those around him, feeling his blood surge with fervor. The 12 individuals besieging Zhujian City exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was the true essence of the demonic sect. As one of the 12, to merely stand by and watch would be to betray Elixirs' trust in him. With this thought, Bai Yu stepped forward, a dark ember materializing beneath him as he stood resolutely atop it. Exhaling heavily, he connected with the innate goo within him. And in an instant, his eyes turned violet, transforming his demeanor entirely, exuding an aura that was both chilling and beguiling, clouding the consciousness of those nearby. With the augmentation of the Tianhu bloodline and the Yuan Yin of Calamity, should Bai Yu unleash the Tianma soul-devouring goo, his presence would be amplified. In essence, he became a walking enchantress, even more alluring than Qin Yushi, who specialized in the art of seduction. As the Tianma specter materialized behind him, the Yin-Mo's goo coalesced into a shroud of darkness that enveloped him. Gu Dao killing move, the soul-devouring blood tide. As the words fell, the Tianma specter behind Bai Yu gestured, summoning an eerie seal, and in an instant, the Yin-Mo's goo poured forth, engulfing the entire Zhujian city. The black mist surged into the crowd, and in a heartbeat, anguished shrieks erupted. A disciple of the Taijin sect, once consumed by the black mist, emitted a piercing hum, only to witness his body disintegrate into a pool of blood. From the crimson liquid, swarms of pitch-black Yin-Mos emerged, sweeping across the surroundings. 100, 1,000, even 10,000 fell in an instant, the black mist infiltrating every crevice. Not even those hiding in cellars could escape the tide of blood. Though Bai Yu's foundational power was merely at the initial stage, the destruction wrought by the combination of the Tianma soul-devouring goo and the Yin-Mo's goo surpassed any other. And Feng spat a mouthful of blood, his body ensnared by the black claw, beginning to shatter. Despairing, he glanced at his only son, and Luo, who was surrounded by Elixirs, struggling in vain. Run, run. Boom. The black claw tightened its grip, and Feng's body exploding like a sanguine firework. A god transformation-level cultivator, slain in a single blow. This scene stunned all present. The disciples of the Taijin sect trembling in despair, fear of death consuming their hearts. Tianma soul-devouring goo? Kakik. Now I understand why Li Yaotu insisted on bringing you along. Young man, you truly embody the essence of the Tianma sect. Do not squander Li Yaotu's goodwill. You must know what to do next. A surprised voice resonated in Bai Yu's ears. Upon hearing this, he glanced towards the flying vessel, nodding solemnly. Gu Dao killing move, heaven swallowing soul devour. Channeling all his mana, the Tianma specter behind him spread its arms wide, unleashing a triumphant roar. Roar. As the violet circles expanded, black souls soared into the sky from all corners of Zhujian City, being drawn in and devoured by the Tianma specter. Kakik. By heavens. A genius has emerged from the goo refining peak. As the sudden upheaval unfolded, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect turned towards Bai Yu, momentarily taken aback, only to have their expressions gradually transform into one of exhilaration. No one had anticipated that Bai Yu, who had come merely as a bystander, would exhibit such terrifying prowess. Nangang Xuansu, concealed behind a massive stone lion at the rear of the square, watched the scene unfold, and a faint smile of excitement crept upon her lips. To her astonishment, in a state of utter despair, the Absolute Sword Dynasty and the Iron Sword Sect had been annihilated. More importantly, the presence hovering in the air exuded an aura akin to the potent elixir she had consumed. He must possess knowledge of how to control the elixir. A torrent of inexplicable thoughts surged within Nangang Xuansu, and as this notion emerged, it whispered like a demon's call, urging her to draw closer. In this heightened state of excitement, her body began to tremble, and ultimately, she disregarded all caution, stepping forward to draw the box containing the Absolute Sword into her embrace. Enveloped in swirling blood mist, she surged towards Bai Yu with fervor. Chapter 52, Madman Yendra? With a piercing sound, Luaming's throat was pierced through by Elixirs' spear. As an inner disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, he was meant to be a figure of great promise. Yet, amidst the massacre by these demons, He scarcely had the chance to utter a word before being besieged, witnessing his father reduced to a mere mist of blood in a single strike. The overwhelming visual impact shattered his composure, and Li offered him no respite. Ha ha ha. This woman is rather appealing, junior sister. I happen to be in need of slaves and furnace cauldrons, so I shall claim her. A sharp-featured inner disciple stepped forward, seizing Zhou Yun by the chin with a wicked grin. As the eldest princess, Zhou Yun now stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with terror. The father she had always revered had perished amidst the chaos, and the scene before her, resembling a hellish battlefield, caused her to tremble uncontrollably. The absolute sword dynasty was no more. In response, Li said nothing but forcefully swung her bloodied spear. Obey my command, seal the blades, and lock the city. Leave no one behind. Her chilling voice resonated, and her followers swiftly ascended into the sky, wielding array stones to seal off the entire absolute sword city. Hey, brothers, junior sisterly has spoken. Let us roam about and see if there are any appealing slaves or furnace cauldrons. After all, it is the royal family. Surely there is more than just one princess, right? The inner disciples jested at Li Shi's actions. They were well aware that her decision to seal the city after the battle had nearly concluded was solely to allow Bai Yu a better opportunity to devour souls. This was a sight they had long since become accustomed to. Since there was still time, they might as well enjoy selecting some slaves for amusement. Brothers of the Law Enforcement 6th Team, tread carefully, Li Shi murmured, her gaze sweeping over the inferno surrounding her, her expression slightly forlorn. She gently lifted her head and noticed Nangong Xuansu racing towards Bai Yu. Upon sensing her body cultivation level, the onlookers paid little heed to her movements. Bai Yu gazed at the approaching shadow, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Before him stood Nangong Xuansu, clutching the exquisite sword, hastening towards him. Given her cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement, it seemed impossible for her to traverse the air. Yet, strangely, a pair of peculiar bony wings sprouted from behind the enchanting figure. These crimson wings, adorned with a delicate membrane, appeared extraordinarily alluring. Had she consumed a potent elixir for her cultivation? Bai Yu scrutinized Nangong Xuansu, perplexed as to why she had approached him. However, he distinctly perceived an intense possessiveness gleaming in her eyes. Strangely, at the moment of her arrival, the heavenly demon soul-devouring goo stirred within him, evoking a sense of familiarity. This indicated that the essence emanating from her was akin to that of the heavenly demon soul-devouring goo. Do you not feel it? The resonance of that power? Nangong Xuansu inquired, gazing intently at Bai Yu. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming conviction that Bai Yu was her exclusive possession. A person only she deserved. This distorted obsession sent shivers through her body, and the exhilarating sensation of finding a kindred spirit thrilled her to the core. Has the potent medicine twisted your mind? Are you unaware of the current situation? Bai Yu let out a cold laugh, swiftly closing in and grasping Nangong Xuansu's neck, his tone icy. Feeling the intense sensation of suffocation, Nangong Xuansu remained unperturbed, resembling a deranged individual as she attempted to rub against Bai Yu's hand. It was this very feeling, the essence emanating from you, that could suppress the power within me, enabling me to control it. We are one. Take me with you, or consume me, allowing us to merge into one. At that moment, a glimmer of tenderness sparkled in Nangong Xuansu's eyes as she exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression darkened further. This woman could be described as a Yandera in more palatable terms, or simply as mentally unstable in harsher ones. He had no desire to engage with such a person. Yet as he tightened his grip on Nangong Xuansu, the heavenly demon soul-devouring goo unexpectedly expressed an exhilarating desire, urging him to keep her close. Sensing this emotion, Bai Yu speculated it was due to Nangong Xuansu consuming a powerful elixir, resulting in an unknown transformation of her bloodline. Do you wish to cultivate? Upon seeing her state, Bai Yu loosened his grip and, after considerable contemplation, cautiously inquired. I yearn for it. I dream of it. If I could cultivate, I would not have become what I am now. Nangong Xuansu replied, gazing at Bai Yu with a smile. Unfortunately, you lack talent. I am aware. I have always known. But now that you are here, I trust you must possess a means, do you not? Help me. Allow me to stay by your side. All that I am is yours. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Bai Yu. She desired to cultivate immortality. She sought to control the power within her, liberating her fate from the grasp of her family. Observing Nangong Xuansu's fervent demeanor, Bai Yu furrowed his brow. Even if you successfully achieve immortality, you would ultimately remain a slave. I know not what has transpired within you, but fundamentally, your situation appears unchanged. I am well aware, yet I remain indifferent. The power within me guides me, We are one, and indeed, all that I possess is yours. What? Do you deem me unworthy? I would willingly destroy everything for you. Nangang Xiansu declared, arms wide open. Listening to her words, Bai Yu shook his head. The connection between her and the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu could perhaps only be unraveled gradually to uncover the truth. But are you willing to accept the slave mark? Bai Yu savored the moment. With a swift motion, upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Nangang Xuanzu hesitated not a moment longer. She raised her hand and tore the fabric from her shoulder. I am Nangang Xuanzu. If I accept this, will you allow me to personally annihilate the Nangang clan? With palpable excitement, Nangang Xuanzu slowly approached and handed the box containing the exquisite sword to Bai Yu. Nangang Xuanzu, the Nangang clan? My own family. Indeed, my own family. Give me a reason. Bai Yu inquired, subsequently channeling his mystical energy to conjure a sigil in his hand, infusing a fragment of his soul into it. He then directed it straight onto Nangang Xuanzu's left shoulder. The entirety of the Nangang family ought to be obliterated, leaving only me, which is more than sufficient. The so-called direct line, they deserve death for what they did to my family. They sought to extract every ounce of value from me. Thus, they must perish. Nangang Xuanzu spoke slowly, her tone as frigid as ice. Listening to her words, Bai Yu offered a slight smile. It seems even the heavens are favoring you. Perhaps the Nangang family will enable you to enhance your innate gifts and ultimately fulfill your path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nangang Xuanzu's expression faltered, perplexed by the meaning behind Bai Yu's words. Chapter 53, Spoils of War. The Nangang family was engulfed in flames. As the concealed cave was forcefully opened by Nangang Xuanzu, observing the terrified clansmen within, a cold smile graced her lips. Brandishing a longsword, Nangang Xuanzu transformed into a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell, showing no mercy to those trapped inside the cave. Meanwhile, the blood skull Gu behind her ravenously consumed the bloodline of the Nangang family with each strike she unleashed, replenishing Nangang Xuanzu's own strength. Uncle, you were the first to oppose rescuing my mother when I sought help from the family all those years ago, weren't you? Little uncle, you have always derided me as a bastard and a worthless burden since childhood. Second brother, by rights, I am your cousin. Your disdain for me is unwarranted. Third uncle, little nephew. Nangang Xuanzu methodically approached each one, ultimately confronting the family head, whose escape routes had been entirely severed. The exhilaration of revenge surged to its zenith. Bai Yu silently observed Nangang Xuanzu's actions, refraining from intervening. Instead, he employed the Yin mosquito Gu to seal off the surroundings, ensuring that no one could escape. Junior brother, are you truly intent on taking this woman as your attendant? Li Shishir, now beside Bai Yu, furrowed her brow as she regarded Nangang Xuanzu's movements. She shares a connection with me. A connection? Why do I perceive her as a lunatic? She must be influenced by the power within her. Once her mental turmoil dissipates, she should return to her normal state. Moreover, after this massacre, she has undoubtedly earned the qualifications to embark on the path of cultivation. In the future, she will undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Bai Yu spoke casually. Upon hearing this, Li Shishir nodded. After all, with the slave seal in place, Bai Yu possessed absolute control over Nangang Xuanzu. Thus, even if her temperament were to fluctuate wildly, she could not escape Bai Yu's grasp. The wails of Jiuezhen City persisted for a day and a night, and when Nangang Xuanzu struck down the last individual, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately. Observing this, Bai Yu unceremoniously cast her into the cave realm, briefly explained Nangang Xuanzu's condition, and entrusted her care to Yu Linglong. At this moment, Jiuezhen City had transformed into a desolate ghost town, with countless corpses strewn across the ground, flames mingling with a pungent stench of charred flesh, evoking a sense of dread. Since Li Shishir had made her move, the Yin-Yang Sect remained eerily silent, as if this heinous act had not occurred within their own territory. After depleting the resources of the Iron Sword Sect, the group showed no intention of lingering and promptly boarded their flying vessel. Notably, many survivors were left behind. Divided among the inner disciples like mere commodities, the moment they were captured, they had already lost their agency. Bai Yu remained in the room, observing the changes in Nangang Xuanzu. The blood skull Gu incessantly nourished her physical form. Strangely, upon entering the cave realm, the originally ferocious power within Nangang Xuanzu was surprisingly suppressed and continually controlled. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon soul-devouring Gu on Bai Yu's body actively unleashed its power to assist Nangang Xuanzu in reclaiming her autonomy. Indeed, the concept of fate is truly ineffable. Bai Yu sighed. Junior brother, do you have a moment? Just as Bai Yu was about to immerse himself in the benefits of the Heavenly Demon Soul Devourer during this battle, a delicate voice suddenly interrupted, Senior sister. I'm occupied. Clang. As Bai Yu's words faded, the door to the room was abruptly kicked open. Qin Yushi raised an eyebrow as she gazed at Bai Yu. What are you up to, little brother? At this moment, he felt that regardless of the circumstances, cultivation must possess a realm of enlightenment. It was nothing significant. He was merely preparing to engage in his practice. Bai Yu chuckled and said, truly diligent, though a day or two's delay is inconsequential. I have brought you your spoils. Qin Yushi strode forward, shaking the storage pouch in her hand, and continued, although the Iron Sword Sect is a small faction, it possesses a solid foundation. We have just tallied the items. 30% belongs to Elder Tai and the sect, while the remaining 70% is to be shared equally among us. It was originally meant for Sister Li to deliver, but alas, she is in low spirits. So I have taken it upon myself. As she spoke, Qin Yushi tossed the storage pouch to Bai Yu. Upon opening it, Bai Yu discovered an impressive sum of 80,000 spirit stones, along with numerous medicinal herbs and materials, all related to the art of refining goo. I am aware of your need for spirit stones, hence we allocated the majority to you, along with some refining herbs and materials that we know of. As for the martial arts techniques of the Iron Sword Sect, they are accounted for in Elder Tai's share and will eventually be stored in the Techniques Pavilion. If you desire them, you must exchange contribution points, as is the customary rule, Qin Yushi explained. Hearing this, Bai Yu nodded. For him, it was already a significant gesture that Qin Yushi and her companions had relinquished the souls from the Absolute Sword City to him. After all, souls are highly sought after in the Heavenly Demon Sect and hold substantial value. The spirit stones and materials he received were already an extraordinary reward. Thus he had no objections regarding the distribution. Thank you, senior sister, for your care. Bai Yu said little more, putting away his storage bag with a smile. Who could resist such handsome looks? Senior sister has a fondness for someone like you. Qin Yushi, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Bai Yu, teased, however. Spirit stones are rather easy to come by. I happen to possess something far more intriguing. I wonder if it piques your interest? Please, do not hesitate to elaborate. Senior sister, she continued, I have discovered a key to a divine mountain within the treasury of the Sword Sovereign dynasty, which I have secretly concealed. This mountain, untouched and unexplored, is classified as yellow grade, yet its treasures far surpass mere spirit stones. As she spoke, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. Such a precious opportunity, and Qin Yushi was offering it to him so readily? The divine mountains of the Eternal Continent are generally categorized into 5 grades: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and those of lesser significance. The White Bone Mountain and the Gray Sorrow Mountain, for instance, belong to the latter category. Divine mountains of higher grades typically require a certificate for summoning, or they emerge autonomously for exploration. The key Qin Yushi mentioned is one such variation of the mountain certificate. A yellow-grade mountain, an experience he had yet to encounter, now seemingly presented to him by Qin Yushi. Was it not surprising? Noticing Bai Yu's expression, Qin Yushi flashed a charming smile. Do not think you can take advantage of me so easily. Should the Crimson Malevolence within the mountain restrict entry solely to cultivators of the Golden Core or below, I would not share this with you. Furthermore, should you decide to venture inside, I shall require 50% of your gains. With a flourish of her hand, a scroll radiating silver light appeared, prominently displaying the words Tianyang Mountain. Chapter 54, Information on the Divine Mountain. Bai Yu gently unfurled the scroll, revealing an unusual topographical map before his eyes, accompanied by a few lines of inscriptions in the lower right corner. Inverted Star Sea grazes the cool scales. Ancient Cloud Vortex veils the lush expanse. Azure Main treads the flames, traversing the shattered monument. Stone marrow and fireflies entwine the fragrance of bones. 12 jade gates give birth to death anew. 3,000 crane shadows dance between green and yellow. Ashes cascade, the whip resounds, forbidding mortals from recognizing the verdant vastness. In addition to the map, there lay a bronze key, heavily tarnished and bearing the marks of an unknown age. Is this the map of Tianyang Mountain? Sister, is not this divine mountain yet to emerge into the world? Why then, has someone already crafted a map? Bai Yu expressed his astonishment, remarking on the rarity of such an ability to create. The scroll itself seemed to be an entity expelled from the void. Its origins remained a mystery. All that was known was that it contained records of the emergence of the divine mountain and the topography within. Junior brother, in your future journeys, you may stumble upon such treasures along your path. It can be considered a fortuitous encounter bestowed by the heavens. The pursuit of resources and the enhancement of one's cultivation through traversing mountains has always been a vital method for practitioners, Qin Yushi elucidated. Does this imply that the key to entering Tianyang Mountain is not singular? Indeed, no one can ascertain how many keys may exist prior to the emergence of a divine mountain, nor can they predict the number of competitors vying for the same opportunities. Being able to discern the restrictions on entry to the divine mountain and its inherent grade is already quite commendable. It seems you are completely unaware of these matters. Your refining Gu Peak tends to seclude itself within its cave heaven, leaving such fundamental knowledge unspoken. Qin Yushi shook her head, holding Bai Yu's talent in high regard and showing him great leniency. I see now. In this light, these divine mountains resemble peculiar realms of mystery. Bai Yu sighed. One might interpret it this way, yet when compared to the secret realms, the environment of the divine mountains may indeed be far more hostile, harboring even more terrifying entities. Furthermore, certain divine mountains possess a life of their own. This implies that, should fortune favor you, it is entirely possible to encompass an entire divine mountain within your grasp, harnessing its power to evolve your own cave abode. At this juncture, Qin Yushi's tone turned grave. Cave abodes are not a rarity in the eternal continent, but this hinges on whether the artificially created cave abode can attain sentience. If a cave abode can undergo evolution under the aegis of a divine mountain, it would be a true treasure. Only those capable of evolution can be deemed the true microcosms of the cultivator. Should my junior truly manage to conquer Tianyang Mountain, is it too much to request merely half of the divine mountain marrow? Qin Yushi leaned in closer, almost brushing her lips against Bai Yu's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Listening to her words, Bai Yu had no objections. After all, if Qin Yushi did not present this opportunity, he would have no chance himself. If it were indeed possible to subdue an entire divine mountain and incorporate it into a cave abode, then half of the divine mountain marrow would be a trivial matter. In light of this, I extend my gratitude to my senior sister for her generous offer. Should such an opportunity to conquer the divine mountain arise, I will wholeheartedly acquiesce to your terms. Observing the scroll inscribed with the words Divine Mountain opening on July 16th, Bai Yu swiftly remarked, "It seems that 3 months hence, I must pay a visit to the absolute Sword Dynasty." With time still at his disposal, Bai Yu resolved to fortify himself further, perhaps by refining a few life-bound grubs. After all, with 9 empty orifices, he currently possessed only 3 life-bound grubs, leaving 6 positions unfilled. Junior brother Bai is still so courteous. This is not typical of our demonic sect. Yet I find your awkwardness quite endearing. Since you wish to express gratitude, you must exhibit the proper attitude. Do you understand? Qin Yushi advanced steadily, her alluring expression becoming increasingly pronounced. The dragon Qi and the energies of Yin and Yang seem to have intensified. Bai Yu, as he returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect and descended from the flying vessel, it appeared that everyone was quite satisfied with this trial, particularly Qin Yushi, who warmly invited Bai Yu to stroll around Hehuan Peak. However, Bai Yu paid her no heed, instead engaging in conversation with the siblings Li Shi and Li Xuanhuan. Junior brother, you need not be so courteous. The royal family of the Absolute Sword Dynasty is, after all, our spoils of war. If you have your eye on someone, feel free to take them. They are mere mortals, and whether they serve as slaves or cauldrons in the cave realm, they would be of great use. After all, a bloodline capable of establishing a dynasty in the mortal realm must possess some fortune, Li Xuanhuan suggested, patting Bai Yu on the shoulder. During their expedition to the Absolute Sword Dynasty, aside from the city slaughter, they had captured over 2,000 individuals, men and women alike, all carefully selected. While aboard the flying vessel, Li Xuanhuan had previously invited Bai Yu to choose among them for his own use within the cave realm. Yet, Bai Yu seemed uninterested in these individuals and politely declined. "Thank you, senior brother, but I believe it is best for you to keep them. I have my own plans." Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's words, Bai Yu shook his head. He was not yet ready to accommodate so many within the cave's confines. His intention was for everyone within the cave to have their own purpose. Simply possessing a cauldron or a slave would be a waste, especially when one could hardly compare to the enchanting Yulinglong, who bore the bloodline of the celestial fox. Moreover, he could visit Qin Yushi, who welcomed him warmly. Should he forsake certain principles, she might bind herself to him. Upon hearing Bai Yu's remarks, Li Xuanhuan cast a glance at his sister, then chuckled, wrapping an arm around Bai Yu's shoulder and leading him forward. "Junior brother, though my sister is naturally beautiful and possesses remarkable cultivation talent, I must say, should you achieve success in the future and decide to become partners in the Dao, I would wholeheartedly support such a union. Look at her. She is not young anymore and is quite suited to find a companion for cultivation. However, while cultivating the Dao together is commendable, we need not be overly concerned. The path of cultivation has its breadth and narrowness, and my sister is quite understanding, so she should focus on her cultivation. Do not follow her example. Having only female attendants will only hinder one's progress. Bai Yu's lips twitched at Li Xuanhuan's bewildering words. Had this man truly lost his senses in his cultivation? Senior brother. You are mistaken. Mistaken about what? We are of the Demon Sect. We speak freely. To be unrestrained is our philosophy. As he spoke, Li Xuanhuan shoved a slave-binding pouch into Bai Yu's arms, raising an eyebrow. Junior brother, I am quite interested in the three-eyed wine worms. Whenever you can deliver them to me, rest assured, our crafting peak is affluent. Wealthier than Hehuan Peak, I will not allow my brother to suffer losses. Observing Li Xuanhuan's actions, Bai Yu finally understood his intentions. He was indifferent to this so-called agency. It mattered little whom it was given to. As Li Xuanhuan and Li Shishir were siblings, familiar acquaintances, one might say. Chapter 55, The Empress and the Enchantress. Li Xuanhuan bid farewell to Bai Yu with enthusiasm, while Li Shishir gazed at her elder brother with astonishment. Despite Li Xuanhuan's amiable demeanor, his pride soared higher than the heavens. It was surprising to see him take such care of Bai Yu today, a rare occurrence indeed. Upon returning to the Gu refining peak, Bai Yu directly entered the cave realm. The moment he stepped inside, he felt a tremor in his body, and the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu unexpectedly flew out from his empty orifice, darting toward the room. Frowning at the sight, Bai Yu noticed a swirling mass of demonic energy within the chamber, where a translucent blood-colored cocoon stood quietly upon the bed. The flying heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu emitted a series of joyous sounds, even drawing a slumbering charcoal-black creature closer. As the mingling demonic and dragon energies intensified, the light from the cocoon grew ever more radiant, as if something remarkable was developing within. Young master, you've returned. Upon seeing the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu, Yin-Yang, who had been furrowing her brow, suddenly turned around, visibly relieved upon spotting Bai Yu. Is this Yin-Yang Xuansu? Observing the cocoon before him, Bai Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. The moment she awoke, a rich aura of blood emanated from her, ultimately forming this cocoon. Yin-Yang explained. Young master, is she one of your newly acquired attendants? Approaching Bai Yu, she revealed a flicker of concern in her eyes. The cause of her unease was simple. Yin-Yang Xuansu gave her a disconcerting impression, resembling a madwoman. Particularly alarming was the statement she made upon awakening. So, you two have become the master's attendant? How wonderful, we have company. Please convey to the master that it is an honor to be his fleeting novelty. Yin-Yang worried that this woman harbored rebellious intentions. Indeed, I have implanted a slave mark upon her. I suspect she has been influenced by a powerful elixir, although I remain uncertain as to what precisely she ingested. Nevertheless, with the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu suppressing her, you need not worry about any harm she might cause us. After all, she is a pitiable soul. Her kin sacrificed themselves for her, using their own bloodline to nurture her, all for the sake of her cultivation. In my eyes, this embodies great righteousness, a whole clan devoting their strength to elevate one individual's cultivation potential. The Yin-Yang family is indeed a remarkable lineage. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and teased, inexplicably wishing to amuse Yin-Yang. Her reaction was one of surprise, as she could vividly envision the scene before the downfall of Jiuezhen City, where, to preserve the bloodline of the Yin-Yang family, all its members had made sacrifices for Yin-Yang Xuansu. This exemplifies the chasm between the celestial and the mortal. What cultivators can accomplish with ease remains an insurmountable challenge for ordinary beings, even at great cost. The young lady of the Yin-Yang family must be heartbroken, don't you think? Sir, will she develop inner demons in the future? Yin-Yang expressed her concerns. I am unsure. Once she awakens, you might inquire further and help her untangle her emotional turmoil. Indeed, even for your sake, I shall ensure her well-being. You have worked hard. Bai Yu pondered, uncertain whether Yin-Yang Xuansu could still be regarded as human. However, given the current circumstances, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Initially, she had contemplated seizing this opportunity to enhance the popularity of the cave, but after assessing the situation, she realized there was little to gain. Once Yin-Yang Xuansu recovered, she would be able to assist. Additionally, there was the bag that Senior Brotherly had forcibly given her. The contents were still a mystery. Upon hearing this, Yin-Yang paused, her expression shifting. Are there others? Observing the look on Yin-Yang's face, Bai Yu smiled faintly. As the steward of the cave, you must ensure their well-being in the future. Bai Yu was well aware of Yin-Yang's subtle intentions, and he promptly made a promise. Upon hearing his words, Yin-Yang lifted her gaze and smiled gently. Indeed, regardless of how many individuals might inhabit the cave realm, she was the first to arrive. Moreover, Her innate talent for cultivation had been awakened by Bai Yu, solidifying her position as his foremost priority. Young master, I shall diligently cultivate from now on, ensuring that I do not hinder your progress. Are you now at ease? Observing Yu Linglong's demeanor, Bai Yu teased playfully. Bai Yu extracted the souls of the black monkeys accumulated within the cave and directly fed them to the soul-devouring Gu. After inspecting the condition of the charcoal, the two of them stepped out of the room and made their way to the pavilion. With a deft flick of his wrist, Bai Yu revealed a box containing the legendary sword, gently opening it to extract the blade, which he examined with meticulous care. The moment the sword graced his palm, a chilling sensation surged through him. Though its material remained a mystery, its sharpness could undoubtedly be regarded as a celestial weapon in the mortal realm. It was evident that Nangong Xuanzu had braved considerable peril to acquire this sword, suggesting that it harbored profound secrets. Yet, the true value of these secrets for a cultivator remained uncertain. The answers would only materialize upon Nangong Xuanzu's awakening. Nonetheless, Bai Yu had no intention of wielding this sword as a weapon. The battered bronze sword, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal, had once slain a dragon. The adage, a dead camel is larger than a horse, rang true. The bronze sword was more fitting for him. As for the legendary blade, Bai Yu contemplated refining it into a sword Gu, destined to be his fourth life Gu, once he unraveled its mysteries. Having already transmuted the mutated charcoal into his third life Gu, he still lacked formidable means. Thus, he envisioned his fourth, fifth, and sixth Gu evolving towards combat prowess, defense, and agility, aiming to fortify his vulnerabilities. The sword Gu represented a potent option at this juncture, perfectly complementing the bronze sword. With this in mind, Bai Yu resolved to sell a batch of three-eyed wine worms, utilizing the contribution points to procure the formula for crafting the sword Gu. After some deliberation, he retrieved the slave binding pouch gifted by Li Xuanhuan, gently opening it. Two beams of white light shot forth, manifesting a regal woman and a lady clad in white. The Empress of the Sword King dynasty, Du Guyan? And was that not the infamous seductress, Xiao Rongrong, who had instigated the Seven Kingdoms conflict 7 years prior? Observing the women, Yu Linglong expressed her astonishment. Having led trade caravans and traversed numerous dynasties, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about notable figures from various realms. Du Guyan, the first beauty of the Sword King dynasty and a descendant of its noble lineage. As for Xiao Rongrong, she hailed from a minor nation and drew the attention of many monarchs after her homeland fell, even igniting a war amongst 7 kingdoms in her name. The very state she once belonged to had been obliterated due to her. According to rumors, Xiao Rongrong had perished in the ruins alongside the emperor of her fallen state. Yet now, how could she possibly be present in the Sword King dynasty? Chapter 56. The Strategist and the Stubborn Mule. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's words, Du Guyan's eyes blazed with intense hatred. Had her glare possessed lethal power, Bai Yu and Yu Linglong would have perished 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongrong maintained an unsettling calm, even curving her lips into a faint smile, as if the unfolding scene held little significance for her. In fact, the young man before her piqued her curiosity. The Empress and consort of the Sword King dynasty? Clearly, Li Xuanhuan was earnest in his intentions. Bai Yu rubbed his forehead, contemplating that regardless of whether Li Xuanhuan acted for the sake of his sister or in pursuit of the agent's identity, these two women ultimately fell into his hands, which was indeed a troublesome predicament. It was not that he was averse to acquiring attendants or slaves. However, his standards for such companions were rooted in quality rather than mere existence as decorative ornaments. The Empress and the Enchantress, what capabilities did they possess beyond their alluring appearances and figures? Do you know them? Bai Yu turned to Yu Linglong and spoke slowly. I have heard of her, yet I have never encountered her in person. However, in the mortal realm, their names resonate far more powerfully than that of the Emperor of the Sword Dynasty, particularly the renowned Du Guyan, who once served as the formidable general defending the borders of the Sword Dynasty. In her youth, she garnered immense respect and admiration following the death of General Du Gu. She upheld the legacy of her military lineage, becoming a pillar of strength for the Sword Dynasty. Yet, after the realm was stabilized, she chose to enter the palace at the peak of her youth, being crowned as Empress. Despite having no offspring, she continues to hold the esteemed position as the matriarch of the harem. Yu Linglong expressed her astonishment, recalling how, in her childhood, she had heard tales of the Empress's legendary exploits. So, she was merely a young girl who not only ascended to the rank of general in the Sword Dynasty but also willingly wed an aged emperor? Was this a matter of true love? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and teased, "Shut your mouth. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Du Guyan instantly became enraged, resembling an infuriated mother leopard poised to devour her prey. TSK. A woman whose nation has fallen and family has perished often possesses a rebellious spirit. Coupled with her life experiences, she indeed poses a significant trouble. With a sigh, Bai Yu decided to let her choose her own fate, for his realm was not lacking a single individual. With this thought, Bai Yu produced a dagger and tossed it directly before Dugu Yin, then casually crossed his legs and remarked, "Since you wish for death so badly, then go ahead and take your own life. Let me witness the pride of a general." Gazing at the dagger before her, Dugu Yin's body trembled. And upon meeting Bai Yu's disdainful gaze, a cold smile graced her lips. Today, she would demonstrate to those lofty cultivators that even a mortal possesses their own fierce spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the dagger and thrust it towards her chest. Just as the dagger pierced through Dugu Yan's breast, a delicate, almost ethereal hand swiftly halted her action. When Dugu Yan opened her eyes once more, she found Xiao Rongrong smiling at her, having prevented her from self-harm. "Sister, should you die here, you might become a ghost or perhaps a zombie. In any case, do you truly believe that death will resolve everything? Moreover, if I were you, I would have lunged at him with the dagger instead. Perhaps then he might regard you with a glimmer of interest. To take one's own life is the most humiliating and disgraceful way to go." Xiao Rongrong gently exerted her strength, retrieving the dagger as she spoke. "You, what does this have to do with you?" Dugu Yin bit her teeth, her voice cold. "Of course it has nothing to do with you, but if my sister is to die, it should be with some value, right? We find ourselves in the same predicament. Before you pass, wouldn't you lend me a hand?" Xiao Rongrong toyed with the dagger, her innocent yet alluring face breaking into a captivating smile. "I am Xiao Rongrong. At your service, my lord. I wonder if you are satisfied with how I just resolved the matter. Can I bring value to you?" Slowly rising, she performed a seductive curtsy, her smile enchanting. As a deposed princess who had been wandering through various countries since the age of 16, Xiao Rongrong had developed a unique understanding of human nature. From the moment she considered Bai Yu, she speculated on his thoughts. From his expressions, she discerned that he sought her intrinsic value. If that was the case, she would reveal her worth. Her earlier performance seemed aimed at stepping over Dugu Yin, yet, in truth, for one so intent on death, the failure of a first attempt would compel Dugu Yin to reconsider. Furthermore, Xiao Rongrong had reminded her that she was facing cultivators, not mere mortals. Taking her own life would serve no purpose but to affirm her cowardice. Watching Xiao Rongrong's actions, Bai Yu found himself intrigued. "So, what do you wish to convey?" "Naturally, it is that I am of use to you, my lord. Had I encountered you sooner, I am certain we would have found much to discuss. Are you attempting to apply the mundane intricacies of human relationships to the realm of cultivators? Why not? Whether human or immortal, desire invariably entwines with relationships. I can alleviate your burdens, saving you a great deal of trouble." "And why would you do this?" "This is my first encounter with cultivators, yet it feels like a rebirth to me. I wish to live, and there is nothing wrong with that. Wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, Xiao Rongrong audaciously stepped forward, her soft form pressing gently against him, whispering near his ear, "If you do not believe me, you may entrust Dugu Yin to me. I assure you I will make this stubborn mule submit in the end." Observing her actions, Bai Yu smiled and reached out, gently grasping her chin. "Is this your decision?" "Indeed, but I would say it is also a test for myself," Xiao Rongrong replied, her eyes sparkling with allure. Bai Yu exhaled deeply, then gently pressed a point on his chest, causing the slave mark to take shape within Xiao Rongrong. From now on, she would reside in the attic. A strategist and a stubborn mule? How intriguing. Bai Yu chuckled and spoke. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's body trembled, and she immediately shouted, "Demon, if you possess the capability, then kill me. What sort of prowess is it to insult a woman? I have offered you a chance. Yet regrettably, you did not choose the path that resides in your heart. I consider myself quite reasonable." Bai Yu casually remarked that he need not squander excessive time on the two women. The foremost task was to concoct the sword goo. And he also had to pay a visit to the Yin Yu dynasty. He had promised Yu Linglong that he would take her home for a visit. And the time had come to fulfill that promise. Chapter 57. Returning home due to the lack of a crucial ingredient, jade bone sword grass, for the sword goo. Bai Yu scoured every possible location within the sect that allowed for exchanges, yet he could not uncover its whereabouts. This left him quite vexed. Initially, he had presumed that the absence of this material indicated that no one was crafting sword goo. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that the ingredient was exceedingly scarce, as it was typically snatched up immediately upon arrival by other goo masters leveraging their connections. Why, he pondered. Did these reclusive goo masters possess a heart akin to that of sword cultivators? Moreover, with their inadequate goo crafting abilities, it was uncertain whether they could even utilize the materials they acquired. Consequently, Bai Yu tirelessly labored to produce a batch of three-eyed wineworms, distributing them to the goo refining peak, weapon refining peak, medicine refining peak, and Hawan peak, making full use of his connections to gather the elusive white jade swordbone grass. After a lengthy search, he finally emerged from Qin Yushi's loft the following morning. Cultivation techniques. Returning essence control goo technique, great accomplishment. 8 desolations intersection gathering divine technique, great accomplishment. Skills, blade like divine, beginner, progress. Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Goo, destined goo. Dragon Chi progress, 336, for 850000. Yin-Yang Chi, for 63750000. Evil Dragon Resentment, 266971, 5000. Evil Earth Stone Goo, Dragon Bloodstone Goo Mutation 863, 2700. Yin Mosquito Goo, Blood Mosquito Goo Mutation 670, for 500. Blood River. Body Refining Technique, beginner for 6701500. Breaking Delusion Golden Eye, beginner. Earth Eye Mutation 7366200000. Human-Faced Black Scorpion Goo, 527160000. In mutation, Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo, 3209500 at times. Bai Yu lamented the exceptionally challenging nature of business, particularly when dealing with clients like Qin Yushi, who had unique demands. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Glancing at his progress panel, he felt that his efforts were often quite rewarding. The moment the 8 desolations intersection gathering divine technique reached a stage of great accomplishment, several techniques and goo experienced significant enhancements. To his astonishment, the original cutting technique had undergone a mutation during this dual cultivation, transforming into a skill known as blade like divine. True to its name, this technique enabled him to achieve precise cuts by employing varying degrees of force and angles against different defenses. It was an advanced version of his cutting technique. Should he fully master blade like divine, his combat awareness, augmented by the breaking delusion golden eye, would likely reach terrifying heights. This transformation filled Bai Yu with exuberance, leaving him quite buoyant as he traversed the path down from Hehuan Peak. Meanwhile, Nangong Xuansu showed no inclination to hatch, and Du Guyan had remained confined to her chamber since entering the cave realm. However, Xiaorongrong's enthusiasm was overwhelming, even allowing Bai Yu to experience what could only be described as the pinnacle of fusion techniques. Initially, Yu Linglong regarded Xiaorongrong with some trepidation, but Xiaorongrong was remarkably sincere towards her and could even anticipate her thoughts. As they interacted, the two women gradually began to bond. Through Xiaorongrong's candid disclosures, Bai Yu learned that the much-discussed Seven Nations War had been orchestrated entirely by her. Utilizing her resources and the attitudes of those dynasties towards her, she incited internal strife, ultimately faking her own death to avenge the Shao Kingdom while liberating herself from her former identity. Had it not been for the emergence of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiaorongrong had intended to gradually seize control of the Absolute Sword dynasty and eventually restore her kingdom there. It was difficult to fathom that a woman seemingly powerless could wield such influence in the mortal realm through sheer intellect, without the interference of cultivators. One could assert that Xiaorongrong's strategies would overshadow the majority of mortal advisors. Such a woman could easily be deemed a prodigy. As Bai Yu awaited the necessary materials, he did not wish to squander this time. He reevaluated his plans and decided to accompany Yu Linglong to the Silver Moon Dynasty. The Silver Moon Dynasty was a colossal entity under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Compared to the previous dynasty Bai Yu had visited, this one was truly a behemoth. The Yu family, to which Yu Linglong belonged, was merely a prominent family within the hilly city of the Silver Moon Dynasty. The Yu family had risen from humble beginnings as a trading caravan, akin to an ancient escort agency. Through years of effort, they had established a firm foothold in the hilly city, earning a well-deserved reputation, even among surrounding families. Moreover, the Yu family's auction house was one of the most recognized establishments in the Silver Moon Dynasty. My lord, do you think that after my prolonged absence, my family believes I have perished and forgotten me? As they drew closer to the hilly city, Yu Linglong's anxiety intensified. After all, that was where she had been nurtured. Unlike Nangong Xuansu, her family had treated her well, each member akin to her closest kin. Now, returning to the hilly city, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Do not fret. You are returning in glory, having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement in such a short time. Such talent would surely garner attention even within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Your return is a momentous occasion for the Yu family, Xiao Rongrong. Lazily reclining in Bai Yu's embrace within the carriage, reassured her. But I am merely a follower of the Lord, not a formal disciple. Humph. The status of a Lord's follower far surpasses that of an ordinary disciple. You are merely clouded by your own perspective. Besides, your return signifies your status as a formal disciple. Is it not what we agreed upon? I am still your follower, Xiao Rongrong said with a playful smile. During this time, she had gleaned numerous insights from Yu-Ling, realizing that Bai Yu is no ordinary disciple. His potential was indeed formidable. The more she learned, the more convinced she became that remaining by Bai Yu's side would undoubtedly transform her way of life. At times, the status of being beneath one yet above thousands is indeed quite remarkable. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Bai Yu increasingly sensed that even if Yu-Ling and Dugu Yin were to join forces, they would likely still fall short of Xiao Rongrong's prowess. Given their experiences in the realm of Xiao Rongrong, they might as well be novices. Take the present moment, for instance. Xiao Rongrong has already managed to extract a cultivation technique from Yu-Ling. Although it merely pertains to a subordinate's practice from the memories of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, it nonetheless underscores Xiao Rongrong's capabilities. Bai Yu refrained from commenting, recognizing that ambition is commendable. As long as Xiao Rongrong harbors no intentions of undermining Yu-Linglong's position as chief steward, their actions are none of her concern, whether as attendants or slaves. As Bai Yu's cultivation progresses, their numbers will only continue to grow. Her sole responsibility is to maintain a broad perspective, ensuring they remain aligned with her. In normal circumstances, Bai Yu would grant them considerable autonomy, provided they respect the established boundaries. Just like this celestial abode, now and in the future, the chief steward shall always be Yu-Ling. She is an indispensable ally. Rongrong is correct. Maintain the same demeanor you would when dealing with formal disciples during procurement at the sect, and I shall support you. Bai Yu chuckled and remarked, Young master. Upon hearing his words, Yu-Linglong's eyes brimmed with emotion. Indeed, Bai Yu had consistently evoked a sense of assurance. Chapter 58. Your family is quite lively. Upon entering the city, Bai Yu observed that the citizens of the Silver Moon dynasty, though enduring hardships, appeared devoid of the long-standing numbness and despair that characterized the people of the Wushu Kingdom and the Absolute Sword dynasty. Even under the influence of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the local customs remained pure, with petty thefts and brawls occurring frequently. Yet, each individual was imbued with a sense of hope. This peculiar atmosphere prompted Bai Yu to sense an oddity. Much of the world's realities diverged from his previous imaginings. The Yu residence was situated in the heart of Hill City, with the Grand Auction House serving as the symbol of the Yu family. As one drew closer to the Yu family estate, the surrounding order seemed increasingly stable, and upon reaching the auction house's jurisdiction, patrols could even be seen. The Yu family had established their fortune through commerce, thus recruiting numerous martial artists from various sects in the martial world, honing their skills in the art of combat. It was precisely due to their presence that the Yu family could maintain such stability. Yu-Ling elaborated that, within the mortal realm, it was exceedingly rare to encounter cultivators. Most had only heard of the concept and never beheld a true practitioner in their lifetime. Consequently, those capable in the mortal world typically engaged in martial training to enhance their abilities. A power like the Yu family relied on the protection of martial artists to navigate various nations and conduct trade. This explained why, amidst the bustling trade, so many martial artists were present, yet Yu-Ling was easily captured by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cultivation and martial arts represented two distinct concepts, the most pronounced symbol of the divide between immortals and mortals. Hearing Yu-Linglong's words, Bai Yu felt a mix of emotions. Humans truly are the most miraculous beings. Even those lacking innate talent from birth could carve out paths for self-protection through sheer effort. Today, the Yu residence seemed particularly vibrant. After their carriage halted at the estate's entrance, Yu-Ling noticed a considerable number of carriages parked nearby, the insignias on which caused her brow to furrow. The Feng Family Commercial Association? Hall. Why are they here at the Yu family? She pondered, perplexed. The Feng Family Commercial Association and Hall were arch-rivals of the Yu family, both engaged in fierce competition as traveling merchants, and had previously experienced significant conflicts. The simultaneous arrival of both families at the Yu estate hinted at potential trouble. With that thought racing through her mind, Yu-Ling dismissed her concerns and strode toward the Yu residence. Halt! Who goes there? Just as they reached the entrance, the guards intercepted Bai Yu and his companions. Yu-Linglong's expression turned icy. What, Do you not recognize me? She removed her veil, scanning the guards. Upon catching sight of a familiar face, the guards were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of shock. Miss, you're alive. In the grand hall of the Yu residence, an elderly man with white hair, Yu Zhan, occupied the main seat, flanked by the heads of various branches of the Yu family. Yu Juanhao stood beside his father, casting furious glances at several younger individuals in the center. Uncle Zhan, have you not yet reached a decision? We have afforded you a month to deliberate. Surely a conclusion should be forthcoming? Feng Zhenping remarked, shaking his iron fan and exchanging a knowing glance with Tang Wenlong, a smirk adorning his face. I have already stated that the Yu family has no intention of merging. Your proposal of marriage is utterly ludicrous. Even in our family's decline, there has never been a precedent for marrying off 18 eligible daughters to you two. Yu Zhan's grip tightened on the chair, his aged hands visibly trembling with suppressed fury. He had never felt so powerless since assuming leadership of the family. Uncle Zhan still fails to grasp the concept of the divide between immortals and mortals. What reason do you believe you have to refuse us? Though this is a merger of 3 families, it also represents future development. The Blood Fiend sect will protect us. Do you not comprehend this? Feng Zhenping shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, who does not know that my brother Feng and I are formal disciples of the Blood Fiend sect? We have embarked on the path of cultivation, and our esteemed seniors beside us are the pride of our sect. We have come to assist in our development. As for the marriage, in reality, it presents an opportunity for you to become our concubines, with the potential to become cultivators. Is this concept still unclear to you? Tang Wenlong remarked, his demeanor reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Once, the Feng Family Commercial Association and Yipin Hall had been thoroughly suppressed by the Yu family. Although the 3 major commercial associations held equal standing, everyone in Hill City knew that the Yu family was the true leader. Now, the tables had turned. The once seemingly invincible Yu family appeared weak and vulnerable against a more formidable force. Their meticulously nurtured martial experts now resembled mere strong ants in their eyes, easily crushed at will by Tang Wenlong. This overwhelming sense of superiority inflated their egos, and they were intent on destroying the Yu family. My Yu family has old ties with the Third Prince. The royal family is backed by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even the Blood Fiend Alliance is merely a vassal of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Do you truly believe you can act without fear of royal intervention? Yu Juanhao glared at his father, knowing he must take a stand. The Yu family could perish, but they would not bow in defeat. You seem well informed. But do you truly think the Heavenly Demon Sect is your family's plaything? You wish to summon the great figures of the Heavenly Demon Sect for such trivial matters? Yu Juanhao, have you gone mad since your daughter's death to utter such words? Feng Zhenping scoffed, while several cultivators around them laughed at the perceived ignorance. Though the Blood Fiend Alliance and the Silver Moon Dynasty shared the status of vassals, the former was a sect of cultivation, not something the mere royal family could compare to. Furthermore, would the royal family truly offend the Blood Fiend Alliance for the sake of the Yu family? It was a foregone conclusion that such matters were universally understood. Do you not wish for the eminent figures of the Heavenly Demon Sect to come to your aid? Allow me to provide you with an opportunity. Contact the third prince you speak of and see if the Heavenly Demon Sect will respond. Tang Wenlong sneered. In that moment, a calm voice resonated through the hall. The people of the Heavenly Demon Sect have indeed arrived. I fear you will not be pleased. Upon the utterance of these words, all turned their heads to behold Bai Yu, who had arrived at the grand hall's entrance accompanied by Yu Linglong and 2 others. After sizing up Tang Wenlong and his companions, Bai Yu turned his head and smiled at Yu Linglong, remarking, "Junior sister, your household is quite lively, isn't it?" Chapter 59. To kill is but to act. Bai Yu surveyed Tang Wenlong and his companions, noting 2 in the foundation establishment stage, 3 in the chi refinement stage, and 5 in the body refinement stage. It must be said that these minor sects treat their disciples quite well. In the Tianma sect, body refinement cultivators are relegated to the roles of laborers and expendables, yet within the Blood Slaughter Alliance, they don the garb of formal disciples. Yu Linglong narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within as she observed the young individuals in the hall. Had she not returned today, the Yu family would likely have faced annihilation. No earthly power could withstand such a formidable assembly. The appearance of Bai Yu and his companions stunned everyone present, particularly due to the insignia of formal discipleship adorning Bai Yu's attire. Moments ago, he had addressed Yu Linglong as junior sister, implying that she too had joined the Tianma sect. How could this be possible? Wasn't the eldest daughter of the Yu family already deceased? They had even conducted her funeral. How, then, could Yu Linglong be here now? The members of the Yu family were equally bewildered, especially Yu Juanhao and Yu Zhan, who appeared unable to believe their eyes. The Blood Slaughter Alliance? An affiliate of the Yin-Yang Sect as well? Bai Yu spoke slowly. The Blood Fiend Alliance reigns supreme in this vicinity. They are the sole sect of cultivation near Hill City, Yu Linglong explained. She then stepped forward respectfully, saluting Yu Zhan and the elders. Grandfather, father, esteemed elders, Linglong, you are alive? Seeing Yu Linglong's appearance, Yu Zhan trembled with excitement, unable to believe it. Yu Linglong smiled and nodded, then turned to scan the hall. Noting the absence of many familiar faces from the Yu family, observing the expressions of those present, she had a vague inkling of the situation. Hee. Although the three major merchant associations have had their grievances, they have always maintained a fundamental boundary, tacitly agreeing to prevent higher-level forces from intervening. But now, Feng Jingping and Tang Wenlong, do you believe that no one can hold you accountable after joining the Blood Fiend Alliance? Yu Linglong's tone grew increasingly frigid. Bai Yu, observing the reactions of those around him, chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting developments. At that moment, Tang Wenlong exchanged glances with his companion, feeling somewhat awkward upon sensing Yu Linglong's ire. Ha ha ha, Yu Linglong, I never expected you to have such fortune and become a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect. So, you are now a cultivator? I wonder which mountain gate you have joined. It wouldn't be the Harmony Peak, would it? Hee. Regardless, now that you are a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect, and the Blood Fiend Alliance is aligned with them, we must deepen our collaboration in the future. Tang Wenlong scoffed, dismissing the significance of Yu Linglong's affiliation, believing that the Blood Fiend Alliance's influence would overshadow her status as merely a novice disciple. For him, it was merely a matter of postponing today's plans. He doubted she would dare to take action against him. Upon hearing Tang Wenlong's somewhat mocking remarks, Yu Linglong let out a cold smile, her gaze directed at Bai Yu, conveying an unspoken understanding. The Celestial Demon Sect acts without restraint, whatever may arise. I shall bear the consequences for you. Bai Yu smiled and casually remarked, Hee, you must be Linglong's senior brother. I didn't expect that during your visit home, you would have someone accompanying you. It seems you were quite well treated in the Yin-Yang Sect. Feng Jingping let out a light chuckle, preparing to say something further. But in the next moment, a swarm of pitch-black insects lunged toward him with ferocity. The air was filled with a buzzing sound. The blood mosquito goo shot forth from Yu Linglong, instantly transforming the atmosphere. With Feng Jingping only at the qi refining stage, he was caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush. In an instant, his head was enveloped by the blood mosquito goo, and within mere breaths, he had become a lifeless husk, collapsing heavily to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene as they gazed at Feng Jingping's corpse. Tang Wenlong, who was closest to him, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Feng Jingping was dead? How could Yu Linglong dare to strike here? Even if you are a disciple of the Yin-Yang Sect, such direct action is unwarranted. Are you seeking to incite enmity between the Yin-Yang Sect and the Shueisha Alliance? The two foundation-building cultivators were the first to react, their blood swords coalescing in their hands, their magical energy surging forth. Observing the grim expressions on their faces, Yu Linglong let out a cold smile. None of you will leave today. As her words fell, her pupils transformed into a vivid green. Demonic energy surged around her, and azure magical power enveloped her entire being. As behind her, a faint illusion of a blue fox began to coalesce. The nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline technique, celestial fox transformation. Empowered by the might of the celestial fox, her strength surged, and a breath of enchanting allure spread forth, silently infiltrating their meridians, siphoning their vitality. Witnessing Yu Linglong's transformation, the two foundation-building cultivators furrowed their brows, their blood swords buzzing ominously in their grasp. In the great hall, the ordinary members of the Yu family turned pale, feeling a sudden heaviness in their chests. Bai Yu was taken aback by Yu Linglong's response. It appeared that under the influence of the blood skull goo, she had gradually awakened the memories of her bloodline's techniques and was undergoing a transformation toward the pure lineage of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Just as the tension in the air became increasingly palpable, Yu Linglong's eyes narrowed, and she shot forth, propelled by the terrifying blood mosquito goo, charging towards Tang Wenlong and the others with fierce intent. At this moment, Bai Yu unleashed the malevolent earthstone goo, effectively isolating the members of the Yu family, ensuring that the residual impact would not reach them. With a thunderous crash, Yu Linglong, her right hand poised like a claw, reappeared directly before two foundational cultivators. As azure spiritual energy coalesced, a colossal claw-like apparition descended to suppress them. In response, the two practitioners unleashed twin streams of sanguine sword qi, and upon their convergence, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. Following a resounding explosion, Yu Linglong staggered backward a few steps, the ethereal silhouette of the azure fox behind her becoming increasingly pronounced. Even if you are disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, you are merely at the chi refining stage now. Stand down, and we can pretend this incident never occurred. The two warned, their expressions wary as they brandished their long swords. Yu Linglong furrowed her brow. With their combined strength and the presence of Tang Wenlong and others, she realized she was indeed at a disadvantage, particularly as she was not yet thoroughly versed in their techniques. However, this did not imply that they were invulnerable to her wrath. Resolving herself with a steely determination, she thought, "Junior sister, since we are disciples of the Gu refining peak and have been provoked, let us employ the methods of our sect. Otherwise, even the most insignificant creatures dare to brazenly challenge us." Bai Yu reminded her. Originally, he intended to wait longer to observe Yu Linglong's limits, but the sudden information that appeared on the panel altered his thoughts. Human Face Centipede Gu mutation completed. 60006000 Illusory Faced Evil Buddha Centipede 012000 Chapter 60 Illusory Faced Evil Buddha Centipede. As the words fell, Yu Linglong's expression froze. Use Gu? Blood Mosquito Gu and Diamond Gu? However, those two were at the foundation establishment level. Would these two types of Gu truly be effective against them? Just as Yu Linglong was lost in thought, an intense black mist suddenly erupted beneath her feet. The black mist spread, intermingled with strange golden light, and a chilling aura surged around Yu Linglong. Wail, wail, wail. Hearing the excited cries, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. Black charcoal? That was the sound of black charcoal. She was quite familiar with black charcoal, having spent considerable time in the cave world, often nurturing black charcoal while Bai Yu practiced. The bond between them had long been established. In that moment, she understood why Bai Yu had said such things. It turned out that he intended for black charcoal to assist her. Thus, to others, it would appear as though she had resolved the situation herself, rescuing the entire Yu family. Did Bai Yu even anticipate future events? What merit did Linglong possess to warrant such concern from Yu? Yu Linglong's eyes brimmed with emotion, and in the next moment, her expression gradually hardened. Yu Linglong, I advise you not to go too far, after all. The Blood Fiend Alliance is part of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Do you intend to turn against your own kind? The swirling black mist filled both individuals with a sense of foreboding, and they immediately issued a warning. Meanwhile, Tang Wenlong was utterly astonished, retreating step by step, trying to distance himself from the battlefield. Turn against your own kind? You think you are worthy? Wail, wail, wail. As Yu Linglong's voice fell, the black mist dissipated, revealing a 3-meter-long black centipede encircling her. The centipede was covered in dense, hard dragon scales, its menacing mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its striking dual tails added an air of the bizarre. Even more terrifying was the grotesque human face that appeared on black charcoal's abdomen. One half resembled a benevolent monk, its hollow eye sockets seemingly on the verge of weeping blood, while the other half depicted a crying woman's face, vividly lifelike and evoking empathy. The strange human face flickered amidst the 1,000 legs, combined with the black mist interspersed with golden light, rendering black charcoal extraordinarily eerie. Observing black charcoal's current form, Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. He was aware that black charcoal's mutation would bring about new changes, but he had not anticipated that black charcoal had become increasingly grotesque. Indeed, it had grown uglier yet stronger. Black charcoal, attack. Yu Linglong narrowed her eyes, lifted her hand, and gently pointed forward. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the entire hall. Wail, wail, wail. The golden light surged forth, accompanied by the weeping of women and faint Buddhist chants. In an instant, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators prepared to act, but the next moment, their bodies trembled violently. Their eyes became hollow. Just as the golden light dissipated, everyone in the hall seemed to fall under some form of control. Hands clasped in prayer as they knelt to the ground, their eyes filled with reverence. Seeing this, Yu Linglong was taken aback, for even the members of the Yu family were now kneeling. That previous assault had targeted everyone present. Xiao Rongrong, under Bai Yu's protection, had not fallen victim. But the scene before her rendered her speechless with shock. What on earth had transpired? How had the situation transformed so drastically? Wail, wail, wail. Black charcoal cried out again. And soon Tang Wenlong and his companions began to tremble. Without hesitation, the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators thrust their blood swords into Tang Wenlong's chest, and the remaining disciples were swiftly slain. The 2 massive heads thudded to the ground, blood pouring across the hall as the 2 cultivators knelt once more, ultimately emitting strange Buddhist chants. Gurgle, gurgle. As the bizarre chants echoed, their bodies emitted peculiar gurgling sounds, visibly cracking apart. With two streams of red blood essence erupting from their dantians, absorbed by black charcoal. Bang! The corpses exploded, flesh and blood splattering across the Yu family members. Two black orbs fell, transforming into countless finger-sized human-faced centipedes. The black centipedes cried out joyfully and swiftly gathered around black charcoal. In the blink of an eye, they annihilated the two Foundation Establishment cultivators. Illusory-faced evil Buddha Centipede 212000 whale. Having completed all this, black charcoal withdrew its offensive, affectionately rubbing against Yu Linglong's face like a devoted pet. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this gruesome scene had been wrought by it. Both the Yu family members, now released from their trance, and Yu Linglong herself stood frozen, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Bai Yu gazed at He-Tan, nodding in satisfaction. Simultaneously, information about He-Tan appeared on the panel. The illusory face evil Buddha Centipede possessed peak foundational cultivation. Due to an unknown force, a conflict arose within, generating both evil and Buddhist energies, leading to a mutation that was even more ferocious than the human face centipede, while simultaneously enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Ability: Offspring Parasitism. Upon attack, it releases nearly inaudible insect eggs that infiltrate the internal organs, transforming them into a nurturing ground for larvae, which, upon breaching the body, manifest as small human-faced centipedes. Weeping Cry, a sonic attack, the sound of wailing inciting self-destruction among foes, with those of lesser cultivation more susceptible to its effects. Buddha Repentance, a sonic assault where the Buddha's visage recites scriptures, turning adherents into willing sacrifices, offering their flesh and blood. The radiance of the Buddha shines forth. Golden light surging, leaving desolation in its wake, transforming the surroundings into a realm of lethal poison. The intertwining of evil and Buddhist energies appears to be the result of a potent elixir. Indeed, the secrets of this phenomenon run profoundly deep. Bai Yu silently reflected that the mutation of the black coal was entirely due to its consumption of the monks contaminated by the potent elixirs. The immense power within those elixirs had been completely absorbed, leading to this transformation. However, it was unexpected that within these elixirs, both the essence of Buddhist power and malevolent force had been extracted. Linglong, trembling with trepidation, rose to her feet, gazing at the colossal centipede beside her granddaughter. Her words faltering. Master Yu, this is the poison I cultivated alongside Linglong after her training. Now that the matter has been resolved, I believe it is prudent for you to cleanse yourselves. We can discuss everything further afterward. Bai Yu casually remarked, Ah, indeed. This is the method employed by my esteemed senior brother. Yu Linglong, aware that Bai Yu was defending her, immediately responded. She gazed into Bai Yu's beautiful eyes, filled with profound affection. As night fell, the Yu family gradually emerged from their earlier astonishment. Upon learning that Yu Linglong had become a cultivator of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the entire clan erupted in fervor, promptly arranging a grand banquet to celebrate. Yu Linglong became the center of attention at the gathering. Bai Yu, however, chose not to intrude, allowing Yu Linglong to bask in the glory alone. My dear sir, by displaying those incomplete corpses atop the city walls of Qiuling City, you are signaling to the Blood Slaughter Alliance that the Yu family shall henceforth be under your protection, correct? How reassuring that is. It seems Qiuling City will soon be dominated by a single power. Xiao Rongrong clung to Bai Yu's arm, holding a wine cup, her demeanor suggesting a hint of inebriation. It is essential to cultivate some earthly influence, and this is a promise I made. Bai Yu observed Xiao Rongrong's actions without interference, casually remarking, what if the Blood Slaughter sect takes action? If they possess the sense to approach us, they will come to apologize and acknowledge the Yu family standing. Should they seek trouble, I shall confront them until they acquiesce. If their leader arrives, I will temporarily confine everyone within the cave of the training pigs and black apes, then return to the sect to summon assistance. If matters unfold this way, the Blood Slaughter sect would no longer warrant existence. The corpses atop the city walls serve as my message to them. As he spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. Indeed, young master. You are quite domineering, she replied. Chapter 61. Provocation? Apology? The bodies of Tang Walong and his companions hung at the city gate for 7 days, during which Bai Yu paid no heed to the Yu family's affairs. Following the dissemination of this incident, the atmosphere in Qiuling City became eerily silent. Aside from the Yu family, who reveled in triumph, all other factions within the city settled into a state of uneasy calm, seemingly awaiting a significant announcement. During this time, Xiao Rongrong endeavored to forge a connection with Haiten, even delving into research regarding its dietary preferences. However, Bai Yu did not divulge that Haiten had no particular aversions and could consume anything. Consequently, Xiao Rongrong struggled to grasp Haiten's nuances, which left her somewhat vexed. She was convinced that Haiten's inability to articulate its specific taste stemmed from her failure to provide its most favored delicacies. Bai Yu did not deter Xiao Rongrong's efforts. For Haiten, as his third innate gu, regardless of being an external gu, was flourishing due to its recent transformation, he was not squandering a precious empty aperture on Haiten. A casual inspection of Nangong Xuansu revealed that the color of the condensed red cocoon had deepened, and under the influence of the heavenly demon devouring soul gu's power, the energy within the cocoon had become increasingly potent. Bai Yu believed that when Nangong Xuansu awoke, she would undoubtedly present him with a delightful surprise. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Bai Yu was about to reach out to Pang Tong and the others to inquire about the progress of collecting the jade bone sword grass, the skies above the Yu family rumbled with thunder. The once clear weather suddenly darkened, and as a mass of blood-red clouds began to gather, Bai Yu slowly rose to his feet, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. So it has come, he thought. Time to prepare for the guests. Bai Yu smiled gently and spoke slowly. The sudden gathering of dark clouds filled the members of the Yu family with trepidation. Some astute individuals had already surmised the identity of the newcomers. However, at this moment, they found themselves powerless to intervene, for such a level of contention was beyond their reach. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 3 beams of light descended, revealing 1 man and 3 women who materialized directly in the hall of the Yu family. All were clad in crimson robes, and upon the appearance of the elder leading them, a subtle yet palpable pressure swept through the space, leaving many gasping for breath. At that moment, Yu Linglong had taken the place of Yu Zhan at the head of the table, her heart racing as she regarded the newcomers. The Yu family is quite hospitable. However, we 3 have been in seclusion for quite some time, and now, suddenly confronted with so many people, we find ourselves a bit overwhelmed. Just 1 or 2 capable of making decisions will suffice. The rest may withdraw, Tu Bailey remarked, his eyes surveying the surroundings before his aged visage twitched as he spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yu family turned their gaze toward Yu Linglong, awaiting her decision. Evidently, after recent events, the entire family had come to regard her as their pillar of support. Grandfather, please go prepare the banquet. I will remain here with my senior brother, Yu Linglong said with a smile, her words casual yet firm. At her words, Yu Zhan seemed poised to respond, but ultimately, he fell silent, leading the family members out of the hall. As the doors closed behind them, the stern expression on Tu Bailey's face softened somewhat. Yet he chose to disregard Yu Linglong entirely, instead turning to Bai Yu with a smile. Bai Yu of the Yin-Yang Sect, it is an honor to finally meet you. You should have announced your arrival. It would have allowed our Blood Slaughter Alliance to prepare for your reception, he said with a grin that was almost comical. Leader of the Blood Slaughter Alliance, it is a pleasure to meet you, Bai Yu replied, taken aback by the unexpected cordiality. He had anticipated that the Blood Slaughter Alliance would bring up Tang Wenlong and the others, yet here they were, exhibiting a surprising degree of respect. It was important to note that Tu Bailey was a genuine peak Yuanian cultivator, and the man and woman accompanying him were equally formidable. In contrast, Bai Yu was merely a foundation-level practitioner. Even with the prestige of the Yin-Yang Sect, it was unusual for Tu Bailey to display such humility. This man, it seemed, had something he wished to request. Bai Yu silently contemplated. No one would change their attitude without reason, especially when one had previously insulted the other. The only plausible explanation for Tu Bailey's unexpected courtesy was that he perceived his own interests in Bai Yu. Oh, the leader of the Tu clan is acquainted with me, Bai Yu tentatively remarked. Ha ha ha. Although the Blood Slaughter Alliance is merely a subordinate of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I do possess some connections within the sect. The 3-eyed wine worm that Master Bai has concocted is indeed priceless. Not to mention that you are now a prominent figure within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Many are eager to learn about you. As for your exceptional skill in the art of crafting goo, it is likely that no one in the entire lower echelon can rival your prowess. Tu Bailey complimented with a smile. The reason he had only recently arrived at the Yu family was to probe into Bai Yu and Yu Linglong's backgrounds. For the Blood Slaughter Alliance, the loss of 2 foundation establishment and 2 Qi refinement disciples was a significant blow. It was imperative to regain their lost face, even if the adversary was a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, the title of an ordinary disciple did not warrant his acquiescence. Nevertheless, Tu Bailey remained cautious. Before his arrival, he had discreetly investigated Bai Yu's background through his connections. The results of his inquiry astonished Tu Bailey. Rising from the ranks of a mere errand disciple to a regular disciple, Bai Bai Yu had recently produced a Yin-Yang corpse that manifested celestial phenomena. This had sparked considerable contention between the old-timers of the Gu crafting peak and the blood corpse peak, as they vied for Bai Yu's allegiance. The matter did not end there. He had also forged connections with the pill refining and corpse refining peaks, indicating a formidable backing. With the emergence of the three-eyed wine worm, many within the Heavenly Demon Sect were eagerly anticipating Bai Yu's Gu to help them overcome long-standing bottlenecks. Tu Bailey could envision that should he take action against Bai Yu, it would not be long before he could join the ranks of the Soul Refining Banner. In comparison to Bai Yu's background, the losses incurred by the Bloodslaughter Alliance were utterly trivial. After consulting with several elders, Tu Bailey ultimately resolved to visit the Yu family to extend an apology. This also explained why he had initially sent members of the Yu family away. After all, his actions were rather peculiar. He had intended to confront them, yet it had transformed into an apology, which would be somewhat embarrassing to divulge. Indeed, Master Bai, the Bloodslaughter Alliance and you have no grievances against each other. The previous incidents were merely misunderstandings, and with your understanding, I trust you would not take offense. Tu Lingo interjected with a gentle smile, gracefully stepping forward, her tone laced with charm. Listening to their words, Bai Yu had essentially grasped their intentions. If they had come to demand an explanation or to attack him, he would not have felt so conflicted, as he had long been prepared for such eventualities. However, Tu Bailey's demeanor instilled in Bai Yu a heightened wariness towards this world. Not everyone acted recklessly or without consideration for the consequences. In truth, those who had cultivated to such a level, or who possessed the acumen to manage a sect, were undoubtedly seasoned individuals. They had mastered the art of discernment to an extraordinary degree. Chapter 62, Mutual Calculations. However, since the other party seemed unperturbed by the lives of their disciples, Bai Yu had no intention of rashly retaliating, for were it not for the Yu family, he would have no ties to the Bloodslaughter Alliance. You are too courteous. My standing within the Heavenly Demon Sect is merely a stroke of luck, hardly worthy of mention. Since the misunderstandings have been clarified, we bear no animosity towards one another. Bai Yu chuckled softly and casually remarked, Master Bai, you are indeed overly modest. This signifies your extraordinary fortune. As for the previous incident, it was entirely due to my Bloodslaughter Alliance's lack of discipline that led to my offense against you. Rest assured, from this moment forth, no one in Hill City shall dare to trouble the Yu family. Otherwise, my Bloodslaughter Alliance will undoubtedly take action against them. Tu Lingo gazed at him with charming allure, unabashed in her flattery. I have heard that Master Bai has recently been in search of certain materials. Coincidentally, our Bloodslaughter sect has recently acquired several stalks of jade bone sword grass, which holds little value for practitioners like us who specialize in blood energy cultivation. Therefore, today, we humbly present this gift, having taken the liberty to bring it to you. I sincerely hope you will accept it. With that, Tu Lingo elegantly flipped her right hand, producing a rectangular jade box, which she gently opened. Inside lay two extraordinary plants, quietly emanating a radiant glow. The jade bone sword grass in her hand was only the size of a palm, its stalk resembling an unsheathed divine sword, seemingly imbued with a terrifying sword aura under the shimmering light. Moreover, the four leaves bore naturally formed runes, enhancing their enigmatic allure. Jade bone sword grass of the nascent soul level? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise as he beheld the materials presented by Tu Linger. The quality of jade bone sword grass is determined by the leaves. Each leaf signifies a millennium and corresponds to the practitioner's level. The two stalks she held had already attained the nascent soul grade. Such a rarity is indeed a fortuitous find. And I never anticipated that she would offer such a treasure. Haha, to receive something of this nature without effort would leave me feeling undeserving. I wonder, what is it that you wish to seek from me? Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. Such a matter had already become a foundation of the Blood Fiend Alliance. Now that Tu Bailey and his companions presented it, it was certainly not merely an act of apology. If he truly regarded it as a simple gesture of contrition, the other party would likely find it amusing. At times, these unspoken rules and interactions could be quite troublesome. Ha ha ha, Master Bai. We have stated that this is a token of our contrition, with no ulterior motives. Please do not misunderstand. Tu Bailey laughed heartily. However, it is indeed our fortune to meet Master Bai today. As you are aware, although the Blood Fiend Alliance is a vassal of the Heavenly Demon Sect, our strength remains difficult to elevate. Sometimes, speaking of it brings disgrace to the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is also to blame on the inadequacy of the disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect, as many are stuck at the bottleneck. And that mere step away pains us elders greatly. Thus, even if we come today to apologize, I wish to cast aside my pride and request some goo from you for the disciples of the Blood Fiend Alliance. I hope Master Bai can grant us this modest wish. Tu Bailey's tone was sincere, making it hard to imagine that a pinnacle nascent soul elder would speak so reverently to a junior. Indeed, upon hearing Tu Bailey's words, Bai Yu understood the intention behind them, and he also let out a sigh of relief. If the other party had truly sought nothing, then he would have had cause for concern. Now I see. May I ask how many three-eyed wine worms does the Blood Fiend Sect require? 150. Tu Ling replied. Rest assured, Master, we will purchase them from you at market price, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. 150, indeed. This is the same quantity I have supplied to each peak during this period. You three certainly know how to choose. Could it be that you wish to become the representatives of the three-eyed wine worms? Bai Yu cautiously inquired. Given the scale of the Blood Fiend Alliance, it seems implausible that they require such a multitude of three-eyed wine worms. Their intentions likely extend beyond mere service to their sect. Master Bai speaks too harshly. We are unworthy of such a representative status, particularly since the Heavenly Demon Sect boasts true luminaries. This is indeed a failure on our part, compelling us to resort to such measures. Tu Linger offered a gentle smile, speaking earnestly. The three-eyed wine worm is a commodity that even the Heavenly Demon Sect cannot spare. Thus it would never be released into circulation. Tu Bailey's exorbitant price is merely a tactic to negotiate with other sects, ultimately striving to secure advantages for the Blood Fiend Alliance. Of course, such matters are not something Bai Yu should be privy to, as the struggles of the lower echelons do not concern him. Observing the expressions of his counterparts, Bai Yu instinctively glanced at Xiao Rongrong, who appeared remarkably composed. Yet her fingers delicately traced his waist. Perceiving Xiao Rongrong's subtle cue, Bai Yu's eyes brightened, and a reliable notion swiftly took form in his mind. So that's the case. I had assumed you sought the identity of a representative from the lower realms. Upon hearing this, the faces of Tu Bailey and his companions momentarily froze, their eyes brimming with disbelief. A representative from the lower realms? Could it be that Bai Yu harbors such intentions? In an instant, their thoughts were disrupted by this statement. Before they could fully comprehend, Bai Yu continued, At present, I possess only 30 three-eyed wine worms, which I can offer to you as a token of our friendship. As for Linglong's identity, I believe you have already surmised it, although she is merely a retainer. I hold her in great affection. Thus, I aspire to support the Yu family as my means of resource acquisition in this realm. However, they are mere mortals and are susceptible to the schemes of others. Therefore, I intend to guide them toward the path of cultivation. Should any possess talent, I will teach them the art of refining three-eyed wine worms, which may serve as a medium for exchanging resources. Yet, the Yu family has had no prior dealings with cultivators, and I cannot remain here at all times. This upcoming partnership is proving to be quite a headache for me. Might any of you assist me in devising a solution? Bai Yu spoke succinctly, hinting at matters that need not be explicitly articulated. Upon hearing this, the three individuals were taken aback, astonished that Bai Yu intended to allow the three-eyed wine worm to enter the mortal realm, with the Yu family serving as the agent. Ha ha ha. The Yu family is already situated in Hill City. If one seeks a collaborative partner, the Blood Slaughter Alliance would undoubtedly be the most suitable ally. If, in the future, the Yu family can successfully cultivate the three-eyed wine worm, the Blood Slaughter Alliance would gladly accept their offerings. And I propose a price of 200 spirit stones per worm. What do you think? Furthermore, initially, the Blood Slaughter Alliance can also provide the Yu family with some cultivation resources as a gesture of our sincerity. I implore Master Bai to consider this. Tu Bailey exclaimed eagerly, recognizing that if Bai Yu were to acquiesce to this condition, he might be able to offer even more concessions. He had but a singular opportunity for monopolization. Chapter 63, The Soul-Consuming Fan. The trio of Tu Bailey departed with great satisfaction. Before leaving, their enthusiastic demeanor toward Yu Zhan left the elder somewhat bewildered. It was a remarkable fortune for Yu Zhan to encounter such renowned cultivators. How could they possibly address him? An ordinary elder? As little brother? The attitude of the three left Yu Zhan feeling as though he were living in a dream. When he regained his bearings, he realized that his granddaughter had indeed achieved great success. What do you think of the Blood Slaughter Alliance? The doors of the hall remained tightly shut as Bai Yu gazed at the jade bone sword grass on the table, inquiring. 3 cunning old foxes. No. There are 3 old wolves capable of enduring humiliation. Yu Linglong remarked with a frown, while Xiao Rongrong, with narrowed eyes, snickered in response. Upon hearing the women's words, Bai Yu nodded. Please, elaborate on your reasoning. What issues arise from my collaboration with them? Young master, whether for you or the Yu family. Collaborating with them presents no disadvantages. In fact, with your assistance, the Yu family could emerge as a new cultivating family in the mortal realm. The resources mastered here could facilitate their rapid rise, and I believe it won't be long before you establish a stable channel for spirit stones, Xiao Rongrong explained, smiling at the two women. However, the machinations of the Blood Slaughter Alliance do not target us, but rather the smaller sects of the Silver Moon dynasty. The effectiveness of the three-eyed wine worm represents a formidable advantage against these smaller sects. Whoever possesses more worms commands a greater number of powerful cultivators. By monopolizing the Yu family's future supply, the Blood Slaughter Alliance aims to dominate the smaller sections. Thus, a price of 200 spirit stones per worm is indeed favorable for them. Moreover, seizing this opportunity, the Blood Slaughter Alliance's expansion may become unstoppable. They aspire to ascend to a position of supremacy beneath the Yin-Yang Sect, establishing themselves as the mightiest faction. The ambition of these three old wolves was truly admirable. They understood their limitations, conducting their affairs with remarkable prudence, even willing to share substantial profits for mutual coexistence. If not for Tu Bailey and his companions' exceptional talents, they would have been formidable adversaries at the same level. As Xiao Rongrong analyzed, even the intrigues among cultivators bear a striking resemblance to those in the mortal realm, differing only in the added dimension of power. Having orchestrated a war among 7 nations single-handedly, Xiao Rongrong was no stranger to such matters. Thus, she advised Bai Yu to utilize the Yu family as a foothold to expand his influence while collaborating with the Blood Slaughter Alliance to garner substantial benefits. Upon hearing Xiao Rongrong's insights, Yu Linglong's perception of her shifted dramatically. Previously, she had considered Xiao Rongrong merely a clever temptress. She was astonished by the depth of her knowledge. Her suggestion would enable the Yu family to rise under Bai Yu's protection. A cultivating family, such an opportunity could transform everything for the Yu family. And all of this originated from Bai Yu. Reflecting on this, Yu Linglong gazed at Bai Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude, her heart wholly devoted to him. You have truly surprised me. Bai Yu gazed at Xiao Rongrong and extolled her virtues, stating that it was indeed an honor to alleviate the concerns of the young master. Xiao Rongrong shook her head gently and replied, if that is the case, let Linglong take the lead in all matters. In your name, distribute the martial arts techniques and skills, while simultaneously identifying those with talent to impart the secrets of concocting the three-eyed wine worm. 80% of all gains belonging to the Yu family shall rightfully be ours. I shall reserve a portion of initial cultivation resources to assist the Yu family through their period of stagnation. As for collaboration, it shall be an alliance with the Blood Slaughter Alliance. However, it is imperative that those capable of concocting the three-eyed wine worm bear Linglong's slave mark, a token of the Heavenly Demon Sect, ensuring accountability. The initial group of talented individuals shall maintain control in layers of delegation. Subsequently, the Yu family must expedite their grasp over all affairs in Hill City, for in the future, this will be the sole marketplace for the three-eyed wine worm in the mortal realm. During previous expeditions, Bai Yu had acquired several martial arts techniques, such as the Hanhai Ju and the Immortal 19 swords from the Iron Sword sect, obtained from Enshioling. These 2 techniques are sufficient for the talented members of the Yu family to cultivate to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Thereafter, they may seek martial arts techniques from the Blood Slaughter Alliance utilizing the profits garnered from the three-eyed wine worm. Such matters, I trust, require no further prompting. Bai Yu meticulously arranged the matters at hand, intending to remain completely in the shadows while the entire operation appeared to be under the control of Yu Linglong. After all, Yu Linglong was now his chief steward, responsible for the daily statistics of spirit stones and the upbringing of the black pigs and monkeys. Bai Yu held complete confidence in her capabilities. Listening to Bai Yu, Yu Linglong trembled with excitement, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded fervently. Thank you, my lord, for all that you have done for the Yu family. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. From now on, the entire Yu clan shall be your vassal. Another momentous news erupted within the Yu household, the fantastical treatment leaving them utterly unprepared. It was only at Yu Linglong's urging that Yu Zhan and Yu Juanhao sprang into action, recalling the clan members scattered afar, including some collateral branches. Bai Yu was not stingy in acknowledging Xiao Rongrong's contributions, considering her lack of a powerful bloodline. He thoughtfully decided to impart the 8 Desolations Convergence Divine technique to her. This dual-purpose approach would not only set Xiao Rongrong on her path of cultivation, but also serve as a means of enhancing his own training. My lord, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. In the dead of night, Yu Linglong slowly entered the room, cradling an enormous stone box in her arms. Observing her demeanor, Bai Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. Upon opening the box, he beheld a black bone fan and a vividly crafted fox mask within. These were entrusted to me by my grandfather. According to him, these two items are related to our ancestor. It is said they were left behind before her demise. They are the core secrets of our lineage, yet no one has ever deciphered them, Yu-Ling explained gently. At her words, Bai Yu furrowed his brow and extended his hand to grasp the fan. However, as soon as he made contact, a piece of information suddenly emerged. The soul-eating bone fan is crafted from the spine of a Taotai, with the fan surface depicting the 100 demons of Qingxiu. The true spirit has been lost. Staring at the system prompt in astonishment, Bai Yu found his mind abruptly flooded with an image. Chapter 64. The thousand-faced bone artifacts. He beheld a figure clad in azure garments, donning a glazed mask, facing the endless blood lightning from the heavens. As they gracefully waved their right hand, a surge of true spirits from the soul-eating bone fan erupted forth, transforming into corporeal forms that roared towards the blood lightning. A tidal wave of azure mana suppressing all in its wake. At that moment, the figures slowly turned their head, as their jade-like, beautiful eyes met Bai Yu's gaze. A heavy aura sent chills down his spine. Instantly, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped Bai Yu, the bittersweet sensation causing his eyes to redden. My lord, my lord. Yu-Ling's concerned voice broke through his reverie. Bai Yu snapped back to reality, noticing the puzzled expressions on the two women's faces. For just moments before, his countenance had turned blank, stirring their worry. My lord, are you all right? Yu-Ling inquired. I'm fine, just recollecting some thoughts. You mentioned these items pertain to our ancestor? Has no one discovered them all these years? Bai Yu deftly shifted the topic. Since the demise of that ancestor, each generation has endeavored to uncover the secrets concealed within these two items. Yet, despite countless experiments, they remained unaltered. Over time, these objects transformed into the closely guarded secrets of our lineage, known only to the new head of the family. Today, I too discovered that the actions of my ancestor from the Yu family were, in fact, not commendable. As she spoke, Yu-Ling's complexion flushed. And after careful consideration of her words, she continued. Bai Yu had previously mentioned that the wife of the Yu family patriarch was likely a genuine nine-tailed celestial fox. Therefore, when Yu Zhan presented these items, Yu-Ling inquired further. It became evident that their union was not born of love as she had presumed. The essence of the second-generation ancestor, known as Tu Shan, was adopted by the patriarch. According to Yu Zhan, at that time, the Yu family was nascent and struggling. During a business venture, the second-generation ancestor traversed a mountain range when suddenly, a tempest of blood and thunder erupted, resembling the end of days. In that moment, the ancestor believed death was imminent. Fortunately, he survived by seeking refuge in a cave, and when the storm abated, a vast lake inexplicably appeared nearby, within which a woman bathed. Upon beholding her beauty, the ancestor was entranced and, in a moment of folly, stole her garments. Strangely, as soon as he grasped the clothing, it disintegrated, and the woman, regaining her senses, gazed at him with despair. Subsequently, the ancestor attempted to converse with her, only to discover that she was both deaf and mute. Thus, he brought her home, and they eventually had 2 sons and a daughter. It was only upon her death that she inscribed her name. When the young man suggested she was a nine-tailed celestial fox, I was initially skeptical. For how could the Yu family, of such standing, possibly engage with such legendary beings? In retrospect, it seems the ancestor disrupted another's cultivation. Yu-Ling lamented. The arrival of Tu Shan did not bestow any fortune upon the Yu family. Indeed, such an existence faded into obscurity, scarcely remembered by anyone. It can be said that the Yu family committed a grave error. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongrong also expressed a sense of lamentation. Although somewhat absurd, it appeared that the nine-tailed celestial fox had committed no wrongdoing. She simply lacked the fortune to escape her fate. Bai Yu nodded gently, grasping the bone-vanquishing fan, and slowly unfurling it. The entire fan, resembling a masterfully crafted piece of obsidian, felt icy to the touch. The once resplendent and captivating illustration of myriad demons had been completely erased. Beyond the capacity to channel magical energy, this artifact possessed no further utility. Its true essence had been lost, rendering it dim and lifeless. Perhaps, when the Shushan matriarch breathed her last, her spirit departed alongside it. Should it be restored, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinarily coveted treasure. Bai Yu spoke softly. Regardless of the current state of the bone-devouring, soul-destroying fan, its quality is undoubtedly derived from the bones of the legendary Taodai. Coupled with the exquisite treasure of the 100 Demons scroll, if it were a complete artifact, its quality would undoubtedly exceed my expectations. Therefore, Take these 2 items, young master. They hold no significance for either the Yu family or myself. You can discern their origins at a glance, affirming the bond they share with you. Yu Linglong smiled, acknowledging that even though her celestial fox bloodline had been activated, it failed to resonate with these artifacts, rendering her indifferent to them. Since they would be of use to Bai Yu, she would not hesitate to offer them. Furthermore, if these items could empower Bai Yu, the benefits she would reap would be even greater. After all, both she and Xiao Rongrong were currently relying on Bai Yu for their existence. Should he encounter any misfortune, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu regarded Yu Linglong thoughtfully and nodded. As for the true spirit of the bone-devouring, soul-destroying fan, he was uncertain of its essence. But from the images that flashed in his mind moments ago, it might be connected to the spirits within the fan. The fearsome Tauna is synonymous with devouring. Could it be that to reconstitute the true spirit, one must fill the fan's surface with demon souls? Bai Yu quietly mused. Of course, this was merely an idea. It required experimentation to ascertain its viability. After a brief contemplation, Bai Yu retracted his fan and swiftly picked up the fox mask beside him. Crafted from the head of a gluttonous beast and its skin, this mask could alter its appearance and aura at the wielder's whim. It was damaged, and the method of restoration was the illusory face demon goo. 08000. Another piece of information emerged, and to Bai Yu's delight. The system had unexpectedly revealed a new method of goo refinement. It was noteworthy that since acquiring the system, he had only received the Yin-Yang Xianlong goo. With no additional new goo, not even those mutated variants, which were merely offshoots from the original. The illusory face demon goo, a goo of transformation, allowing the bearer to change endlessly, concealing their true form. The materials required for its refinement included dream orchid, nightmare soul, heart of the illusory poison beast, and blood bodhi. Gazing at the extensive list of materials displayed on the panel, Bai Yu felt a surge of emotion. Collecting these materials would undoubtedly be no easy task. Indeed, being a goo master was a costly profession. However, this formidable illusory face demon goo was merely a means for the mask's restoration. This implied that the mask concealed further secrets. Contemplating this, Bai Yu's curiosity intensified, and he yearned to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect, for there remained numerous matters unresolved. Only by returning could he gather these materials and usher forth his 4th life goo. 3 days later, the entire Yu family gathered at their estate to bid farewell to Yu Linglong, who, with the assistance of Pang Tong, would facilitate communication between the Yu family and the Heavenly Demon Sect through several lower-ranking disciples who could not advance in rank. Simultaneously, any profits generated by the Yu family would be relayed to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Moreover, several lower-ranking disciples were marked with slave seals by Yu Linglong, becoming servants and forging a new path for themselves. After departing from Hill City, Bai Yu returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect with the 3 women. The atmosphere remained tranquil, and upon hearing that Qin Yushi was out on a mission, Bai Yu inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. After ensuring Yu Linglong and the others were settled, he proceeded to the Technique Pavilion to exchange for foundational cultivation methods. The goo mastery of the 4 deceptions was widely recognized as the most perfect controlling technique for the foundational realm. The cultivation method was divided into 4 stages. 1. Insect erosion, adapting to the inherent toxicity of the goo using one's body to stabilize it. 2. Soul nourishment, splitting the spirit and enhancing the soul's power through affinity with the goo. 3. Blood pact, controlling the goo using one's essence blood to nourish oneself and enhance cultivation. 4. Heavenly retribution, refining special goo that could invoke karmic backlash. Mastering the power of heavenly punishment to mitigate side effects. The techniques listed were as follows. Goo mastery of the 4 deceptions 013000, minor accomplishment. 8 desolations convergence technique, major accomplishment. 800 028000, skill, blade as divine, entry level, 09000. Progress, 3500 3500 Yin-Yang Xianlong goo, life goo, dragon chi progress, 336, for 850000. Yin-Yang energy, for 637500. Evil dragon resentment, 266971, 5000. Evil soilstone goo, dragon bloodstone goo mutation 863, 2700. Yin mosquito goo, blood mosquito goo mutation 670. For 500, blood river body refinement technique, entry level, for 6701500. Breaking delusion golden eye, entry level, ground eye mutation 7366, 20000. Illusory Face Evil Buddha Centipede 212000, Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo 13009500. Observing the information on the panel, Bai Yu realized that his various progressions had stagnated significantly during this period. Surprisingly, the progress of the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo had increased by nearly 1,000. This unexpected boon indicated that the connection between Yin-Yang Xuanzu and the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo was deepening. Without further ado, Bai Yu commenced his cultivation in accordance with the Method S circulation route. Before long, he sensed a series of sharp pains coursing through his meridians. The first stage of the Goo mastery of the 4 deceptions, insect erosion, specifically targeted the physical body. Yet compared to the blood river body refinement technique he had previously practiced, this sensation was negligible. After a day of cultivation, Bai Yu had cycled through the new method, finally grasping a semblance of rhythm in his practice. Next, he was prepared to delve into his progress. Just as he intended to continue, the entire cave began to tremble, and a dense aura of blood surged forth. Sensing this, Bai Yu furrowed his brow and swiftly appeared in Yin-Yang Xuanzu's chamber. Inside the room, the massive jade cocoon had transformed into a dark crimson hue. At the moment Bai Yu arrived, the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo surged forth like a stream of light into the empty void. Instantly, Bai Yu's spiritual energy began to autonomously circulate, being fervently absorbed, while the state of the Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo appeared distinctly weak, yet intense. With a crisp cracking sound, the once crystalline jade cocoon shattered and began to dissolve, integrating into the interior. Soon, Yin-Yang Xuanzu's figure emerged, seated on the ground amidst swirling blood energy, her black gown lending her an air of sinister elegance. At the pinnacle of the foundational realm, observing Yin-Yang Xuanzu's condition, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He did not anticipate that after this upheaval, her strength would soar to such heights. Moreover, the fusion of malevolent and demonic energies, which ordinary individuals would shun, seemed to invigorate her like a tonic. With the enhancement of the breaking delusion golden eye, Bai Yu distinctly observed that at Yin-Yang Xuanzu's dantian, a peculiar foundational platform had formed. This platform, entirely black, resembled an odd mass of flesh, embellished with bizarre eyes. At its center, numerous tendrils intertwined, supporting a nascent golden core that resembled black crystal, creating a scene of utmost allure. As terrifying power continued to be absorbed, Yin-Yang Xuanzu slowly opened her eyes, emanating an eerie pressure. The 3 women who had rushed to the scene, except for Yu Linglong, were struck by this aura, with Xiao Rongrong and Du Guyin immediately spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. "I feel my body brimming with power," Yin-Yang Xuanzu exclaimed with excitement, shaking her neck. Upon glancing around, her lips curled into a smile upon spotting Bai Yu. "I knew you possessed the ability to control the effects of the potent elixir." Yin-Yang Xuanzu rose with fervor and approached Bai Yu, her body trembling with exhilaration, her peculiar demeanor prompting Yu Linglong to adopt a defensive stance. Should Yin-Yang Xuanzu display any odd behavior, she would not hesitate to act. "Are you awake?" Bai Yu inquired with a gentle smile, observing Yin-Yang Xuanzu's expression. "Never have I been more lucid than now," she murmured seductively as she drew closer. Noticing this, Bai Yu slowly raised his hand, tracing his fingers along her cheek before gently grasping her pristine neck. To his surprise, Yin-Yang Xuanzu made no attempt to resist, instead lifting her neck in acquiescence. "Do you regret it? The Yin-Yang family is left with only you." Bai Yu spoke softly. "Regret? They died with honor. The Yin-Yang family needs only me. My dedication will aid in my ascendance. Is this not a good thing? What is there to regret? Surely, I can progress further, can I not?" Yin-Yang Xuanzu replied with a smile. "Of course, as long as you can harness the power within you, I do not mind your further advancements. Will you assist me, then?" "Assist you? You have promised to realize your own worth." "Naturally, I, Yin-Yang Xuanzu, shall clear away all obstacles. Anything that seeks to hinder us must be obliterated," Yin-Yang Xuanzu declared coldly. "Now, what would you have your loyal servant do for you? I wish to understand the nature of this great elixir. Please, satisfy my curiosity." Bai Yu gradually loosened his grip. "You truly do not comprehend what this is?" Upon hearing this, Yin-Yang Xuanzu appeared somewhat astonished, yet upon observing Bai Yu's serious demeanor, he withdrew a piece of parchment from his robe and slowly presented it before Bai Yu. "This is the formula for the great medicine, a desperate measure for those bereft of any talent in the cultivation of immortality." As Bai Yu accepted the parchment, he carefully unfurled it. The dark yellow surface bore faded inscriptions, and the hasty scrawl rendered the contents nearly illegible unless one scrutinized it closely. "The great medicine is derived from a unique substance known as the 5 turbid qi, its origins shrouded in mystery. Through the whispers of time, it has been discerned that this qi embodies the essence of filth and suffering, the very root of decay within the grand cosmos. During the darkest of times, some discovered that consuming the turbid qi could reveal an indescribable existence, a terrifying desire that would consume the mind and induce uncontrollable mutations in both body and soul. Such transformations are capricious, with most individuals perishing in the process, becoming soulless husks or monstrous entities bent on destruction. To harness this formidable power, some attempted to refine the turbid qi with other materials to concoct the great medicine, thereby increasing the odds of a successful transformation. The genesis of the 5 turbid qi primarily stems from humanity or shape-shifting demons. Records indicate that the human body, being a natural vessel, embodies the essence of the heavens and earth. Moreover, human emotions are exceptionally rich, and when these emotions reach an extreme, there is a significant probability of turbid qi manifesting. Thus, capturing an ordinary individual, driving their emotions to the brink, and subsequently slaying them may yield a small chance of extracting a trace of the 5 turbid qi. To stabilize this essence, the flesh and blood of the individual become essential materials in the medicine's preparation. The methodology for concocting the great medicine necessitates the fixed turbid qi and the essence of the body. However, other materials may vary. Each practitioner of this art possesses a unique set of ingredients. Nonetheless, once the medicine is completed, its intrinsic nature remains the same, to induce uncontrollable mutations within oneself. Consequently, the effects of consuming the great medicine differ among individuals. Some may perish instantly, transforming into calamities of the world, while others may succeed but only manifest grotesque forms without any enhancement. The most favorable outcome is exemplified by Nangong Xuanzu, who can wield the power of the great medicine to elevate himself and embark upon the path of immortality. However, consuming the great medicine is not a singular solution to one's predicaments. Typically, those who cultivate through the great medicine must establish it as the foundation of their practice, necessitating continual consumption of the medicine to achieve substantial breakthroughs through repeated transformations. Ultimately, one might either disintegrate during a session of cultivation or persevere through successive trials, ultimately achieving the grandest of paths. As Bai Yu scrutinized the listed materials, corpse demon fragrance, crimson blood mushroom, crescent moon red dragon, and shadow demon grass, his brows furrowed. The parchment contained scant text. Aside from the introduction to the great medicine, it merely detailed the required materials and the method of concoction. The formula presented by Nangong Xuanzu was imbued with sinister and malevolent substances. Though not of high grade, it resembled a concoction of lethal poison. It was difficult to fathom that such an item could serve as a means of desperate transformation, altering one's fate against all odds. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Demon Sect strictly forbade its disciples from practicing with the great medicine. This was the underlying reason. The so-called demon cultivators sought freedom and ease, willing to make the entire world serve their desires. Their principle is one of self-interest, prioritizing their own well-being above all else, sacrificing everything in the process. Yet, this great medicine targets the self, transforming one into a monster through an unknown force, with the entire process being uncontrollable. Thus, it is reasonable for the Heavenly Demon Sect to disdain such a path of cultivation. After all, if one cannot even master oneself, what is there to discuss about freedom? Even if one achieves greatness, they ultimately become a puppet of the great medicine, rendering the endeavor utterly meaningless. So, does this imply that many in the mortal realm consume the great medicine in their pursuit of power? Bai Yu curled her lips and inquired, certainly. However, the majority of formulas in the mortal realm are flawed. The potency of such grand elixirs is exceedingly ferocious, and the failure rate is astonishingly high. Thus, in the far north, there exists an unparalleled great wall, where all those who have transformed into monstrosities are cast by the esteemed sects, left to fend for themselves. To my knowledge, the Heavenly Demon Sect does not partake in this matter, Nangong Xuanzu replied with a smile. This grand elixir formula was acquired by her from a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect. He was originally a guardian of the Great Wall, and while passing through the Absolute Sword dynasty on official business, Nangong Xuanzu, operating from the shadows, nearly obliterated her own cultivated foundation in order to scheme his demise. Ultimately, she procured this grand elixir and its accompanying formula from him. Guarding the Great Wall, I surmise that a significant portion of the monstrosities in the far north must have originated from within these prestigious sects. Am I not correct? Bai Yu smiled faintly. The resources of the mortal realm are rather meager, making it exceedingly difficult to procure high-grade materials. Thus, The incomplete elixir mentioned by Nangang Xuanzu may be attributed to this scarcity. However, the mere fact that these sects have designated a portion of land to confine these monstrous beings signifies that their numbers have surpassed all expectations. Beyond the 3 mountains and 4 sects, which other organizations in the lower realms possess the capability to produce them in such quantities. What a splendid display of esteemed righteousness. Bai Yu sighed, contemplating the notion that the distinction between good and evil often merely hinges on differing perspectives. In essence, there exists little disparity. Much like the emergence of power, which fundamentally lies in the hands of a select few, with all efforts of the remainder serving to uphold their dominion. The practice of refining potent elixirs by other sects to enhance their foundation reflects this principle, just as the Heavenly Demon Sect's acquisition of cauldrons, subjugation of slaves, and recruitment of followers does as well. The only difference is that the Heavenly Demon Sect openly displays these endeavors. With this thought, Bai Yu casually stored the formula within his ring. Thus, you intend to continue consuming this substance in your forthcoming cultivation? Bai Yu inquired, gazing at Nangang Xuanzu. He had neither the time nor inclination to assist her in concocting such peculiar concoctions. No, as I mentioned earlier, you possess the ability to control the elixir, and my talents are now sufficient for cultivation. Furthermore, I sense that I have yet to fully harness the potency of the elixir I previously ingested. That formidable energy still holds the potential to propel my advancement. Therefore, I am determined to pursue immortality. Nangang Xuanzu replied, her smile wide and her eyes brimming with fervor. Having completed the initial and most vital step towards altering her fate, she now aimed to leverage every opportunity to elevate herself. Understood. What you currently lack is a cultivation method. Is that correct? Bai Yu smiled faintly and casually remarked, Chapter 67. Are you interested in making a deal? After transmitting the 8 Desolations Convergence divine art to Nangang Xuanzu, the following day, the woman found herself unable to rise from her bed. Observing the increase of yin and yang energies on the panel, Bai Yu realized that despite the enhancement from potent elixirs, the constitution of individuals vary significantly. At least in certain aspects, Nangang Xuanzu was not as resilient as Xiao Rongrong. Regarding the matter of the absolute sword, Bai Yu remained at a loss. From Nangang Xuanzu, he gleaned only that it was the personal sword of the founder of the Absolute Sword dynasty, along with an inspiring tale of a grassroots rise. Yet, considering the multitude of peculiar occurrences, Bai Yu harbored suspicions that the creator of the Absolute Sword dynasty was also a practitioner of potent elixirs. As for ascension, that notion was even more absurd. If the Absolute Sword dynasty were to produce an ascendant, how could its standing be so diminished? Thus, the credibility of such legends was rather questionable. As for the claim that the Absolute Sword originated from the Black Demon Mountain, Bai Yu found himself unable to verify this rumor. As the Black Demon Mountain lay at the perilous juncture between the lower and middle reaches, a danger far beyond the reach of a mere foundation-level cultivator. With no tangible information at hand, Bai Yu decided against retaining this item any longer. It would be wiser to refine it into a gu. After all, possessing additional means would afford him greater security when he traversed the mountains in the future. Ultimately, he still found himself lacking a sense of safety. Bai Yu shook his head, internally lamenting his growing desire for power. After reimagining the cave dwelling, he designated a spacious area and instructed Yu Linglong and the others to procure a selection of materials. Bai Yu intended to construct several more pavilions, anticipating that they might soon lack sufficient accommodations. Seizing the opportunity presented by the available time, he allowed the 3 women to design and build as they wished. As for Dugu Yan, she remained unchanged. Bai Yu chose to set aside his guidance for the moment, allowing her to follow her own path. For there would inevitably come a day when she would accept her destiny. Upon collecting the materials, Bai Yu returned to the secret chamber to commence the refinement of the sword gu. Thanks to the provision of jade bone sword grass from the Blood Fiend Alliance, the primary materials were exquisitely prepared, and with the assistance of Li he had even acquired 3 additional specimens. Although their quality was somewhat inferior, it could be said that he was well prepared for any eventuality. Adjusting his aura to an optimal state, Bai Yu withdrew the Absolute Sword and plunged it into the center of the chamber, subsequently arranging the materials around it in a precise order. Finally, he sat cross-legged. Releasing the gu incantation, and a surge of violet flames erupted from the ground, scorching and gradually melting the materials. The process of refining the sword gu was not particularly arduous. Essentially, it mirrored the method by which cultivators nurture their own flying swords, transforming them into their life's spiritual treasures. However, the sword gu possessed an additional element of growth. as long as the materials were of sufficient quality. Its evolution in the future would be facilitated. Thus, Bai Yu meticulously prepared everything at his current stage. Buzzing. The melting materials formed water droplets of various shapes, slowly converging into the absolute sword. The sword began to emit a resonant hum, and as the power of the jade bone sword grass infused into it, a radiant brilliance transformed into a fierce sword intent that surged forth, instantly filling the secret chamber with a profusion of sword marks. With a forceful push of his hands, Bai Yu revealed 9 empty apertures. The Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Goo and the Celestial Demon Soul Devouring Goo began to take shape. As the power of black charcoal descended with an overwhelming force, manifesting a spirit within the absolute sword. With a sudden surge of calm and potent energy radiating from Bai Yu, the absolute sword shot forth, landing steadily upon the first empty aperture, thus birthing the sword Goo. Just as Bai Yu prepared to retract the Goo technique and gradually nurture the sword Goo using the power of the apertures, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. An astonishing, suffocating aura erupted in his heart, causing Bai Yu to frown. He observed the absolute sword, resting atop the bronze cauldron, beginning to tremble. As a dark red aura surged from the blade, spreading across the surface of the cauldron. As the absolute sword writhed, the Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Goo and the Celestial Demon Soul Devouring Goo passively awakened, unleashing a torrent of power to suppress the chaos. Outside, the black charcoal stood rigid, unleashing a furious roar, its energy cascading back into the apertures, with all 3 Goo exerting their might simultaneously. The aura released by the absolute sword was immediately subdued around the bronze cauldron, accompanied by a bubbling sound, as the dark red mist continued to spread. Unfamiliar sounds echoed in Bai Yu's ears, the notes bizarre yet infused with a peculiar magic, incessantly disturbing his mind, attempting to wrest control over the unraveling seal. A tempest of violent, chaotic, distorted emotions surged within Bai Yu, akin to a source of pollution endeavoring to envelop his spirit. At that moment, he sensed a choking sensation. Struggling to open his eyes, revealing the bronze cauldron beneath the absolute sword, now covered in a layer of flesh and blood. Dark veins protruded from the bloodied surface, coated in a thick, viscous substance, appearing exceedingly eerie. As Bai Yu forcefully opened his eyes, he beheld numerous eyes awakening from the flesh, their blood-red pupils resembling black holes, symbolizing endless descent. Tentacles emerged within the bronze cauldron, entwining the absolute sword. The 2 entities melded, radiating a crimson halo akin to the strange notes that signified ultimate terror. With a steely resolve, Bai Yu summoned his 3 innate Goo to maintain his core spirit. Empowered by the breaking illusion Golden Eye, he confronted the absolute sword, which was shrouded in an inscrutable mist, impervious even to the golden light of his enhanced vision. The peculiar notes resonated from within the fog. Perhaps due to Bai Yu's discovery of its internal characteristics, the previously chaotic melodies began to harmonize. Madness, a voice echoed. Are you interested in making a deal? Power. The disordered words stirred Bai Yu's soul, prompting him to ponder the price of submission. A surge of inexplicable thoughts flooded his mind, akin to colossal hands stretching from the abyss, poised to drag his spirit into the depths. A profound weariness enveloped him. The notion that submission would grant absolute power growing ever more compelling, manifesting as an irresistible will, as an overwhelming miasma enveloped Bai Yu. Submit? Not a chance. You kneel before me. The screeches of the black charcoal incessantly tugged at Bai Yu's will, though he was uncertain of the true nature of this entity. He remembered the age-old adage, the heavens do not forsake the righteous. He would forge his own path. Whatever the force, it could not compel his submission. Boom. A deafening sound resonated in Bai Yu's ears as a panel materialized before him. Absolute Sword Goo 040000. The sudden appearance of the progress bar elicited a sinister smile upon Bai Yu's face. Progress meant visibility of the bloodline, and he was determined to exhaust every effort to conquer it. A wave of exhilaration surged through him as Bai Yu struggled to form seals with his hands. His magical energy erupted forth, transforming into Goo techniques, harmonized with the powers of his 3 innate Goo, descending upon the absolute sword Goo to suppress it. Eerie Goo for absolutes, divine retribution. As Bai Yu's magic infused the bronze cauldron, the strange notes seemed to sense their authority being challenged, prompting the absolute sword to rebel autonomously. Yet, Bai Yu paid no heed, anchoring his spirit within his consciousness, remaining immovable amidst the seductive whispers that sought to sway him. Absolute Sword Goo 1. Absolute Sword Goo 1. Absolute Sword Goo 1. With each increment in the data displayed on the panel, Bai Yu's resolve solidified. As long as he could persist, it mattered not what unnameable existence lay before him. It would ultimately yield to his will. And the progress bar served as his motivation to persevere. Buzzing sounds filled the air as time elapsed. The mist within the Absolute Sword began to recede gradually, coinciding with the rising progress bar. Under the illumination of the breaking illusion golden eye, the shadows seemed to dissipate at that moment. The retribution power generated by the eerie goo 4 absolutes relentlessly eroded the causal ties, and as the last wisp of mist vanished, a miniature version of Bai Yu materialized within the space. Harnessing the power of this miniature form, the bizarre force within the Absolute Sword gradually faded, replaced by the tyrannical strength of the 9 cauldrons. Absolute Sword Goo 800, 040000. Exhaling deeply, the power feedback from the Absolute Sword Goo augmented Bai Yu's essence. As his soul fragment materialized and transformed into the controlling sword spirit, a terrifying energy engulfed him, propelling him to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. In the fleeting moment when the energy was nearly expended, the Absolute Sword Goo had been nurtured to 1/4 of its potential. Absolute Sword Goo 100, 004, 0000. The foundation is established. Regardless of what you are, once ensnared within the goo path, all will be at my command. Bai Yu squinted his eyes, gazing at the bronze cauldron that radiated golden light once more. Though it remained entwined with flesh, tentacles, and eyeballs, the peculiar forces emanating from these strange entities had, in turn, become Bai Yu's own power. No matter how rampant they were, the might of the 9 cauldrons could suppress all. Feeling the overwhelming energy surging within him, Bai Yu retracted his focus from the cauldron, marking the formation of his 4th innate goo. To continue advancing the progress of the Absolute Sword Goo, however, he would need to nourish it gradually from this point onward. The growth of the Absolute Sword Goo required the devouring of numerous sword manuals and sentient weapons, a task not achievable in a short span of time. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu casually retrieved the broken bronze sword, eager to test its quality. Clang. As he maneuvered the bronze sword closer to the Absolute Sword Goo, a sound of weapon collision echoed, and the bronze sword was instantly repelled by the goo. While an aura of trepidation surged within Bai Yu's heart, observing the sword embedded in the ground, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item was truly a treasure. It was no wonder it could pierce a true dragon. One must understand that under the influence of that terrifying power, the Absolute Sword Goo had undergone an unknown mutation, making it so that ordinary goo refinement was but a meal to be devoured in its presence. Although the bronze sword had lost its luster and appeared akin to scrap metal, it still evoked a profound wariness within the Absolute Sword Goo. Retrieving the bronze sword, Bai Yu gently caressed its rusted surface, reminiscing about the power contained within the Absolute Sword Goo. He was acutely aware that such power was likely a remnant left behind by some unknown entity at an indeterminate time, barely possessing even a trace of aura, and its true master could probably eliminate him with a mere glance. In the path of cultivation, luck is sometimes paramount. Regardless, he had successfully navigated this hurdle, and his future endeavors in cultivation would necessitate even greater caution. He pondered whether the aura within the Absolute Sword was related to the Great Elixir. Could it be that those who practiced with the elixir were all devotees of this dreadful entity? A vague thought surged in Bai Yu's mind. However, he swiftly cast this notion aside, for the truth was beyond his current capacity to unravel. What he needed to do was to diligently cultivate, attain enlightenment, and free himself from the shackles of external forces. He wondered if there would ever be an opportunity to refine a luck-based goo. Yet, the materials required for such a task were likely non-existent even within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if they did exist, others would be loath to part with them. For materials that could enhance luck were, to anyone, akin to the essence of life itself. Bai Yu shook his head, rising to his feet and stretching languidly. As he stepped out of the secluded chamber, the bustling scene outside momentarily left him in a state of astonishment. Before him, a cadre of pig-like black apes, under the command of Nangong Xiansu, were diligently engaged in the construction of a pavilion, with a plethora of building materials neatly arranged to one side. The 3 women, Yu Linglong among them, were orchestrating the construction with authority. Is this creature capable of such tasks? Observing the pig-like black apes fervently at work, Bai Yu felt a twinge of disbelief. Had their existence truly been limited to procreation? Now they were erecting edifices? With this thought, Bai Yu activated his perceptive gaze. And to his astonishment, he noticed a crimson eye had sprouted at the nape of each pig-like black ape's neck. It was through these eyes that Nangong Xiansu exerted her control over their actions. So that is the case. It seems Nangong Xiansu's prowess is indeed remarkable. Her ability to manipulate puppets, allowing so many to function simultaneously, is akin to multitasking. The power of the transformative elixir is truly formidable. Bai Yu quietly mused. Duguyan pays her respects to the young master. A delicate voice resonated, and Dugu Yin performed a courteous bow towards Bai Yu. In her gaze, the previous resoluteness was replaced with the tender affections unique to a beautiful woman. Have you come to a realization? Observing Dugu Yin's transformation, Bai Yu smiled. Sensing that this past fortnight had been filled with surprises, there was nothing to come to terms with. It was merely that I had been blinded by confusion. Failing to grasp certain matters, Dugu Yin replied softly. During this period, the three women, Yu Linglong and her companions, had consistently engaged her in heartfelt discussions. One played the role of the villain while the other assumed the part of the benevolent figure, and Nangong Xuanzu even issued threats, claiming she would be slain and turned into a puppet should she refuse to submit. Despite the encouragement from others, Dugu Yin, who had initially been quite assertive, was profoundly shaken by a single statement from Xiao Rongrong. Have you ever lived for yourself? This question opened the floodgates for Nangong Xuanzu, prompting Dugu Yin to reflect on her life. Since her birth, she realized she had rarely lived for her own sake. Whether defending the borders or returning to become a queen by imperial decree, her existence felt akin to a marionette, devoid of autonomy. Now, however, it appeared to be no different, yet here she experienced a long-lost tranquility, as if the inexplicable pressure in her heart had dissipated. Nevertheless, Bai Yu remained an adversary of the Absolute Sword dynasty, and Dugu Yin could not surmount the barrier within her heart. Nangong Xuanzu's final remark shattered her confusion. In the Absolute Sword dynasty, you possess no heirs, and the Dugu family consists of you alone. Have you never contemplated these issues? Or have you remained ensnared in the web of lies spun by others, unwilling to awaken? Upon utterance of these words, Dugu Yin finally regained her composure, as if all that once seemed reasonable had turned bizarre. Chapter 69. The moment the sacred mountain awakens. As she re-entered the Absolute Sword dynasty, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped her. It was said that a prince, long stationed at the border, upon hearing of the massacre here, had returned with the border troops. He relinquished 3 cities of the Absolute Sword dynasty, ensuring a temporary peace along the frontier, and established ties with the 10,000 Sword sect, ultimately becoming the new emperor of this region. Since Bai Yu forged the Absolute Sword Gu, he has been diligently consolidating his cultivation. With the rising fame of the three-eyed wine worm within the Heavenly Demon Sect, it seems that more eyes have been cast upon him. Thus, he has chosen to remain in solitude, seldom venturing out unless necessary. Most of his days were spent extracting the dual energies of Yin and Yang to nourish the Yin-Yang profound dragon Gu, leading to a rather content existence. As the time of the celestial goat's emergence approached, he finally donned a disguise and journeyed to the once bloodied city of the Absolute Sword dynasty. Although this place had witnessed horrific events in the past, it had long since rejuvenated, thanks to population migration and the support of the 10,000 Sword sect. The once tranquil Absolute Sword City had once again ignited with fervor due to the news of Mount Celestial Goat. The announcement of the yellow-grade Divine Mountain spread with alarming rapidity, although access was restricted by cultivation level and required tokens for entry. This did not deter many from flocking there. Even those without tokens were undeterred, as it was well known that such items could be seized. This very reason amplified the excitement in Absolute Sword City, which was the closest to the region of Mount Celestial Goat, drawing numerous cultivators and self-proclaimed masters of the martial world who gathered to await the Divine Mountain's emergence. The allure of the yellow-grade Divine Mountain was simply irresistible to all. Even seasoned veterans believed that acquiring the greatest opportunities within the mountain could lead to a rebirth and enhancement of their innate talents. Everyone was acutely aware that this could very well be a chance to alter their destinies. While entry was limited to those below the Golden Core stage, it did not imply that hidden old monsters were without opportunities. After all, the restrictions applied only within the Divine Mountain's confines, and the Absolute Sword dynasty was not encompassed by such prohibitions. Ultimately, those who pursued the mountain would have to emerge. As the atmosphere in Absolute Sword City grew increasingly vibrant, Bai Yu re-entered the bustling city, observing the throngs of people. He chose not to release the 4 maidens of the Dugu clan, instead finding a quiet corner to patiently await developments. It was said that for this Divine Mountain's emergence, the 10,000 Sword sect dispatched over 100 disciples, even appointing an extraordinarily talented individual to lead the expedition, an impressive display indeed. Naturally, one must consider whose territory this was. It was reported that the 10,000 Sword sect had sent elder-level figures to scour their governed dynasties for Divine Mountain tokens. Such actions had stirred quite a commotion. After all, how else could they gather a contingent of 137? Just the 10,000 Sword sect alone comprised 137 individuals. Surely, the tokens for this Divine Mountain would be in excess. You might not grasp this, but there was no cap on the number of tokens. Those who possessed them faced no limits. Therefore, the opening of the Divine Mountain was not merely a scene of horrific slaughter. For us lesser figures, it was merely an opportunity to join the spectacle. If one were to be tossed into the fray, they would likely be torn apart within mere steps. In the bustling inn, Bai Yu sat at a table, nodding politely to the waiters serving dishes, and listened intently to the discussions of the new arrivals. It appeared that the number of competitors for this opportunity exceeded his expectations. Bai Yu was certain that this time, the competition for the Divine Mountain would attract a considerable number of formidable golden core level experts. Sister Qin truly has faith in me. Reflecting on Qin Yushi's words, Bai Yu shook his head. In such an environment, he doubted his ability to seize the most terrifying opportunity at Goat Peak. Bai Yu silently criticized, observing the actions of the Yin-Yang sect. It seemed that other sects would not be far behind. Were those disciples of Mount Shumi? Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the inn, and a group clad in black and white robes entered, each member wielding a bagua sword. The atmosphere around the inn shifted dramatically, becoming significantly more tense the moment the group stepped inside. Bai Yu's gaze swept across the group, ultimately resting upon a man and a woman at the forefront. The man, tall and slender, donned a flowing Taoist robe, exuding an air of cultured elegance. To an unknowing observer, he might be mistaken for a frail scholar. The woman moved with regal grace, her black and white Taoist robe appearing slightly oversized, though it did little to conceal her flawless curves. With each step, it seemed as if all the world's beauty converged within her casual movements. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly secured with a simple bone hairpin, cascading down to her delicate waist, perpetually drawing the attention of those around her. At the pinnacle of the golden core, Bai Yu squinted his eyes, observing a man and a woman before him, evidently the leaders from Shumi Mountain, whose prowess had reached the threshold necessary to enter Yongding Mountain. Judging by the appearance of this group, any individual among them possessed strength surpassing the 8th level of foundation establishment. Clearly, Shumi Mountain had prepared meticulously for this endeavor, determined to secure victory. Pei Wudu, Jiang Zhiyue. To his astonishment, it was indeed them who had come from Shumi Mountain. He had heard tales of the young Pei Wudu, an inner disciple of Shumi Mountain, renowned for his formidable strength, having slain a serpent demon at the early nascent soul stage with a single sword strike 3 years ago during an invasion of the royal dynasty. Moreover, if Pei Wudu was a prodigy, then Jiang Zhiyue was a paragon of the common person's rise against adversity. Originating from humble beginnings, she had ascended from a mere servant disciple to the status of an inner disciple within 3 years after joining Shumi Mountain. Rumor had it that she had long qualified to become a direct disciple of a true master, needing only to break through her current cultivation level to be personally accepted by the elder of Shumi Mountain. As the saying goes, in the celestial realm, all bow before me. This aptly described Jiang Zhiyue. As the disciples of Shumi Mountain ascended to the 2nd floor, the hall erupted into lively discussions. No one had anticipated that such formidable figures from Shumi Mountain, ranked among the 3 mountains and 4 sects, would emerge to vie for the opportunities presented by Yongding Mountain. Hearing the names being exchanged among the crowd, Bai Yu's eyes glimmered, committing them to memory. He had not encountered the geniuses from other factions and, having not informed anyone from the Demon Sect about his arrival at the Absolute Sword Dynasty, was somewhat behind on the news. Pei Wudu and Jiang Zhiyue, indeed. It seemed that talents were as plentiful as fish crossing a river, and this journey demanded utmost caution. Chapter 70. The emergence of Tianyang Mountain. Peach Crossing Village lies on the outskirts of Absolute Sword City. Due to its geographical position, although situated against a cliff, it could easily be described as a paradise given its scenic beauty. Being a small village with merely over 20 households, it typically would not attract many visitors. However, it now serves as the emergence point for Tianyang Mountain, and under the allure of the Divine Mountain, this once obscure village has drawn a multitude of cultivators. The original villagers, having been relocated overnight under the arrangements of the Yin-Yang sect, paid little heed to their new whereabouts. The influx of people inevitably sparked numerous conflicts, and by the time Bai Yu arrived at Peach Crossing Village, countless clashes had already erupted. The root cause of these confrontations primarily stemmed from cultivators lacking tokens seeking justifications to assault those who possessed them. Tragically, even before the Divine Mountain had fully manifested, unfortunate souls had already lost their lives to it, without a formidable backing or powerful cards to play. Even those who managed to escape the current turmoil might soon find themselves at the mercy of hidden cultivators lurking within Tianyang Mountain. Ultimately, in the face of such a newly emerged Divine Mountain, The pursuit of treasures by cultivators posed a perilous endeavor. Where a single moment of carelessness could lead to death, a commonplace occurrence. At this moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Peach Crossing Village had reached a chaotic peak. With numerous factions assembling quietly within the village, awaiting their turn. The disciples from the 3 mountains and 4 sects paid no mind to the struggles of others. Upon their arrival, they simply claimed their territory, and cultivators instinctively kept their distance, not wishing to provoke them. During Bai Yu's wait, he observed numerous individuals from the Yin-Yang Sect. Although he did not recognize them, their demeanor suggested a profound discord between the Yin-Yang Sect and the other sections. As time slipped away, the sky gradually darkened, and with the emergence of the moon, a strange force seemed to envelop the entire Taofu village. In the next moment, the ethereal moonlight descended, causing the ground to tremble. Dark gray energy surged into the sky, and at the instant it mingled with the moonlight. 2 bizarre shadowy figures resembling goat heads materialized. Drawn by the force, the goat heads began to rotate around each other, unleashing waves of searing light. Enormous jade gates converged in the sky, continually tearing apart and merging, ultimately opening 12 neatly arranged gates under the pull of the goat heads. Crimson mist swirled within the jade gates, obscuring the view inside, yet the scene appeared exceptionally eerie against the backdrop of the silvery moon. A thunderous roar reverberated in everyone's ears as stone tablets, emanating green flames, rose at the center of the jade gates, momentarily exploding into dazzling, multicolored brilliance. The celestial phenomenon was heralded by the voices of excitement among the crowd as numerous cultivators surged toward the 12 jade gates. As their bronze keys were drawn into the stone tablets, they instantaneously transformed into fleeting lights, vanishing from sight. Most bore expressions of urgency, as if fearing that a mere moment's delay would cost them the opportunities within. Take care, everyone. Do not perish. Mocked the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect towards the members of the 3 mountains and 4 sects, before soaring into the jade gates, followed closely by others without further ado. Observing this frenzy, Bai Yu, holding the bone-corroding, soul-destroying fan, calmly blended into the throng. As the bronze key in his hand vanished, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a dense forest. Gazing upward, he beheld the sky marred with streaks from shooting stars, indicating the instability of the space within Yin-Yang Mountain. A subtle sense of oppression weighed upon him, and intermittent roars from beasts heightened his vigilance. The influx of individuals entering Yin-Yang Mountain exceeded Bai Yu's expectations. Merely in his vicinity, there were dozens of teams, some moving in pairs, while others acted in groups of 10 or more. There was no exchange of words among them. Wary glances were exchanged before they swiftly departed. Bai Yu paid little heed to their movements. Instead, he chose a venerable ancient tree, its age indeterminate, climbed its trunk, and unfurled the map in his possession for careful study. It was difficult to fathom that Yin-Yang Mountain, a mere mountain range, contained such diverse terrain within its confines. The map depicted not only deserts and volcanoes but also plains, and at the heart of the mountains, a vast lake, revealing the immense scale of Yin-Yang Mountain. As the surrounding teams delved deeper into the interior, the atmosphere gradually grew quieter. Bai Yu slowly opened his broken illusionary golden eyes, and in an instant, a myriad of auras materialized before him. The mingling of these energies resembled a chaotic tangle of fur. This sight caused Bai Yu's expression to grow solemn. The opportunities within the Yin-Yang Mountain range were indeed abundant, which explained the frenzied behavior of these cultivators. With a flicker of thought, Bai Yu summoned Heighten, mounting its back. After determining the direction of the recent green aura, he surged into the depths of the forest. The sound of rushing through the trees echoed, a cacophony of rustling leaves and snapping branches. Although riding Heighten conserved considerable energy, its speed remained somewhat sluggish. Coupled with its massive size and the commotion created by its multiple limbs in motion, the noise heightened Bai Yu's risk of exposure. As he approached the source of the green aura, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Sensing the shift, Bai Yu halted, retracting Heighten before cautiously advancing. His footsteps were light, and as he drew nearer, he discerned the formidable presence of several individuals ahead. All were Foundation Establishment cultivators, with 2 emanating an aura of complete mastery in the realm. Had these individuals also discovered the opportunity? What a troublesome situation indeed. Perceiving the presence of 8 individuals, Bai Yu sighed inwardly. Aside from the 3 mountains and 4 sects, numerous formidable rogue cultivators and elite members from minor factions had gathered, gradually closing the distance. Bai Yu positioned himself behind a great tree. Before him, in a clearing, 8 figures formed a circle, encircling 2 men and 3 women. Of those trapped within, 1 man and 1 woman were on the brink of death, while the remaining individuals bore injuries, the atmosphere thick with a tragic tension. Bai Yu's gaze swept across the scene, swiftly settling upon the man at the forefront. The man donned black armor. With a robust physique reminiscent of a tiger and a bear, wielding a tiger-headed saber, his expression replete with amusement. The Tiger Sha sect? A vassal of the 10,000 Swords sect? Bai Yu observed the attire of the man before him, silently contemplating. Judging by the man's appearance, he seemed to occupy a mid-level position within the Hu Sha sect. All 8 individuals hailed from the Hu Sha sect. Yet Bai Yu was unable to discern the identities of the few in the center based solely on their garments. However, the aura they exuded indicated that they were not cultivators. Despite their vitality reaching the Qi refinement stage, their peculiar essence was not characteristic of a practitioner. These individuals appeared to be what the mundane world referred to as martial grandmasters. Nevertheless, encountering cultivators would undoubtedly spell misfortune for them. Although martial arts are formidable in the mortal realm, the magical arts wielded by cultivators could easily overwhelm them, especially considering that martial arts closely resemble body refinement. In the eyes of the Hu Sha sect members, these individuals were no different from slightly stronger ants. Chapter 71, Swordworm, Suppression. Shi Zhen gazed at the woman before him with an air of frivolity, his smile transforming into something rather sinister. Bing Yao, I never expected you to be here as well. This Tianong mountain is hardly a place for people like you to tread. Have you come in secretly, hoping to conceal your presence from the Imo sect? Regarding the incident where the Imo sect sheltered those who annihilated my subordinate Gui Yuanzhuang, I have yet to settle the score with you. Now, with the 3 sisters of the Bing family in my grasp, what do you suppose your fate will be? Shi Zhen's words instilled terror in the 3 women, who lay prostrate on the ground. Bing Yao's gaze fell upon her deceased husband and younger sister, her eyes brimming with hatred. Yet, in the face of these adversaries, she felt utterly powerless. Within the martial world, their Bingling pavilion was supreme, but here, they had no means to retaliate. At that moment, Bai Yu discerned that the 3 women were actually triplets. The 2 men, although appearing pitifully weak, possessed handsome features that could easily captivate the hearts of many women. Alas, one of them had already met his demise. Shi Zhen, what are you planning? Bing Yin glared at him fiercely, clutching her gravely injured husband, as if she were a furious she-leopard. Everything my Bingling pavilion has done is under the auspices of the Mo sect, and mark my words, they will not let you go unpunished for your actions today. Haha, the Mo sect? Those antiquated fools? If you expect them to rescue you, that may prove to be quite challenging. Furthermore, I have heard that the 3 sisters of the Bing family are renowned for their icy demeanor in the mortal realm, Shi Zhen remarked, extending his hand to lightly pull, causing the man in Bing Yin's embrace to be thrust into his grasp. He seized the man's head with his right hand, his fingers tightening like iron pincers, eliciting a pained cry from him. Stop! Bing Yin cried out in terror, but Shi Zhen's cold voice made her tremble. How about this? If you 2 serve us well today, I might show mercy and allow you to leave. Otherwise, The man's anguish screams intensified as Shi Zhen applied more pressure. Come, crawl over here. Upon hearing Shi Zhen's command, the Bing sisters trembled with rage. Yet they felt utterly powerless at that moment. Senior brother, don't kill this man. Must you gentlemen indulge yourselves while my younger sister is left with nothing to enjoy? Besides Shi Zhen, a woman at the peak of the foundation establishment stage regarded the now crawling Bing Yin with disdain. Ha ha ha, what is so amusing about this mortal? My junior sister has another one over there, and he is not any less appealing than this fellow. Keep going. Shi Zhen coldly scoffed at the Bing sisters, then turned his gaze toward Bai Yu's direction, casually stating, I see you have revealed yourself. No longer hiding, are you? Acknowledging his exposure, Bai Yu stepped out from behind the tree, his expression calm as he surveyed the gathering. 2 at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. 6 at the 7th level. This strength, excluding the sect leader, significantly surpassed that of the Iron Sword sect. I am merely passing through. Do continue. Bai Yu slowly unfurled the soul-devouring fan, his tone devoid of emotion. He surveyed the surrounding terrain and noticed a cave concealed by vines behind the stone town, clearly indicating that the verdant opportunity he sought lay within. As for the individuals in Stone Town, they merely happened to be present in this locale. In such a setting, this group still dared to indulge in carnal pursuits. One must admit, their audacity was remarkable. A rather handsome young man, having encountered various sects, he found it intriguing that they were all here. Perhaps a shared revelry could be arranged. Shi Hua praised Bai Yu from head to toe, then drew her flexible sword from her waist, exuding the formidable aura of a pinnacle foundation establishment practitioner, sensuously advancing towards Bai Yu. Listening to Shi Hua's voice, he observed her waist, which resembled a barrel in its voluptuousness. Bai Yu let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, A red silhouette surged forth from the void with a resounding crash. Before Hua could brace herself, the figure had already appeared before her, its pallid fist striking her head with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed, and a mist of blood erupted, transforming Hua into a headless corpse that toppled heavily backward. This was dire. Bai Yu shook his head lightly, his voice flat yet carrying an undercurrent of murderous intent, as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Hua. Shizhen's pupils contracted in shock, while the remaining disciples looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the span of mere breaths, the sister they had so proudly revered had met her demise. The Yin-Yang corpse clad in a resplendent red wedding garment possessed an extraordinary level of terror, a golden core level Yin-Yang corpse. Fear laced Shizhen's voice as he swiftly reached a decision. With a sudden motion, he hurled the man in his grasp towards Bai Yu, abandoning all others and dashing deep into the forest. Observing Shizhen's actions, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such audacity to engage in such antics in this perilous locale. However, his character left much to be desired. Kill. Upon receiving Bai Yu's command, Zhao Yun transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Shizhen with incredible speed. As the man approached with alarming velocity, Bai Yu gently waved his fan. And in that instant, a dense, dark cloud of Yin mosquitoes erupted from the soul-devouring fan, surging forth to assail everyone present. The senior brother has lured away the Yin-Yang corpse. We must flee. A voice rang out urgently as talismans collided with the Yin mosquitoes, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. The remaining 6 hurriedly defended against the encroaching swarm, retreating in haste. Bai Yu gazed calmly at the individuals before him, lifting his hand and gently pressing forward. A resonant hum echoed through the void as numerous sword shadows converged around him, their sharp brilliance sending shivers down one's spine. The sword technique, formless in nature, resonated with the heart. The deadly art of the Gu path manifested as sword shadows. With a swift motion, countless sword phantoms descended like a torrential downpour, and in an instant, anguished cries filled the air. The surrounding trees were severed by the fierce sword energy, leaving behind a myriad of scars across the landscape. No wonder the jade-bone sword grass is so elusive. The sword Gu truly proved its worth. The scent of blood permeated the atmosphere as Bai Yu surveyed the remnants of dismembered bodies, a sigh of reflection escaping his lips. The performance of the absolute sword Gu brought him immense satisfaction, validating the hardships he had endured. Disregarding the corpses strewn about, Zhao Yun soon returned, clutching a sizable head. Once he confirmed that there were no obstructions nearby, Bai Yu instructed Zhao Yun to enter the cave first to scout ahead, while he followed at a measured pace. The cave was not deep, merely extending about 3 meters. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a colossal stalactite within the cavern. The stalactite resembled an inverted bamboo shoot, with liquid pooling at the tip and gently dripping to the ground. Beneath the dripping water lay a soft sandy surface, radiating a crystalline glow akin to a sky full of stars. Observing this spectacle, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The unexploited divine mountain truly was a treasure trove untouched by human hands, capable of inciting fierce competition among Yuan cultivators. The turtle spirit earth essence was securely forming within this cave, and judging by the stalactite's appearance, it seemed the underlying earth essence had surpassed 3,000 years in age. Chapter 72, The 9 Calamities Silkworm Garment Gill. The turtle spirit earth essence, for Yuan level cultivators with earth spiritual roots, is a transformative treasure. The buried essence within it could very well induce mutations in earth-type spiritual roots, rendering their Yuan more complete. Although this grade of natural treasure may not be exceptionally high, it is indeed a rare commodity that is invaluable and difficult to procure. The growth conditions of the turtle spirit earth essence are exceedingly stringent. Not only is it susceptible to destruction during its growth, but it also demands an exacting environmental landscape. Generally, a 1,000-year-old turtle spirit earth essence is already sufficient to incite fierce competition among Yuan cultivators. This stalactite, however, appeared to be over 3,000 years old. And following the adage that 10,000-year stalactites yield 1,000-year essence, it could be surmised that the turtle spirit earth essence beneath had achieved the remarkable age of 3,000 years. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu unsheathed his bronze sword and began to carefully excavate towards the stone tip. As he unearthed the sediment below, the surrounding earth energy became increasingly dense. Zhao Yun, feeling this potent aura, trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the rich earth energy was swiftly absorbed into her being. After excavating for a full hour, Bai Yu's sword struck a solid object, and a glimmer of surprise illuminated his eyes. He withdrew the sword and began to delicately clear the mud and sand. Soon, he unearthed a palm-sized earth essence resembling a mystical turtle. Observing the 5 shell-like patterns adorning the earth spirit, Bai Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. The 5 patterns indicated that this earth essence had reached the quality of 5,000 years. Wherever it might be placed, it would command an exorbitant price. The yellow-grayed divine mountain could indeed nurture such materials, and the energy contained within was nothing short of terrifying. Bai Yu sighed softly, then summoned his cave paradise, casting the goblin into its depths and instructing Yu Long to nurture it diligently. As he gazed upon the colossal stalactite before him, Bai Yu found himself in a quandary. While the tortoise spirit gathering essence was the most precious opportunity within this realm, the essence contained within the stalactite was a vital resource for refining physical treasures. Extracting the substance was a simple matter, yet doing so would inevitably compromise the sanctity of the land that fostered the tortoise spirit gathering essence. Should he focus on the immediate gains and losses, or dare to take a risk, attempting to seize control of the entire divine mountain? Contemplating this, Bai Yu's expression was one of deep conflict. The strength of the cultivators entering Tianyang Mountain had exceeded his expectations. Without the ability to command the fortune of the entire mountain, the precious essence would inevitably fall into the hands of others. Bai Yu pondered, and at last, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. He chuckled softly, for in such a world rife with corruption and chaos, if I lack the courage to strive, how can I speak of following the righteous path to eternal life? Bai Yu, with a chilling smile, made a swift decision. Upon exiting the cave, he commanded Haiten and Zhao Yun to tidy up the scene. Subsequently, he took out half of the malevolent earth and stone goo, sealing the cave entrance, and employed the surrounding green vines to obscure any traces. Bai Yu set forth once more. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the surrounding mist thickened, making it all too easy to lose one's way in such an environment. However, Bai Yu remained undeterred, following the ethereal essence he sought, progressing steadily. After a day's journey, the forest grew increasingly silent, and Bai Yu heightened his vigilance. He had now penetrated the heart of the forest, where malevolent beasts roamed freely. Most of these creatures had reached the foundation establishment stage, and due to their innate bloodlines, they were considerably stronger than ordinary cultivators. Yet, with Zhao Yun by his side, Bai Yu felt a sense of security. In this treacherous setting, Zhao Yun's Yin-Yang zombie attributes were pushed to their limits, even if they encountered a horde of beasts. As long as none were above the golden core stage, they would inevitably become Zhao Yun's sustenance. Despite Zhao Yun's formidable strength, unforeseen dangers lurked in such an environment. On this day, Bai Yu faced 8 golden core stage 3 iron fist demonic apes. Initially, even Zhao Yun struggled against them, creating significant trouble for Bai Yu. However, he skillfully leveraged the terrain and the devouring power of the Heavenly Demon Soul devouring goo. Once Zhao Yun had forcibly torn open wounds on the beasts, Bai Yu launched a surprise attack with the Heavenly Demon Soul devouring goo, subsequently suppressing them with the sword goo. After an intense battle, the 8 golden core demonic apes fell. Their demonic cores and blood transformed into a much-needed nourishment for Zhao Yun, elevating her strength to golden core stage 5. This astonishing enhancement left Bai Yu feeling envious. It was no wonder that when Zhao Yun first emerged, there had been such a significant reaction at Blood Corp's peak. A zombie capable of independent evolution is a supreme treasure, regardless of its location. With proper cultivation, no one could fathom its limits. After a day of travel, Bai Yu became increasingly cautious. Along the way, he stumbled upon numerous opportunities, albeit most were of dubious nature. Nevertheless, the variety of treasures he acquired left him quite satisfied. Thus, he roamed the depths of the forest for 7 days, gathering every beast and rare resource he encountered. Now, with a sword thrust aimed at the head of a golden core stage 8 crystal blood deer, Bai Yu panted heavily. Beside the deer, he beheld the guardian plant, the undying 9-leaf grass, and felt all his efforts were justified. The undying 9-leaf grass was one of the primary materials for concocting the calamity silkworm goo. 3 days prior, after slaying a bitter calamity silkworm, the recipe for the 9 calamity silkworm goo had appeared on his panel. This defensive goo would envelop its bearer in layers of silken protection, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth to form a celestial silkworm shield, which could instantaneously restore itself upon shattering, with layers enhancing its potency exponentially. Upon acquiring the recipe, Bai Yu diligently searched for the requisite materials within the forest. Much like the adage that where a venomous snake lurks, an antidote is sure to follow, so too did he believe the bitter calamity silkworm would be close by, with the other materials not far behind. His diligence bore fruit. Within those 7 days, Bai Yu successfully located all the ingredients necessary to craft the 9 calamity silkworm goo. Should he succeed in its creation, Zhao Yun could consume the crystal blood deer, elevating her to Golden Core Stage 7, significantly enhancing their chances in the impending competition. With this thought, Bai Yu sought out a relatively concealed location. Once he had adjusted his state of being, he commenced the refinement of the 9 Calamity Silkworm Goo. 3 days later, Bai Yu emerged from the cave, his spirit somewhat waning. He slowly opened his right hand to reveal an ice silkworm, resembling pure white crystal. The moment the ice silkworm materialized, shimmering threads enveloped Bai Yu, coalescing into a transparent shield. Skills: Goo Technique. Mysterious Goo for Absolutes. Minor Completion. Goo Technique. 8 Desolation Convergence Divine Art. Major Completion. Skill: Blade as Divine. Novice. Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Goo. Life Source Goo. Dragon Chi Progress. 4275,000. Yin-Yang Energy. 5,000 5,000. Evil Dragon Resentment. 8697 15,000. Corrupted Earth Stone Goo. Mutating 270 270. Yin Mosquito Goo. Mutating 450 450. Blood River Body Forging Technique. Novice 5670 15,000. Breaking Delusion Golden Eye. Novice 8670 20,000. Illusory Face Evil Buddha Centipede. 3288 12,000. Heavenly Demon Soul Devouring Goo. 139500. 9 Calamity Silkworm Goo. 1215,000. Supreme Sword Goo. 840,000. Gazing at the new panel, Bai Yu saw that all his techniques and Goo had made progress, bringing him a sense of relief. He also felt fortunate that the crafting of the 9 Calamity Silkworm Goo had not consumed too much time, as he had encountered no unforeseen mishaps during the process. Fortunately, both the Yin Mosquito Goo and Corrupted Earth Stone Goo had mutated after reaching full progress, leaving Bai Yu eager to see how they would transform next. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, activating his piercing vision to sense the nearby aura. Although there were numerous opportunities, most of them were below orange grade. After contemplation, Bai Yu resolved to leave the forest and head towards the central lake of the Divine Mountain. If one were to assert that the newborn Divine Mountain held dominion over everything within, then the locus of that control would likely be the small island atop the central lake. Chapter 73. Reunion with Zhang Baidao. As Bai Yu ventured deeper into Tianyang Mountain, the stench of blood intensified, and the number of corpses around him increased, featuring individuals adorned in various attires. He even spotted several disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was evident that fierce battles had erupted in this place long ago. Bai Yu, being a compassionate soul, adhered to the principle that resources are hard-earned. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a creature like black charcoal to ensure that these souls could rest in peace. Bai Yu quickened his pace while instructing black charcoal to consume their remains, granting these mountain seekers a final release. He believed that by doing so, they would be aware in the afterlife and would surely bestow their blessings upon him in this contest for supremacy. After 3 more days of travel, Bai Yu finally arrived near the lake after exiting the forest. The scene before him evoked a sense of wonder at the marvels of nature. Centered around the lake, various terrains emerged. Deserts, volcanoes, snow-capped peaks, oceans, and forests appeared to be meticulously segmented around the vast body of water. The sight of cultivators summoned to Tianyang Mountain converging from these diverse landscapes, coupled with the intermittent emergence of formidable auras, instilled a profound sense of trepidation. When Bai Yu arrived at this location, he observed that numerous teams were already establishing camps nearby, recuperating and resting. The disciples from Shumi Mountain, the 10,000 Swords Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Sect had notably claimed a distinct territory, standing in mutual confrontation. In stark contrast, the smaller sects and wandering cultivators who had rushed here appeared battered and beleaguered, their plight rendered even more pitiful compared to the dominant factions. After all, the emergence of Tianyang Mountain heralded perilous challenges, and even those of golden elixir caliber could not confidently assert their safety in traversing this treacherous terrain. Consequently, many smaller sects and independent cultivators began to forge alliances, instinctively gathering together. Thus, even if they could not secure the most formidable opportunities within Tianyang Mountain, they could at least salvage some remnants and safely carry away whatever fortunes they could find. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 3 sects held the greatest prospects of seizing control over the Divine Mountain, although a conflict among them was inevitable. Prior to the emergence of the coveted opportunities, they refrained from any overt provocations, merely maintaining a watchful vigilance against one another. Bai Yu chose to blend into the crowd, avoiding any contact and showing no intention of joining the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The appearance of Pei Wudu and Jiang Jiyue stirred considerable commotion among the onlookers. However, from Bai Yu's observations, it seemed that these two had encountered significant troubles during this period. The scent of blood emanating from Bai Yu and the injuries evident on the disciples of Shumi Mountain suggested that while they may have stumbled upon great fortune, they had undoubtedly suffered substantial losses. As the crowd assessed their condition, they calculated their own strategies while their faces revealed a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. Both Shumi Mountain and the Myriad Sword Sect, along with the Heavenly Demon Sect, were forces far beyond their reach. Most had already secured their desired rewards and were now waiting, not only to see if they could take advantage of the chaos, but, more importantly, to ensure a safe departure. The presence of Wang Hao from the Myriad Sword Sect and Lin Feng from the Heavenly Demon Sect was also noted, as two figures swiftly emerged from the camp upon Jiang Zhiyue's arrival. Bai Yu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld all the disciples of the three sects rising to their feet. A young man clad in a black robe disdainfully swept his eyes over the crowd before fixing his gaze on another individual. This man, with 7 long swords concealed behind him, exuded an air of elegance in his flowing azure attire. His strikingly handsome visage radiated an aura of nobility, making him particularly conspicuous among the throng. More importantly, the formidable presence emanating from him deterred others from approaching. There were also 2 others at the peak of the golden core stage. In Bai Yu's eyes, a profound seriousness loomed, for it appeared that the most formidable individuals from the 3 sects had reached the pinnacle restricted by Tianyang Mountain. The youth of these 4 was striking. To attain such heights at their age marked them as prodigies of the lower echelon. The man clad in black was unfamiliar to Bai Yu. Yet the aura he exuded suggested he was a disciple of the body refinement peak, especially given his nearly 2-meter stature and formidable physique. Aside from the body refinement peak, few within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect bore such a formidable presence. Indeed, the individuals sent by the Heavenly Demon Sect displayed considerable prowess. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, silently calculating. He chuckled. The Wanjian sect has sent quite a few people, yet even more shall perish. Your sect truly brings shame upon itself. Lin Feng appraised Wang Hao disdainfully, directly mocking him. At least we are better than your Tianyang sect, which seems to be entirely disregarded during such a significant operation, merely dispatching an insignificant ant. I had expected someone of Qin Yushi's caliber to arrive. Brother Lin, be cautious. If you were to fall here, the laughter from above might reach you even in the depths of the underworld, warned Lin Feng with a scoff, ready to retort. Likewise, I too anticipate the expressions on your elders' faces should all disciples of the Wanjian sect perish in Tianyang Mountain. Their words dripped with animosity, hinting at an imminent clash. However, as Bai Yu approached, Lin Feng and his companions seemed to shift their demeanor. The Shumi Mountain is indeed cautious. 2 peak golden core cultivators show no respect for the Wanjian sect. It's understandable. With such a worthless sect, what is there to fear? Better to be prudent, lest one meets an untimely end. Lin Feng grinned, provokingly. Boring. I hope your tongue proves sturdier when the time comes. Jiang Zhiyue retorted with a cold snort. Bai Yu, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. It's a meeting of foes, then. I shall not intrude further. Young Master Bai, if I recall correctly, your younger sister went missing in the Tianyang sect, did she not? How disappointing it is for a dignified golden core cultivator to be so ineffectual, Wang Hao sneered, fanning the flames. I see. No wonder young Master Bai appears eager to devour me, Lin Feng replied, their mockery further agitating Bai Yu, whose expression visibly darkened. These fellows certainly possess a sharp edge, yet they are still too young. Such ostentation is ill-advised. A lewd voice suddenly interjected from nearby, causing Bai Yu to pause. The voice sounded painfully familiar. Turning, he spotted an old man, swathed in bandages, feigning a state of near death beneath a grand tree, grinning widely while his eyes shamelessly lingered on the posterior of the female cultivator ahead. Zhang Baidao, Bai Yu exclaimed, astonished by the old man's peculiar demeanor. This eccentric individual was particularly strange, especially with his bizarre worm, which could render one invisible, evading restrictions and attacks. Observing the old man's antics, Bai Yu recognized his ruse. Compared to Jiang Zhiyue and others, this old trickster was far more concerning. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. He still owed this old fellow for the last encounter regarding the man-faced green baby fruit, and the poison on him was quite suitable to serve as one of his lifebound poisons, if he could obtain the method of its refinement. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu drew forth his bronze sword and stealthily approached. Chapter 74. The heist. Old sir, must we truly draw so close? Might we inadvertently harm ourselves? A frail young girl, standing beside Zhang Baidao, gazed nervously at the assembly of the four prodigies before her. Although she hailed from the martial world, her presence here was merely a consequence of following her elders in search of treasures around Tianyang Mountain. However, they had underestimated the brutality of the journey. Shortly after entering the mountain, her mentors had been slain. Had she not fortuitously encountered this elder while fleeing, she too might not have survived to this moment. As she ventured deeper, she felt increasingly like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Each individual here, in the realm of mortals, possessed an almost divine presence. The nearby beasts, even the slightest of them, could easily take her life. Do not fear, what is this? I have faced far worse in my days. This is but a minor spectacle. Once I seize the opportunity here, I shall take you as my disciple. And in the future, the world shall bow before you. Zhang Baidao remarked, his eyes narrowed, speaking nonchalantly as if dismissing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Just as she prepared to respond, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Do not be deceived by their formidable appearances. They are merely garments woven for your master. Just wait and observe. What a potent dragon's resentment. I did not expect such a thing to exist downstream. Is there not a starry dragon ape on this island? Could there be treasures yet undiscovered? Zhang Baidao's eyes widened in surprise, his tone laced with curiosity. The next moment, he noticed a bronze sword had appeared from behind a tree, poised at his throat. Its chilling touch causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Whoa. Before Zhang Baidao could react, a hand swiftly covered his mouth, and a vile earth poison was thrust into his mouth. In the next instant, a heavy force struck his neck, causing his body to convulse before he lost consciousness. Under the cloak of night, two figures vanished from the scene without drawing any attention. After hastily traversing several hundred meters and ensuring the area was clear, Bai Yu finally discarded Zhang Baidao, casting a glance at the now unconscious elder and the girl. Bai Yu squinted his eyes, activating his piercing golden gaze, and was astonished to observe a dense shroud of dark energy and deathly aura enveloping Zhang Baidao. As he lost consciousness, this terrifying presence seemed to spread uncontrollably. This fellow is truly peculiar. Noting Zhang Baidao's condition, Bai Yu promptly retrieved a bundle of ropes and bound him securely, subsequently rummaging through his belongings. The old Taoist possessed scant possessions. After stripping him of his garments, Bai Yu deftly removed the black spatial ring from his finger. Forcibly breaking the ring's restrictions with his magical power, he gazed into its emptiness, his lips twitching in dismay. Good heavens, this man is utterly destitute. Not only was he devoid of any possessions, but even at the golden core level, there were no signs of a hidden realm. Within the meager confines of the pitiful spatial ring, there lay only a single black stone tablet. Bai Yu extracted a stone tablet, and a chilling aura of death seeped through his fingertips. Upon noticing this, Bai Yu invoked the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu to suppress the ominous energy. In the next moment, a surge of dark runes flooded his mind. The runes twisted and contorted, ultimately initiating a connection with his own cave realm. A resounding dragon's roar echoed. As the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu began to stir, unleashing an outpouring of yin and yang energies, resulting in the manifestation of two ethereal dragons, black and white, from Bai Yu's chest. Upon perceiving the stone tablet, an instinctual fear, deeply buried within his heart, surged forth, directly influencing Bai Yu and causing him to tremble involuntarily. Yet, the loyalty of the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu overcame this primal fear, and in the following moment, the dual dragons encircled the tablet, drawing it into their dragon mountain. As the tablet descended into Bai Yu's sixth empty cavity, a conflagration of black and white flames erupted from the bronze cauldron. In an instant, all of Bai Yu's innate Gu surged into action, fervently releasing their primordial power in an attempt to subdue the tablet. Blood erupted from Bai Yu's mouth, and the malevolent and deathly energies enveloped him, voraciously absorbing his life force, triggering the blood river body refinement technique passively. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Yu disregarded everything else, seated himself cross-legged, and communicated with his cave realm, allowing Yu Linglong to release the spirit stones. Meanwhile, he relied on the blood river body refinement technique to condense his true spirit while utilizing the newly acquired power to suppress the energies within the cavity. With the pulsation of his life force, the flames upon the bronze cauldron became increasingly ferocious. The once indomitable stone tablet began to dissolve at a visible rate, forming a black sphere, while a terrifying power was unleashed within the cavity. As Bai Yu focused all his strength on restraining the tumultuous energies, the black sphere underwent a transformation, ultimately becoming an uncontrollable black compass. The compass, entirely black, was entwined with deathly and ominous energies. Its potent aura even permeating the bronze cauldron, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. Etched upon it were 8 tiers of runes, with a black and white magnetic needle ceaselessly rotating at the center, extending outward into the innate 8 trigrams, the acquired 8 trigrams, the 24 mountains, the 9 stars, the 72 dragons that traverse mountains, the 120 gold, the 28 lunar mansions, and the 8 evils of the yellow springs. The shimmering runes radiated golden light, as an ancient and profound power continuously emerged. Under the suppression of the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu and his own bloodline energy, the compass gradually established a connection with Bai Yu, a refreshing resonance echoing in his heart. In the next moment, the power of the compass flowed back into him, propelling Bai Yu's cultivation to a breakthrough at the 9th level of foundation establishment. The divine evil Gu, chaos birth Gu, aligns with the heavenly path, while the earthly path guides it, bringing fortune and averting calamity, bestowing blessings and dispelling misfortune, connecting heaven and earth. The divine evil Gu, a fortune-type chaos birth Gu, can absorb the host's fortune, temporarily altering the host's or adversary's divine points, thereby enhancing itself. This encompasses various systems such as the 4 pillars and 8 characters, Ziwei Doshu, Feng Shui, and Lu Yao. Utilizing destiny as a means of combat, it enhances its own power while diminishing that of its foes. The divine evil can be categorized into 36 auspicious spirits, each imparting different effects, such as the Tianyi nobleman, Wenchang nobleman, and Yude nobleman. Conversely, the 72 ominous spirits, including the lonely star and the god of death, exhibit varying effects. Building upon the 36 auspicious and 72 ominous spirits, it can adapt to circumstances, transforming and morphing with a total of 1,889 spirits within the system. Each activation of the divine evil Gu inevitably consumes fortune, drawing from the surrounding celestial energies in the Earth's distribution. Divine evil Gu 100 Bai Yu opened his eyes, gazing at the densely packed information above. Then shifting his attention to the 200 symbols on the panel, his expression inevitably becoming somewhat dazed. By heavens! He finally comprehended why the old Taoist was in such dire straits. Those 00 symbols represented megabytes. This divine pestilence, if wielded effectively, could bestow celestial fortune, but if mishandled, it would be akin to an ill-fated star dragging you down to ruin. Chapter 75. The Divine Pestilence, Celestial Dragon Ape. He scrutinized the introduction to the Divine Pestilence and observed the progress bar. Bai Yu found himself in a state of mixed emotions. On one hand, he was exhilarated by the discovery of the Divine Curse Gu, the most terrifying form of Gu he had encountered thus far, possessing an extraordinary ability related to destiny. On the other hand, he was troubled by the fact that each use of this Gu would deplete his own fortune, akin to borrowing against one's future luck for immediate gain. Such a power demanded repayment. The misfortune and deathly aura surrounding the old Taoist were likely the result of excessive reliance on the divine curse Gu. And Bai Yu was convinced that the Taoist was fully aware of its side effects. He would not resort to it unless he were truly desperate. The current state of affairs suggested that the divine curse Gu might very well feed on fortune itself. Maintaining it would likely require a steady supply of luck, leading to the grim possibility of becoming an unfortunate soul. In the path of cultivation, wealth, partners, techniques, and land are indispensable. After all his efforts to acquire the means to nurture the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu and the Heavenly Demon Soul-devouring Gu, he had yet to begin the formal nurturing process. Now, with the emergence of an even more formidable entity, should he lack fortifying Gu to enhance his fortune in the future, he could easily find himself hunted down upon stepping outside. As these thoughts plagued him, Bai Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. He then turned to gaze at Zhang Baidao, who lay on the ground amidst a sea of spirit stone powder, and fury surged within him. He raised his sword to strike. Buzz! Just as the bronze sword was about to descend, a brilliant light erupted from Zhang Baidao, enveloping him and the girl beside him, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The 6 lines divination and the divine curse, the celestial healer, transforming calamity into safety. Staring at the now empty space, Bai Yu felt a pang in his heart. This was the true power of the divine curse Gu. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the Taoist instinctively activated it upon sensing danger. No wonder Zhang Baidao was always able to escape so swiftly. As this realization dawned on him, Bai Yu grew increasingly uneasy. The divine curse Gu, born from the primordial chaos, was clearly a non-replicable entity, and the stone tablet in Zhang Baidao's possession was its true form. Logically, after Bai Yu refined the divine curse Gu, Zhang Baidao should have been unable to harness its power. Yet, moments ago, Bai Yu distinctly sensed that another divine curse Gu resided within him. Although it paled in comparison to the original, it possessed similar capabilities. This implied that the divine curse Gu he saw was one that Zhang Baidao had personally crafted. How could this be? Who exactly is this individual? Boom, boom, boom. Before Bai Yu could ponder further, a series of deep explosions reverberated around him, and the surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic. Bai Yu glanced upward and beheld a column of light ascending towards the heavens, prompting all present to spring into action. Among them, Pei Wudu was the first to act. A cerulean sword shot forth with alarming velocity, its blade infused with a terrifying might, as a formidable sword intent coalesced around it. In a final display of agility, Pei Wudu leapt onto the flying sword, hurtling towards the luminous column. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he moved, a multitude of cultivators followed suit. With Wang Hao gliding through the air, his movements graceful yet swift, matching the pace of his counterparts. Come, he bellowed. Lin Feng formed hand seals, summoning a colossal black panther that materialized beneath him. As he mounted the beast, enormous wings unfurled from the panther's back, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Jiang Zhiyue, with a frosty demeanor, moved with an elegance that seemed effortless. A golden gourd at her feet expanded dramatically, transforming into a radiant beam of light that propelled her forward in silence. The spectacle of these four taking action astounded the majority of onlookers, shattering the dreams of many who sought to exploit the chaos. Perhaps at the body refinement stage up to the golden core, the disparity in strength was not overtly apparent. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core and nearing the stage of transformation, the difference became a harbinger of divine retribution. It was also the threshold at which cultivators unleashed their formidable powers. The pinnacle of the golden core signifies the gateway to the true path of longevity. Bai Yu gazed at the imposing aura emanating from the four individuals, feeling an undeniable sense of trepidation within. Under such pressure, his heart was heavy. Although he possessed 6 life-protecting Gu and had the formidable Zhao Yun by his side, confronting these four simultaneously left him with no assurance. However, surrender was not an option, especially in such a dire situation. Even if it meant fighting to the death, Bai Yu resolved to have no regrets. In a flash, the disciples of the 3 sects, following their senior brothers and sisters, surged towards the increasingly radiant light beam. As they approached, the beam began to tremble, revealing a multitude of strange runes. The beasts of Tianyang Mountain seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a thunderous roar before charging towards them. Run! The beasts are going wild. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air, instantly plunging the surroundings into chaos. Unlike the disciples of the 3 sects, who schemed for dominion over Tianyang Mountain, most merely sought to survive the onslaught of the rampaging beasts. Thus, pandemonium ensued. It appears that the mountain god seal controlling Tianyang Mountain lies within the belly of the starry dragon ape. I wonder who will awaken it from its slumber first. So we can join forces to vanquish this beast, Lin Feng mused, his eyes turning a vivid purple as he gazed at the towering light beam. Beneath it lay a vast plaza, adorned with 4 massive stone pillars, each resembling a small mountain, connected by massive crimson iron chains. In the center, a colossal black gorilla lay bound by these chains. The gorilla, its form akin to a mountain, was entirely black, its short fur resembling iron spikes, with 2 tusks protruding menacingly from its mouth, creating a whirlwind with each breath. Strangely, its tail resembled that of a dragon, and it sported antler-like horns that spread majestically from its forehead. Its abdomen sparkled with countless stars, reminiscent of the celestial heavens. Those with knowledge could instantly recognize it as the otherworldly beast of legend, the starry dragon ape. The starry dragon ape, said to dwell among the stars, fed on celestial energy and bore the essence of true dragons within its bloodline. Its terrifying strength could upheave mountains and seas, and it possessed an intense territorial instinct, mercilessly slaughtering any unfamiliar beings encroaching upon its domain. Moreover, it was notoriously difficult to tame. Since this creature's ultimate possession is destined for my Wanjin sect, I shall claim it, Wang Hao declared with a cold scoff. The starry dragon ape was shielded by the light beam, meaning they must shatter it to subdue the beast. Once the beam was broken, the seals binding the dragon ape would inevitably be disrupted, heralding an impending battle. The 4 had long been prepared for this moment. Draw swords, Wang Hao commanded, pointing his finger as a massive black sword erupted from behind him, coalescing a tempestuous aura of black sword intent in the sky. In the next instant, the sword descended. Break for me. Boom. As Wang Hao's voice echoed, the black sword plunged into the light beam, producing a thunderous explosion. The violent force radiated outward, causing the beam to fracture and ultimately shatter. As the shockwave swept through, the surrounding waters of the small island were violently upheaved, and in an instant, a torrential downpour of rain followed. This spectacle left many in astonishment. They had not anticipated Wang Hao's power to be so overwhelmingly formidable, capable of breaking what appeared to be an unbreakable seal in a single strike. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the crowd marveled at Wang Hao's might, the 4 stone pillars atop the plaza shattered, reducing the bindings of the starry dragon ape to mere ashes. As its lantern-sized eyes snapped open, a rich aura of celestial energy radiated from it, forming a luminous halo that surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, as the halo advanced, the disciples stationed nearby hastily channeled their energy to resist its encroachment. Yet, in the next instant, many were violently thrown back, spewing blood as they fell heavily into the lake. The sound of their descent echoed like dumplings hitting water, rendering onlookers momentarily stunned. Yet, in the blink of an eye, torrents of blood surged from the lake, staining vast expanses of water crimson, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. At this moment, Bai Yu concealed himself within the embrace of a grand tree, his gaze fixed upon the mesmerizing scene reflected in the lake. A growing excitement danced in his eyes. Yes, this is the way to indulge. With each morsel consumed, the burden of what lies ahead diminishes further. Bai Yu squinted, speaking softly. As the lake's surface was stirred by the residual waves, he seized the opportunity amid the chaos to conceal heightened beneath the water, intent on eliminating the submerged disciples. His plan was straightforward. Gradually erode the strength surrounding Jiang Zhiyue and her companions, compelling them to unite against the starry dragon ape, ideally leading to mutual destruction, thus granting him the chance to deliver a decisive blow. From the moment the light column shattered, his scheme commenced. Is there something peculiar in the lake? Jiang Zhiyue gazed at the surging waters, her voice growing increasingly frigid. In that recent strike, 7 or 8 disciples from Shumi Mountain had perished. It was likely the work of man-eating fish or similar beasts. Jiang, our adversary is not there. Disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, heed my command. Form a formation and prepare for defensive support. Wang Hao, surrounded by flying swords, cast a vigilant gaze toward the already risen starry demon ape. Those from the Heavenly Demon Sect, remain cautious. This beast has reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul and is not easily dealt with. Stay behind the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect and strike at the opportune moment. Lin Feng smiled coldly, a blood-red blade materializing in his grasp. The Heavenly Demon Sect remains as shameless as ever. Bai Yu sneered, swinging his long sword down with force, his profound magical power erupting like a volcanic explosion. Observing this, Jiang Zhiyue also took action, wielding 2 long swords. With a leap, she unleashed 2 golden sword energies aimed squarely at the rising starry dragon ape. In response to the fierce onslaught hurtling toward it, the starry dragon ape roared, clenching its fists, and, undeterred, retaliated against the surrounding attacks. Its black fur bristling while silver starlight coalesced into fist shadows, obliterating the sword energies into nothingness. Witnessing Bai Yu and Jiang Zhiyue's assault being effortlessly neutralized, Lin Feng and Wang Hao dared not let their guard down. They transformed into fleeting shadows, their concentrated magical energies manifesting as black claws and sword energies that struck heavily against the creature. However, the moment their strikes made contact, their expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed that the starry dragon ape's tough skin could absorb their attacks. Meanwhile, the swirling starlight around them threatened to ensnare them within its grasp. Boom. Another 2 sword energies descended, and Lin Feng and Wang Hao struggled to break free, swiftly escaping the encroaching starlight. Before they could catch their breath, the massive fist of the starry dragon ape loomed before them. Roar! With a thunderous punch, both Lin Feng and Wang Hao were sent flying, crashing directly into a great mountain, debris scattering everywhere. Brother, let us join forces. We must deal with it first, Jiang Zhiyue exclaimed, brandishing her dual swords. As golden magical power surged, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning were summoned from the heavens. Bai Yu, gritting his teeth, traced his fingers along his longsword, channeling the descending lightning into a more ferocious state. Divine thunder bind. Boom. The divine thunder transformed into a colossal net, descending upon the starry dragon ape, connecting with the ground upon impact, relentlessly suppressing it. You beast, seeking death. 10,000 sword art. A furious voice echoed as a myriad of sword shadows materialized in the air, their discordant hum resonating, followed by an onslaught of sword energies cascading like a torrential downpour. Devouring Godclaw. A massive black claw descended, the overwhelming magic coalescing, accompanied by the anguished wails of myriad spirits. Boom. The fierce assault erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. morphing into a colossal mushroom cloud, the terrifying shockwaves annihilating everything in their vicinity. This spectacle instilled a profound sense of dread in many. As a tide of beasts approached from behind, while the battle intensified to its utmost ferocity, had the mountain-like giant ape truly perished? These four prodigies, capable of slaying nascent soul-level cultivators at the pinnacle of golden core, possessed terrifying strength indeed. Roar! As the shockwaves dissipated, the starry dragon ape was seen half-kneeling, blood flowing from its body like a stream, its abdomen adorned with radiant celestial patterns. It struggled to lift its head beneath the lightning net, its roar resonating with boundless fury. It survived? How is this possible? The four stared in disbelief at the starry dragon ape, their minds swirling with shock. They were confident that together, even a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator would have no chance of surviving such an onslaught. Just as the four were momentarily stunned, a silver light suddenly surged from the starry dragon ape's mouth. As the radiance coalesced, the entire mountain began to tremble, a luminous sphere manifesting in the sky. And in the next instant, countless beams erupted forth as if to obliterate everything around them. Not good. This beast intends to harness the power of the divine mountain of Tianyang to annihilate everything here. Disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, heed my command. Form a formation and thwart it. Wang Hao's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he surged forward to impede the starry dragon ape's actions. Upon hearing this, the disciples from the 3 sects simultaneously summoned 2 colossal long swords and blood-red claws. The opportunity has arrived. The concealed Bai Yu, exhaling heavily, formed hand seals. As magical power surged, an illusory compass materialized, its black and white needle spinning incessantly. As Bai Yu expended his final vestige of magical energy, the needle halted. 4 pillars and 8 characters, godly spirits, 10 godly spirits. A twist of fate. With a humming resonance, as Bai Yu's magical energy infused the godly spirit goo, the compass began to tremble, and in the next moment, an indistinct black mist emanated from it, gradually merging into the void. As the black mist vanished, Bai Yu felt a sudden heaviness, as if bearing the weight of a mountain. Simultaneously, the divine mountain of Tianyang seemed to awaken. He could even hear the mountain's breath. 4 pillars and 8 characters, godly spirits, 10 godly spirits. A twist of fate. The 4 pillars and 8 characters represented the birth information of Jiang Zhiyue and her companions, extracting the celestial spirits and nearby geomantic energies from that environment to forge the 10 godly spirits while simultaneously depleting their vitality. In a short span of time, all actions taken would inevitably lead to unforeseen misfortune. The godly spirit goo, nourished by Bai Yu's auspicious fate, activated for the first time. Achieving such an extraordinary effect was nothing short of miraculous. Boom. As he gazed at the energy sphere gathering in the sky, alongside the combined assault of the 3 sects disciples, Bai Yu's expression was calm as he activated the 9 calamities silkworm clothing while simultaneously pushing the blood river body refinement technique to its pinnacle. At this moment, he sipped the nectar from the 9 bag flower goo, restoring his magical energy, while skillfully suppressing his aura to the utmost, quietly awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Akin to a coiled venomous serpent. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around him as the 4 pinnacle golden core prodigies besieged a Yuanying-level beast, compounded by the impending beast tide. Under such pressure, most individuals had lost their composure. Let us all attack together and slay it. Wang Hao commanded gravely, directing the sword formation while unleashing his subordinates from his cave abode without hesitation. A colossal sword shadow descended, hurtling towards the starry dragon ape. Heh, a few worthless fools. Hiding and scheming, now you know the agony, don't you? Disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, let them witness how we exterminate this beast. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, also activating his cave abode, summoning his subordinates, slaves, and furnace vessels to bolster their offensive. Was this a desperate gamble? Observing the increasingly intense assault in the sky, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Even subordinates were released, an indication of a cultivator's foundational strength. Typically, aside from those specifically trained for battle, others would not be summoned. The current situation was evident. Even the 4 prodigies had to risk everything to prevail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lightning, sword shadows, and blood claws descended in unison, and amidst countless fiery gazes, the starry demon ape, trapped at the center, began to split apart. Yet, as the guardian beast of Goat Peak, the hope of the divine mountain and its own indomitable spirit amidst adversity compelled it to persevere. It let out a defiant roar to the heavens, causing the gathering light in the sky to tremble. In the next moment, Pei Wudu and his companions felt a sudden constriction in their chests, followed by the spitting of fresh blood. Their expressions turned to shock, disbelief filling their eyes. How could this be? Their assault had provoked the starry dragon ape into a desperate retaliation. Was it the restrictions of Goat Peak? Impossible. Even a legendary heavenly-class divine mountain could not impose such limitations. Before the four could react, the condensed starry light sphere erupted violently, along with the body of the starry dragon ape, resembling a small mountain. Boom. The surroundings were engulfed in blinding white light, and the explosion's resounding shockwave reverberated across the island, capable of shattering souls. The terrifying aftermath wreaked havoc, leaving even the cultivators across the lake unable to respond, as countless lives turned to ashes in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sky began to distort as rampant spiritual energy surged forth, while numerous demonic beasts arrived, only to become a mist of blood upon their arrival. As the aftershocks gradually dissipated, four disheveled figures remained, trembling in midair. At this moment, Pei Wudu and his companions were all injured, their magical artifacts scattered, having endured the brunt of the explosion. Surviving the onslaught had exhausted all their trump cards, and their subordinates and disciples had vanished without a trace. The once lively sky now appeared desolate. All were fallen. This was the price of slaying the starry dragon ape across levels, but fortunately, they had survived. As long as they grasped control of Goat Peak, all of this would be worth it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of resonating sounds echoed as, upon the shattered square, the soul of the starry dragon ape sat on the ground, its chest enveloped in a myriad of stars, cradling a jade seal the size of 2 palms. The seal was entirely white, adorned with 2 bizarre goats intertwined, radiating a spectrum of colors. The mountain god seal of Goat Peak had appeared. Once refined, it would grant dominion over this yellow-class divine mountain. Gazing at the jade seal, Wang Hao swallowed a pill, his eyes filled with madness. Thank you for your assistance, my esteemed colleagues. The Sword of 10,000 Swords sect will remember you. His cold voice echoed, and in an instant, 6 celestial swords manifested around Lin Feng. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the flying swords, Lin Feng paused. Was this premeditated? Before Lin Feng could react, the flying swords descended. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the onslaught of the flying swords, Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. In mere moments, he was reduced to fragments, his soul absorbed by the swords. Gurgle. The unmistakable sound emanated from Wang Hao as Lin Feng's flesh and blood were devoured by the celestial swords, while the skin on the left side of his face began to peel away, revealing a maw filled with jagged teeth. Beneath the crimson flesh, the grotesque mouth appeared particularly savage, and Wang Hao's aura surged back by 20%. You have consumed a potent elixir. Pei Wudu and Jiang Jiyue gazed at Wang Hao's transformation, their expressions filled with shock. They had not anticipated that this fellow had been holding back from the very beginning. Isn't this quite normal? Just as one cultivates both body and spirit, utilizing potent elixirs in one's practice is also a path to enlightenment. Wang Hao's voice grew hoarse, madness gleaming in his eyes. We concede this contest. The mountain god seal is yours. Jiang Jiyue narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth. At this moment, both she and Pei Wudu had depleted their magical energies and were gravely injured. Observing Wang Hao's demeanor, she understood that she had lost the qualification to compete. Even amidst her unwillingness, acceptance was the only path forward. After all, Lin Feng had perished, and survival was paramount. Ha! Jiang Jiyue, you truly are decisive. However, for this contest, you have caused the near-total loss of my subordinates. Such losses require accountability. You two seem quite suitable. I shall adopt a subordinate and a slave. Just like the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wang Hao slowly retracted the flying swords, his face alight with madness. He was the ultimate victor. Wang Hao, how dare you? You are jeopardizing the alliance between our two sects. Jiang Jiyue exclaimed in alarm, just as a streak of azure sword light materialized beside her. The sharp sword light left a gash across her neck. In disbelief, Jiang Jiyue turned her head, only to see Pei Wudu's eyes wide open, his body trembling momentarily before his massive head and body parted, plummeting downward. Those despicable fiends dared to ambush my senior brother Lin. Senior brother. I have come to avenge you. Chapter 78. Sudden Assault, seizing control of the mountain god seal. In an instant, a formidable force erupted, and a pair of jade hands pierced through Wang Hao's chest. Wang Hao's body halted, blood spurting forth as he gazed down at the hand protruding from his chest, his expression twisting further in agony. Ah! The agonizing screams echoed, and the 6 flying swords beside Wang Hao surged upwards, thrusting toward Zhao Yun with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded as the skin on Wang Hao's right hand peeled away, revealing stark white bones, and he turned to unleash a fist. Crack! The terrifying force caved in Zhao Yun's chest, sending her hurtling backward, transformed into a streak of light as she crashed heavily into the lake. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Yu's eyes twitched slightly. The absolute sword Gu and the heavenly demon soul devouring Gu simultaneously took flight. The absolute sword Gu devoured the 6 rampaging flying swords, while the heavenly demon soul devouring Gu burrowed directly into Wang Hao's body. In an instant, the power of the heavenly demon surged forth, and countless souls flowed around Wang Hao, seeking to occupy every part of his being. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at the tattered Bai Yu, her eyes filled with terror, and her expression grew increasingly shocked as she beheld Wang Hao's body fracturing, sprouting numerous tendrils. She clearly observed that the colossal centipede, which had been lifting Zhao Yun above the water's surface, was releasing an eerie, radiant light while treating the continually colliding Wang Hao as its prey. Gu, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Jiang Zhiyue's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she saw Bai Yu fixate upon her, with a flick of his wrist. The bronze broken sword pierced through her right shoulder. Thud. Who are you? Everything transpired too swiftly. Jiang Zhiyue had no means to resist as the bronze sword penetrated her body. Merely an ordinary person seeking vengeance for my senior brother. I have recorded how you killed my senior brother. The Heavenly Demon Sect will hold you accountable. Bai Yu gazed at Zhao Yun with a heart full of compassion and remarked casually. He had not anticipated that the formidable physical strength of the Yin-Yang corpse would nearly be shattered by Wang Hao. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting impulsively. These prodigies truly were a handful. Contemplating this, Bai Yu felt a sharp pain emanating from the bronze sword in his hand, prompting Jiang Zhiyu to cry out in distress. No, please, spare me. Her voice was laced with terror. She was desperate not to perish in this place. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu's expression, Bai Yu scrutinized her carefully. Both Shumi Mountain and the 10,000 Sword Sect were renowned for their swordsmanship, and their mastery of thunder techniques was unparalleled throughout the lower realms. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 Gu continuously assailed Wang Hao, and even as he relinquished everything, allowing the potent elixir to transform him, the organs he mutated beneath the fangs of the black charcoal could only be deemed as mere supplements. A cacophony of violent roars erupted as a multitude of demonic beasts converged towards this direction, evidently drawn by the mountain god's seal. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed. He promptly summoned the cave heavens, releasing the 4 ladies of Yuling Long, and then hurled the Yin Mosquito Gu and the evil Earthstone Gu to intercept the approaching horde of beasts. As for the woman, after a moment's thought, Bai Yu drew forth the bronze sword and thrust it forward, allowing it to land directly in Nangong Xuansu's hand. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the 4 ladies nodded in unison, accompanied by the overwhelming eruption of the Yin Mosquito Gu. The Blood Mosquito Gu and the 5 Poisons Gu in the hands of Yuling Long's trio surged forth like a torrent, racing towards the tide of beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu, now in Nangong Xuansu's grasp, gazed in horror as a blood-red phantom materialized behind her, its form indistinguishable. Yet, as tendrils burst forth, they shot forward, instantly annihilating numerous lower-tier demonic beasts. As these creatures exploded into blood mist, the mist coalesced into a massive blood orb, with its spines relentlessly harvesting lives. Do not move, or your fate will be far worse than that man's. Nangong Xuansu's chilling voice sent shivers down Jiang Zhiyu's spine. Bai Yu disregarded the surrounding chaos, his figure flashing forth as he charged towards the square, where the colossal spirit of the starry dragon ape loomed before him. As he drew near, an overwhelming aura of resentment and unfulfilled rage enveloped him. This ferocious emotion sought to invade Bai Yu's mind. However, in the next moment, the bone-eroding, soul-devouring fan emitted a resonant hum, detaching itself from Bai Yu's grasp. As it unfurled in midair, the spirit of the starry dragon ape was astonishingly absorbed by the fan. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Bai Yu's eyes. The gluttonous bone and the 100-demon diagram? So that was it. It appeared that the bone-eroding, soul-devouring fan yearned to restore the vision he had glimpsed in his memories, and it would require the continuous absorption of otherworldly beast souls until this 100-demon diagram was complete. To his astonishment, while vying for the mountain god's seal, he had also discovered a means to mend the bone-eroding, soul-devouring fan. It seemed that his fortune had yet to be tainted by the malevolent influence of the divine calamity. With his gaze fixed upon the jade seal, Bai Yu hesitated not for a moment, drawing it into his possession. The instant the seal settled in his palm, an ethereal aura surged within him, and as he infused his soul power into the seal, the entire Tianyang Mountain fell into an eerie silence. The once rampaging beasts appeared to be frozen in place at that very moment. Bai Yu could distinctly sense the presence of 32 prohibitions within the Jade Seal, which voraciously absorbed the soul's power upon contact. As these prohibitions underwent refinement, a phantom of a desolate mountain materialized within Bai Yu's sea of consciousness, allowing him to access everything within Tianyang Mountain at his whim. Buzzing. Deep beneath the island, torrents of silvery water gushed forth, continuously converging towards the mountain spirit. Observing this, Bai Yu casually tossed the Jade Seal into the air, where it hovered as the essence of the mountain surged forth. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed the bronze coffin from his chest. Buzzing. As the bronze coffin descended into the mountain's essence, the entire cave realm began to tremble, expanding wildly, while the Jade Seal gradually merged with the bronze coffin. Ultimately, a multitude of new runes emerged on the surface of the coffin. As the entire Tianyang Mountain began to collapse, eagerly consumed by the fusion. Of course, amidst this amalgamation, Bai Yu did not forget Qin Yushi. He extracted half of the mountain's essence and sealed it within a ring. Completing these tasks, Bai Yu finally exhaled in relief. Surveying the ever-fracturing void around him, he realized that once Tianyang Mountain and the cave realm fused, everything here would belong to him. Contemplating the vastness of Tianyang Mountain, he envisioned a future where the 4 women, including Yu Linglong, could cultivate within it while bringing forth endless opportunities. It resembled an untouched treasure, inexhaustible. In comparison to the entirety of Tianyang Mountain, that half of the mountain's essence seemed trivial. Boom. Negong Xuansu gazed at the unfolding scene with a fervent excitement illuminating her face. She soared into the air, and in an instant, the surrounding bones responded, converging around her until they formed a throne crafted from the very bones themselves. Kik. Esteemed Master, congratulations on becoming the sovereign of the Divine Mountain. Your devoted servant, Nangong Xuansu, has witnessed your profound wisdom and unparalleled combat prowess, and I am utterly captivated by you. Please ascend this throne of bones, and let all beings of Tianyang Mountain tremble under your presence. Concurrently, your servants shall present offerings for your ascension, cleansing you of the fatigue born from your conquests. Negong Xuansu's face radiated fervor as the surrounding tendrils lifted Zhang Zhiyue high. With a rip, a surge of chaotic power erupted beside Zhang Zhiyue, instantly shredding her garments. Chapter 79. The astute individual Negong Xuansu felt a tinge of unhappiness, perplexed by Bai Yu's reluctance to embrace her methods. She believed her actions were commendable and that the leader she recognized deserved such treatment. As for Negong Xuansu's sentiments, Bai Yu chose to disregard them. It was simply impractical to reason with someone who was irrational. Thus, he ultimately entrusted this matter to Yu Linglong, having recently observed her innate affinity for handling such situations, which seemed to encourage these women to heed her words. The journey to Tianyang Mountain yielded results that exceeded Bai Yu's expectations. Although the bone-devouring, soul-consuming fan had returned to a state of tranquility, the celestial dragon ape was sealed within it, allowing Bai Yu to summon the spirit of the celestial demon ape to combat using his own magical prowess. While the spirit's power was limited to the golden core level, he was confident that as the number of extraordinary beast souls within the fan increased, the potential of this magical artifact would gradually rise. The peak of the nine-tailed celestial fox was indeed formidable. Bai Yu let out a sigh, then directed his gaze towards the celestial cave above. As the surrounding environment continued to collapse, it would not be long before Bai Yu was expelled, and the fusion of Tianyang Mountain and the celestial cave would soon be complete. Through the projection of the celestial cave, he clearly observed that the internal area had expanded over 100-fold, rendering the original loft insignificant against the newly emerged plains. In addition to the vast increase in area, there was now a spatial vortex within the celestial cave, at the heart of which lay the present Tianyang Mountain. Since Tianyang Mountain had become Bai Yu's private domain, only those bearing the mountain goddess seal or those recognized by Bai Yu could enter. Although the beasts within Tianyang Mountain remained unchanged, they would not attack individuals who carried the aura of the mountain goddess seal. Therefore, when Yu Linglong and her companions later ventured into Tianyang Mountain, they would encounter no unforeseen dangers. Bai Yu blinked. Within the Tianyang Mountain, the majority of the demonic beasts are of the simian variety. Although their intelligence is not particularly high, with proper nurturing, they should be capable of performing some simple tasks. Much like when Negong Xuansu commanded the pig monkey black ape to construct a pavilion, these demonic creatures are far superior to the pig monkey black ape. Bai Yu intends to domesticate a batch of mystical beasts, meticulously planning the cave realm to establish a medicinal garden or perhaps cultivating the plains to meet daily necessities. However, such endeavors require a considerable amount of manpower and time, hence Bai Yu is not in a hurry. He places Zhao Yun in the burial grounds of the cave realm to allow her to recuperate gradually, although Zhao Yun can only rest during this period. The affairs of Tianyang Mountain have concluded, and Bai Yu must return to the Heavenly Demon Sect to thoroughly assess his gains. Therefore, allowing Zhao Yun some time to rest is hardly an issue. With some time to spare, Bai Yu gazes at Jiang Zhiyu seated upon the throne of bones. Even after enduring such events, Jiang Zhiyu remains remarkably composed, scrutinizing Bai Yu and the others without displaying any unusual emotion. "What do you think I should do with you?" Bai Yu inquires with a smile, casually adding, "You must already have your conclusions in mind." "What is the purpose of this question?" Jiang Zhiyu huffs dismissively. None could have anticipated that the contest for Tianyang Mountain would ultimately be seized by a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, rendering their efforts a mere gift to another. Yet, with matters having unfolded in this manner, struggling holds no significance. As long as one is alive, there remains hope. Everything else is but an illusion. Observing Bai Yu, it is clear that if he intended to end her life, he would have done so long ago. Since she is still alive, there exists room for negotiation. Jiang Zhiyu has never doubted her allure or strength. "Indeed, I believe your talent and beauty make for excellent materials for corpse refinement. I am confident that with suitable resources, your foundation will not be inferior to the Yin-Yang corpse I currently possess." Bai Yu pays little heed to Jiang Zhiyu's words. And his mention of refining her into a blood corpse is not mere intimidation. He is genuinely contemplating the feasibility of this undertaking. Mount Shumi may accept the death of disciples within the sect, but to insult me thus and tarnish the sect's reputation would inevitably lead to endless troubles. I trust someone as calculating as you cannot overlook such consequences. Furthermore, my existence may prove even more beneficial to you. I am an astute individual. You may converse with me in an intelligent manner. There is no need for these threats. We can discuss mutual benefits. For instance, my survival can bring advantages to you. And likewise, I require the benefits of my existence to evade today's deadly predicament. Jiang Zhiyu looks at Bai Yu and speaks rapidly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yu relaxes. He appreciates individuals like her. Those who can see the situation clearly tend to thrive, as they are capable of achieving significant feats for their own sake. The foolish, however, are beyond reason. One cannot speak frankly with them, but must instead employ ideals or collective honor to lull them. It is crucial to appeal to the moral sensibilities of the virtuous and to address the interests of the shrewd. By aligning with their thought processes, they become invaluable tools. Jiang Zhiyu is correct. Those who are alive are often more useful than the deceased. I shall brand you with a slave mark, and in return, you may return to Mount Shumi and continue to be a prodigy. However, from this day forth, everything you possess will belong to me. You shall become my eyes on Mount Shumi and a tool for gathering the sect's swordsmanship and techniques. Of course, should you perform well, I believe the future of Mount Shumi will be yours. Bai Yu spoke slowly. I never expected that a cultivator at the foundation establishment level could possess such grand ambitions. As for ambition, you need not concern yourself. After all, should you succeed, it would not be detrimental to you, would it? It is merely the risks along the way that one must consider. Now, do you wish to fight with all your might or simply give up? Bai Yu offered little explanation, noting that the resources of Shumi Mountain greatly differed from those of the Heavenly Demon Sect. For the sword-slaying Gu to flourish, it must consume sword techniques and flying swords, making the resources there quite suitable. Moreover, leaving a mark in Shumi Mountain would undoubtedly yield results. As Jiang Zhiyu has stated, he had no need to offend Shumi Mountain too deeply, yet that did not imply he could not strategize in advance. I seem to have no choice. No, you can choose death. I never coerce others. I do not wish to die. So, what are you waiting for? I am willing to accept the slave seal. It seems that betraying the sect bears no burden for you. To love the sect, one must first love oneself. I possess no resolve to sacrifice for it. With the slave seal planted, Bai Yu sighed in relief. While aiding Jiang Zhiyu in recovering from her injuries, he presented her with a three-eyed wine worm. Although he could not obtain the resources of Tianyang Mountain, he could offer her a genius of the nascent soul level. Now, we are allies, he remarked with a smile as he observed Jiang Zhiyue's astonishment. The Heavenly Demon Sect is far more terrifying than I imagined, Jiang Zhiyue coldly scoffed, gazing at the three-eyed wine worm in her hand. But have you prepared for the pursuit upon our exit? Securing Tianyang Mountain does not signify the end. The wolves lurking outside are ever watchful. Only once you safely return to the Heavenly Demon Sect can all you have spoken of potentially come to fruition. Chapter 80. 1,000 miles of pursuit buzzing. As the last glimmer of light was absorbed by the bronze coffin, darkness enveloped Bai Yu, causing Yulonglong and the others to retreat to the cave realm, accompanied by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. When light re-emerged before Bai Yu, he found himself back in Taodu village. As soon as he materialized, Bai Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere around him, countless consciousnesses locking onto his presence. Jiang Jiyue, her complexion pale, turned to survey her surroundings, a faint smile gracing her lips. You should run now. This is the domain of the 10,000 Swords sect. To realize our plans, I cannot remain with the demonic faction. As a voice echoed in his mind, Jiang Jiyue shattered the jade tablet in her hand, vanishing in an instant. Observing this, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. This woman truly placed her trust in him. Their appearance sparked astonishment among those nearby. Despite the multitude that had entered Tianyang Mountain, only 2 emerged, and contrary to their expectations, the mountain itself had not manifested after the barriers were broken. It had simply vanished. This signified that Tianyang Mountain had been subdued. The divine mountain was either in Bai Yu's possession or in the hands of the fleeing Jiang Jiyue. Realizing this, everyone momentarily halted. Someone indeed had tamed the divine mountain. If they were to eliminate him, the mountain would belong to them. The murderous intent in the air became increasingly palpable. It appears that individuals of moral integrity in the cultivation world are truly a rare breed. Bai Yu sensed the subtly shifting atmosphere around him, his vigilance heightened to the utmost degree. Jiang Jiyue was correct. Successfully returning to the Heavenly Demon Sect would signify the conclusion of this ordeal. As thoughts swirled in Bai Yu's mind, numerous figures began to materialize, slowly approaching him. Foundation Establishment Realm? To his surprise, such juniors were still alive. Now, relinquish the opportunities you acquired on Tianyang Mountain, and allow us to ascertain whether the divine mountain resides within your possession. The state of that disciple from Shumi Mountain pales in comparison to yours. The onlookers spoke slowly, clearly underestimating Bai Yu, as those who had revealed themselves were all of the Golden Core level. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu glanced at the over 10 Golden Core cultivators surrounding him, his brow furrowing. Their appearance suggested that they were disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect, evidently. This was their hidden trump card. If the divine mountain had not been subdued, then those who emerged would surely be plundered by them. What a cunning scheme. Confronted by 18 Golden Core level experts, even if Bai Yu exhausted all his hidden cards, his odds of victory remained slim. Even if he were to eliminate them all, it would not guarantee his safety. After all, no one could ascertain whether reinforcements were on their way. Given the circumstances, escape at all costs seemed to be the only viable option. As long as he entered the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would be safe. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I have indeed witnessed the methods of the 10,000 Swords sect. Bai Yu shook his head, then produced the bone corrosion soul-capturing fan. This is my acquisition from the Tianyang Mountain. If I show it, will you allow me to leave? Enough of this nonsense. You lack the leverage to negotiate. Upon seeing the magical artifact in Bai Yu's hand, the 2 Golden Core disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement as they stepped forward, intent on seizing it. Boom. In the very moment they approached, Bai Yu unfurled the bone corrosion soul-capturing fan and swept it vigorously, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The ethereal figure of the starry dragon ape surged forth, crashing down upon the 2 with tremendous force. Puff. Caught off guard. Neither of the 2 Golden Core powerhouses anticipated Bai Yu's resistance, and they were sent flying by the phantom's blow. The power of the stars, descending with great might, caused the ground to tremble, while the Yin mosquito and evil earth stone goo erupted forth. The dark, obstructive goo obscured everyone's vision, and without hesitation, Bai Yu activated the divine fiend goo. A pitch-black compass reappeared, and as the weight upon him intensified, the needle suddenly came to a halt. The purple micro-dipper. The couriers, signifying change and migration. The armored white horse travels 1,000 miles. A soft white light enveloped Bai Yu's legs as he activated the blood river body refinement technique. Finally, with a bend of his knees, he launched himself like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Bai Yu made his escape, a terrifying assault ensued, shattering both the Yin mosquito and evil earth stone goo. And many cultivators transformed into streaks of light, pursuing him relentlessly. Damn it, this imp possesses something extraordinary. The opportunity lies within him. Young one, relinquish the opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd surged after him, Bai Yu, sensing the immense power closing in behind, pushed his magical energy to its utmost limit. What a hassle! While tossing out the newly birthed Yin mosquito goo to obscure their sight, Bai Yu retrieved his disciple token and sent a message to Li Shishir and Qin Yushi. Simultaneously, he raced toward the direction of the Silver Moon Dynasty with reckless abandon. Swish, swish, swish. With the enhancement of the divine fiend Gu, within merely half a day's time, Bai Yu had shaken off most of his pursuers, yet the chase remained fierce, with numerous flying swords encircling him. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Yu showed no intention of halting the confrontation. The absolute sword Gu swirled around him. As he clashed fiercely with the flying swords, his steps remained unyielding. Due to his proactive defense, the overwhelming force relentlessly tore at the barrier of the 9 calamity silkworm Gu, causing his form to waver precariously amidst the terrifying onslaught. Phew! Again! Bai Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and promptly retrieved a spirit stone. As he restored his cultivation, he activated the divine fiend Gu once more. The air buzzed with energy as the 4 pillars aligned, invoking auspicious deities in the noble presence of Tian. The purple microstar chart illuminated the path, and he tread upon the earth as if it were mere grass. A violet glow enveloped his legs, and although the backlash caused him excruciating pain, evident in his contorted visage, his speed surged anew. This relentless pursuit endured for 3 days and nights, draining by using mosquito goo and evil earthstone Gu to their very limits, leaving his magical energy utterly depleted. Were it not for the support of spirit stones and 9-pouch flower nectar, he would have long since collapsed. Swish, swish, swish. Flying swords whizzed past Bai Yu, as the heavenly demon soul-devouring Gu emerged, encircling him. The absolute sword Gu deflected the majority of the assaults, yet a few swords managed to penetrate Bai Yu's defenses, culminating in a green sword piercing directly through his right shoulder. The sound of impact echoed, a sharp and piercing cry. Bai Yu's figure trembled slightly, yet he showed no intention of halting. Gazing upon the approaching border, he ignited his essence, once more extracting the depths of his potential. Suddenly, as Bai Yu was on the verge of reaching the border of the Silver Moon Dynasty, a tempestuous sandstorm began to swirl around him. In mere moments, a terrifying maelstrom surged forth like thunder. Amidst the tempest, an elder stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though his steps appeared languid, he swiftly arrived before Bai Yu. Junior, relinquish your opportunities. The sandstorm descended with a deafening roar, and Bai Yu's eyes widened, his expression turning increasingly frigid. The aura of a peak nascent soul. Chapter 81, Celestial Noble, Delay. At the border of the Silver Moon Dynasty, a sea of yellow sand engulfed the surroundings. The fearsome sandstorm carried an aura of dread. Even cultivators of the golden core level, ensnared within this swirling chaos, would soon find themselves helplessly submerged. Upon the elder's emergence, the cultivators who had been pursuing Bai Yu abruptly ceased their advance, their expressions a mix of reverence and derision directed at Bai Yu. What could it matter if he could flee? The treasure that had appeared within the domain of the 10,000 Sword Sect was far beyond the grasp of a mere foundation establishment ant. Nearby, numerous formidable presences surveyed the unfolding scene. The elders' actions extinguished their desires for the treasure, yet many were eager to witness the drama that was about to unfold. Although they had yet to step onto the territory of the Silver Moon Dynasty, the realm of the Heavenly Demon Sect lay tantalizingly close. Should this elder from the Yellow Sands slay a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would surely incite a conflict between the two sections. After all, Bai Yu now represented the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the entirety of Tianyang Mountain remained within his grasp. If the yellow-level Sacred Mountain were to remain in place after the barriers were lifted, the local sects might turn a blind eye to these outsiders. However, now that Tianyang Mountain had been taken away, it was akin to having one's possessions forcibly seized. Even the 10,000 Sword Sect would feel a pang of anguish. The 10,000 Sword Sect had suffered a significant loss this time. Over 100 disciples had entered the Sacred Mountain, none of whom returned. And now even Tianyang Mountain had been taken. The appearance of this elder from the Yellow Sands was nothing short of a rage-fueled response. To bully a mere Foundation Establishment Junior, as an outer elder of the 10,000 Sword Sect, he truly acted without regard for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Huh, a junior, you say? Who wouldn't covet the sacred mountain he possesses? If it were me, even the sect leader would be compelled to intervene. The fact that only an outer elder was dispatched shows that the 10,000 Sword Sect still retains some semblance of dignity. Once Tianyang Mountain is reclaimed, who would care about such matters? As they watched the elder, barefoot and steadily approaching through the encroaching yellow sands, their gazes remained fixated on the all-encompassing storm. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, tearing the flying sword from his right shoulder. The blood river body refinement had reached its utmost limit, and his innate goo was ravenously devouring spirit stones to withstand the all-pervasive tempest. Just moments ago, he had activated the killing god Gu once more, attracting the auspicious presence of a heavenly benefactor. This implied that today, he might indeed receive assistance from a noble ally. Their absence merely signified that the moment had not yet arrived. Humph, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, managing to endure in my desert for such an extended period, is already quite remarkable. Youngster, leave behind your opportunities. Considering the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I might just spare your life. The elder of the Yellow Sand Sect scrutinized Bai Yu, a hint of astonishment flickering in his heart. When had the Heavenly Demon Sect acquired such a prodigy? Although his cultivation was modest, the elder was certain that Bai Yu harbored secrets. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to delve further. After all, once Bai Yu was dead, all his possessions would belong to him. The 10,000 Swords Sect truly has no shame. To pursue me, even a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator has been deployed. It seems I am indeed quite valuable. Bai Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold sneer. His current objective was simply to buy time until the arrival of the Elder God. Thus, every fleeting moment was to his advantage. You are mistaken. The Yin-Yang sect has indeed taken the Yin-Yang sect's reputation into consideration, which is why I have come here. Otherwise, do you truly believe that with the divine mountain in your possession, you could have escaped to this place? Were it not for the purpose of testing the disciples of our sect, do you think I would have waited until now to act? The emergence of the Heavenly Goat Mountain on the territory of the Yin-Yang sect makes it our rightful possession. Allowing you to benefit from it is already generous enough. Yet you wish to take it all for yourself? This is nothing short of provocation. Elder Huangsha stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice brimming with righteousness, reminiscent of a teacher admonishing a wayward student. In the world of cultivation, the survival of the fittest prevails. Unclaimed treasures are considered the spoils of the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu within Bai Yu roared incessantly, mending the wounds upon his body as he fixed his gaze upon Elder Huangsha, his tone laced with arrogance. That may be true, yet reclaiming the divine mountain from your hands also constitutes a survival of the fittest, does it not? If you lack the ability to safeguard your fortune, must you still cling to hope? Elder Huangsha's countenance was one of indifference. Bai Yu, being a demonic cultivator, dared to reason with him? Was this a jest? Could it be that this fellow was merely stalling for time? With this thought in mind, Elder Huangsha let out a cold snort and slowly raised his right hand. Sand coalesced, forming a brown longsword in his grasp. Young one, such opportunities are beyond your reach. Now, you shall pay the price for your actions. The indifferent voice resonated as Elder Huangsha swung the sword forward. The sword light, forged from the gathering sand, shot forth, hurtling towards Bai Yu with fierce intensity. Witnessing the situation, Bai Yu hesitated not for a moment, directly elevating the 9-calamity silkworm garment to its zenith. Simultaneously, golden light converged within his eyes. As a sharp pain surged through his vision, the space around Bai Yu began to distort in an eerie manner. Given his current strength, employing the ocular technique from the breaking illusion golden eye was akin to courting death. The terrifying backlash was far beyond what Bai Yu could withstand at this moment. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Rather than perish in such a manner, he would choose to fight to the death. Today, should I survive, the Sword Sect shall inevitably face annihilation. I swear it. Blood streamed from Bai Yu's eyes, and in the next instant, 2 intense beams of golden light erupted forth. Boom. The golden light collided with the sword radiance, sending surrounding sands into a frenzy. The Elder of the Yellow Sands felt a pang of alarm, and with a resounding crash, amidst the terrifying aftermath, a nearly imperceptible golden beam pierced through all defenses, striking directly through his chest. Boom. Another deafening explosion resounded as the Elder of the Yellow Sands was propelled away by the golden light erupting from his torso. Meanwhile, Bai Yu's complexion had turned ashen, gasping for breath. At this moment, his vision was awash in crimson, and he was besieged by excruciating pain throughout his body. Bai Yu was acutely aware that the backlash from forcefully employing his eye technique had rendered him briefly blind, and simultaneously, his strength had been siphoned away. The bronze cauldron within the void trembled, and the Yin-Yang Xianlong Gu began to stir violently, emitting a cacophony of dragon roars. Ah, the eye technique. You are indeed a practitioner of the innate divine eye. Alas, you can scarcely unleash even a fraction of its power. The voice, laced with ire, resonated. As the surrounding yellow sand coalesced once more, the Elder of Yellow Sand, with a grim expression, slowly emerged. He had suspected that Bai Yu harbored significant secrets, but he had not anticipated the presence of a divine eye. Nevertheless, the outcome was now a foregone conclusion. As 2 sword lights surged forth, Bai Yu had previously left him somewhat disheveled, prompting him to refrain from wasting further time. Two more sword rays descended, and just as they approached Bai Yu, a crimson mist suddenly enveloped him. In the next instant, a massive blood-red claw emerged from the blood cloud, hurtling towards the sword lights with ferocity. Chapter 82. The Arrival of Tu Kuei Boom. The giant claw manifested, colliding fiercely with the sword rays. In an instant, the previously tumultuous yellow sand was compressed, and a dense aura of blood erupted, ultimately scattering the sand by half. Elder Huang, are you regressing with age? Is it necessary to deploy so many forces against a mere junior? Aren't you concerned about the embarrassment you bring to the Wanjian sect? A voice, cool and indifferent, broke through the tension, revealing two Bailey and two Lingers stepping forth, their expressions grave as they regarded the elder of Yellow Sand. The Bloodslaughter sect? Taken aback by the duo's presence, Elder Huang initially hesitated before a cruel smile crept across his face. How dare this insignificant Bloodslaughter sect intervene? Who granted you the audacity? The elder of Yellow Sand seethed with rage. When did even such factions dare to challenge his authority? Do you not consider the implications of your actions here? As one of the guardians of the Silver Moon dynasty, is it not within my rights to investigate disturbances at the border? Moreover, you intend to slay a prodigy of the Heavenly Demon Sect here? Huangsha, you are exceedingly reckless. Though Tu Bailey's strength paled in comparison to that of Elder Huang, and even his alliance with Tu Linger would not suffice to match the elder, he exhibited no signs of panic. In this place, even if he could not prevail, escorting Bai Yu back to the Silver Moon dynasty would be an effortless endeavor. Today, he was resolute in ensuring Bai Yu's safety. This was an investment he believed would yield dividends in the future, even if he harbored doubts about Bai Yu. He had faith in his great-grandfather, Tu Kuei. Tu Lingo steadied Bai Yu and softly reassured him. Rest assured, Master Bai, you will undoubtedly depart safely today. Upon hearing their words, Bai Yu's expression faltered. The auspicious figure of the heavenly he had manifested in the form of these two individuals. Reflecting on all that transpired at the Yu family, he was astonished that their previous scheming had now culminated in saving his life. Unexpectedly, it was you. This favor. I shall remember. Bai Yu, in a weakened tone, remarked, what nonsense is this? This old fellow is behaving audaciously, even for the sake of the Silver Moon dynasty. We cannot turn a blind eye. Your words are rather severe. Tu Linger, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, quickly interjected. Although Bai Yu could not see her at the moment, he could discern from her tone that she might have been waiting for him to say this. Unperturbed by their subtle games, Bai Yu understood that he needed their assistance to depart today, and he would repay this debt in due time. Seek death. No one can save him today. Leave him here. Elder Huangsha sneered, brandishing his sword, his voice brimming with murderous intent. In an instant, the yellow sands morphed into two colossal tornadoes, sweeping forth with ferocity. Boom. The tornadoes surged forth as Tu Bailey and the others sprang into action, enveloping Bai Yu in a swift motion. While the surrounding blood clouds resisted the onslaught, in the blink of an eye, the three vanished from their location, reappearing atop the walls of the Sin City. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing his attacks go awry, Elder Huangsha swung his sword once more, unleashing a torrent of sword lights from the city walls, akin to a torrential downpour. Huangsha, how dare you assault Sin City? Is the sword of 10,000 Blades sect prepared to declare war on the Silver Moon dynasty? Such a mere dynasty is unworthy to utter such words. Summon the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You shall perish now. Elder Huangsha's voice thundered, his gaze fixed on the frantic scene before him, while Tu Bailey's expression turned cold. Sister, abandon the entire Sin City. We shall flee with Master Bai. I refuse to believe this old coot dares to pursue us across the Sin City. Should he dare to enter, the Silver Moon dynasty is not without its contingencies. Gritting his teeth, Tu Bailey grasped Bai Yu's hand, preparing to retreat. Thinking of leaving? Have you consulted me first? I am, after all, a peak Yuanying level powerhouse. Must you not show me some respect? Boom, boom, boom. The swirling sands engulfed Sin City, and observing the overwhelming assault of yellow sands converging around him, Tu Bailey, in resignation, could only fall back. Unable to breach the yellow sands, they were also unable to escape Sin City. Bang! Just as the impending onslaught was about to descend, a chilling aura surged forth, instantly altering the atmosphere, as dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of green lightning. Swish, swish, swish. A shadow approached like a specter, rendering Elder Huangsha's concealed artifact as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact. Crack! A massive fist abruptly materialized before Elder Huangsha, and before he could react, He felt a sudden weight in his chest, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Blood spewed from his mouth as a pair of powerful hands seized his neck. And to his horror, he felt a dense, corpse-like energy seeping into him, coalescing towards his Yuan-Ying. Humph, the girl namely called for my assistance to save you. Quite fortunate, as aside from my ability to traverse the Ghost River, there are few in the Heavenly Demon Sect who can reach you so swiftly. A voice, laced with surprise, echoed, and Tu Bailey sensed the sudden presence of another. Gazing at the elder's visage, Tu Bailey and his companion were left speechless in shock. Great ancestor? Family head. Hearing their voices, Tu Kuei turned, scrutinizing the two. By your appearance, you must be from the collateral branches of my family. You performed admirably today. Only with the bloodline of the Tu family could one possess such discerning eyes to recognize this young man's worth at a glance. Upon hearing these words, Tu Linger and Tu Bailey exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward. Was their intent so transparent? Recognizing the familiar voice, Bai Yu could only smile helplessly. Realizing that the true benefactor had finally arrived, Bai Yu spoke slowly, ignoring the thrashing Huang Sha. Tu Kuei observed Bai Yu's demeanor and couldn't help but smirk. Look at this. A mere Yuan-Ying ant can compel you to such a state. Day by day, what are you refining? What merit does this endeavor hold? If only you had devoted yourself to the art of corpse refining, with that precious Yin-Yang corpse in your possession, could this fellow truly stand in your way? Tu Kuei expressed a sense of frustration, lamenting why a genius from their blood corpse peak was being hindered by the practice of insect refinement. Hearing Tu Kuei's words, Bai Yu smiled wryly, pondering why he had made this choice when he could have embraced both paths. It was simply that his time management had yet to be perfected. Come now, unleash your Yin-Yang corpse, and I shall show you the terrifying depths of the corpse refining technique. Tu Kuei proclaimed with an air of arrogance, addressing Elder Huang Sha and the onlookers in the distance. Bai Yu, Elder. It appears that Zhao Yun has encountered some issues and may not be able to emerge for the time being. Moreover, as for your demonstration, I believe that any corpse in your hands would seem divine. Chapter 83. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Some issues? Upon hearing this, Tu Kuei's expression stiffened as he gazed at Bai Yu's currently woeful state. No, could it be that the Yin-Yang corpse has been destroyed? Tu Kuei's eyes widened, envisioning the worst possible outcome. It is crucial to remember that when Zhao Yun was born, it was accompanied by the extraordinary phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea. Although she only possesses the golden core realm at present, with proper nurturing, her future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. Attaining immortality is not beyond the realm of possibility. Now, with Bai Yu mentioning some issues, does this imply that Zhao Yun has already been lost in this incident? Hearing Tu Kuei's voice filled with uncertainty, Bai Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. Elder, you may not be aware, but senior brother Lin Feng met a most tragic fate. A trace of sorrow flickered across Bai Yu's face as he retrieved a shadow capture stone from his spatial ring. This object, akin to a camera, possesses the ability to record images, and it was something Bai Yu had scavenged from among the corpses. As the shadow capture stone erupted with a stream of light, the scene of Wang Hao's ambush on Lin Feng materialized. This was precisely what Bai Yu had prepared in advance to fend off any potential grievances from the corpse refinement peak. With Tu Kuei present, this shadow capture stone could serve as a form of evidence. Senior brother Lin Feng led us in our pursuit of opportunities within the Tianyang Mountain. In our endeavor to slay the starry dragon ape, we were compelled to collaborate with the Wanjin sect. Throughout this process, senior brother contributed immensely. After we finally succeeded in vanquishing the starry dragon ape, he fell victim to Wang Hao's ambush, a stratagem that had been meticulously orchestrated beforehand. I still vividly recall the look of hope in senior brother Lin Feng's eyes as he perished, using his last breath to seize the mountain god seal and ensure my escape. The reason I am being pursued is not only due to the mountain god seal, but also because I witnessed the Wanjin sect's despicable actions. They seek to silence me. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang corpse was injured by Wang Hao at the moment I was preparing to assist senior brother Lin Feng, and it now resides in the nurturing grounds of the cave's corpse-rearing area. Bai Yu spoke vividly, as if Lin Feng had truly sacrificed himself to facilitate his escape. Tu Bailey and Tu Linger were filled with emotion upon hearing this. They had not anticipated that within the Tianma sect, aside from Bai Yu, there existed such noble souls. It appeared that their previous biases against the main sect were misguided. How foolish. Lin Feng was in such dire straits. Yet you still allowed the Yin-Yang corpse to rise. He has passed. At most, we could mourn him briefly, yet you dare to wager such a precious artifact. Tu Kuei was momentarily stunned, his face etched with sorrow. A mere inner sect disciple, though valuable, paled in comparison to Zhao Yun. Wasn't Bai Yu born of the demonic sect? Why then such loyalty, even if you uphold such values? Can you truly permit the Yin-Yang corpse to rise at this juncture? Do you not comprehend the significance of a future guardian corpse? You, young man, focus on recuperating well upon your return to the Tianma sect. Once healed, immediately seek me out at Blood Corpse Peak. I shall assist you in restoring the Yin-Yang corpse. How dare anything lay hands on such a treasure? All of you, perish. Tu Kuei glared at the already faltering Elder Huang Sha, cursing vehemently. With a forceful sweep of his right hand, a thunderous crash ensued. In an instant, the dense dark clouds descended, and Elder Huang Sha's body exploded. Concurrently, a multitude of blackened arms surged forth, seizing the disciples of the Wanjian sect who were watching from a distance. With a mere squeeze, blood mist erupted like fireworks. The Wanjian sect openly attacked the Silver Moon dynasty under the protection of the Tianma sect. It is only just for me to intervene. As for this peak nascent soul's soul, it shall serve as material for the restoration of the Yin-Yang corpse. Tu Kuei's eyes narrowed as he casually collected Elder Huang Sha's soul into a jade vessel, his chilling voice resonating in the air. What are you staring at? Get out of my sight. The opportunities of Tianyang Mountain belong to the disciples of my Tianma sect. As Tu Kuei forcefully suppressed everyone at the border, the journey to Tianyang Mountain came to a close. Bai Yu, under Tu Kuei's guidance, returned to the Tianma sect. Upon entering the cave abode, his heart finally found peace. Over the next 2 months, due to the backlash from the broken illusion golden eyes and his injuries, he remained in the cave to recuperate. During this time, Qin Yushi and Li Shishir had visited him, and Bai Yu entrusted half of the mountain marrow to Qin Yushi. Thanks to the medicinal pills and herbs brought by the two women, Bai Yu's recovery was swift. Within a mere 2 months, his eyesight had returned, resolving various troubles. He gazed at the rejuvenated cave abode and couldn't help but marvel. This truly resembled a place befitting a cultivator's blessings. After the integration of Tianyang Mountain into the cave abode, the dragon pearl atop the dragon corpse seemed to be drawn by the earth's veins, completely merging with the cave as it transformed into a lurking dragon, continuously releasing abundant dragon energy to nourish the entire blessed land. The blessed land, in turn, reciprocated the power, aiding the lurking dragon's growth, forming a tableau of a dragon hidden in the abyss. With careful nurturing, one day, the lurking dragon would ascend to the heavens, and at that time, the cave abode would likely undergo new transformations. Meanwhile, after Bai Yu's recovery, Yu Linglong and the others began to venture into Tianyang Mountain for training, scavenging for opportunities while preparing to cultivate a batch of ape-like demon beasts to serve as slaves for the daily maintenance of the cave abode. Amidst this flourishing scene, Bai Yu found himself feeling somewhat idle. Bai Yu meticulously assessed his natal gu, noting that within the 9 vacant apertures, he had already infused the Yin-Yang Xianlong gu, the Tianma Shihun gu, the Haitan, the Jiwejin gu, the Jiujiak Kanyi gu, and the Shin Sha gu. He intended to fill these apertures to facilitate his breakthrough to the golden core, thereby augmenting his own power while simultaneously perfecting the golden core itself. Currently, 3 positions remained unoccupied, prompting him to contemplate the nature of the gu he should concoct. If, as Elder Tu suggested, Zhao Yun possessed the potential for ascendance, then incorporating Zhao Yun as one of his natal gu would not be considered a squander of opportunity. Bai Yu arrived at the burial ground, excavating the bronze coffin. Upon opening it, he gazed at Zhao Yun in silence. At that moment, Zhao Yun was enveloped by a dark, ghastly aura, her chest deeply sunken. Although she was gradually mending, the process was excruciatingly slow. The techniques of Blood Corpse Peak were indeed formidable. Had he not devoted his energies to his lifebound gu during this period, Bai Yu would have sought out Tu Kuei long ago. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to restore Zhao Yun while also refining her into one of his lifebound gu. Moreover, with Tu Kuei's assurance, it was possible that Zhao Yun's strength could be further enhanced. After all, Tu Kuei had pledged to aid in Zhao Yun's restoration, and should she undergo any evolution during this process, Tu Kuei would likely bear the associated costs. With this in mind, Bai Yu promptly stored the coffin in his spatial ring. He resolved to visit Blood Corpse Peak today, to explore the resources available there for Zhao Yun's restoration and to see if he could exchange contribution points for additional techniques. Chapter 84. Blood River Scripture. In contrast to before, Blood Corpse Peak had become significantly more vibrant. Ever since Bai Yu refined the Yin-Yang corpse, the disciples of Blood Corpse Peak felt a sense of provocation. After all, corpse refining was their forte. And yet the most gifted zombie to emerge in decades had been crafted by a disciple from the gu refining peak. The fact that a gu refiner had surpassed them in their own domain left them questioning their pride. Consequently, numerous disciples of Blood Corpse Peak began to work diligently, leading to a subtle shortage of corpses. Upon Bai Yu's return to Blood Corpse Peak, his presence stirred considerable excitement, with many disciples approaching him to greet him. This scene inexplicably reminded Bai Yu of the Yin-Yang Sect, albeit the latter was filled with charming beauties, while Blood Corpse Peak was predominantly populated by oddities and grotesque figures. There was little to be done. After years of dealing with corpses, some disciples had not seen sunlight for decades or even centuries, resulting in their pallor. A slight alteration in their appearance was entirely natural. He proceeded directly to Tu Kuei's residence, where he found the vast palace adorned with an array of uniquely shaped coffins surrounding Tu Kuei, who sat cross-legged on a cushion. The air was thick with a menacing aura emanating from the coffins, indicating that each contained a terrifying zombie. "I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. It seems you are recovering well," Tu Kuei remarked. As Bai Yu stepped into the palace, Tu Kuei opened his eyes, surveying him from head to toe before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Young man, I bid you greetings, Elder Tuesday. It was thanks to you last time that I stand here today. Otherwise, I fear I would not have had the opportunity." Bai Yu respectfully remarked that his impression of Tu Kuei was rather favorable. Whether it was during the acquisition of martial arts techniques or at the border when he had been saved, Tu Kuei had left a positive mark on him. Moreover, Bai Yu sensed an exquisite purity in Tu Kuei's dedication to the art of corpse refinement. He regarded it as his entire being, yet he approached life and his endeavors with remarkable propriety. It could be said that he cherished corpses, but despite his profound affection, he harbored no desire to claim the blood corpses crafted by others, instead offering admiration and care. Tu Kuei was undoubtedly a complex individual when it was time to act. He exhibited no mercy, yet he adhered to a distinct set of principles in his conduct. At times, these principles might even conflict with his own nature. Yet they appeared so effortlessly integrated within Tu Kuei. "Ah, you young lad. Although you have merely awakened your Yin-Yang spiritual roots and your foundation is somewhat lacking, you are indeed a congenital dual-eyed individual. It is becoming clearer to me now why you are capable of cultivating Yin-Yang corpses and mass-producing wine worms. It must be the merit of your divine eyes, enabling you to perceive things beyond the grasp of others." Tu Kuei chuckled. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu had long been prepared mentally. At that time, in order to buy some time, he had already revealed his broken illusion golden eyes. So there was no need to conceal the matter of the divine eyes any longer. Tu Kuei's current understanding inadvertently filled in some of Bai Yu's previous gaps, and many details became coherent with the unveiling of the divine eyes. As for the greatest secret regarding the liver degree panel, Bai Yu could now seamlessly attribute future anomalies to this revelation. After all, in this vast world, there were countless divine eyes, some powerful and some weak. Aside from a few renowned divine eyes, no one could possibly enumerate how many existed, nor did anyone possess comprehensive knowledge of their abilities. Is the elder like this? You need not explain to me. I have no interest in whether your divine eyes are innate or acquired from some source. The Heavenly Demon Sect, who doesn't harbor a few secrets and schemes. Therefore, there is no need for your explanation. I merely lament why I couldn't be more assertive back then, directly bringing you to the Blood Corpse Peak. Alas, now that you possess the Mountain God Seal and are a natural divine-eyed individual, along with your recent performances, even if I were to personally approach the sect leader, I fear those miserly fellows at the Gu Refinement Peak would not acquiesce." Tu Kuei stood up, exclaiming with a sense of regret. "Senior Tu, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck," Bai Yu humbly replied. Bai Yu clasped his hands and spoke slowly. "Fortuitous? Your luck seems rather excessive." Tu Kuei smirked dismissively. "Enough. We are all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and on any peak, we are fundamentally the same. Moreover, the customs here are not so rigid. Young man, I have taken a liking to you. The reason? Apart from the Yin-Yang corpse, you have also mastered the Blood River Body Refinement Technique. This skill signifies that we are fated to cross paths. Henceforth, in addition to your studies in Gu Dao, you must diligently delve into the art of corpse refinement." Tu Kuei scrutinized Bai Yu from head to toe before proudly declaring, "You have witnessed the effects of the Blood River Body Refinement Technique. Today, I shall reveal to you that within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, apart from us, no one else can master this technique, not even that ineffectual sect leader of Blood Corpse Peak. Furthermore, the Blood River Body Refinement Technique is intrinsically linked to the supreme method of Blood River Scripture, which was omitted due to its arduous nature. However, the complete Blood River Scripture necessitates the Blood River Body Refinement Technique as its foundation for perfection. This is a method that intertwines the realms of corpse refinement and blood energy, capable of reaching celestial heights. Tu Kuei's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned serious. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect is a cohesive entity, each lineage possesses its own core technique, which is fundamental to our sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He never anticipated that the blood river body refinement technique he acquired in the scripture pavilion held such profound origins. Originally, the blood river scripture could only be practiced by true heirs of the lineage. But since you have mastered the blood river body refinement technique and even forged a yin-yang corpse, I may make an exception. I shall impart it to you in my personal capacity, with the hope that you can balance both corpse refinement and Gu Dao, progressing in tandem. My actions today stem from the possibility that the blood river scripture has chosen you, and I merely assist in finding a suitable candidate. Throughout, Tu Kuei made no mention of accepting disciples, nor did he suggest that Bai Yu abandon the path of Gu. Yet, the casual manner in which he imparted such a technique left Bai Yu exhilarated and altered his perception of Tu Kuei. This man is a true embodiment of a devil, acting solely on his whims, heedless of rumors, a complete incarnation of carefree ease. It is likely that Tu Kuei's standing at Blood Corpse Peak transcends that of a mere transmission elder. Thank you, Elder, for your generous gift. I shall devote myself to the study of corpse refinement and will not tarnish the illustrious name of Blood Corpse. Bai Yu spoke solemnly. Very well, from now on. You shall remain in the Grand Hall and diligently study. Once you have grasped the Blood River Sutra, I shall instruct you on how to restore the Yin-Yang corpse. With the Blood River Sutra, you will comprehend the true terror of the Yin-Yang corpse you hold. Tu Kuei nodded, flipping his palm to reveal an ancient tome materializing in his grasp. Chapter 85, Cultivating the Blood River Sutra. You may begin your training independently. I will gather the materials necessary for the restoration of the Yin-Yang corpse. This shall serve as a reward from the sect. For your recent performance at Tianyang Mountain has greatly enhanced the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Tu Kuei smiled with satisfaction, handing the jade slip to Bai Yu before strolling leisurely out of the Grand Hall. Observing Tu Kuei's demeanor, Bai Yu refrained from comment, settling into a cross-legged position as his mental energy penetrated the jade slip. In an instant, a crimson space manifested within Bai Yu's sea of consciousness, thick with swirling blood mist in the aura of corpses. Sensing this, Bai Yu concentrated, allowing his mental energy to expand within the space. As it merged with the blood mist, a series of terrifying fluctuations emanated forth. Moments later, the space began to tremble, and peculiar runes surged outward, exuding a disquieting aura. After swirling around Bai Yu's soul, they ultimately materialized before him. Bai Yu gazed at the intricate runes, perceiving a terrifying power within them, as if an ancient blood demon were preparing to break free from its seals. As the runes continuously rearranged themselves, 3 grand characters began to emerge. Faint yet distinct, Blood River Classic. The archaic script flickered in the blood mist, emanating an overwhelmingly dreadful aura that sent shivers down Bai Yu's spine. Was this a legacy? Elder Tu truly was remarkable. It seemed I have indeed benefited from Zhao Yun's influence this time. Beholding nearly 200,000 characters of scripture beside him, Bai Yu's eyes gleamed with fervor. No wonder it was said that this was a method potent enough to ascend to immortality. The Blood River Classic not only allowed for the dual cultivation of body and technique, but also enabled the conjuring of a blood river from thin air within the empty orifice. The blood river guarantees the survival of the cultivator. Furthermore, if one practiced the blood river body refinement technique alongside it, they could nourish the blood god particles with the blood river, thereby enhancing the power of the blood god particles and rendering their own strength even more formidable. In other words, utilizing the blood river as a foundation and the blood god particles as a driving force, one could elevate their cultivation while simultaneously augmenting their physical prowess. From the moment he laid eyes on the Blood River Classic, Bai Yu realized he had underestimated the profound heritage of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This sect, at its zenith, was undoubtedly more than just a mere tyrant of the lower realms. With the terrifying foundation of Blood Corpse Peak, could it not be inferred that the equally prestigious Gu Refinement Peak possessed similar profound techniques? Contemplating this, Bai Yu's heart brimmed with enthusiasm. He had never been more eager for the day he would become a true disciple. Should he attain the status of a true disciple of Gu Refinement Peak, he might gain access to such core teachings. Techniques like the Blood River Classic, even with abundant resources at hand, would remain beyond his reach without the platform provided by the Heavenly Demon Sect. A superior technique, for a cultivator, is akin to the pinnacle of wealth, companionship. In spiritual law, How could this not excite Bai Yu? The Blood River Classic is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier involves constructing a blood river within the meridians, allowing one to transform their magical power into a blood god furnace. With a mere flicker of operation, one can absorb the energies of heaven and earth into their being and purify them through the blood god furnace. With the blood river as fuel, everything is alchemical. Moreover, the magical power condensed from the Blood River Classic is the most precious supplement for corpse refining, not only capable of tempering oneself, but also enabling one's zombie to stand atop the blood river, perpetually forged, coalescing a blood river body within. Upon reading the description of the scripture, Bai Yu felt a surge of inspiration. The so-called blood river body is a unique state exclusive to zombies, capable of enhancing the strength of their flesh fibers based on the foundations of corpse refining. If he were to develop the first tier of the blood river body to its utmost, the zombie could even be reborn through blood. Furthermore, the blood river body exists independently of the corpse refining technique, activating a distinct state without impeding the zombie's inherent evolution. Rebirth through blood? This implies that the zombie shall not be destroyed. Bai Yu inhaled sharply, realizing why Tu Kuei claimed that the Blood River Sutra's enhancement of the art of corpse refinement was unparalleled by any other technique. The Blood River Sutra is divided into 3 levels. The first level condenses the blood river body. The second level forms the Heavenly River Azura blood body. And the third level refines the Nether River blood demon body, amalgamating the foul energies of heaven and earth into a singular entity. When the Blood River Sutra reaches its pinnacle, the zombies cultivated by the practitioner can obliterate an entire realm with a single punch. As he contemplated the description above, Bai Yu's breathing quickened with excitement. He believed that even Tu Kuei had not mastered the Blood Demon Sutra to such an extraordinary degree. However, if the records were indeed accurate, he could completely enhance the art of corpse refinement using the Blood River Sutra and the Blood River Body refinement technique. Bai Yu exhaled deeply, striving to calm his excited state of mind. He endeavored to adjust his mentality to its optimum condition before commencing his cultivation according to the Blood River scripture. As the ethereal energies of heaven and earth flowed into his body, the blood divine factor within Bai Yu began to stir with fervor, akin to a parched sponge eagerly absorbing moisture. When a mass of blood mist took shape in his dantian, Bai Yu's empty acupoint spontaneously emerged, and the 7th acupoint began to tremble in unison with the continuous rotation of the bronze cauldron. The blood mist began to swirl around him, buzzing. With his eyes closed, Bai Yu concentrated on compressing the blood mist, merging its essence with the bronze cauldron. As the blood river particles ignited, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted within him. This energy coursed through his veins, giving birth anew to the blood river particles, nourishing his internal organs while simultaneously fortifying his meridians. Ultimately, vivid crimson demonic patterns emerged upon his skin. Blood River Sutra 1, Blood River Sutra 1, Blood River Sutra 2. Noticing the progress displayed on the panel, Bai Yu felt it was far from sufficient. He promptly produced 2,000 spirit stones, absorbing their energy while continuously enhancing himself. Boom, boom, boom. The blood mist was relentlessly compressed until, at last, a droplet of radiant red blood materialized above the bronze cauldron. In that moment, Bai Yu's magical power reached its zenith. Subtly, the blood began to split into 2, then 4, multiplying continuously under the response of the blood deity particles, swiftly forming a surging stream around the bronze cauldron. Once the stream took shape, the previously terrifying fragmentation slowed to a crawl. Although the power of the Blood River Sutra was fearsome, the difficulty of its cultivation was hundreds of times greater than that of other techniques, with the required spiritual energy increasing exponentially as the blood river took form. Today, Bai Yu's ability to condense the nascent blood river in such a short span was largely attributed to the foundation laid by his earlier practice of the blood river body refinement technique. Recognizing this situation, Bai Yu did not hesitate. He continued to draw upon the spirit stones, replenishing his magical energy. With the support of the spirit stones, Bai Yu refrained from reckless ambition, instead methodically cultivating, diligently producing blood deity particles to refine the embryonic blood river. As Bai Yu tirelessly advanced the progress of the Blood River Sutra, he remained unaware that his physical strength was undergoing a transformation. The demonic patterns on his body gradually deepened in hue, and an aura reminiscent of an ancient behemoth quietly emerged. The blood river body refinement, enhanced by the furnace, automatically commenced. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Bai Yu's eyes. Chapter 86. Do you understand what love is? The air resonated with a thunderous roar as dark red magical energy surged within Bai Yu, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as if the Milky Way had burst its banks. With each violent rush of this power coursing through his veins, organs, and bones, Bai Yu's physical strength intensified incrementally, steadily ascending at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, the blood river atop the bronze cauldron began to manifest as a result of his cultivation. Sensing the transformation above the empty cavity, Bai Yu was filled with exhilaration. And without hesitation, he proceeded to solidify the foundation of the blood river according to the prescribed cultivation path. Buzzing sounds echoed as the final cycle of the technique completed. And the blood river took shape, coiling around the bronze cauldron like a slumbering dragon. In that moment, Bai Yu's body emitted cracking sounds. His hair drenched in the power of the blood river. Technique: Blood River Sutra 56, 370, 000. First level. Technique: Cunning Gu 4 Extremes 31, 001. 300. Minor Achievement. Technique: 8 Desolations Convergence Divine Art. Major Achievement. 98, 002. 800. Skill: Blade Like a God. Beginner. 3, 609, 000. Blood River Body Refining Technique. Beginner. 773. 615, 000. Bai Yu exhaled a heavy sigh, gazing at the progress displayed on the system panel. After expending over 10,000 spirit stones, he had finally grasped the fundamentals of the Blood River Sutra. The basic structure of the Blood River had taken shape, and now, his focus shifted to continually enhancing its potency while simultaneously refining the Blood God factor through the Blood River Body Refining Technique, ultimately striving to fill the progress bar to its maximum. With the initiation of the Blood River Sutra, the body refining technique seemed to have found its foundation, significantly augmenting his physical strength. Though Bai Yu's cultivation level had not ascended, his physical power had reached the golden core stage. Coupled with the might of the blood river, Bai Yu now possessed the confidence to confront golden core cultivators solely through his physical prowess. One could only wonder how the disciples of the body refining peak would react upon discovering such an enhancement. Would they be shaken to their core? Bai Yu examined the fruits of his recent endeavor and couldn't help but voice his frustrations. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed Tu Kuei seated on a cushion, observing him with keen interest. It seemed Tu Kuei had overheard Bai Yu's comments and teased him lightly. Little one, do not let pride overwhelm you. While it is commendable that you have grasped the fundamentals of the Blood River Sutra within a month, you still have a considerable distance to cover compared to me. Although Tu Kuei delivered his words with a casual air, the astonishment within him was undeniable. He recalled that during his own training in the Blood River Sutra, it had taken him 3 years just to reach the initial stage, not to mention the simultaneous practice of the Blood River Body Refinement Technique. When he had attained a level comparable to Bai Yu's current state, 7 years had elapsed. Yet, here was Bai Yu, achieving such progress in a mere month. Were it not for his awareness of Bai Yu's background, Tu Kuei might have suspected this was the reincarnation of a formidable practitioner of the Blood River Sutra. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. Nevertheless, Tu Kuei maintained a semblance of dignity and fabricated a harmless, inconsequential lie. Upon hearing Tu Kuei's words, Bai Yu rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your admonition. I understand now. Indeed, even with the support of my panel, the prodigies of this world are as fleeting as locusts, and I must strive harder. Tu Kuei's comments dissipated Bai Yu's momentary sense of pride, reminding him that in comparison to others, he was still far from sufficient. Thus, he needed to exert more effort in his cultivation. Observing Bai Yu's actions, Tu Kuei felt an inexplicable unease welling up within him. Could this lad truly believe he was progressing slowly? Surely not. As a cultivator, one ought to possess a clear understanding of their own capabilities, and the Blood River Sutra was not easily mastered. I should not fall behind, after all. I am at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, Tu Kuei reassured himself silently. Ahem. Enough of that. From now on, focus on comprehending the Blood River Sutra. Do not squander this formidable technique. Now, release your Yin-Yang corpse. I shall teach you a new corpse refinement technique, which, given your current strength, will suffice for her evolution. Tu Kuei coughed lightly and spoke swiftly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded and promptly summoned a copper coffin from his ring. After lifting the lid, Zhao Yun appeared before Tu Kuei. Observing Zhao Yun's condition, Tu Kuei was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his excitement caused his lips to quiver. He gazed at Bai Yu in disbelief, his face visibly flushing with intensity. You, how could you so waste such a talented Yin-Yang corpse? Bai Yu, Tu Kuei leapt up in agitation, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Yu, vehemently berating him. Such a precious zombie should be cherished and protected. You want to toil for her evolution. Do you not understand? How could you allow her to be injured to such an extent? Do you grasp the essence of love? Are you unwilling to provide her even a decent environment? Tu Kuei's emotions were palpably intense. This was utterly outrageous. Not only had the well-being of the Yin-Yang corpse been compromised, but Bai Yu's negligence was also intolerable. Just look at this copper coffin. One cannot even fathom its origins. It is not only unsightly but devoid of any spiritual essence. At the very least, you ought to utilize a proper artifact. What difference is there between this and carelessly rolling her up in a straw mat? Furthermore, despite her current condition, Bai Yu merely tossed her into the nurturing grounds for zombies, allowing her to recuperate slowly. This approach is simply unacceptable. Elder, this is not a matter of having never refined a corpse before. It's merely a lack of proficiency. Bai Yu, with a heart of sincerity, reflects upon his conscience. He has consistently treated Zhao Yun with utmost kindness, ensuring that she receives all beneficial resources. Thus, he finds Tu Kuei's perspective somewhat myopic. Indeed, individuals often tend to trust solely what they perceive. It is not that he is unwilling to provide Zhao Yun with a favorable environment. It is simply that he is financially constrained. The life essence within him, that fateful Gu, does not feast upon abundant spiritual stones. Although he has acquired Tianyang Mountain, many resources remain unexchanged due to time constraints. Presently, his accumulated spiritual stones have dwindled to fewer than 200, which scarcely suffices to sustain the operation of his cave abode, let alone support any endeavors in cultivation. Bai Yu currently finds himself in a predicament, lacking manpower, channels, and, most importantly, the resources to sustain himself. Thus, it is understandable that Zhao Yun's treatment has been somewhat lacking. Alas, the struggle is real. Moving forward, the development of Tianyang Mountain must be expedited. However, the unique nature of the Dongdian interior makes Bai Yu hesitant to allow untrustworthy individuals entry, as it could lead to complications. Yet, without sufficient personnel, the progress of developing Tianyang Mountain will inevitably slow. What a frustrating cycle, Bai Yu silently stated. I do not care. Since I have inherited the art of corpse refinement, I must possess sufficient love for my own corpses. Now, you will immediately commence the repairs. Once completed, procure a suitable coffin for the Yin-Yang corpse. If you lack the ability to refine, seek out the refining peak for assistance. A quality coffin will expedite the growth of the zombie. Do you understand? Should I encounter this situation again? Do not expect to acquire the methods of corpse refinement from me. Tu Kuei quickly interjected, tossing a black jade slip to Bai Yu. Begin the refinement at once. Chapter 87. The heart of the corpse demon. Observing Tu Kuei's excited demeanor, Bai Yu couldn't help but find him akin to an overgrown child. With a resigned shake of his head, Bai Yu reopened the jade slip, and in an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The heart of the corpse demon melds 81 different souls, each born under various Yin hours, into the zombie. As the Yin souls encroach upon the corpse, a blood corpse primordial infant is formed, which resembles a living entity and can grow autonomously. During the merging process, a dark flame will emerge, igniting the demonic energy within the blood corpse, leading to further evolution. Upon examining the corpse refinement technique provided by Tu Kuei, Bai Yu's expression shifted in surprise. It appeared that Tu Kuei intended for him to repair the Yin-Yang corpse while simultaneously advancing it to the primordial infant level. However, Bai Yu's mastery over the art of corpse refinement was limited. His previous control over the gold core level Zhao Yun was entirely due to the presence of the wandering zombie Gu. Should Zhao Yun enter the primordial infant stage, there would be a risk of backlash. Gazing at the jade slip in his hand and then at the myriad materials Tu Kuei had produced, Bai Yu pondered and finally grasped the old man's scheme. He intended to bind Zhao Yun to himself, as long as this hidden danger existed. Bai Yu would undoubtedly seek a resolution. Moreover, studying the art of corpse refinement at Blood Corpse Peak was the quickest way to mitigate this risk. This old fellow was clearly attempting to steer Bai Yu's focus towards corpse refinement. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Bai Yu recognized that although Tu Kuei had not opposed his dual cultivation with the zombie Gu, he was subtly guiding him to prioritize corpse refinement. Such cunning was somewhat frustrating. Nonetheless, with the materials now in hand, Bai Yu chose not to expose Tu Kuei's intentions outright. After all, that would show a lack of respect, and Tu Kuei had no intention of causing harm. His obsession with corpse refinement was merely a facet of his character. This involves 81 different souls born under various Yin hours. During this time, I have had my fair share of quarrels with those old fogies at the ghost refining peak to gather them. Although the souls are of low rank, collecting them is quite labor-intensive. Tu Kuei continued, this here is Huang Sha's primordial infant. His soul has been sealed within. You can utilize this primordial infant as a foundation to construct the heart for the Yin-Yang corpse. Additionally, these are the demon summoning grass, spirit swallowing wood, beast shaking flower, and undying soul returning grass. As Tu Kuei introduced the materials, Bai Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the thousands of materials laid out before him. It would have taken him years to gather such an assortment on his own. The implications of this causality would be challenging to repay in the future. This hall is temporarily yours for use, and you may also utilize the soul refining furnace. After you repair the Yin-Yang corpse, you may venture forth. I shall not assist you in this process, but I have faith that with your innate talent, you shall succeed, Tu Kuei said slowly, listing numerous points of caution. In response, Bai Yu silently nodded and then seated himself in meditation, beginning to familiarize himself with the process of the heart of the corpse demon. This endeavor felt lengthy. He sat for 3 full days before completing his deductions. Apart from restoring Zhao Yun, Bai Yu also aimed to address previous concerns. After careful contemplation, he resolved to concoct a corpse demon goo to enhance Zhao Yun's capabilities while simultaneously strengthening his control over her. He recalled Pang Tong's words, "Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, inherently capable of merging with all things. And a competent goo master must forge a goo unique to themselves." The union of the corpse demon goo and Zhao Yun represented a new venture for him. The corpse demon goo was an enhancement-type goo, crafted from a body afflicted by plague, combined with materials suffused with demonic and malevolent energy. After ingesting the corpse demon goo, the zombie could transform into a corpse demon, altering itself while completely mutating into a unique zombie. However, the cost of using the corpse demon goo was the consumption of one's own intelligence, rendering the user a mere machine of slaughter. Thus, the corpse demon goo was typically employed in desperate situations, and few goo masters would dare to concoct it. Yet, Bai Yu's application of the corpse demon goo to Zhao Yun would shift its adverse effects, given that Zhao Yun was originally a blood corpse. This approach could potentially enhance her strength further. With this in mind, Bai Yu directly contacted Yu Linglong, instructing her to use his disciple token to exchange for the crafting method of the corpse demon goo and procure 10 sets of materials. He also instructed her to exchange contribution points for 20,000 spirit stones, advising her to seek assistance from Qin Yushi or Pang Tong if necessary, with the intention of repaying them later with the three-eyed wine bug. He also requested a sample of blood essence from Nangong Xuanzu. Meanwhile, Bai Yu adjusted his mindset and retrieved the turtle spirit gathering essence. Huang Sha's primordial infant was of the earth attribute, and the turtle spirit gathering essence was the perfect complement for him. After a lengthy wait that extended into the dead of night, Yu Linglong finally returned with the materials. Bai Yu extracted the corpses from the ring and implanted numerous plague goo into them, triggering their transformation. He casually tossed Zhao Yun into the furnace and subsequently drew in the materials provided by Tu Kuei. As Huang Sha's primordial infant settled atop Zhao Yun's head, a violent aura surged forth from her. This was the instinctive protective mechanism of the Yin-Yang corpse. As the aura irradiated, numerous materials of matching attributes trembled in response. Observing this, Bai Yu paid no mind. Once the plague goo had fully infected the 81 corpses, he began inscribing the goo array on the ground. With green flames erupting within the array, Bai Yu cast Nangong Xuanzu's blood essence and the materials onto the corpses, simultaneously channeling his magical power to gradually refine them. Linglong, guide the turtle spirit gathering essence into that primordial infant. Bai Yu, taking a dual approach, sought the assistance of Yu Linglong to facilitate the fusion of the Yuan Ing and the turtle spirit gathering essence. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong nodded and promptly unleashed her magical power. A resonant hum filled the air as the turtle spirit gathering essence made contact with the yellow sand Yuan Ing, unleashing a terrifying surge of earth attribute spiritual energy. Ultimately, this energy transformed into a dense yellow mist that enveloped the surroundings, skillfully controlling the spread of the spiritual energy. Bai Yu reminded, as the handprint shifted once more. The corpse on the ground, under the influence of the green flames, began to undergo a transformation, merging into a viscous green substance that ultimately coalesced into a sphere the size of a basketball, rotating incessantly and absorbing energy. With a hissing sound, as the sphere took shape, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth as if something sinister was brewing within. The oppressive aura of menace ebbed and flowed in waves. Relentless and unyielding, had it not been for the protective enchantments established by Tu Kuei within the Grand Hall. Everything in the vicinity would have been tainted by its ominous presence. Indeed, the infusion of Xuanzu's essence into the blood had caused a mutation in the corpse demon's goo, suggesting that this terrifying energy was evolving in a promising direction. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, intensifying the output of his magical energy. Confronted with the green flames below, the sphere continually condensed over the course of 3 days. At this moment, the sphere had transformed into a dark hue, its size reduced to that of a thumb. As the flames flickered out beneath it, 10 miniature black scorpions emerged from within the sphere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 88. Restoration. Evolution. It is accomplished. Observing the 10 scorpions before him, Bai Yu was filled with exhilaration. The scorpions were entirely black, possessing 9 tails, with their pincers constituting 1/3 of their bodies. Even more bizarrely, each scorpion bore a vivid red eyeball upon its back, surrounded by a profusion of writhing tendrils, intricately embedded in the jet-black carapace. Bai Yu sensed the aura of a potent elixir emanating from the corpse demon goo, indicating that the originally normal corpse demon goo had undergone a mutation to attain its current form. Observing the progress displayed on the panel, Bai Yu smiled faintly. For cultivators, this entity was merely a means of mutual destruction. However, if it could be mass-produced, it would likely be quite popular among mortals. In times of contention, if a legion of corpse demons emerged, would not that dynasty possess an overwhelming advantage? It remained uncertain whether anyone had contemplated this point. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Bai Yu utilized spirit stones to restore his magical energy. The creation of the corpse demon goo was merely the beginning. The subsequent step was of utmost importance. Whether Zhao Yun qualified to become his destined goo depended on the efficacy of this corpse heart's condensation. Exhaling deeply, Bai Yu marked the corpse demon goo with a seal and promptly placed it into Zhao Yun's mouth. A hum reverberated as dark malevolence surged within Zhao Yun's body. As 10 corpse demon gus fused with her, a startling transformation unfolded before Bai Yu's eyes. Empowered by the dark malevolence, Zhao Yun's aura intensified, and her formidable fangs began to elongate gradually, while her previously concave chest visibly restored itself at an astonishing rate. The corpse demon goo shared a common origin with blood corpses. Their combined forces, augmented by the enigmatic elixir's potency, had propelled her evolution beyond his comprehension. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Yu felt a surge of joy, employing the goo technique to suppress the backlash that threatened to emerge. Under the influence of his magical energy, the malevolence and demonic energy surged through the great hall like a tsunami. With this control, Bai Yu could distinctly perceive the changes in Zhao Yun. The resisting force gradually diminished, replaced by an increasing sense of intimacy. Ultimately, a vision of Zhao Yun materialized within Bai Yu's consciousness, her demeanor reminiscent of a docile kitten. The air thrummed with energy as the 7th bronze cauldron stood resolutely, Zhao Yun's ethereal form merging continuously with it. Place all spirit stones into the soul refining cauldron, Bai Yu commanded, his hands forming intricate seals. As Yu Linglong deposited the spirit stones into the cauldron, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted forth. Corpse Heart Seed Demon. A thunderous roar echoed as black flames erupted violently from the soul refining cauldron, swiftly enveloping the entire apparatus. With the aid of his spiritual awareness, Bai Yu observed that upon activation of the Corpse Heart Seed Demon, the spirit stones within the cauldron ignited, their black flames incessantly refining the materials. Above Zhao Yun's head, a glass-like nascent soul exuded a terrifying earth spirit energy, merging with the surrounding malevolence and demonic energy before being absorbed by Zhao Yun. The abundant materials mingled within the spirit stones melted away at a visible rate, flowing around Zhao Yun and gradually encasing her, forming a black jade tablet that continuously absorbed energy. Yet, it was insufficient. Gazing at the overwhelming energy within the soul-refining cauldron, Bai Yu felt no sense of satisfaction. After murmuring softly, he instructed Yu Linglong to return to the cave and retrieve all the human-faced green infant fruits. As he beheld the gathered fruits, a pang of regret flickered in his eyes, yet he hesitated not, casting them directly into the vast cauldron. Boom! The energy within the soul-refining cauldron surged with even greater ferocity, as if intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. This terrifying energy also activated the restrictions within the cauldron, compressing it tightly. Observing this scene, Bai Yu felt a twinge of envy. Were he to refine within the cave, he would have to rely solely on his own strength to suppress such tumultuous energy, which would not only deplete his magical energy, but also prove highly unstable. Now, With the aid of the soul-refining cauldron, this step was accomplished with considerable ease. It certainly saved him a significant amount of effort. Magical artifacts were equally crucial. Thus, it was time for him to pay attention to acquiring some superior magical artifacts. Bai Yu lamented that the corpse demon Gu and Zhao Yun had completely merged, becoming one entity, while the process of restoration and evolution commenced at that very moment. At this moment, Bai Yu remained vigilant, wielding his magical powers to control everything around him. The complete evolution of Zhao Yun required time, hence Bai Yu was not in a hurry. As the grand hall slowly opened above, the jade tablet gradually hardened. Each night, the ethereal power of the moonlight and the stars descended from above, enveloping the black cocoon in the soul-refining furnace. Time swiftly passed, and Bai Yu had resided in the hall for 3 months. The black flames in the furnace continued to blaze, while the pure moonlight transformed into beams that fell, being incessantly absorbed. The frigid aura emanating from the beams created frost atop the grand hall. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Yu's anticipation reached its zenith. From the very first month, he had discovered that the moonlight absorbed by Zhao Yun contained a substantial amount of lunar power, a source of energy. Moonlight was merely a diluted product of the lunar essence. Generally speaking, unless one practiced techniques related to the moon, it was impossible to come into contact with such power. Even when utilizing techniques, one would extract lunar energy from the moonlight, and never had there been a case of directly absorbing it from the moon. Moreover, Zhao Yun was merely a blood corpse, devoid of intelligence. Yet now she had garnered the acknowledgement of lunar power. Feeling Zhao Yun's elation, Bai Yu smiled and once again closed his eyes, focusing on this final refinement. At this moment, in the grand hall, Elder Tu Kuei lounged in a recliner while Li Shishir, Qin Yushi, Pang Tong, and Zhao Mingzhu stood nearby, gazing in astonishment at the beams of light connecting to the hall. Elder Tu, it has been 3 months. This beam appears every night. And you mentioned that Bai Yu is here. Could it be that he is responsible for this? Pang Tong exclaimed in disbelief. The reason they had come here was entirely due to Yu Linglong's prior borrowing of spirit stones. After she obtained them, Bai Yu vanished. Zhao Mingyu had also learned that Bai Yu exchanged for a corpse demon Gu, leading the four to suspect that Bai Yu had encountered some trouble and was preparing to take revenge in secret. After some investigation, they discovered that Bai Yu was indeed at Blood Corpse Peak. However, upon their arrival, Elder Tu Kuei did not allow them to enter, merely informing them that Bai Yu was in the grand hall and advised them not to loiter around for unspecified reasons. Consequently, the four remained perplexed, occasionally visiting to check. And thus 3 months passed. Humph, no comment. Tu Kuei shot a glance at Pang Tong, responding curtly. Elder Tu, even if it is corpse refining, it shouldn't take 3 months. What on earth is happening inside? Li Shishir said, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Tu Kuei merely shrugged. Indeed, corpse refining should not take 3 months, but Tu Kuei was equally in the dark about what transpired inside. From the moment the moonlight beams appeared, he knew Bai Yu had succeeded. To avoid disrupting him, Tu Kuei dared not investigate lightly, for any disturbance during the refining process could lead to catastrophic failure. Thus, despite his curiosity, Tu Kuei refrained from probing, even though he could easily do so. With the moonlight present for 3 months, the overwhelming power had surpassed what was expected of the heart of Corpse Demon, and the duration was indeed excessive. Just as Tu Kuei contemplated speaking, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, and the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the grand hall. Boom! The explosion startled Tu Kuei, who leaped up, recognizing the sound as akin to that of a furnace exploding. Did my soul-refining furnace just shatter? With Tu Kuei's strength, he could easily ascertain that the explosion was indeed the sound of the furnace breaking. For what else could create such a crisp and resonant noise if not a high-grade artifact? Boom, boom. Without waiting for everyone to react, the once brilliant beams of moonlight began to tremble, and with a tremendous blast, the silvery moonlight formed an endless sea in the sky. A red figure soared from the palace, and as the grand hall collapsed, the silver ocean rapidly churned, gradually transforming into a blood-like crimson hue. The crimson aura, akin to a spiritual contaminant, corroded the sky, ultimately transforming the once gentle music into an eerie red moon, hanging high in the heavens like a bizarre yet exquisite eye. A mere glance at it would invade the consciousness of those below the chi refining stage, driving them mad. Boom. At that moment, the grand hall crumbled, and a woman clad in a red wedding gown slowly emerged amidst the blood moon. Compared to before, the mask on Zhao Yun's face had vanished, revealing her already stunning features, which now appeared even more enchanting. with her hands crossed over her abdomen. The moment she emerged, the atmosphere became suffocating, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Drip, drip, sizzle, crash. A drop of crimson rain fell, striking the ground with a splattering sound. The instant the rain met the earth, a hissing noise of corrosion echoed as wisps of black smoke rose. As the blood rain poured down, the structures atop Blood Corp's peak were eroded, and thick black smoke billowed forth, prompting several bewildered disciples to hastily exit their cave abodes. Before they could react, their clothes were swiftly corroded upon contact with the blood rain, and some unfortunate individuals watched helplessly as their beautiful hair gradually fell away. By the time they realized what was happening, they were left completely bald, not a single strand remaining. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! My hair! Sister, get away! The intense commotion, coupled with the dazzling celestial phenomenon, shocked the entire Tianma sect. A blood-red shield enveloped Tu Kuei. Li Shishir and the others stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding scene, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Goodness, did Bai Yu conjure this? Zhao Mingzhu gazed at Zhao Yun in the sky, nearly tearing his own beard in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that such apocalyptic celestial phenomena could be orchestrated by a foundation-building cultivator. I knew he was extraordinary even when he was a disciple of the miscellaneous sect. Now that he has access to advanced resources, he has truly emerged from the depths. Pang Tong echoed, equally astonished. Meanwhile, Qin Yushi and Li Shishir exchanged glances, searching for Bai Yu amidst the chaos. Now that the blood corpse had emerged, the grand hall had collapsed, yet Bai Yu was nowhere to be seen. Just as Li Shishir and the others prepared to search through the ruins for Bai Yu, a hand reached out from the debris, revealing Bai Yu slowly crawling out. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and he appeared entirely covered in soot, clearly unprepared for the explosion of the furnace. Everything had been proceeding smoothly while nurturing Zhao Yun. The power had been exceptionally docile, yet at the last moment, a terrifying force erupted from Zhao Yun's nascent soul, obliterating the restrictions within the soul-refining furnace. Had he not sensed something amiss and activated the 9 Tribulation Silkworm Goose power, Bai Yu might have been reduced to ashes in that explosion. Damn it, what bad luck. Bai Yu expelled the mud and sand from his mouth, cursing with bitterness. It seemed that the side effects of the divine curse Gu had manifested. Otherwise, how could one explain the unexpected turn of events at such a critical moment? You brat, this is what I call bad luck. Before Bai Yu could lift his head, Tu Kuei had already approached him, extending his hand toward Zhao Yun in the sky, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. Since entering the Tianma sect, he had begun researching the art of corpse refinement, and Zhao Yun's condition was impossible to conceal from him. At present, Zhao Yun had already attained the strength of a flying corpse, an even more terrifying power. The balance of yin and yang within her was at its zenith. Moreover, with the enhancement from the earth attribute, Zhao Yun's physical strength had even reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Tu Kuei could sense that the potential of the Yin-Yang demonic corpse Bai Yu had refined remained entirely untapped, akin to a sealed treasure trove, already possessing the foundation for ascendance. In the future, with proper nurturing, even Tu Kuei would be unable to discern the limits of Zhao Yun's capabilities. That blood moon apocalyptic phenomenon was the best testament to this. Upon hearing Tu Kuei's words, Bai Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Elder Tu, that is not what I meant. Observing the surrounding scene and hearing the wails echoing from all directions, Bai Yu's eyes brimmed with shock. Such a commotion surely wouldn't lead Blood Corp's Peak to seek compensation from him. You have surprised Blood Corp's Peak greatly. Tu Kuei grinned, patting Bai Yu on the shoulder, then turned his gaze toward Zhao Yun in the sky, narrowing his eyes. Let us first test her strength. As the words left his mouth, Tu Kuei waved his right hand, and suddenly, 9 luminous rings appeared around Zhao Yun, within which dark shadows loomed. 9 diamond corpses emerged, hurtling toward Zhao Yun with alarming speed. These diamond corpses, each at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, unleashed a terrifying aura that chilled the air around them. The fastest of the diamond corpses approached Zhao Yun, raising its hand to strike directly at her head. Observing this, Bai Yu's mind raced, issuing a command for Zhao Yun to counterattack. In an instant, Zhao Yun slightly raised her head, her crimson pupils narrowing ever so slightly. With a swift motion, she evaded and deftly seized the neck of the diamond corpse. The dark demonic energy surged within Zhao Yun's grasp, and the Yin-Yang corpse she held momentarily halted, resembling a defenseless chick. Crack! With a gentle yet forceful twist of her hand, Zhao Yun snapped the diamond corpse's neck, and with a sharp pull, extracted a red spine. Under the scorching influence of the black, demonic energy, the formerly supple spine stiffened, ultimately transforming into a bone sword. with the bone sword in hand. Zhao Yun confronted the remaining 8 diamond corpses. At that very moment, the absolute sword goo within Bai Yu stirred to life. A wisp of sword energy transmitting directly into Zhao Yun's being. In an instant, a surge of black sword light erupted. Bang, bang, bang. 8 streams of sword energy sliced toward the diamond corpses. Upon contact, the sword energy entwined around them like a parasitic worm, and in the blink of an eye. The diamond corpses' originally green eyes visibly darkened to black. Watching the battle unfold, Tu Kuei narrowed his eyes, flipping his palm to reveal a coffin nail. Its original green aura instantly tainted by demonic energy as the diamond corpse's eyes transformed. At that moment, Tu Kuei lost all connection with the diamond corpses. Chapter 90, Advancing to the Intersect. Control? Tu Kuei stared incredulously at the coffin nail in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 diamond corpses had completely become Zhao Yun's subordinates, standing tall behind her, absorbing the power of the blood moon. Although, with his own strength, he could easily erase Zhao Yun's control over the diamond corpses, the sheer magnitude of her power left him astounded. It was essential to note that Zhao Yun's displayed strength was merely at the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. These 9 diamond corpses, while limited in potential, had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. However, 9 corpses united could subdue a cultivator below the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage without issue. Yet now, having only just begun, 1 diamond corpse had been destroyed, leaving the remaining 8 directly under her control. It was crucial to understand that Zhao Yun still had room for growth. Should her strength continue to elevate, her control would undoubtedly strengthen further. With this thought, Tu Kuei,